18 years prior, an unprecedented event reshaped the world. The sky crackled with an otherworldly energy as a colossal tower materialized, piercing the clouds. Its emergence was sudden and dramatic, casting a long, ominous shadow over the city below. From its depths, portals, known as gates, began to open, unleashing a torrent of chaos and wonder. Monstrous creatures emerged from these gates, their terrifying forms a stark contrast to the mundane world. The ensuing conflict was devastating, but amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope appeared. A select few awakened to extraordinary abilities, transforming into players, individuals capable of challenging the monstrous threats. These players became humanity's last hope, uniting to form a new faction against the encroaching darkness. In this world, players are not just celebrated heroes, but symbols of immense wealth. Their economic power is undeniable. And yet, Kim Kigyu, the protagonist of our story, stands apart. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the celebratory backdrop. Kigyu, carrying 2 heavy suitcases, arrives at the X-Guild building. He was not selected, a fact that hangs heavy in the air, palpable even to the onlookers. Inside, a guild employee directs him curtly. Kigyu apologizes for his lateness, a small detail in the face of his larger disappointment. Later, Kigyu navigates the city streets on a scooter, the urban landscape a blur around him. His gaze is drawn to a large billboard, a stark reminder of the success he's yet to achieve. He removes his helmet, his expression a mixture of weariness and contemplation. The billboard showcases Yu Soo-jin, a new hero from South Korea, a stark contrast to Kigyu's own unfulfilled potential. The image depicted a powerful figure, radiating an ethereal blue energy. A caption below identified them as unique ability holders. The scene shifted to a chaotic battle. A lone figure stood defiantly amidst a throng of monstrous creatures, their forms vaguely humanoid but undeniably brutal. A narration box explained that these beings possessed cheat-like abilities, surpassing even other superhuman individuals. The narration continued, clarifying that these individuals were, in essence, monster-like players. Meanwhile, on a city street, a delivery driver on a scooter noticed a sudden, dramatic shift in the ambient light. He muttered to himself, urging himself to hurry. The delivery driver, startled, gasped. He seemed to be experiencing something unexpected. Night had fallen. A lone cross stood silhouetted against a bright moon. The delivery driver, Kim Kigyu, parked his scooter in a quiet alleyway, seemingly lost in thought. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a worried expression, stood still for a moment, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. He then dashed out of the building, his movements hurried and frantic. The weight of his responsibilities pressed down on him. Loans, hospital bills, and school fees. Entering his home, Kigyu looked at the stack of papers in his hands with a weary sigh. He muttered to himself, resigned to his circumstances. Quietly, he announced his return. His younger sister greeted him with a smile, expressing her gratitude for his hard work. She then questioned his late arrival. Kigyu explained that he had been doing homework and then asked about their mother. His sister replied that their mother was sleeping more soundly than usual. Kigyu then subtly inquired if his sister had given their mother her massage. A young woman, Yu-jung, beams with delight, a chocolate cake with 18 candles before her. A whispered, "Happy birthday," seems to hang in the air, adding to her joyful expression. Her brother, Kigyu, enters the scene, his brow furrowed in mild concern. He questions her about the cake, surprised by her acquisition of it. Yu-jung, undeterred, declares herself loaded, implying she has ample resources. She playfully threatens to eat the entire cake herself if he doesn't join her. Kigyu, though still slightly perplexed, acknowledges her fondness for chocolate cake. He reveals that he bought it for her. Yu-jung's expression softens as she reflects on her brother's gesture. She notes that despite her worn-out clothes, he still bought her a cake from a famous place. Kigyu is touched by her gratitude. He expresses his happiness at being able to share her birthday cake with his little sister. Kigyu affectionately ruffles Yu-jung's hair, a warm smile on his face. He then suggests they read the letter she wrote. He holds up a letter, a loving gesture as they prepare to share this special moment together. Yu-jung, still holding the cake, looks expectantly at her brother. Kigyu carefully opens the letter, anticipation building as he prepares to read its contents. Kim Kigyu stared blankly ahead, his mouth slightly agape. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible. Beside him, a young woman giggled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Hee hee, she chuckled. The source of Kigyu's bewilderment became clear. An official-looking player invitation lay before him, the player association's emblem prominently displayed. He stared at it, speechless. His eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A single, hesitant word formed in his mind. I. Kigyu's voice cracked as he let out a yell of disbelief. He clutched the invitation, the word player, echoing in his mind, a mixture of shock and elation. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by his outburst, explained, I wanted to surprise you, so I only took that one out of the mailbox. She embraced him warmly, her congratulations echoing his own inner excitement. Congrats, Appa. Kigyu's face was a mask of disbelief and triumph. He repeated to himself, I did it. I really did it. Kim Kigyu, tears welling in his eyes, stared intensely at something unseen. A profound conviction filled him. His life was about to change. He lay in bed, the morning light barely illuminating the room. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a man in a simple orange shirt, his face obscured by shadow. The man's face was now visible, his expression serious and determined. He silently resolved to obtain something. The camera panned upward, revealing a colossal tower piercing the clouds, the words Korean Player Association emblazoned below. The immense structure loomed, its scale dwarfing even the surrounding clouds. A large spear-like object was visible in the foreground. Kigyu stood before the entrance, two imposing stone guardians flanking the doorway, their presence both intimidating and awe-inspiring. He arrived at the association building, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Passers-by murmured their observations. He quickly composed himself, reminding himself that now was not the time for emotion. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood resolute. His gaze held a quiet intensity, conveying a sense of quiet resolve. This is only the beginning, he thought, a silent vow echoing in his mind. A woman with glasses and a bright smile approached him. She held a clipboard, radiating an air of professional cheer. Congratulations, she chirped, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. She addressed him formally. Player Kim Ji-Iganim, she said, using the respectful honorific. Kigyu responded with a quiet, aha, yes. The woman continued her instructions by saying, status window, your player information will pop up. Why don't you try it out? She suggested. Kigyu followed her instructions, his eyes widening in surprise at the results. His status window appeared, revealing his level and a perplexing detail. Level 1 unique ability. He questioned the question mark next to his unique ability. The woman, however, seemed unfazed. Congratulations. You're a unique ability holder, she exclaimed, explaining that the question mark was there because his ability hadn't awakened yet. Kigyu stared, speechless at his status. A wave of disbelief washed over him. The reality of his unique ability sank in. He was shaking, overwhelmed by the implications. I'm a unique ability holder, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The woman offered congratulations again. A third individual, a man with striking silver hair, observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. His silence hung heavy in the air. A young woman with glasses smiled reassuringly. Relax, she said. In a bit, the trainer will explain in closer detail. Her eyes widened in surprise. Is the trainer here? A man with short, silvery white hair entered the room. The woman gasped, Player Yu Sukwu. Another young man, this one with dark hair, stared in disbelief. He echoed her words, Player Yu Sukwu. Player Yu Sukwu smirked slightly. He mused, want to guide him? He addressed the group. It wasn't intentional, but I overheard your conversation. Yes. Sukwu's gaze was intense as he stated, that you're a unique ability holder. The dark-haired young man visibly trembled. The woman, however, remained calm, explaining, normally it wouldn't be allowed. The woman, regaining her confident demeanor, declared, with my authority, it's entirely possible, so don't worry about a thing, you Sukwanim. I'm not just any manager, but a professional manager of 10 years. Thank you. The portal zone shimmered with an ethereal energy, a swirling vortex of light and power. Two figures stood before it, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. This is the portal to enter the tower, one of them exclaimed. His companion, a young man with short, neatly styled hair, nodded. Shall we head in? He asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The younger man, his face etched with a mix of excitement and trepidation, simply replied, yes. They stepped into the swirling energy. The taller of the two reassured his companion. You don't have to be so nervous. As they emerged, a grotesque, goblin-like creature peered from behind a tree, its expression one of startled curiosity. You Sukwanim? It stammered, clearly unsure of what it was witnessing. They found themselves in a forest clearing. A massive horde of monsters surrounded them. Many monsters on the first floor? One of them questioned, clearly surprised by the unexpected sight. The sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. The taller man, however, remained calm. Apparently, sometimes the spawn timers overlap, causing a monster horde, but this is my first time seeing it as well, he stated, his voice betraying a hint of professional curiosity. His companion, still visibly shaken, voiced his concern. Isn't that a major problem? The taller man responded, this is actually a blessing in disguise. He then added, now, I'll be able to explain things to you a bit quicker. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a desolate, snowy landscape. He was engaged in conversation with another individual, whose face was partially obscured by shadow. Kigyu inquired about the infamous 100 Goblin Test, a notoriously dangerous trial used to assess the potential of new players. His companion, a man with striking silver hair, confirmed Kigyu's knowledge of the test, explaining that it was designed to measure a player's raw potential by timing how long it took them to eliminate 100 goblins without using any special abilities. The silver-haired man continued, emphasizing that the test results were a key indicator of a player's potential. A digital timer displayed, midnight, indicating the start of a trial. The silver-haired man was shown swiftly and efficiently dispatching goblins, his movements fluid and precise. The timer stopped after only 2 to 3 hours. The man's performance was deemed exceptional, showcasing his potential to become a high-class player. The narration highlighted that completing the test in under an hour signified the potential to become a high-ranking player, a ranker. The silver-haired man continued his demonstration, effortlessly overcoming the goblin horde. The final assessment confirmed the silver-haired man's exceptional potential to become a high-ranking player. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, stood awestruck, a sword held loosely in his hand. His eyes, wide with wonder, reflected the ethereal glow emanating from the weapon. Amazing, he breathed, the word barely a whisper. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A young man with striking blue hair appeared, moving with impossible speed. He was surrounded by grotesque creatures, yet he moved effortlessly, a whirlwind of blue energy swirling around him as he fought. His movements were precise, powerful, and breathtakingly fast. The scene shifted. A voice, cold and detached, narrated, "The power of a unique ability holder is..." A monstrous claw, tipped with razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward, aiming for the blue-haired man. He barely reacted, his movements too fast to follow. He extended a hand towards a creature frozen in ice, a faint blue light emanating from his fingertips. Kigyu watched, his expression one of dawning comprehension. "So this is..." The narration continued. "A unique ability holder? Incredible." Kim Kigyu stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, a short sword held loosely in his hand. 47 seconds remained. His companion, a younger man with dark hair, voiced his astonishment. High rankers had an hour to complete the test. Unique ability holders, only 10 minutes. Kigyu explained that the strength a normal player would take years to build, a unique ability holder could achieve in mere months. The potential was immense. The young man, whose name was revealed to be a friend of Kigyu's, inquired about the INVINCIBLE Guild, a group known for its exceptionally talented members. He had heard of their incredible speed in completing the goblin test. Most members finished in under 3 hours. Kigyu revealed his ambition, to create a guild surpassing even the INVINCIBLE Guild. He stressed the importance of recruiting talented players, especially those with unique abilities, like himself. The young man listened intently, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. Kigyu expressed his hope that his friend would continue to push his limits, anticipating their reunion within the tower. Kim Kigyu's mentor concluded their training session with a simple statement. "I think I've rambled on a bit too long." He then proposed, "Shall we start your first time?" The scene shifted to a clearing in a forest. Kigyu, clad in simple orange, stood opposite a hulking goblin wielding an axe, while a second, more subtly dressed figure observed from a distance. The goblin, anticipating the fight, snarled instructions, "Put some strength into your hips and legs." Kigyu, heeding his mentor's advice, focused intently on the goblin's movements. "Follow the goblin's axe with your eyes," his mentor urged. The goblin swung its axe with surprising speed and power. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the ground. Kigyu's expression hardened. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he silently vowed, "I'm going to change my life." 5 years passed. The scene transitioned to a sun-dappled forest path. Kigyu, now older and more weathered, walked along the path, his sword at his side. Another figure, clad in heavier armor, followed behind him. A sword flashed, a blur of steel against the twilight. The air vibrated with the force of the blow. The impact sent a hulking goblin sprawling, its features contorted in a silent scream. Below, a man with spectacles and a neatly trimmed mustache watched with keen interest. Moments later, another figure, clad in simple armor, approached, apologizing for his tardiness. He explained that he had been watching something. The sword wielder, however, was not so fortunate in his next encounter. He found himself on the receiving end of a brutal counterattack. He staggered back, eyes wide with shock and pain as the blow landed. Grimacing, he braced himself against the impact, his teeth gritted in determination. He collapsed, gasping for breath, his sword lying discarded beside him. The armored man commented on the sword wielder's exhaustion, wondering if he was attempting the infamous goblin challenge. The sword wielder, still catching his breath, muttered about his status window. Kim Kigyu, slumped against a wall, let out a frustrated groan. "Damn it," he muttered, the words laced with years of bitter disappointment. He recounted his story to a sympathetic listener, his face etched with worry. The other man listened patiently, offering a consoling expression. Kigyu continued, "I was invited to the tower at 18. I even got a unique ability, what people call the privilege of a chosen one. But even after 5 years, it takes me a whole hour to kill a goblin." His listener shook his head, a mixture of pity and disbelief in his eyes. Who would have thought there would be this kind of player? He wondered aloud, as Kigyu's player profile appeared. Kim Giju, level 1. Unique ability? The reason for his struggles became painfully clear. He was still level 1. The battle raged. A goblin, its skin the sickly green of decay, lunged forward, its crude weapon a blur. A crimson energy blade sliced through the air, meeting the goblin's attack with a resounding clash. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, deftly parried the blow, his movements precise and economical. He was a level 1 player, but his skill belied his rank. He let out a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from his brow. The fight, though short, had been intense. His companions, a diverse group of players, gathered around him. "Good work, everyone," one of them said, addressing Kigyu as guiding him. The others echoed their approval. The players discussed their progress. One excitedly exclaimed about leveling up, noting how easy the goblins were to defeat. Another explained that leveling up is faster in the early stages. They made plans to ascend to the second floor the following morning. Kigyu, along with his team, prepared for their next challenge, a quiet determination etched on his face. Kim Kigyu walked away from a group of onlookers, his back to them. The observers whispered amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. One of them, tracing a route on a map with a glowing purple crystal, commented on Kigyu's notoriety. Another voiced a question about the nature of Kigyu's fame, prompting a response from the map reader. The map reader, a young man with short brown hair, explained that there were several rumors surrounding Kigyu. He revealed the first rumor. Kigyu was a unique ability holder, a fact that surprised his companion. Kigyu continued walking, seemingly oblivious to the discussion behind him. One of the observers confirmed the rumor. He added another detail. Kigyu was the lowest-ranked player. The other observer expressed surprise at the existence of such a low ranking. The first observer clarified that the ranking system only applied to those with established ranks, and that while everyone tried to keep their rank low, Kigyu's status was undeniable. The whispers started subtly, spreading amongst the players like wildfire. They spoke of a guide, a fixture on the lower floors of the tower, known for an unusual distinction. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood with his back to the viewer, a katana strapped to his back. He was known for his unique predicament. His reputation preceded him, the player that can't level up. Kim Kigyu, the man himself, stood in a secluded grove, the afternoon sun dappling through the leaves. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. This was his sanctuary, a place he sought after completing his daily duties as a guide. A secluded spot, deep within the first floor of the tower, rarely visited by other players. He had discovered it after countless hours exploring the lower levels, more than any other player. His own private refuge. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood in a clearing. His expression was grim, his dark eyes fixed on something unseen. He was hunting. His target, a goblin, appearing only once a day in this secluded spot. Kigyu formulated a plan. He would strike the goblin's vital points before it could react. He believed it would be an easy kill. He moved stealthily, his sword drawn. The goblin, oblivious, remained unaware of the approaching danger. Kigyu closed the distance, his boots making barely a sound on the forest floor. He prepared to strike. His eyes, usually dull, now burned with focus. The goblin finally sensed the threat, its eyes widening in alarm. But Kigyu was faster. With a swift, precise movement, his blade found its mark. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a grotesque, green-skinned humanoid. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, but Kigyu deftly sidestepped, his movements surprisingly agile for someone perpetually stuck at the lowest level. He grunted, the impact jarring his body. The creature's blow sent him reeling, a sharp pain shooting through his side. Kigyu stumbled back, narrowly avoiding another attack. The forest floor was littered with debris from the ongoing fight. He parried a blow with his sword, the clash echoing through the trees. The creature pressed its assault, relentless in its ferocity. With a powerful swing, Kigyu sent the creature flying. He followed up with a swift kick, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. He continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. Each strike was calculated, aimed to exploit the creature's weaknesses. The creature, weakened and disoriented, struggled to defend itself against Kigyu's relentless onslaught. Despite his victory, Kigyu felt a surge of frustration. He muttered, "Damn it," looking towards the distant player association building. He knew this was just another day in his never-ending struggle to level up. He sighed, "It'll be another hard battle today." The crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling metropolis. A colossal tower, piercing the twilight sky, dominated the landscape. At its base, a lone figure, Kim Kigyu, stood, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Kigyu, a level 1 player, trudged through the sterile corridors of the guide department. His meager earnings from selling the goblin's crystal barely covered the cost of his potions. He sighed, the weight of his financial struggles pressing down on him. He let out a weary sigh, muttering to himself about being in debt again. The sound of a door opening startled him. A colleague, Teo, appeared in the doorway. Teo greeted Kigyu with a casual, "Hey, Giju." Kigyu, preparing to leave for the day, simply replied, "Yep." Teo noticed Kigyu was leaving early. Teo questioned if Kigyu was leaving early because he was late, to which Kigyu offered a simple apology. Teo accepted the apology. Kigyu turned to leave. He headed towards the employee break room. Kigyu approached the reception desk, where a man looked up in surprise. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, returned to the guide department. "Oh, you're back," greeted Taeshik, the department head. Taeshik continued, "You know the people you guided today? Teo will be responsible for them from now on." Kigyu reacted with surprise. "What? What?" Taeshik sighed, rubbing his temples. "Things seemed peachy earlier." He explained, "It seems they've heard the rumor." Kigyu muttered to himself, sigh. "Like, what does that have to do with being a guide?" Taeshik responded, "Well, can't be helped. It is true after all." Kigyu listened intently as Taeshik revealed, "Yes, that's right. They've announced that they will conquer the 75th floor, which has been unclearable for a while now. They said that they will have the departing ceremony at the gate in Seoul tomorrow morning." Taeshik continued, "Even though they're normal people who will never come close to the tower, South Korea created a truly amazing hero. It'll be a sight to see. That's because players are sort of idle. A gate can open." Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, sat alone, lost in thought. He silently wished for the success of the Angela's 75th floor raid, a seemingly distant event, yet one that held significant weight for him. The potential to become a player, he mused, was a world not so far removed from his own reality. His gaze drifted, focusing on a reflection in someone's eyes, a fleeting image of a meeting, a story unfolding within the depths of another's vision. The next story, it was announced, would concern the S-rank gate that had recently opened in the United States. A lone figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood silhouetted against a stark, urban backdrop. News spread quickly. The U.S. government was requesting aid from the Korean Association, offering a substantial reward to any players who would assist. This development caused considerable excitement among the player community, particularly given its overlap with a previous declaration made by the INVINCIBLE Guild. Despite being a player himself, Kigyu felt a sense of distance, a disconnect from these high-stakes events. The reality of his situation felt far removed from the excitement and danger of the S-rank gate. Kigyu, however, was not entirely uninvolved. He had been observing the situation, as his colleague pointed out, having witnessed the news of the S-rank gates. He confirmed that he had indeed been watching the unfolding events, a quiet observer in the midst of the growing tension. Later that day, Kigyu received his pay. The simple act of receiving his wages highlighted the stark contrast between his mundane reality and the extraordinary events unfolding elsewhere. His colleague offered a word of comfort, noting that despite Kigyu's cold demeanor, he understood the underlying sorrow and urged against judging him too harshly. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, sat calmly before his superior. He insisted that the previous mishap was not Teo's fault. His superior, a man with a serious demeanor, sighed. He instructed Kigyu to return early the following day, prepare to provide all necessary information to a specific individual. Later, Kigyu worked diligently at his computer. He muttered to himself that the current replacement was insufficient. A notification appeared on his screen. Someone had specifically requested him. The scene shifted to a serene forest. Kim Seonpil, a newcomer, introduced himself and expressed his hope for good treatment. Kim Kigyu, already present, identified himself as Seonpil's guide. He mentioned having heard much about the newcomer from his cousin, Seokwoo. Seonpil politely inquired about Kigyu's relationship with Seokwoo. Kigyu revealed that they were cousins. A flashback showed Seokwoo's face, and Kigyu silently thanked him. Seonpil confirmed Kigyu's leadership role and requested an introduction. Yoon Jaewon, Yoon Sung-woo, and Kim Hanul stood together, exchanging pleasantries. A sense of camaraderie filled the air as they prepared for their upcoming adventure. Their guide, a man whose name was not yet revealed, expressed his pleasure at meeting them. He assured them that they were well aware of the task ahead, as they had requested it themselves. He explained that their training would be intense, aiming for completion within 5 days. The guide, assuming their preparedness, stated he would explain the remaining details along the way. As the sun began to set, the group decided to set up camp and prepare for the night. Kim Hanul offered assistance to her companions with setting up their tents, but they declined, stating they were managing well. Meanwhile, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, prompting exclamations of surprise and admiration from the others. They questioned the guide's culinary skills. The guide, pleased with the reaction, invited everyone to sit down as the meal was almost ready. Yoon Jaewon, intrigued, asked about the persistent rumor that the guide's level never increased. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a warm smile, held a large, flat serving utensil. He addressed a group of fellow players, his tone reassuring. "It's true. Feel free to ask me anything you're curious about." One of the players, visibly apologetic, mumbled a quiet, "I'm sorry," while another chuckled nervously. The scene shifted to a hearty stew bubbling in a large pot. Kigyu, now stirring the pot with a ladle, asked, "What did you guys think about the hunt today?" One of the players, a woman with reddish-brown hair, replied, "Though I was slightly injured, it wasn't as hard as I expected." Another player added, You healed back up with a potion, though. The conversation turned to the relative ease of their goblin hunt on the first floor of the tower. They noted the goblins' crude weapons and movements. Kigyu continued, offering words of encouragement. As long as you don't let your guard down, and you work hard on leveling up, you guys will do great. He added a crucial caveat. As long as you don't meet a guardian. One of the players questioned, a guardian? Kigyu explained that while they rarely appear, guardians are powerful deities protecting each floor. He described the guardians as boss monsters, requiring large parties or guilds to defeat. They are powerful gatekeepers, offering significant experience and loot, but posing a considerable threat. Kigyu emphasized the guardians' danger, noting that even high-ranking players hesitate to face them alone, except on lower floors where the challenge is less severe. Kigyu chuckled, reassuring his companions. You don't have to worry about it too much. We keep track of their respawn timers. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest. Two figures, their voices barely audible above the rustling leaves, discussed the challenges of guarding the lower floors of the tower. One explained that specialized guilds hunted the creatures that roamed these areas, making it easier to subdue them. Despite this, they acknowledged that encounters with these creatures were rare. The conversation shifted to the tower's fourth floor, specifically the border between the forest and the desert, a place known for its difficulty. Suddenly, a hulking figure burst from the trees, his powerful muscles rippling as he ran. He was clearly a formidable opponent. His pursuit was swift and brutal, ending with a swift, decisive blow to his target. The impact sent the victim sprawling, their body crumpling under the force of the attack. The scene was one of raw power and sudden violence. Moments later, a different scene unfolded. A large, imposing figure stood over the fallen foe, his expression one of grim satisfaction. The sounds of labored breathing and a guttural chuckle filled the air. The defeated creature's face was contorted in a grimace of pain and fear, his eyes wide with terror. His body trembled, his strength clearly spent. A sudden, violent eruption of dark energy engulfed the fallen creature. The scene was filled with the chaotic energy of death. The creature's body was utterly destroyed, leaving behind only remnants of its former self. The sounds of crushing bone and tearing flesh echoed in the silence. The sounds of crunching bone and tearing flesh echoed through the night, carried on the wind. Silhouetted against the full moon, a monstrous figure emerged from the darkness. Its grotesque features were partially obscured by shadow, but the glint of a single, malevolent eye was clearly visible. The creature's massive arm, adorned with tribal markings, came into full view. Its musculature was inhuman, its strength palpable even from a distance. Day 2 of the tutorial. The scene unfolds on the second floor of the tower, a moonlit forest. A lone orc stands guard, silhouetted against the night sky. A foreboding note hangs in the air. The orcs were waiting. Kigyu and his companions faced a band of orcs. Their size was intimidating, but the orcs proved slower than goblins, making the encounter manageable. Day 3, third floor. A small group of goblins ambushed Kigyu's party. Their guide, however, cleverly used a single stone to incite infighting amongst the goblins, turning the tide of the battle. His cunning was praised as a masterpiece of strategy. Kigyu reflected on the events, understanding why Sukwu had recommended their guide so highly. The guide had chosen only the safest routes for them. Later that evening, at their campsite, one of Kigyu's companions asked him what he was doing. Kigyu, writing in his diary, explained that he'd been keeping a daily record of his experiences. He mused about potentially writing an autobiography if he ever achieved ranker status. His companions found the idea amusing, but not entirely implausible. As the conversation continued, they discussed the upcoming fifth-floor test, scheduled for the following day. Kigyu expressed his eagerness to advance and obtain a class. A young woman, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel, smiled expectantly. She wondered aloud what class she would receive. Nearby, a young man, mid-toothbrushing, mumbled his agreement, barely audible above the sounds of water. Their laughter echoed as they sat by a crackling campfire, the flames dancing in the twilight. One of them, a young man with dark hair, stared intently into the flames, lost in thought. His expression was unreadable. He looked up at the night sky, a crescent moon hanging low amidst the clouds. A single thought pierced his mind, the fifth floor. The next day dawned, and the young man was informed that the fourth floor held orc and goblin hordes, stronger and faster than before, but ultimately similar to the previous day's encounters. He let out a battle cry, preparing for another day of fighting. The young man engaged an orc in fierce combat, his movements swift and precise. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate struggle. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous, attacked him and his companions. One of Kigyu's fellow guides, a woman with fiery red hair, fought bravely, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. Kigyu, despite his low level, displayed surprising resilience, dodging blows and narrowly avoiding fatal injuries. He was clearly outmatched, but his determination was evident. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered his options. His eyes narrowed, a spark of insight igniting within him. The battle concluded abruptly. Kigyu, bruised but alive, stood amidst the aftermath, surveying the scene. He was alone, his companions nowhere in sight. In the distance, a large dust cloud billowed, a sign of something significant. A group of figures, both human and monstrous, were engaged in a fierce conflict. Among them, Kigyu recognized the red-haired guide from earlier, fighting valiantly. The conflict intensified. The red-haired guide and her allies fought desperately against overwhelming odds. The dust cloud obscured much of the battle, but the sounds of clashing steel and pained cries were audible. Kigyu's gaze was drawn to the dust cloud. He recognized it as an unusual phenomenon. A thought occurred to him. A dust cloud? But Guardian isn't supposed to spawn today. He gripped his sword, a sense of unease washing over him. Whatever it is, that's not a good sign. The situation had become critical. A large, monstrous creature emerged from the dust cloud, its presence immediately threatening. Kigyu's companion shouted, "Everyone, we need to run, quickly." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, ran. His breath hitched in his chest, a stark contrast to the furious pace of his flight. He reflected on his years guiding others through the lower levels. There was something he'd learned, something beyond the game's mechanics. The real world, he realized, wasn't a game at all. Kigyu struggled, his fingers fumbling with a worn pack. Suddenly, a brutal blow sent him sprawling. He cried out in pain as a monstrous figure loomed over him. A hulking orc, wielding a crude club, roared its challenge. Another player, J1, was already engaged in desperate combat. Kigyu, despite his low level, felt a surge of determination. He drew his sword, its blade flashing as he intervened, slicing through the orc's attack. J1, wounded but alive, watched in astonishment as Kigyu fought with unexpected skill. The orc's attack was deflected, and the creature fell. Kim Kigyu cursed under his breath, his frustration palpable. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the lower floors of the tower. He knew the dangers all too well. A grim realization washed over him. Even a minor misstep in this treacherous landscape could mean annihilation for an entire party. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. Despite the ever-present threat, Kigyu pressed onward, his resolve hardening. He had to keep moving. There was no other choice. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shattered the relative quiet. The ground trembled beneath his feet. A wave of dread washed over Kigyu. He sensed something truly terrifying was about to appear. From the dust and smoke, a hulking figure emerged, radiating an aura of immense power. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity. The creature was immense, a towering monstrosity accompanied by several smaller, equally menacing figures. This was no ordinary encounter. Kigyu's eyes widened in recognition. He knew what he was facing, a guardian, a powerful entity guarding a particularly dangerous gate. He clicked his tongue, a sound of both annoyance and grim determination. He was outmatched, but he wouldn't back down. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood defiant. His voice, strained but resolute, boomed across the desolate landscape. "Everyone!" A wave of energy pulsed outwards from him, a visible shockwave rippling through the air. His warning was immediate and urgent. "Get ready to run." The force of the blast sent debris flying, a chaotic maelstrom of dust and shattered earth. A swift, precise movement followed the explosion. Something was hurtling towards them. 2 figures, their faces etched with fear, scrambled away from the epicenter of the blast. One, visibly injured, stumbled as the other desperately tried to pull him along. The injured man coughed, his breath ragged. He clutched aside, pain evident in his every movement. Above them, a smoke canister arced through the air, a dark green cylinder trailing a plume of white smoke. The smoke spread rapidly, obscuring their vision. Through the swirling chaos, a desperate plea cut through the air. "Hurry!" A desperate flight unfolded across the desolate landscape. For figures, their faces etched with fear and exertion, scrambled through the debris-strewn ground, pursued by unseen forces. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair, stumbled, her breath ragged. The group's leader, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, urged them onward. "Just follow me," he shouted, his voice strained but resolute, as he glanced back at the pursuing threat. He knew of a place to hide, a momentary respite from their pursuers. Leading them through a dense thicket, the group arrived at the mouth of a dark cave, nestled within a rocky outcrop. Gasping for breath, the group collapsed within the cave's dim light. The woman lay on the ground, exhausted, while the others struggled to catch their breath. The young man, still supporting one of his companions, spoke in a low voice. "Now?" he questioned, his gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the cave's entrance. It looked like a giant orc. He continued, his voice laced with uncertainty. "I think it was the guardian of the 4th floor. I don't know why it appeared, but let's observe the situation for now." A sigh of relief escaped him. "Luckily, we have enough rations, so let's patiently wait." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, knelt beside his injured colleague. His friend, Hanul, was in distress. "Guide him," Kigyu's companion exclaimed. "Hanul looks like she's in a bad state." Hanul, her face pale and drawn, coughed weakly. The cause of her suffering was clear: goblin poison. Kigyu's companions offered reassurance. "You don't have to worry too much," one said. "She'll get better as soon as she takes the antidote." Kigyu frantically searched his bag. Where was it? He realized, with a jolt of panic, that he'd left the antidote behind. The rain began to fall as he raced out into the storm. Kigyu berated himself for his carelessness. "I get that we were in a hurry," he thought, "but for me to make such a rookie mistake." He steeled his resolve. "I can't get shaken up now." Back in the cave, Kigyu's companions waited anxiously. He knew he had to act quickly. Kigyu announced his plan. He would go outside and request a rescue. His companions protested. It was far too dangerous. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, muttered to himself. He'd run through the tutorial countless times. His plan was simple: set a flare atop a nearby hill. He tapped a finger against his palm, a subtle gesture betraying his nervousness despite his confident words. Kigyu, hidden behind a rock, observed 2 hulking ogres patrolling the area. One of them grumbled, "That's what I said." He noted their unpredictable movements, a consequence of the Guardian's influence. But the Guardian changed the monster's behavior, he thought, so I can't predict their movements. He considered abandoning his current approach. Give up here and find a different way, he mused. However, a sliver of determination remained. Worst comes to worst, I still have one more smokescreen remaining. Kigyu pressed onward, calculating his remaining time. He estimated reaching his objective within 3 minutes. His plan was to quickly fire the flare and retreat to the cave. He focused on avoiding the Guardian. His thoughts were simple: I just have to avoid the Guardian. But his hopes were dashed as a colossal, enraged Guardian appeared before him. The thought echoed in his mind. Just the Guardian? Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with exertion. He braced himself against the ground as a monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid, but clearly something far more ancient, collapsed behind him, dust and debris billowing around them. The creature's body disintegrated, leaving behind only a faint, ethereal glow that shot upwards, piercing the ceiling of the cavern. Kigyu, still reeling from the encounter, was sent sprawling by a shockwave as more debris rained down around him. He scrambled to his feet, narrowly avoiding being crushed by a falling rock. His breath hitched in his chest. Another monstrous figure, this one a hulking orc, emerged from the dust cloud, its eyes fixed on Kigyu. The orc lunged, its massive fist aimed at the weakened player. Kigyu was thrown back, landing hard on the ground, his vision blurring. The orc, its face contorted in a cruel grin, spoke, "Out of all the possible monsters." Quickly. But Kigyu, despite his injuries, had anticipated this. He had already retrieved his weapon, a strange, almost futuristic pistol, and fired, a blinding flash erupting from the barrel. He muttered, "He won't fall for the same trick twice." Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate situation. He muttered to himself, prioritizing escape. "First, I need to secure as much distance as possible." His resolve was clear, even as he reassured himself, "Stay calm. No one knows this place better than me." Kigyu's eyes narrowed in concentration. A thought struck him. There had to be a way out of this predicament. Before him loomed the entrance to the 5th floor test, a daunting prospect even for seasoned players. He considered a reckless approach. I thought about just saying YOLO and attempting it. But the thought of his family held him back. The image of his loved ones sleeping peacefully in their home stayed in his mind. He couldn't risk his life so carelessly. The grim reality of his situation settled upon him. He knew the risks. For a level 1 like me, only death waits there. Despite his fear, Kigyu found himself drawn to the gate. He questioned his own actions. So why? He approached the ominous gate, his breath heavy. He questioned his decision to come here. The challenge was immense, even for higher-level players. Why did I come here? Even a level 4 struggles with the 5th floor test. He realized his mistake. He had trapped himself. I basically cornered myself. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, attacking him. Kigyu braced himself for the impact, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear. Kigyu, his back bloodied and scarred, stood defiant. Between certain death and an uncertain one, he saw a choice. His face, contorted in a grimace of determination, reflected his inner turmoil. He would discover what lay beyond this seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Before him, a shimmering, ethereal door materialized, pulsating with an otherworldly light. The unsurpassable door. As Kigyu approached, a voice echoed, confirming his entry into the first testing site and verifying his player data. He had met the required condition. The system's verification process began as soon as a new player entered the testing grounds. A digital interface shimmered into existence, its pale blue light illuminating the area. The system quickly identified a unique ability within a player. A figure lay prone on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The system recognized this as fulfilling a necessary condition. Consequently, the difficulty of the test was significantly reduced. The figure stirred, confusion evident on his face as he looked around. A message appeared before him, stark against the grassy landscape. The instruction was simple: kill the goat. The goat, however, seemed oblivious to the impending threat, bleating peacefully. The player, still disoriented, questioned the absurdity of the situation. A goat bleated, its cry echoing in the otherwise silent expanse. The creature was clearly distressed. With a swift, decisive movement, a figure brought down the goat. A message then appeared before them, glowing brightly. The message declared, "You have passed the test." Another followed immediately after. The second message read, "Your class has been selected." A third and final message completed the sequence. The final message proclaimed, "Your hidden ability has been unveiled." A young man, Kim Kigyu, stood over the fallen goat, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflected on his actions. Kigyu questioned the simplicity of the test, wondering if this was truly all there was to it. He had risked his life to face death, only to be rewarded with this? Suddenly, a surge of dark energy enveloped Kigyu. He recoiled in surprise. He gasped, utterly bewildered by the unexpected event. What was happening? The dark energy continued to consume him, pulling him into a vortex of unknown power. He felt as if he was being pulled into another world. A swirling vortex of dark energy pulsed in the void, a chaotic maelstrom of shadow and light. From its depths, a single, sharp point of white light pierced the darkness, growing steadily brighter. A voice, filled with apprehension, echoed through the void. "What are you?" The light intensified, resolving into the wide, startled eyes of a young man. His gaze was filled with confusion and fear. He found himself falling through the darkness, a second, smaller figure beside him. Panic seized him as he wondered, "Where am I?" A child's voice, small and hesitant, broke through the silence. "Are you my master?" The young man, his face etched with frustration, muttered, "Master?" He angrily retorted, "Damn it, a retard that can't even answer my question is my master. What are you talking about?" He sighed. "I waited for so long, yet. Whatever, just give me a name already." He looked up, demanding name. The child's voice responded, "Yeah, name. I'm asking you to link up with me. An ego has requested to link up with you." A surge of energy, a cascade of shimmering light, enveloped Kim Kigyu. A voice, disembodied yet somehow intimate, echoed in his mind. "Will you link up with the ego? Please select a name for the ego." The blurry image resolved into a hospital room. A young woman with dark hair and a taller man in a suit stood anxiously beside a hospital bed. "Gidju, Appa, are you awake?" Kigyu, eyes still heavy with sleep, lay in the bed. He spoke, his voice raspy. I pressed the call button. It had been 2 weeks since Kigyu was found unconscious on the 5th floor of the tower. Later, Kigyu's older brother, Taeshik, explained what happened. Guild players, witnessing a sudden energy flare, discovered a rampaging guardian at the 5th floor's entrance. Despite being cornered, the creature was incredibly powerful. Kim Kigyu, still recovering in his hospital bed, reviewed the reports. The guardian had escaped, but at least Pil and his group were safe. He felt a sense of relief washing over him as he looked at the photos of his rescued friends. Pil, along with his team, stood together, looking relieved but slightly worse for wear. Kigyu smiled, relieved by their safe return. His expression shifted to one of quiet contentment. He was happy. A phone call ended with a simple, reassuring "Yes, Mom." Kigyu was informed that he would be discharged after a few more tests. He received a call from a friend, who urged him to rest and not worry. He reassured his friend, brushing off concerns with a smile. He was a kid, after all, and kids bounce back. His mother's voice cut through the conversation, informing him that insurance covered all hospital bills. Kigyu acknowledged that health should be his priority. His mother then asked if his friend Yunyung was on speakerphone. He confirmed, and his mother spoke directly to Yunyung, instructing her to check up on him and to stay at home. Kigyu promised to contact them upon his discharge. His thoughts drifted to the recent events, specifically the successful clearing of the 5th floor. Looking out the window, Kigyu reflected on how things had turned out better than he expected. Kim Kigyu stared at his phone, a familiar frustration etching itself onto his features. The screen displayed his player profile, stubbornly stuck at level 1. He traced the intricate rings on his finger, a newly acquired artifact pulsing faintly with inner light. This was it, his chance. Kigyu stepped out into the city, the towering structures of the player's tower looming before him. 5 years he'd spent trapped on the lower floors, guiding others. Now he would ascend. A surge of energy erupted nearby, a shimmering portal opening in the forest. A fierce battle raged within, players clashing with swords and magic. A colossal foot descended, crushing several combatants beneath its weight. The scene shifted to a group of onlookers, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and fear. Kigyu and his companions watched from the tree lean, observing the unfolding chaos. He felt a familiar unease. His companions whispered amongst themselves, their voices hushed with apprehension. One of them voiced his concern about the mysterious figure. They approached a newly opened gate, the air thrumming with latent power. Kigyu's companions were clearly nervous. One of them questioned the reason for Kigyu's sudden fame, his curiosity piqued by the whispers surrounding the level 1 player. Kigyu, a young man with a worn backpack, stood before a shimmering, purple-tinged gate. His breath plumed in the frigid air as he reached out a hesitant hand, his knuckles white against the cold, metallic surface. Meanwhile, a short distance away, 2 other figures observed Kigyu from a distance. One, older with silver hair, dismissed the scene with a wave of his hand. "That's old news," he stated, his tone dismissive. The older man's expression was one of amusement, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He seemed unconcerned by Kigyu's actions. The younger of the 2 men, however, voiced a question. "What's she famous for?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Kigyu's retreating form. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the scene shifted. Kigyu moved swiftly through a dark forest, the sound of his boots crunching on the snow and ice the only sound for a moment. He was clearly in a hurry. Suddenly, a horde of goblins emerged from the trees, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. They charged towards him, weapons raised. The goblins attacked with surprising ferocity, their crude weapons striking at Kigyu from all sides. He barely managed to dodge their blows. But then, a surge of energy pulsed from Kigyu's hand, a crimson light illuminating his face. His expression hardened, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. With a newfound power, Kigyu met the goblin onslaught head-on. He moved with speed and precision, his newly awakened abilities allowing him to effortlessly deflect and counter the goblin's attacks. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood poised, a crimson aura crackling around him. His usually placid expression was replaced with grim determination. He gripped his sword, ready. The ground beneath him exploded outward in a violent eruption of earth and dust. From a newly formed crater, a horde of hulking, snarling orcs emerged, their crude weapons raised. Kigyu met their charge head-on, his movements a blur of control power. He deflected a blow, sending one orc sprawling. With a swift, spinning strike, he sent another orc flying, the force of his blow leaving a trail of red energy. He continued his relentless assault, each strike precise and devastating. Orcs fell before him like wheat before a scythe, their roars of defiance quickly silenced. The final orc crumpled, defeated. A wave of exhaustion washed over Kigyu. But even as he gasped for breath, a strange energy pulsed within him, a power he had never felt before. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate struggle. His unique ability, finally unlocked, allowed him to link with the egos of creatures, enhancing his stats. But this newfound power was being tested immediately. He braced himself, the raw energy crackling around him as he prepared to face a horde of grotesque creatures. His movements were sharp, precise, honed by years of experience navigating the tower's lower levels. The battle began with a furious onslaught. Kigyu moved with a speed that belied his low level, his newly empowered sword a blur of motion. He cut through the creatures with ease, each swing imbued with the power of the linked ego. The ground trembled under the force of his attacks. Amidst the chaos, a voice echoed in his mind, a powerful ego asserting itself. It demanded a name, a title to solidify its power. Kigyu felt a surge of power as he considered the ego's request. He needed a name to channel this newfound strength. The ego chose for him, a single word resonating with ancient power, Ru. With the name given, Kigyu's status screen flickered, the levels stubbornly remaining at 1, but the unique ability indicator now glowed brightly, signifying the true extent of his power. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, a silent affirmation. Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up, felt a surge of power. He unleashed it, a crimson torrent slicing through his opponents with effortless grace. The figures, previously menacing, were now scattered, defeated. Kigyu stood amidst the chaos, a smirk playing on his lips. His new power, a connection to an ego, felt exhilarating. His status screen confirmed it. Kigyu, level 1, ego's partner class. His unique ability, Ego Link, allowed him to synchronize with an ego, granting access to its abilities. The screen displayed Ru's stats, level 7, high strength and dexterity, but low constitution and magic. Her skill was Accessorify. As Kigyu linked with Ru, her level increased. Then it increased again. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, stared at the pile of purple crystals overflowing from his jacket. He reflected on his recent change in fortune. Just yesterday, the mere sight of a single orc had filled him with terror. Now, he was meticulously collecting these magical gems. Kigyu knelt on the desolate, gray landscape, continuing his task. The wind whistled through the barren trees, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. He held up a particularly large crystal, its facets catching the dim light. He addressed an unseen companion. "Isn't that right, Ru?" 1 month prior, Kigyu was seen venturing into a lush forest, his backpack slung over his shoulder. A futuristic interface flickered briefly into view, hinting at the advanced technology interwoven into this world. The interface displayed Kigyu's profile. Name, Kim Kigyu. Class, Ego's partner. Unique ability. Link, allowing him to become one with his ego after linking up, enabling him to use its abilities. A look of dawning realization crossed his face. So it wasn't a dream. Suddenly, a young woman with dark hair appeared, her expression a mixture of shock and amusement. I'm glad I came to the tower as soon as I was discharged. What? You were just on your deathbed. You want to go where? I'll probably get scolded by Yujung when I get home. Kim Kigyu, a player who had remained stubbornly at level 1 for 5 years, clenched his fist. His status window, stagnant for so long, had finally changed. He wondered aloud how to link up with this so-called ego, a new element that had appeared in his status. Kigyu pondered the implications of this development, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He had a hunch. With a surge of determination, Kigyu focused his intent, preparing to test his theory. He stomped his foot, a visible surge of energy emanating from him. Kigyu's eyes narrowed in concentration as he mentally commanded the link. A powerful energy erupted from Kigyu as he attempted the link, a dramatic display of newfound power. The scene shifted. Kigyu found himself in a forest clearing, facing a large, colorful parrot perched on a rock face. The parrot seemed to react to Kigyu's presence, and Kigyu, kneeling, noted his shoelaces were undone. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat in a secluded area, breathless with excitement. He'd finally discovered his unique ability, linking with egos to enhance his stats. His relief was palpable. He muttered to himself about his embarrassment at his overreaction. Kigyu's excitement quickly turned to confusion. He wondered aloud how he was supposed to use this newfound power, even going so far as to name the ego Ru, a name he felt was rather insulting for such a mysterious entity. Suddenly, a message appeared. The ephemeral ego, Ru, had been summoned. Kigyu watched, surprised, as Ru manifested. He realized that Ru didn't yet have a set appearance. A further explanation appeared. Due to Kigyu's lack of ability, Ru's appearance would be randomly selected, and to create a physical form, it would absorb materials at its own discretion. Kigyu questioned this process, uncertain of what it meant. He wondered what Ru was talking about, as a strange energy began to swirl around him. The energy intensified, engulfing Kigyu. Kigyu was thrown back by the force of the energy, exclaiming in surprise. He realized, with horror, that Ru was absorbing materials from his surroundings, including his incredibly expensive 5 million won worth of equipment. He shouted in protest. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, found himself in a desperate situation. A powerful force, a swirling vortex of energy, threatened to consume him. He struggled against the overwhelming power, his face contorted in a silent scream. Wait, he managed to gasp, his voice lost in the maelstrom. The force intensified, pulling him further into its chaotic embrace. No, he cried out, his pleas swallowed by the relentless energy. Kigyu felt himself being torn apart, the world around him dissolving into a blur of light and shadow. He was falling, helpless, his body racked with pain. Please, at least spare me this, he begged, his voice a mere whisper against the storm. His desperate plea echoed in the void, a futile attempt to halt his descent into oblivion. He landed hard on the ground, his body bruised and battered. A large, pulsating orb hovered above him. Is it over? He wondered, his voice barely a breath. The orb pulsed, its iridescent surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. It seemed to be the source of the chaotic energy that had nearly destroyed him. A surge of pink energy erupted from the orb, bathing Kigyu in its radiant glow. A colossal chasm ripped open the earth, radiating an ominous crimson glow from its depths. From the darkness above, 2 magnificent wings, patterned like a macaw's, descended. The wings continued their descent, shedding vibrant blue feathers as they fell. Kim Kigyu landed hard, his body hitting the ground with a thud. He clutched his head, groaning in pain. His eyes snapped open, widening in surprise as he registered his surroundings. Nearby, a sword of obsidian and crimson, pulsating with a dark energy, lay embedded in the earth. Kigyu sat up, his gaze fixed on the mysterious weapon. He was shirtless, wearing only his underwear. He found a tattered blanket nearby and draped it over himself. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. He addressed the sword, his voice laced with disbelief. You're telling me, Yuru? The sword seemed to respond, its dark energy flickering. That's what I'm telling you. Can you stop making me repeat myself? Are you a retard? Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and weary eyes, rested his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, patience. A sudden, almost comical clearing of the throat interrupted his contemplation. 2 small birds perched on a branch, chirping inquisitively. One of them seemed to ask, anyway, what is an ego? Kigyu, still seated on the ground, pondered the question. He mused aloud. Is it like a soul? A gruff voice, seemingly emanating from his sword, retorted. Humph. It's not a soul. Then what? The voice, clearly annoyed, continued. I don't know, man. Anyway, can you please stop fondling my body? Kigyu's face contorted in anger. He spat out. You fucking pervert. The scene shifted. Kigyu sat alone, his sword planted in the ground beside him. A concerned voice asked Ru, are you able to move by yourself? Kigyu replied, I can't yet, but I'll probably be able to later. What about breaking the link and changing masters? The sword's voice responded definitively. That authority is exclusive to the master. It's impossible for an ego to do so. Kigyu nodded, accepting the information. Oh, okay, next question. When you're able to move on your own, will you be able to? The imposing figure of a dark sword dominated the scene, its obsidian blade reflecting a malevolent red eye. A voice, cold and measured, echoed through the air. Attacking you is possible. However, if you die, any ego linked to you also perishes. So realistically, it isn't feasible. A man with dark hair, his expression unreadable, responded, Is that so? Then this is my final question. Are you able to feel pain? He continued, I am a great ego. Not only emotions, but as long as you said it, all senses are. A digital interface appeared, displaying the question. Will you turn on Ru's sense of pain? The man's hand clenched a dark stone. He declared, Manner. The interface flashed with updates. Ru absorbed the orc's blood. Ru gained experience. Ru divided up. Ru's stats increased. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, reflected on his past. He thought about how he'd used his unique ability to rebel against his master, a memory that still made his blood boil. His master's words echoed in his mind. You miss it, right? Kigyu looked at the ring on his finger, a symbol of his connection to his ego, and a smile spread across his face. He felt immense happiness at having such a powerful master. He then turned his attention to his backpack, packed and ready for their next adventure. Well, the bag's full. Let's actually go down today, he declared. His ego expressed excitement at the prospect of venturing outside the tower again after a long time. Kigyu agreed, suggesting they explore a gate instead of the usual tower floors. Suddenly, a warning came, don't enter a gate for a while. Kigyu, surprised, asked why. The explanation followed. 4 high-ranking players had recently perished at American Gate. Furthermore, many unusual gates with strange layouts were appearing lately, a phenomenon unseen for 23 years. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a contemplative expression, sat nursing a drink. He was recalling a recent event, a meeting that had taken place a month prior. Kigyu continued to reflect on his encounter with Ru. He dismissed a thought, muttering to himself that there was no way around it. His companion, a man named Hyung, spoke, acknowledging Kigyu's excitement about finally being able to use his unique ability. Hyung advised patience and caution, suggesting it was best to proceed carefully during these turbulent times. Kigyu agreed, expressing his understanding. Hyung warned Kigyu once more against reckless behavior, reminding him of a previous conversation. Outside, Kigyu walked away, the narration highlighting the greater potential for profit in exploring the gates compared to the tower, promising higher purity crystals, special items, and bountiful rewards. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone. Kigyu's internal monologue revealed his apprehension. Despite the potential rewards, he was still struggling to progress beyond level 1. He scrolled through various job postings on his phone, noting the scarcity of high-level gate opportunities and the desperate need for damage dealers. Despite the risks, he wondered what could possibly go wrong. Kim Kigyu's fingers hovered over his phone screen. The words Gyuri City Player Hunt, #Dealers Welcome glowed invitingly. He tapped the screen, the number 010 XXX appearing, a silent promise of adventure. A call was initiated. The name Dan Wu appeared on the screen, a familiar contact. Kigyu felt a familiar mix of anticipation and trepidation. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a serious expression, stood outside a coffee shop. Inside, other patrons went about their day, oblivious to the weight of Kigyu's 5-year struggle. He entered the coffee shop and was greeted by Ha Sung-soo, the party leader, who extended a hand in greeting. Sung-soo introduced himself, his tone businesslike. Kigyu, in turn, introduced himself, reminding Sung-soo of their prior phone conversation. The air crackled with unspoken anticipation. Sung-soo inquired about this being Kigyu's first gate hunt, to which Kigyu confirmed, adding that he had thoroughly prepared himself by studying raid tactics. Sung-soo presented Kigyu with a contract, explaining that it covered standard clauses regarding profit division, contract violations, and fines. Further details of the contract were discussed, including the method of equipment division, dice roll, and the meeting point and time, Gyuri Station, the day after tomorrow, at 2 p.m. As they finalized the arrangements, Sung-soo emphasized the importance of punctuality, leaving no room for lateness. Gates in this realm are categorized into 2 main types: one-off gates that vanish after completion, and perpetual gates that remain open, allowing for repeated entry. While perpetual gates offer fewer rewards than their counterparts, they present less risk due to established raid tactics. This explains their popularity among players. A team leader addressed his group. All right, equipment checks complete. Let's move. The team, a mix of figures in varying attire, proceeded down a stone corridor. They stood before a gate, their silhouettes stark against the flickering torchlight. The group consisted of a ranged attacker, a swordsman, another swordsman, and a heavily armored warrior. One of the swordsmen, a young man with dark hair, narrowed his eyes and thought. He observed his companions, a sense of unease settling upon him. Everyone seems unfamiliar with each other. The young swordsman voiced his suspicions. Were they all gathered from the recruitment ad? Those two seemed to know each other, though. The archer, seemingly oblivious to the tension, looked around, a slight frown on his face. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, led a group of adventurers through a dimly lit corridor. His companions, a shield-bearing warrior named Roger and 2 others, exchanged worried glances as they proceeded. A sudden, unsettling silence fell. The air grew heavy with anticipation. From shadows ahead, a chilling sound echoed, a guttural groan that sent shivers down their spines. Then, a horde of grotesque, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light. They were numerous, their movements jerky and aggressive. The creatures lunged at the adventurers, their guttural cries filling the corridor. Panic threatened to overwhelm them. Kigyu, his face grim, shouted a command to Roger. Roger, heeding Kigyu's warning, braced himself, his shield raised high. The other adventurers joined the defense, swords drawn. The force of the initial attack was immense. One of the shadowy figures struck Roger's shield with surprising force. Another adventurer, identified only as Dealer, launched a desperate attack, aiming to eliminate the entire horde. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with practiced efficiency. His sword flashed, cleaving through the ranks of undead. These weren't merely animated corpses. They possessed unnatural strength and resilience. One particularly robust creature roared, its eyes burning with an unnatural red light as Kigyu's blade connected. The impact sent a shock wave through the creature, but it remained standing, its rage undiminished. Kigyu, momentarily surprised by their resilience, parried a blow from another undead assailant. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of these surprisingly durable foes. He continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. Each strike aimed to exploit a weakness in their decaying forms. But even as he fought, a growing unease settled over him. A sudden, powerful force slammed into him, sending him reeling. He barely registered the blow before a wave of darkness engulfed him. The darkness pulsed with raw power, and Kigyu found himself surrounded by a chaotic maelstrom of energy and decaying flesh. He fought desperately, his sword a blur against the relentless onslaught. He managed to break free from the immediate threat, but the battle had taken its toll. The wall behind him was riddled with holes from the impact of the creature's attacks. Another undead creature lunged at a nearby player, its jaws snapping shut. Kigyu, despite his exhaustion, reacted instantly, intervening to save his fellow player. Dust and debris filled the air as Kim Kigyu, a young man with brown hair and a determined expression, adjusted his shoulder guard. Beside him, a woman with auburn hair, partially concealed by a dark hood, watched with a concerned look. The aftermath of a fierce battle was evident. The scene shifted to a stone chamber. Kigyu and 3 other adventurers sat resting, their breaths ragged. One of them, a blond man with a shield, expressed his gratitude. "I think we'll clear this pretty fast thanks to you." The adventurers continued their conversation. One of them, a man with gray hair, questioned Kigyu's level, noting how easily they had overcome the challenges. Kigyu modestly attributed his success to luck, but the others disagreed, praising his crucial role in defeating a mid-boss. A flashback showed Kigyu's decisive action against the mid-boss, highlighting his unexpected strength. The blond man extended an invitation to Kigyu, suggesting he join their party for future raids once the current gate was cleared. Kigyu chuckled at the offer. A close-up on Kigyu revealed a subtle smile, indicating his acceptance of the invitation. Kigyu and the auburn-haired woman stood together, seemingly discussing their next move. The blond man and the gray-haired man were also visible in the background. The blond man reiterated his earlier sentiment, emphasizing the ease of their current task thanks to Kigyu's contributions. Kigyu, though modest, agreed that things were going smoothly. Kigyu addressed his companions, signaling their readiness to proceed. The auburn-haired woman stood beside him, her expression unreadable. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a stone wall, his dark greatsword resting at his side. He addressed his companion, Ru, a question hanging in the air. "Are you ready?" His companion, Ru, remained silent, but another player, a blond man with a shield, spoke up, reassuringly. "We're at the boss room now, so just be patient." The blond man and his second, darker-haired companion exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions hinting at shared secret. Their smiles widened, a subtle shift in their demeanor suggesting anticipation. The group entered a dark, dungeon-like chamber. A low murmur escaped Kigyu's lips. Before them loomed a massive, imposing gate barred by thick iron bars. One of the players breathed out in awe. Wow. Kigyu's gaze fell upon the bars, a question forming in his mind. Are these giant bars here to keep the boss monster in? Another player, seemingly the leader, stepped forward. He announced his intentions. Okay then, I'll start explaining the tactics for defeating the gatekeeper, Talent. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, frowned. He muttered the word ghoul under his breath, a clear sign of his unease, before adding, more forcefully, hey, come on. His companions, clearly impatient, pressed him. One, a blond man in armor, exclaimed, gate without at least looking that up. Kigyu, however, remained firm. He insisted, even if you already know it, listen. Inside a gate, one person's mistake can endanger the entire group. The blond man scoffed, "Tisif so annoying." A woman with fiery red hair and intense eyes glared at Kigyu, her expression conveying a mixture of annoyance and barely suppressed anger. The tension hung heavy in the air as the group proceeded. Silence followed the woman's glare, broken only by shared, unspoken apprehension. Kigyu, sensing the need to regain control, stated, then I'll start explaining again. The others, clearly skeptical, exchanged questioning glances. Kigyu relayed his plan. When we first enter the boss room by melting the steel bars, Talon will be sitting down, facing away from us. As the group approached the boss room, Kigyu whispered, he's much bigger than I anticipated. A hush fell over the party as they prepared for the encounter. A gloved hand carefully knocked an arrow, a low murmur escaping its owner. We're starting. The arrow, imbued with a strange energy, flew towards a dark, stone corridor. 3 figures stood braced within a cage-like structure, awaiting its impact. The arrow struck, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that sliced through the air, dividing the corridor. The intense light momentarily blinded all those present before fading, leaving behind only the lingering energy of the strike. A voice, laced with anticipation, commented, that'll make Talon furious, and swing his fists around. Talon, a hulking figure with glowing red eyes, emerged from the light's aftermath, enraged. He roared in fury, his rage palpable. Another voice warned, you'll have to block that, Song Byung-hoon SSI. Song Byung-hoon, the tank, braced himself as Talon launched a devastating attack. A monstrous creature, wings tattered and broken, plummeted from the sky, letting out a deafening cry of pain. Its fall was punctuated by the sound of tearing fabric and bone. Meanwhile, a figure in dark clothing observed the scene, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, that's when a melee damage dealer should inflict as much damage as possible. The creature impacted the ground with a bone-jarring thud, its body convulsing violently. A pained groan echoed through the air. 2 figures, one in a white coat and the other in dark attire, moved to engage the wounded beast. One of them, the one in dark clothing, launched a swift attack, while the other braced himself for the creature's counterattack. The creature's face, now clearly visible, was a horrifying mask of bone and shadow, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A voice, calm yet urgent, cut through the chaos. The most important moment will be when it huddles up to change phases. As predicted, the creature began to shrink and curl in on itself, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. One of the figures, addressing the other, shouted, Giju SSI. Now, Talon's defense will increase 3-fold, so normal attacks will start having no effect. He continued, but with your attack damage, you should be able to at least. Kim Kigyu plummeted through the air, the ground rushing towards him. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the treacherous lower floors of the tower. But today, something felt different. He braced for impact, his body tensing in anticipation. The force of the fall was immense, but he somehow managed to absorb the blow. A surge of energy coursed through him. A voice, cold and clinical, echoed in his mind. The synchronization rate with Ru increased. You're able to use Ru's powers more effectively. Kigyu blinked, utterly bewildered. He thought, his mind reeling from the sudden influx of power. With newfound strength, he sprang to his feet, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He moved with a speed he'd never known before, a blur of motion. His opponent, the gatekeeper Talon, barely registered his approach before Kigyu struck. Another message followed. You killed the gatekeeper in 1 hit. You gained EXP. You gained extra EXP. Kigyu felt a strange sensation, a tingling in his veins. He looked down at his hands, his expression one of dawning comprehension. Finally, a new skill unlocked. You obtained the skill Cannibalism. A stark, digital message appeared. Cannibalism. You can recover health by feasting on corpses. The scene opens on a dimly lit stone corridor, the air thick with dust motes dancing in the faint light filtering from unseen sources. A heavy, metallic clang echoes through the space. In the center of the corridor lies a large, muscular figure, clad in dark, tattered armor. He's clearly injured, groaning in pain. A young man rushes towards him, his voice filled with alarm. 2 other figures approach, their expressions a mixture of excitement and concern. One, a powerfully built man with blonde hair, embraces the young man, while the other, leaner and more reserved, observes from a distance. They are eager to learn more about the fallen warrior. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a bow slung across his back approaches cautiously, accompanied by a woman with fiery red hair, partially concealed by a dark hood. He announces that the fallen warrior dropped a powerful artifact. The group gathers, their attention focused on the fallen warrior and the legendary dagger. According to their contract, they will determine ownership through a dice roll. The blonde man suggests that the young man, Kigyu, should claim the dagger, given his significant contribution to the battle. Kigyu hesitates, unsure of himself. The blonde man, whose name is revealed to be Dio, explains his plan to pressure Kigyu into accepting the dagger, emphasizing Kigyu's crucial role in their victory. The chapter title card appears, confirming the ongoing narrative. Kigyu knelt on the cold stone, his dark eyes fixed on the ground. A plan was forming in the minds of those around him. They believed that by taking a certain action, Kigyu would be forced to acknowledge their presence. It was a calculated risk, a gamble for mutual benefit. Their confidence was palpable. Meanwhile, a man with short, gray hair observed the scene from a distance. He had become adept at reading people, and he suspected something was amiss. He recognized dealer Choi Dio, tank Song Byung-hoon, and two others, party leader Ha Sung-soo and a mysterious woman. He had his suspicions, but the true extent of their scheme was a surprise. The group gathered around Kigyu, their intentions hidden. One of them asked if everyone was ready to proceed. The observer noted their secretive behavior, sensing a significant hidden agenda. Another member of the group, a young man with a quiver of arrows, prepared to roll the dice, seemingly initiating the next phase of their plan. The observer and his companion watched intently as the situation unfolded. Their expressions reflected a mixture of concern and anticipation. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupted in a violent explosion of dust and debris. A hand reached out, gripping a sword, ready for battle. A powerful blow landed, the force of it sending tremors through the very air. The attacker, a figure of imposing strength with blonde hair and a determined expression, unleashed a devastating strike. His target, a young man with dark hair, barely managed to deflect the attack, his face etched with worry. The blonde man pressed his advantage, his movements swift and brutal. Suddenly, a third combatant appeared, intercepting the blonde man's attack. This newcomer, clad in dark clothing, moved with an unnerving speed and precision. The fight continued, a whirlwind of motion and clashing steel. The dark-clad figure sent the blonde man sprawling with a powerful kick. He landed hard, the impact jarring. The dark-clad figure pressed his attack, delivering a series of blows that left the blonde man gasping for air. The young man, still recovering from his earlier near miss, weakly asked the dark-clad figure, "Jivasai, weren't you on board with our plan?" The dark-clad figure, identified as Giju, responded that he might die if he made the wrong move. He then urgently called out to his companion, Dio, to do something. Dio, however, looked utterly panicked and speechless. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, narrowly escaped death. His attacker, seemingly unfazed by the near miss, dismissed the incident as a prank. Kigyu's eyes, wide with a dawning realization, reflected the gravity of the situation. The attacker, a woman with crimson eyes and a hooded cloak, materialized from the shadows, her expression cold and menacing. Kigyu noted the unsettling speed and precision of the attack. He hadn't even seen her draw her dagger. He recognized the danger. This was no ordinary combatant. His thoughts turned to the attacker's uncanny abilities. The scene shifted to reveal another player, a man with a bow and arrow, standing calmly amidst the tension. The archer's unflinching gaze, even when Kigyu's sword was pointed at his throat, spoke volumes about his composure. The archer, in turn, posed a question to Kigyu, mirroring Kigyu's own unspoken query. Kigyu, having subdued his initial attackers, turned his attention to the archer, questioning his intentions regarding the incapacitated foes. A tense scene unfolded. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, found himself on the ground, clutching his side. Across from him, a man in a white coat, his face etched with fear, stammered, "I only did it because he said he'd give me money if I followed his orders. I didn't think he'd try to stab him. I swear." A new figure entered the scene, a young man with brown hair and a quiver of arrows slung across his back. He addressed Kigyu with a questioning tone, "Why are you asking me?" The archer pondered the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be considering the implications of the events that had just transpired. The archer spoke again, this time addressing a new arrival. Harem, a woman with long, dark red hair, emerged from the shadows, her presence marked by a dark, swirling aura. Her eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. Kigyu's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Harem's sudden appearance and the power she exuded. Harem moved with surprising speed, launching herself towards the injured man. The scene became a blur of motion as she engaged him in a fierce confrontation. The man in the white coat was thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a thud. Harem stood over him, her dark aura still swirling. Kigyu, watching from a distance, observed the scene with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He muttered to himself, She really is a dangerous woman. Kim Kigyu's eyes, sharp and focused, narrowed. His gaze held a mixture of surprise and grim determination. His opponent, a blond man in worn leather armor, lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. A spray of dust and debris marked the spot where Kigyu's attack had landed. Kigyu stared at his hands, a look of disbelief slowly giving way to dawning comprehension. He muttered to himself, "Huh? It actually worked?" He retrieved a small, ornate dagger from the fallen man. A second figure, a young man with a bow and quiver of arrows, watched from a distance. Kigyu addressed the archer. "And why is that a bit too much? After all, considering I just saved your life, I think I at least deserve this." The archer, Song-Soo, responded, "Isn't an item of this grade worth basically nothing to someone as skilled as you, huh?" Kigyu's expression turned thoughtful. He was clearly considering Song-Soo's words. Kigyu then asked Song-Soo, "Do you know who I am?" He continued, explaining that with a bodyguard like the woman standing silently behind Song-Soo, he was clearly not a nobody. However, he stated he had no interest in either of them and no intention of investigating or talking about them. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, addressed his companions. He insisted on hunting a bit longer before departing, his words betraying a hint of impatience. A warning echoed in his mind. Harem, a woman whose name seemed to carry a weight of danger, was a serious threat. Kigyu reflected on his recent actions. He had only spoken with the others, avoiding any unnecessary conflict. He questioned whether running would have been more suspicious, a thought that lingered in his mind. The word talk echoed in his thoughts, a stark contrast to the potential for violence. A sharp voice cut through his thoughts. He was accused of leaving the cleanup to others, despite knowing their dangerous nature, and of taking an item from them. Kigyu defended himself, explaining that he had saved a life. This allowed them to remain behind and continue hunting. The narration revealed that he had absorbed the constitution of a zombie. An entity, identifying itself as an ego, spoke to Kigyu. It expressed disgust at the taste of zombie blood. Kigyu understood. It was time to leave. The narration explained that Ru's ability was to absorb stats by consuming blood, dexterity from goblins, strength from orcs, and constitution from zombies. This explained Ru's high stats for its level. Before departing, Kigyu suggested checking the reward room. The final panel showed a bound figure, the gatekeeper's corpse. A gray space could be accessed using it for teleportation. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, traced a ring on his finger. As he did, a faint energy pulsed from it. The room, he mused, was exactly as its name implied, a place of rewards. Kigyu turned to his companion, Ru. "Ru," he began, his voice low. "What was that earlier?" Ru shook his head. "No, it wasn't anything." Kigyu approached a section of the wall, tapping it lightly. He could feel a hollowness behind the surface. "So I'm right," he muttered, his hand tightening into a fist. He drew his sword, a dark blade that seemed to hum with barely contained power. "Should I break it open?" he questioned himself. The sword, sensing his intent, responded with a silent affirmation. With a powerful swing, Kigyu shattered the wall. Dust and debris erupted as a hidden chamber was revealed. Ru cried out in alarm. The force of the blow sent Kigyu tumbling into the newly opened space. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. Coughing, Kigyu brushed the dust from his eyes. "Ru, what were you trying to do?" he asked, his voice strained. Ru, still shaken, could only manage a single word. "Ego." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood amidst the ruins. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he sensed something. He muttered to himself, questioning the possibility of sensing another ego in such a desolate place. A blinding light erupted from the ground, obscuring everything in its brilliance. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 years, stared at the rubble-strewn floor. He muttered to himself, questioning the possibility of what he'd just learned and the prevalence of egos. His thoughts turned to the wasted years, a bitter frustration evident in his internal monologue. He questioned his master's competence. A gruff voice, seemingly from his injured companion, interrupted his self-recrimination. The companion, dismissing his outburst, urged Kigyu to search for the ego nearby. Kigyu coughed, his breath ragged. He then stated his belief that this particular gate had been thoroughly explored, leaving no secrets. Despite his companion's skepticism, Kigyu insisted that he sensed another ego. His gaze fell upon a gleaming, ethereal sword, emanating a faint light, embedded in the wall. The sword, majestic and otherworldly, seemed to hum with latent power. Kigyu, awestruck, wondered aloud if it was Excalibur or something similar. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a mysterious, glowing sword embedded in a stone block. His own crimson blade, etched with dark energy, was sheathed at his side. He gazed at the sword, a question forming in his mind. "I just need to grab it, right?" Kigyu reached out, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the hilt. A surge of warmth enveloped him. A brilliant, diamond-shaped light erupted from the sword's pommel, bathing Kigyu in its ethereal glow. A voice echoed in Kigyu's mind, a question that sent a shiver down his spine. "Are you my master?" He found himself in a pure white space, his hands outstretched, a sense of wonder and trepidation washing over him. The experience was similar to his encounter with Rue, yet distinctly different. He formulated a question. Are you the ego inside the sword? A young man, cloaked and hooded, knelt before an unseen presence. He spoke, his voice a quiet plea. Yes, I have been waiting for my master in this place. Could you answer my question, please? From above, a voice responded, calm yet firm. The young man looked up, his face obscured by shadow. I'm not your master yet, the voice stated. The young man, undeterred, replied, but I want to be. He continued, his hope palpable despite the uncertainty. If that's true, please give me a name. The unseen presence responded with a single syllable. L. The voice continued, bestowing a title. From now on, your name is L. L stood in a dimly lit stone corridor, a sword at his side. He reflected, maybe because it's my second time, but I've gotten a bit used to it. Suddenly, a look of shock and confusion crossed L's face. His eyes widened. Above him, the ceiling began to crack and crumble, showering him with debris. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood braced against a crumbling stone wall. His sword, a gleaming silver blade, was held ready. Dust motes danced in the dim light. The ground trembled violently, a tremor that spoke of something far larger than himself. A section of the wall exploded outward in a shower of stone and dust. From the debris, a voice cried out. Kigyu's unseen companion urged him to flee, but he refused. I know. He gritted, his face grim. A powerful presence emerged from the dust cloud. It demanded to know Kigyu's identity. Before Kigyu could answer, another voice interrupted, identifying itself as an incredible ego. It silenced both of them. Kigyu saw Talon's corpse. He needed to reach the reward room, and he knew how to do it. He moved swiftly, his sword held defensively as he navigated the collapsing structure. His eyes widened in realization. The floor was giving way. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, pounded the ground, his boots kicking up dust and debris. The earth cracked under the force of his desperate sprint. He cursed, his breath ragged, as he swung his sword, narrowly avoiding a collapsing section of the tower's lower levels. His frustration was palpable. A disembodied hand reached out from a shimmering portal, its fingers beckoning. A voice, calm and authoritative, offered assistance. Will you teleport to the reward room? Faster. Kigyu, his face a mask of grim determination, glared at the portal. He was close to his breaking point. His eyes, however, held a flicker of something new, a spark of resolve. He plunged into the portal, leaving behind the familiar, crumbling ruins of the lower levels. The portal opened into a vast, otherworldly cavern, dominated by a colossal, fiery eye that pulsed with arcane energy. A swirling vortex of light pulsed beneath it. Kigyu fell through the air, the wind whipping past him as he descended into the unknown depths. A title card appeared, declaring, "A perpetual gate perished." The scene shifted to a large gate, now inactive and surrounded by a group of investigators in hazmat suits and security personnel. Their expressions were grim. A narration box stated, "No precedent. Cause unknown." Meanwhile, in a separate location, a news anchor reported on the incident, noting the unusual commotion caused by the gate's failure and the simultaneous appearance of numerous other gates. He mused, omens of catastrophe? He then added, with a sigh of relief, that he was thankful for his own safety. The narrative returned to the perspective of a previously unseen character. He reflected that because the gate had perished shortly after he left, he was not considered a suspect. The rewards for his successful completion of the gate were detailed. 30 purple crystals and a talisman of protection. An illustration showed a chart of crystal ranks, followed by images of the rewards, a chest full of purple crystals and a protective talisman. The narration box explained that the talisman prevented common illnesses and increased vitality, a valuable item even for non-players. He explained that while the talisman wouldn't cure his mother's illness, it would help. The money from selling the crystals allowed him to admit her to a hospital, easing his burden. Following this, he returned to the tower, resuming his ascent. He arrived at the 5th floor, remarking on its unusual nature. He found it surprisingly city-like, unlike the other floors he had encountered. He passed through the 5th floor, the place where he had previously lost consciousness. He was now surrounded by other players. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with practiced grace, his blade a blur against the monstrous forms of the 6th floor. His movements were economical, each strike precise and deadly, a testament to years spent honing his skills despite his stagnant level. He ascended to the 7th floor, the change in environment barely registering as he continued his relentless assault. His newly discovered ability to link with egos was proving invaluable, granting him a power far beyond his official rank. The 8th floor presented a more challenging fight, a chaotic melee of monstrous creatures. But Kigyu, fueled by his newfound strength and determination, fought with a ferocity that belied his level. Another foe fell before him, his movements now imbued with a power that seemed to defy the very laws of the tower. He was pushing his limits, exceeding expectations. The battle concluded in a blinding flash of light and energy, leaving behind only the echoes of the conflict and a trail of crimson. Kigyu stood at the precipice of the ninth floor, two swords at his side, the golden and crimson blades reflecting the harsh light of the desolate landscape. He had proven his strength, but the journey was far from over. He looked back at the path he had traversed, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. Not too long ago, I couldn't even dream of this place. A thought occurred to him. In reality, levels aren't all that important. He smiled, a newfound confidence in his eyes. As long as you don't give up, your hidden ability will activate. Sukwa's assertion proved correct. Two rings, one gold and one crimson, glowed faintly as they were linked together, a subtle energy humming between them. Kim Kigyu, the young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, examined the rings on his fingers. He commented, "You also gained a few levels. However, the experience points are being split, making leveling up slower." He continued, his expression thoughtful. "I feel stronger thanks to the synchronization, but I expected her to be much stronger after sealing a demon." The woman, whose identity remained unknown, explained, "I was sealing the demon for so long that I lost all my powers. As for the demon, I'm sorry, I can't remember much. A colossal, fiery, I filled the next scene." Kigyu questioned, "Was that giant eye the demon?" Kigyu reviewed his stats. His level had increased to 8, along with his strength, dexterity, constitution, and magic. He realized, by owning more egos, I could become much stronger. I'll have to search for more. A voice questioned him, "Do you even have a place to search?" Kigyu responded confidently, "I know a place." The location was revealed to be an item auction house, a towering building in a bustling city. Inside, an auction was underway. An item had just sold for 170 million won. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat amongst a crowd of other players. He was attempting to sense the presence of an ego, a crucial element in his newly discovered ability to level up. His concentration was evident, but the results were frustrating. His gaze was drawn to the auction's main item, a bracelet said to dramatically increase healing rates. The energy in the room spiked as the auctioneer announced it. Kigyu's eyes widened. A sudden, intense feeling washed over him. Later that day, Kigyu walked through the city, lost in thought. He was processing the intense experience from the auction. He was accompanied by his assistants, Ru and El, who voiced their concerns about the high cost of the auction items and the difficulty of the process. Kigyu, however, seemed pleased with himself, mentioning the successful sale of a paralysis dagger for a significant sum. His assistants were clearly taken aback by his unusual behavior and cheerful demeanor. The next day, Kigyu was on his way home, speaking to his Hyung on the phone. He reported that everything was fine, except for one detail. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, spoke into his phone, his voice laced with weariness. He'd recently attempted a solo raid, a risky endeavor for someone of his rank, and the experience had left him frustrated. Finding a party willing to work with a level 1 was proving to be more challenging than battling the monsters themselves. His friend, whose voice was sharp with concern, responded with disbelief. Kigyu's decision to raid a gate alone, despite explicit warnings to play it safe, was met with immediate disapproval. Kigyu sighed, explaining his predicament. His low level prevented him from obtaining a player rating, making it impossible to join parties for higher level gates. Solo raiding was his only option, despite the inherent risks. He justified his actions, stating that he had no other choice. The conversation ended with a brief farewell. Kigyu hung up, a mix of relief and apprehension in his eyes. His friend's reminder about a promised promotion hung in the air, a promise contingent on Kigyu's own advancement. He continued walking, his thoughts turning inward. He wasn't simply frustrated with the tower's challenges. A more fundamental problem hampered his progress. His unique ability, Ru, required blood absorption, a process that slowed his leveling significantly. However, the recent gate raid had been lucrative. He let out a small sigh, a flicker of optimism in his eyes. Despite the setbacks, he found a silver lining. He had managed to address his immediate needs. He now had enough money to buy beef for dinner, a small victory in his otherwise challenging life. His friend's voice, heard again through the phone, teased him about his frugality, despite his recent financial success. The conversation turned to a playful jab about Kigyu's manners, ending with a sheepish apology. Kim Kigyu, his face etched with worry, spoke to someone unseen. He desperately needed to earn a lot of money quickly, enough to relocate his sister, Yujung, to a safer neighborhood. Kigyu paused, his gaze fixed on something unexpected. A strange energy pulsed in the air, catching his attention. A swirling vortex of light materialized before him. He recognized it instantly. Kigyu stared, a mixture of surprise and apprehension on his face, as the ethereal glow intensified. The light expanded, engulfing the alleyway in a blinding radiance. The radiant energy surged outwards, distorting the surrounding buildings. A luminous sphere formed, its surface crackling with energy, a gateway to the unknown. A public service announcement, displayed prominently, detailed the proper procedure for handling a gate appearance. The first step, in bold lettering, was to remain calm. The second instruction emphasized the critical importance of avoiding contact with the gate, warning of severe legal consequences for unauthorized entry. Finally, the announcement advised citizens to gather evidence if they discovered a gate before the association arrived, as this would grant them raid priority. Inside the Korean Player Association's Department of Gate Management, Director Oh Tae-shik reviewed a report. His brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, surprised. The location of the newly reported gate was near Kim Gijoo's residence. Director Oh's eyes widened as he recognized the reporter's name. Startled, he spat out his coffee. The name Kim Gijoo echoed through the office, causing a stir among the staff. The ninth gate loomed. A hand hovered over a keyboard, the stark warning clear. Failure to enter the game within 5 days would result in the loss of raid priority and auctioning off of the gate. A man, presumably a director, addressed the young man, Kigyu. He thanked Kigyu for his quick report, reiterating the importance of adhering to all warnings. The director then pulled Kigyu aside for a private conversation. He assured Kigyu that his work was appreciated, urging him to keep up the good work. Kigyu, agreeing with a simple sure, Hyung, followed the director to a nearby cafe called Good Cafe. Inside, the director commented on the sweetness of Kigyu's drink, to which Kigyu replied that the flavor came from the syrup, not the coffee itself. He took a large gulp of his drink. The director's identification card, showing his name as Oh Tae-shik, Director of Gate Management for the Korean Player Association, was briefly visible. The director then inquired about Kigyu's confidence in solo raiding an F-rank gate, to which Kigyu confidently asserted his strength. The scene opens in a dimly lit bar. A man with short brown hair and a goatee chuckled, taking a sip from his drink. He addressed his companion, saying, "Oh, I don't laugh. What floor are you on right now?" His companion, a younger man with darker hair, responded, "Floor 11. I just passed the test on the 10th floor today." The first man pressed further. "And your level?" "You know the answer." The younger man looked down, a question mark forming in his mind. The older man continued, "Finish preparing in 4 days and come see me." The younger man, still pensive, questioned why. The older man explained, "I need to know if I can trust you to do this properly. If you prepare half-assedly, I'm not going to let you." 4 days later, the younger man found himself in a large, futuristic-looking training facility. He was surprised, muttering to himself, "This place was in the association basement all along?" The facility was described as a combat training facility, though it saw little use nowadays. It was larger on the inside than it appeared from the outside. The walls were enchanted with a barrier. The younger man, taking it all in, concluded, "I've been underestimating the association." An offer was extended to Kim Kigyu. He was invited to join the association, perhaps as an agent or in another capacity. Kigyu, however, politely declined, explaining that he wasn't ready to commit to a single place just yet. His reasons were simple. He valued his freedom above all else. The offeror, understanding Kigyu's position, welcomed him to reconsider at any time. The conversation then shifted to Teo, the former guide whose department was abolished when the offeror became director. Kigyu questioned the director about the guide department's fate. The director revealed that Teo had joined the Carbon Guild, a development that visibly improved his demeanor. News of Teo's positive change was met with enthusiasm by Kigyu. The conversation turned to a more immediate matter. Kigyu's friend, addressing him as Hyung, asked about their planned duel, inquiring about his weapon. The friend expressed disbelief at the director's apparent confidence, suggesting that he underestimated him due to his bureaucratic role. The director, however, demonstrated his unexpected strength, launching a powerful energy blast. Kigyu, caught off guard, braced himself for the impact. The energy blast hit Kigyu, and a swirling vortex appeared. The two stood facing each other, the energy of the blast still swirling around them. The scene is set for a confrontation. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a formidable opponent. The man's words echoed the unspoken truth. Even a diamond in the rough remains a diamond. Kigyu's expression reflected a mixture of apprehension and determination. His opponent, a former high-ranker, scoffed, warning Kigyu against underestimating his experience. He challenged Kigyu to a fight, his arrogance palpable as he prepared for battle. Kigyu knew he couldn't win a direct confrontation. He acknowledged his weakness. However, he wasn't about to let the fight be one-sided. He sought guidance, but he also planned to fight back. With a sudden burst of speed, the former high-ranker launched a devastating kick. Kigyu was sent sprawling, the impact echoing the imbalance of power. But even as he fell, Kigyu's resolve hardened. A surge of energy erupted from within him. He unleashed a counterattack, a surprising display of power that hinted at his untapped potential. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, coughed, a pained sound echoing in the cavernous space. His body strained against an unseen force, his face contorted in exertion. He stumbled back, the aftereffects of his struggle evident in his unsteady retreat. His pursuer was gaining ground. Kigyu, despite his low level, moved with surprising speed and agility, his dark sword ablur as he parried a blow from his opponent. The clash of steel echoed through the corridor. His opponent, a man in a crisp white shirt, watched him with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. You actually prepare? He huffed, incredulous. The man continued, his voice laced with anger, so he was a really high ranker. Get your fucking head in the game. Letting your guard down in a gate only results in death. Kigyu, though clearly winded, responded with a grim determination. Tae-shik-hyung is right, he muttered, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He caught his breath, his gaze hardening. I've been too full of myself, he admitted. But that doesn't mean I didn't come prepared. 4 days earlier, at the Dongdaemun Player Item Wholesale Market, Kigyu's preparations began. He was on a call, haggling with a vendor. What do you need items for? The vendor asked. Kigyu replied, my defensive equipment is just too shabby. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, paced restlessly. He muttered into his phone, I can't go around like this forever. I could also come across another ego. His companion, whose voice was only heard, responded, I promise to tell you if I find one, master. The sun shone brightly, as Kigyu's master agreed. All right, shall we have a look around? They found themselves in a bustling marketplace. Kigyu examined a suit of armor, the display showing its stats, an unskilled blacksmith's crude metal armor. Grade, normal. Effects, +9 defense. His gaze shifted to another, more refined piece. This one was significantly more expensive, a leather armor with +7 defense, costing approximately $2.7 million. Kigyu sat on a bench, a sigh escaping his lips. His frustration was palpable. He thought, the cheap ones are crap, and the good ones are out of reach. He muttered to himself, it really isn't easy. Suddenly, Kigyu's attention was drawn to a commotion. He heard his master's voice, calling out urgently. A young boy, his gap-toothed grin unwavering, vehemently defended his grandfather's craftsmanship. That's not true. My grandpa is a great craftsman. His words were met with skepticism. So what's so great about an equipment that doesn't even have a status window? One of the men questioned. The boy, slightly deflated, mumbled. That's not true. My grandpa is really good at making them. One of the men sighed. What's the use of advertising a store that isn't even a proper business? Even if I went there, I'd just get chased out again. He muttered to himself, damn it. Suddenly, another man approached the boy. Hey, kiddo, can you show me where it is? The man addressed the boy directly. Your grandpa's store. The boy's face lit up. Yes. The 2 men followed the boy down a dingy back alley towards a hidden staircase. One of the men, Rue, turned to his companion. El, are you guys sure? El responded, that's right, master. I'm certain. As they descended, El explained, all the clothes on that kid. They're all egos. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, listened intently. His grandfather, a wizened figure shrouded in shadow, explained, though artificial, they hold a bit of an ego's power. A young boy, Minsu, burst into the room, announcing, I brought a customer. The grandfather sighed, chiding Minsu. Minsu, didn't I tell you not to bring in customers? Minsu, undeterred, insisted, but I want everyone to know how amazing you are, grandpa, and you have so many cute clothes. Why are you wearing the clothes I made? Kigyu, examining his clothes, mused, but these clothes smell good. He stepped further into the room, his eyes widening as he took in the sight before him. Everything here. A wave of realization washed over him as he surveyed the room filled with weapons and artifacts. Is an ego. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, stood before a shelf overflowing with equipment. His gaze lingered on a nameless armor, level 35, a nameless hood, level 23, and other items, each bearing a level far beyond his own. He muttered to himself, incredulous at the disparity. I can't believe it. How can a human? His thoughts continued, focusing on the nature of the equipment. He realized, no, they're all halflings, egos without a conscience. The nameless helm, level 32, nameless gauntlets, level 35, and nameless sword, level 47, further fueled his contemplation. He questioned aloud, isn't ego Latin for consciousness? Kigyu stood in a cluttered workshop, various pieces of equipment scattered around him. The air hummed with latent energy. Several glowing screens displayed data streams, hinting at the technological sophistication of the setting. A gruff voice interrupted Kigyu's inspection. The owner of the workshop, Huang Jichul, a blacksmith, emerged, his tone sharp and dismissive. He declared, I don't have any items to sell you, so just go away. Huang Jichul elaborated on his refusal, explaining, I don't have intentions of selling my items to someone who can't even recognize their value. I'm tired of dealing with blind fools. Despite the blacksmith's blunt rejection, Kigyu persisted, his determination unwavering. He boldly stated, I'll buy them. Kigyu pressed further, clarifying his intentions. He proposed a deal. If I can use them, you'll sell them to me? Huang Jichul, though initially resistant, seemed intrigued by Kigyu's unusual request. He responded with a skeptical tone, stop speaking nonsense, and just leave after browsing. His eyes fell upon the nameless sword, and he muttered, name, nameless sword, level 79, and its stats are Kim Kigyu, a man whose 5 years in the tower had been marked by an inability to level up, stood before a grizzled old blacksmith. The blacksmith, his face etched with the lines of countless battles, held aloft a gleaming sword. He asked Kigyu, Can you see the stats of that sword? Kigyu, his expression a mixture of curiosity and disbelief, replied, Of course, I'm curious. Are you able to see them yourself, mister? The blacksmith chuckled, clearly surprised by Kigyu's response. The blacksmith, a hint of hope in his eyes, urged Kigyu. Then why don't you try it out? The greatest hope for a blacksmith is for someone able to recognize the value of their weapon and utilize it. Kigyu reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool steel of the blade. A silent contemplation followed. The blacksmith announced, From henceforth, your name will be. He revealed the new name, Sharpness. The blacksmith and his young apprentice stared, mouths agape, at Kigyu, who now held the sword. A moment of stunned silence hung in the air before Kigyu spoke. He mused, it must have disliked the name. Him Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stared intently at his sword. He muttered to himself, questioning if this was truly it, the key to finally breaking through his plateau. The scene shifted to a stark, blue-lit chamber. Kigyu, clad in dark clothing and wielding his sword, stood opposite a man in a crisp white shirt. The air crackled with anticipation. Kigyu's eye glowed with an inner light, a crimson spark illuminating his determination. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, his sword leaving a trail of shimmering light. The attack was swift and powerful, a blur of motion that left the man in the white shirt momentarily stunned. He barely had time to react before Kigyu's blade was upon him. Kigyu's attack connected, sending the other man reeling back. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, grinned, his dark eyes gleaming with fierce determination. His dark hair whipped around his face as he swung his sword, a crimson energy trailing behind the blade. He clashed with his opponent, a powerful blow sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the impact sent Kigyu reeling. His opponent, a former high-ranking player, scoffed. I can sense the hesitation in your sword. With all you got, aim for the vitals. You think you can even scratch me like this? Kigyu acknowledged the threat. His opponent was a formidable foe. He was an ex-high ranker. He steeled his resolve. Focus. With renewed concentration, Kigyu launched a swift counterattack, his sword a blur of motion. A flurry of blows followed, each strike precise and powerful. The clash of steel echoed through the arena. The fight continued, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Kigyu's movements were becoming increasingly fluid and deadly. A final, devastating blow connected, sending Kigyu's opponent sprawling. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with surprising agility. His newly discovered ability to link with egos was still raw, but he wielded his makeshift weapon with deadly precision, deflecting blows from 2 attackers with a blur of motion. He was outnumbered, but Kigyu's movements were economical and efficient. Each strike was calculated, maximizing damage while minimizing exposure. His opponents, though stronger individually, found themselves struggling to land a clean hit against his whirlwind defense. One of Kigyu's opponents lunged, aiming for his exposed side. Kigyu anticipated the attack, using the momentum of the foe to spin and counter with a swift, precise strike. The impact sent the attacker sprawling. Kigyu barely registered the blow before he was already moving to the next target. He felt a surge of frustration. Despite his improved combat skills, something felt wrong. His connection to the egos felt weak. Another opponent tried a powerful punch, but Kigyu sidestepped with ease, the blow missing by a hair's breadth. He retaliated instantly, his weapon flashing. The fight was brutal, a chaotic dance of steel and desperation. Kigyu stumbled back, breathing heavily. The battle had taken its toll. A wave of self-doubt washed over him. Why couldn't he link with these egos? Were they even real egos? He questioned the very nature of his abilities. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 years, continued his attempts to link with an ego. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the difficulty of the process. Egos were incredibly picky, and he didn't have many options. Despite the ego's initial reluctance, Kigyu persisted, pleading for just one more try. The ego, however, remained dismissive, urging him to give up. Kigyu, surprised by the ego's unusual speech pattern, questioned its origins. The ego then declared its chosen name, Brunhard. A brilliant light erupted as Kigyu successfully linked with Brunhard, a moment of triumph for the persistent player. Kigyu celebrated his success, but a system message quickly dampened his joy. Due to his lack of stats, he couldn't utilize Brunhard's full abilities. Further information revealed that Brunhard itself had suffered significant ability loss. Brunhard stats appeared, level 7, with limited strength, dexterity, and magic, but surprisingly high constitution and a defensive skill. Despite its weakened state, Brunhard possessed a unique ability, the reflection of accumulated damage. Kigyu was both surprised and intrigued. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge emanated from Kigyu, indicating the imminent activation of Brunhard's reflective capabilities. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source of an intense energy surge that shook the very foundations of the chamber. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, was thrown violently backward by the force of the blast, his body skidding across the crystalline floor. He coughed, a pained expression contorting his features as he struggled to catch his breath amidst the swirling dust and debris. Kigyu stumbled to his feet, his body aching, as he surveyed his surroundings. Several small, orange bottles lay scattered around him. He noticed one bottle rolling closer, stopping near his outstretched hand. He coughed again, his breathing ragged. It was an internal injury potion, a valuable item, not something to be casually discarded. Despite his trembling hands, Kigyu picked up the bottle. He muttered to himself about the impracticality of its storage. He looked up, confused, as another figure approached. The man, whose hand was visibly injured, declared that Kigyu had passed the test, expressing surprise at the extent of Kigyu's attack. Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, felt a chill run down his spine. He had just witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied the ordinary workings of a tower. It wasn't a coincidence. A sinister plan had been set in motion. Kigyu's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. He understood the implications of what he had just seen. He was the one who had been manipulated, the pawn in a larger game. He smirked, a hint of arrogance in his expression. The recent events had revealed something unexpected about his own abilities. He was, in his own words, overgeared. Meanwhile, a superior officer addressed Kigyu, outlining the parameters of his next mission. If the gate remained uncleared after a week, association agents would be deployed. He was given a curt wish of good luck. The officer, however, added a crucial caveat. Kigyu only had 5 days, not a week, to complete the mission. Failure would result in the officer personally extracting him from the gate. Kigyu protested, pointing out the unnecessary harshness of the threat. The officer countered that it was more cost-effective for him to personally retrieve Kigyu than to deploy a team of agents. The scene shifted to the gate itself, where Kigyu was briefed on the mission's details. He was warned to not underestimate the danger, despite the gate's low F-rank designation. The officer confirmed the presence of smokescreens. Kigyu's internal monologue revealed his unease about the location, recognizing it as similar to a previous mission involving zombies. He reflected on the officer's concern for him, viewing the man as a father figure. With a final exchange of words, Kigyu departed for the gate. The officer wished him well, and Kigyu assured him he would return. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, walked resolutely towards a shimmering, unstable portal. The air crackled with energy, a stark contrast to the muted grays of the surrounding ruins. He entered the gate, his hopes high. He muttered to himself, "I hope it's a perpetual gate." A voice, seemingly from within his own mind, countered, "And what if it is?" Kigyu grinned, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He replied, "I'll be making a boatload of money." The unseen voice pressed further, "How will you know if it's perpetual or not?" Kigyu, undeterred, explained, "You need to clear it to find out. Since it's an F-rank gate, as long as it's not a tower type, underground type, or a maze type gate, I'll be able to clear it pretty quickly." With a confident, "Well, anyways," Kigyu drew his sword, a crimson glow emanating from the blade, as he prepared to face whatever awaited him. His first encounter was a large, wolf-like creature. The beast lunged, but Kigyu met its attack with a swift, precise strike. The creature fell, its life force extinguished. Kigyu, however, was thrown back by the force of his own attack, landing hard on the ground. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt a familiar surge of power. His newly discovered ability to link with egos was activating, a low hum resonating within him. He muttered barely audible chit-chat. He stood in a dark cavern, the only light emanating from the glowing red eyes of several wolves, their forms barely visible in the gloom. The air crackled with anticipation. The wolves advanced, snarling, their eyes burning with predatory intensity. Kigyu gripped his sword, a faint electrical charge arcing along its blade. He braced himself, his expression hardening. The fight was about to begin. Kigyu's gaze was sharp, determined. A hint of a smirk played on his lips. He was ready. A ferocious blue wolf, eyes blazing with malevolent energy, bared its fangs. A surge of crimson lightning crackled across its face. The narration box confirmed. Rue, the protagonist, had absorbed the creature's blood. He moved with surprising speed, dodging the attacks of several more wolves in a dark cavern. His weapon, a glowing spear, sliced through the air. Another narration box appeared. One of the wolves, had leveled up. Rue stood triumphant, a wolf subdued at his feet. A self-satisfied smirk played on his lips. Brunhart, it seemed, would reflect the accumulated damage from battle. A powerful blast of energy erupted, engulfing the area in a blinding flash of blue and white light. Rue's stats were displayed, and a single word escaped his lips, Brun. A blinding flash of light erupted, the clash of immense power, leaving behind only shimmering particles in its wake. The aftermath settled, revealing Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, sitting wearily amidst the debris. He let out a long sigh. "Let's take a break." Kigyu's internal monologue countered, "Typical human. You're being rude to Master. It's been approximately 5 hours." He continued his internal assessment of the situation, maybe because their F rank, but they're not that different from orcs. In fact, I think they're a bit easier. Despite his assessment, Kigyu acknowledged the inherent risk. Still, it should be hard for someone like me to enter alone. I really lucked out this time. He munched on a piece of jerky, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I think I do need a player rating. His thoughts continued. Player rating is measured without equipment. When I get a certain distance away from the egos, I only have the stats of a level 1. There's no way I could get a proper evaluation. A frustrated Kigyu spoke. Even Tashikyung can't help me out with this. What good is power when you can't abuse it? Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, reviewed the instructions once more. If his stats improved, he should be able to maintain a link, regardless of distance. The success of his experiment rested on this. Deep within the labyrinthine lower levels of the tower, Kigyu took a swig from his water skin. Despite his best efforts, he lamented his lack of progress. He had no idea how to level up. He then addressed his ego mannequin, a strange ring on his finger glowing faintly. As he attempted to connect, a sharp pain shot through him. The ego Ru reacted instantly. It had already been contacted. Kigyu, however, was still struggling. Besides his inability to grow stronger, he didn't understand the strange data appearing before him. The data displayed Ru's stats, level 17, with skills including the unsettling cannibalism. Kigyu questioned the meaning of this skill, wondering if it literally meant eating another of the same species. He was clearly disturbed. Ru responded with alarm, questioning Kigyu's sanity. Kigyu quickly clarified that he was joking. Deciding that his break was over, Kigyu prepared to continue his exploration. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, surveyed his nearly full bag. He muttered to himself, considering the contents: smoke screens, health potions, and various other supplies. Maybe I should buy a bag with an expansion enchantment, he mused. His expression shifted to one of mild concern. The weight of his task and the limitations of his current equipment seemed to weigh heavily on his mind. Kigyu located a compartment within his bag, revealing a set of buff potions. Buff potions? That should clear up some issues, he declared, a hint of determination in his voice. He added, almost as an afterthought, I was needing a buff anyways. Kigyu proceeded deeper into the cave, a powerful presence emanating from within. He paused, sensing the immense power ahead. That's the strongest presence in this gate. The boss is probably right there, he surmised, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Kigyu confidently drank one of the potions. Plus 5 CON, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, the effects displayed as his stats increased. That's why I'm chugging these down, he explained, his resolve unwavering. He then paused, considering his progress. How far have I come in? He wondered, assessing his surroundings. Kigyu continued his trek, but a new worry crossed his face. At this rate, all those potions might wear off, he fretted, his pace quickening slightly. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, pressed onward through the dark, damp tunnels. His companion, Ru, remained silent, but Kigyu could sense a powerful presence drawing nearer. I'm sure we're almost there, Ru finally stated, his voice barely a whisper. A faint light flickered ahead. I see a light, Kigyu observed, confirming Ru's assessment. Ru, however, seemed less certain. He muttered to himself, but I said that. Kigyu, drawing his sword, spoke confidently. They can't hear our voices anyway. Ru, though, seemed unconvinced, offering a simple, oh right. Ru's inner voice chided him. Ru, don't be so rude to Master. But Ru retorted, his frustration evident. Fuck off. Don't act so innocent. Emerging from the darkness, they found themselves in a sun-drenched clearing. Kigyu felt an overwhelming power. A presence so great, it feels like it possesses at least half the power in this whole gate, he whispered, awestruck. In the distance, a massive wolf lay sleeping. Kigyu recognized the creature's significance. Unlike other gatekeepers, this one had never been defeated. Unlike Talon, who has been subdued countless times and never previously defeated. The wolf's crimson eye snapped open, revealing an intense, malevolent gaze. The wolf rose, its massive form filling the clearing. With a roar that shook the very ground, the beast revealed itself. Gatekeeper, a colossal wolf, its fur the color of a winter storm, materialized before them. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and the very air crackled with raw power. Nearby, a young man, his face etched with apprehension, whispered to his companion, Wow, he looks pretty intense. The young man, armed with a simple sword, stood his ground before the monstrous beast. His companion, unseen but heard, urged him on. Please be careful, master. He clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowed. The young man's thoughts were clear. He's far more intimidating than the Talon. A sudden realization struck him. So this is a real boss monster. The ground beneath the wolf's massive paws began to tremble. A vortex of dust and debris erupted, swallowing the creature whole. The earth heaved and cracked, a violent tremor shaking the very foundations of the cave. From the depths of the crater, the wolf reappeared, its form distorted, its eyes blazing with crimson fury. With a terrifying roar, It launched itself at the young man, its jaws snapping shut. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, plummeted through the air, his two swords clattering against the rocky chasm walls. He landed hard, but his eyes blazed with a newfound determination. This was it, his chance to finally break through his 5-year plateau. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from Kigyu's face. He reacted instantly, his blade flashing. Kigyu spun, his movements fluid and precise despite the chaotic situation. He parried the beast's attack with a swift counter. His enhanced blade sliced through the air, a brilliant white arc of energy trailing behind it. The creature roared in pain as the attack connected, but its ferocity remained undiminished. It lunged again, its fangs bared. Kigyu braced himself, his sword held firm. He was ready. The impact was brutal, but Kigyu held his ground. He had pierced the beast's hide, but it was a shallow wound. The creature growled, its eyes burning with a furious red light. The fight was far from over. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing a formidable opponent, a large wolf-like creature. Its eyes glowed menacingly as it lunged, its claws extended. Kigyu reacted instantly, his body moving with surprising speed for someone of his level. He braced himself for impact. The beast's attack connected, but Kigyu's unexpected resilience was evident. He absorbed the blow, his form barely faltering. With a grunt of exertion, Kigyu countered, unleashing a powerful strike that sent the creature reeling. The impact of Kigyu's attack sent the creature flying backward, a cloud of dust and debris marking its trajectory. He followed through with a swift, calculated kick, aiming for a vulnerable point. Despite his initial success, Kigyu realized the creature's defenses were far stronger than they appeared. He mused to himself, "Is my only option to slowly chip him down?" The wolf-like creature, seemingly unfazed, snarled, its eyes burning with an intense red glow. It muttered, "This isn't so bad." The battle continued, a prolonged and grueling fight against a powerful opponent. Kigyu found himself locked in a tense exchange with a smaller, goblin-like creature. A worn leather bag lay discarded on the ground, its contents scattered amidst a cloud of dust and debris, the remnants of a fierce struggle. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange jacket, leaped through the air, his sword aimed at a monstrous, ice-blue wolf. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light. He swung his sword, a powerful energy blast erupting from the impact, sending the wolf and surrounding earth flying. Kigyu landed heavily, bracing himself against the force of his attack. The wolf, wounded but not defeated, snarled, preparing for another assault. The beast lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from Kigyu's face. He barely managed to evade its attack. Kigyu found himself on the defensive, parrying the wolf's relentless attacks. He was clearly struggling. A desperate counterattack followed, a concentrated burst of energy aimed at the wolf's flank. He braced himself for the impact, a grim determination etched on his face. The resulting collision sent a shockwave through the air, the wolf howling in pain as it staggered back. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself locked in a desperate struggle. Two swords flashed, a whirlwind of motion against a larger, shadowy opponent. His opponent lunged, a monstrous wolf-like creature, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Kigyu barely managed to evade the attack. The battle raged across the desolate landscape. Kigyu, panting heavily, struggled to maintain his footing. He thought he saw his life flash before his eyes. The wolf lay defeated, its massive form still trembling slightly. Kigyu leaned against his sword, catching his breath. He reflected on the nearness of his defeat. The buff potions had been crucial to his survival. Despite his victory, he admitted that without Brunhart's assistance, he would have surely perished. Even so, he had prevailed. The wolf's eyes, now dull and lifeless, reflected a final flicker of red. Kigyu offered a grim, almost sarcastic, thanks for the beast's sacrifice. A fierce battle concluded with a burst of dark energy, leaving behind only scattered remnants of the conflict. The system notifications appeared, confirming the victory. Ru, a mysterious entity linked to the protagonist, absorbed the radiant wolf's blood, gaining experience, dexterity, and a new skill. The newly acquired skill, Unyielding Will, was described. When taking excessive damage, the user regenerates health at an accelerated rate. Ru announced the activation of Cannibalism, a disturbing yet powerful ability. Kim Kigyu, the protagonist, stared in shock and concern at the unfolding events, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. He gripped his weapon, a glowing red blade, as data streams flowed around him, reflecting the power surge. The scene opens with a stark white background, the only feature being a speech bubble with jagged edges. Within, a chilling message is displayed, activating cannibalism. Following this ominous announcement, a flurry of crimson Korean characters, seemingly written in blood, scatters across the page, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The setting shifts to a verdant field, marred by dark splotches that hint at recent violence. More of the bloody Korean script appears, suggesting a narrative unfolding. The camera focuses on the ground, where a creature, seemingly lifeless, lies amidst the grass. The same bloody script continues to appear, emphasizing the grim reality of the situation. The focus then shifts to Kim Kigyu, his face etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination. He stands amidst the carnage, the aftermath of what seems to be a brutal encounter. A wave of dark energy erupts around Kigyu, obscuring him momentarily. The bloody Korean script continues to appear, adding to the intensity of the scene. From the dissipating energy, a figure emerges, wielding a sword. The figure is shrouded in a blue aura, suggesting a transformation or power surge. The sound of something being crushed violently echoes, accompanied by a visual representation of the event. The scene ends on this violent note. Ru, a creature of immense power, absorbed the radiant wolf, its form dissolving into a swirling vortex of dark energy, punctuated by flashes of vibrant cyan. The absorption complete, a stark message appeared. The radiant wolf had been successfully egified. A luminous blue crystal materialized in the air. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, watched it with a mixture of awe and confusion. What just happened? Kigyu, sitting amidst two swords, voiced his bewilderment. He'd never heard of a monster being egified before. His companion, Ru, suggested researching the phenomenon. Ru apologized for its inability to offer more assistance. Kigyu, though initially frustrated, pondered the situation. Kigyu questioned Ru's selective assistance, noting that it only seemed to work when he was involved. He pressed Ru about the egification process, suspecting that Ru had absorbed the radiant wolf's ego. Ru denied having gained anything from the event. Kigyu, confused, questioned what had actually happened. Kigyu's status window appeared, revealing his name, level, still 1, class, ego's partner, unique ability, link, skill, synchronization, and the radiant wolf as his only possessed ego. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, stared at the newly acquired skill notification on his interface. Confusion clouded his features as he muttered to himself, questioning how to use this newfound ability. He wondered aloud if the skill activation required him to shout its name. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed into him, sending Kigyu sprawling across the ground. He shielded his eyes, a pained yell escaping his lips as he was thrown violently backward. He recovered quickly, clearing his throat and regaining his composure. The intensity of the previous moment was palpable. Kigyu, now standing amidst a tranquil landscape, reflected on his recent experience. He had discovered how cannibalism worked within the game's mechanics, a grim realization. He reassured himself that he would figure out the timing later. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. He had obtained an indigo crystal, a valuable item surpassing even purple crystals in rank. He estimated its worth to be quite substantial. With the crystal secured, Kigyu set off towards the reward room, his steps quickening with anticipation. As he walked, Kigyu noticed something peculiar, a doubled image of himself. A concerned voice asked what was wrong. A grim realization dawned on him. To enter the reward room, he needed to touch the gatekeeper's corpse. The image showed the gatekeeper's remains, bound and lifeless. Kigyu stood in a vast, open field, his frustration evident. He recalled that Ru, his companion, had consumed the radiant wolf's corpse, making access to the reward room impossible. Ru's irritated voice cut through the air. The sun remained stubbornly above the horizon, even within the confines of the gate. Starting on the second day, the search party began their investigation in earnest. One member of the party voiced their concerns. Was this search truly necessary? Wouldn't it be a waste of precious time? Kim Kigyu, the party's leader, considered the question. He proposed an alternative, exiting the gate and requesting assistance. He began to explain his reasoning, but was interrupted. Kigyu continued, outlining the potential risks. Another abnormal phenomenon, similar to the Gyuri City incident, could make him a suspect. Furthermore, exiting the gate without a solution would risk a catastrophic gate break, resulting in countless casualties. The gravity of the situation was underscored by a vision of a gate break, a maelstrom of purple energy threatening to consume everything. Kigyu resolved to face the consequences of his actions. He had created this problem, and he would find a solution no matter the cost. A companion scoffed at Kigyu's formal language, pointing out that he was essentially saying he would clean up his own mess. Kigyu, irritated, curtly told him to be quiet. He then mentioned that Taeshikyung would arrive in 4 days. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, muttered to himself, strategizing to avoid the worst-case scenario. His gaze was sharp, his expression grim. He acknowledged that the human was impressive, but believed a proactive solution was preferable. The scene shifted to a desolate plain. A search had yielded nothing. Only a discarded energy drink and scattered papers remained as evidence of a fruitless search. Kigyu considered a drastic measure, wiping out the remaining monsters. His subordinate readily agreed, deeming it a simple but effective solution. Kigyu, true to his word, fearlessly charged down every path he had previously avoided, confronting a pack of blue wolves. He engaged in a fierce battle, his movements a blur of motion and energy as he unleashed a devastating attack, eliminating the remaining blue wolves. Day 5. The scene shifted to a final confrontation. Kigyu faced a lone blue wolf, his resolve unwavering as he prepared for the final blow. He confirmed this was the last of the blue wolves. His subordinate offered praise. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood in a dimly lit cavern, purple crystals scattered on the ground. He clutched a glowing object in his hand, his brow furrowed in concern. "Master," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the echoing silence of the cave. "What do I do now?" Kigyu's gaze shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. He muttered to himself, the weight of his predicament heavy on his shoulders. Taeshikyung, it seemed, was not far behind. He continued his trek through the cavern, his mind racing. The question of what to do next weighed heavily on him. His internal monologue turned to a more drastic solution. A sudden, urgent call echoed through the cave, snapping Kigyu from his thoughts. He looked around, his expression shifting to one of alarm. A powerful energy surge emanated from the depths of the cave, causing Kigyu to pause and stare in awe and apprehension. The energy within the gate was condensing. The sight before him was breathtaking and terrifying. A brilliant light pulsed from the gate, illuminating the cavern in an ethereal glow. Kigyu could only utter one word in response. Kigyu's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the location of the energy surge. He frantically searched for answers, his voice laced with urgency. The answer came to him in a flash of insight. The energy was concentrating at the gatekeeper's former location, the plains. Meanwhile, in the city above, a colossal statue of a warrior stood sentinel, spear held high, silhouetted against a vibrant sunset. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the events unfolding below. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, leaned against a soundproof barrier machine, a wry smile playing on his lips. He just narrowly avoided a confrontation. "If you had come out even an hour or two later, I was going to go in," he mused, the words a quiet boast. I cut it close." He was in the showers of the tower's lower levels, where he worked as a guide. A fellow player, whose name was not yet revealed, approached him. "Why were you in there so long? I thought 2 days would have been plenty with your skills." Kigyu chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Actually, I defeated the keeper on day 1. The other player raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "But there was a small problem." He continued, his tone serious now. "The boss corpse disappeared, so I wasn't able to teleport to the reward room." The other player looked shocked. "What? So? What did you do?" Kigyu shrugged, a hint of pride in his voice. "Well, I killed off every single remaining monster." He gestured to a bag of crystals he was carrying. "Is that why you had so many crystals? Using your hood like a sack." He chuckled. "Anyways, after killing the last monster, all the energy inside the gate gathered inside the boss room. A small, unseen creature scurried towards Kigyu, urging him on. "Hurry, master." Kigyu, however, remained calm. "You don't have to rush me. I'm already running." He dashed forward into a blinding light. The sight that greeted him was extraordinary. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange jacket, stumbled through a dark, rocky cavern, his breath ragged. Panic etched itself onto his features as he desperately searched for an escape. He pressed himself against the cold, damp stone, his heart pounding in his chest. A wave of disorientation washed over him. The world seemed to shimmer and distort around him. It was as if reality itself fractured, the familiar landscape breaking apart into a kaleidoscope of swirling colors and light. Then, as quickly as it began, the chaos subsided. Kigyu found himself standing before a radiant, ethereal orb, its light bathing him in warmth. He held out his hands, palms upward, as if instinctively drawn to the celestial sphere. The light pulsed gently, a soft hum resonating in the air. A system message appeared before him, a digital notification confirming his acquisition, a fragment of an ego. Moments later, Kigyu found himself in a shower, the water washing away the lingering remnants of his extraordinary experience. He stared at his reflection, a look of wonder and disbelief on his face. He reached out, touching his reflection, as if to confirm his own reality. The image rippled slightly, a subtle distortion that hinted at something more. Kim Kigyu stood beneath the shower head, the warm water doing little to soothe the persistent ache in his shoulders. 5 years. 5 years he'd spent trapped on the lower levels of the tower, guiding other players through the initial challenges, all while his own abilities remained stubbornly dormant. A sudden thought struck him, a spark of insight amidst the steam. He muttered to himself, the words barely audible above the rushing water. "I think those gates might be egos." He stepped from a shower, the water cascading down his toned physique. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a potential key to finally breaking through his 5-year stagnation. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, received his payment. 50 million won, wired directly to his account, for clearing a gate and the associated crystals. His companion, a man with short brown hair and a relaxed demeanor, urged him to drop the formalities. Kigyu was headed to the hospital to visit someone. Kigyu explained that he had called earlier, but the person was likely sick with worry. Therefore, a visit was necessary. His companion offered Kigyu a ride. Kigyu hesitated, expressing reluctance to accept. The companion, amused, teased Kigyu about his choice of transportation, questioning his masculinity in light of the pink car. Inside the vibrant pink car, Kigyu sat, a conflicted expression on his face. He admitted that, despite his reservations, this was the dream of all true men. As they drove, a burst of laughter erupted from the companion. Suddenly, a large, shadowy figure appeared on the road, causing a commotion. Lee Sujin's primary doctor, Choi Dongjun, reassured her family. He stated that as long as she wasn't hurt, everything was fine. He then suggested they buy her a drink to help her wake up. Two young men, one of whom was Kigyu, prepared to leave the hospital room. Kigyu promised they would return, allowing the family to continue their conversation. Sujin, still in her hospital bed, thanked Kigyu for always looking after her. He humbly replied that it was nothing and that he had received a lot of help in return. As they left, Kigyu playfully teased Sujin about falling asleep right after dinner. She yawned in response. Kigyu explained that his power nap was to prepare for studying. Sujin, ever concerned for his well-being, warned him not to overwork himself. Sujin playfully suggested Kigyu buy her a talisman of protection instead. He readily agreed. Outside, an elderly woman stopped Kigyu, asking if he was Yunjung's older brother. Kigyu, surprised, exclaimed, "Huh? Granny." The evening was drawing to a close. Inside a hospital room, a young woman, her dark hair neatly pulled back, stood silently beside an elderly woman in a yellow top. The older woman, her face etched with age, looked up at her and asked, "You haven't gone to bed yet?" The young woman replied, explaining that she had been out for a walk and had heard the older woman's voice. The older woman then reflected on the young woman's well-mannered nature, attributing it to the young man who accompanied her. The young man, who had remained quiet until now, chuckled and modestly dismissed his contribution. The older woman, however, insisted, stating that he exuded a positive aura. He thanked her for the compliment. The young man apologized for interrupting their evening. The older woman and the young woman assured him it was fine, and they all said their goodbyes. The young man and woman left, leaving the older woman alone. As the older woman watched them go, she turned and called out to the young man. He turned back, questioning what she needed. She stated that she sensed many conflicting auras within him. The young man looked concerned, his expression reflecting a hint of apprehension. The older woman offered a word of encouragement, expressing her hope that he would successfully overcome the challenges that lay ahead. The scene ends with the young man walking away, leaving the older woman alone in the hospital room. Kim Kigyu and a young woman stood in a long, sterile corridor. Kigyu, lost in thought, wondered about the meaning of her cryptic words. His gaze fell upon his hand, a thought flickering across his mind. Could she actually know something? The next day dawned, revealing a modern hospital building bathed in sunlight. Kigyu stretched, declaring that he had slept soundly. He reflected on the comfort of the hospital bed, contrasting it with his usual, harsh living conditions. Two hospital staff members approached him, a nurse and a doctor, who inquired about his identity. Kigyu responded curtly, questioning their purpose. The doctor politely requested a moment of his time. A large, imposing statue of a knight in shining armor stood tall against the backdrop of a modern city. A swirling vortex of ethereal energy pulsed before a sizable group of adventurers, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. The air crackled with anticipation as they stood poised, ready for whatever might emerge from the other side. 3 days of relentless exploration had finally come to an end for one particular adventurer. He expressed his relief, eager to return home. A companion suggested drinks to celebrate their return. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden exclamation. One of them spotted someone and asked if the other wanted soju instead. The source of their excitement was revealed, a renowned slayer. His presence caused a stir among the group. One of the adventurers, a self-proclaimed fan, considered approaching the slayer. His friend encouraged him. His eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed something unexpected. The focus shifted to another individual, his expression one of deep concern. His worry was confirmed. A report indicated a patient was in critical condition. The severity of the situation was evident. Despite attempts to conceal it, the extent of the patient's muscle damage was clear. Her injuries were severe. Kim Kigyu walked with a determined stride, his footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the lower floors of the tower, a stark contrast to the unique abilities he was promised. The complications were severe, a doctor explained, his voice heavy with grim news. He continued, his gaze falling on a young woman lying in a hospital bed. Kigyu, seated nearby, had done his best, but it was too late. Suddenly, Kigyu found himself facing 2 monstrous minotaurs, their glowing red eyes fixed on him. Their massive axes gleamed menacingly. A doctor's worried face filled the frame, his expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. The doctor explained there was another, undiagnosable problem. Kigyu, his face etched with worry, demanded to know what it was. The doctor's response was heartbreaking. At best, she had a year to live. At worst, only 3 months. Kigyu's face contorted in a grimace of fury and despair. His fists clenched. He lunged at the Minotaurs, a desperate, furious attack. The clash of steel against monstrous hide echoed through the cavern. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, clenched his fists, his face contorted in self-reproach. "It's all my fault," he muttered, the words laced with regret. His thoughts drifted to the past. He berated himself for using his family as an excuse to avoid facing his limitations. If only he had summoned the courage sooner, he reflected, the consequences might have been different. The scene shifted to a brutal battle. 2 hulking, red-skinned minotaurs, wielding massive axes, clashed with an unseen opponent. A crimson trail marked the path of a devastating attack. The impact of the unseen attack was shown in a flurry of motion lines and debris, suggesting a powerful force had struck the minotaurs. Kigyu's internal monologue continued. "I became stronger sooner." He stood amidst a desolate, rocky landscape, rain lashing down. 2 swords were strapped to his back, his expression grim but resolute. He was alone, but his journey had begun. A voice, sharp with concern, cut through the storm. "Are you nuts? Are you suicidal, or something?" The speaker continued, their words laced with exasperation. "Don't you know that in moments like this, you need to keep your head as clear as possible?" Another voice, calmer and more understanding, responded. "Watch your tongue, Rue. Master's mother is... It's reasonable for him to be in distress." The 19th floor of the tower. A seemingly endless expanse of snow-covered forest stretched before the adventurers. The scene shifts to a group of adventurers navigating this snowy landscape. Among them, a young man with dark hair and a concerned expression stands out. He and his companions observe a lone figure in the distance, heavily burdened with numerous bags. Whispers ripple through the group. They marvel at the sheer number of bags and speculate about their contents. One of them remarks on the extraordinary speed at which the lone figure ascended the tower, covering 8 floors in just 2 weeks. Approaching the burdened figure, a friendly offer of assistance is extended. However, the group notices another group approaching, the Smuff Guild. The Smuff Guild, easily identifiable by their distinctive uniforms, makes their presence known. One of them approaches the burdened figure, offering to help carry his load. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within Kim Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the tower's lower floors. But now, something was different. The energy pulsed, a raw power he'd never felt before, threatening to overwhelm him. Kigyu stumbled back, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. He gripped a dark sword, the crimson energy now arcing from its blade. Before him stood a man, startled by the sudden display of power. The man, clearly a player himself, sputtered, "Don't you know who I am?" Kigyu's eyes glowed intensely. He snapped, "And fucking scram. Don't get greedy for other people's belongings." The other player recoiled, clearly surprised by the unexpected outburst and the power emanating from Kigyu. Kigyu's expression hardened. He was no longer the level 1 guide. He wondered, was his bloodlust this strong? A tense scene unfolded in a clearing, sunlight dappling through the trees. Kim Kigyu, a man with a worn backpack, stood defiantly before a group of figures in dark uniforms. Their leader, a stern-faced man in a suit, barked an order, "And fucking scram." Kigyu's eyes glowed with an inner fire, his expression hardening. A surge of power coursed through him as he silently registered their intentions. They were after his belongings. He reacted instantly, a blur of motion. The scene shifted to a close-up of Kigyu's arm, muscles taut as he prepared to defend himself. Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with worry, watched from the edge of the clearing. He recognized the aggressors immediately. "Damn it, it's the association." The confrontation escalated. One of the uniformed men lunged at Kigyu, but he evaded the attack with practiced ease. "I'm going to remember your face," the attacker snarled. Another added, "Consider yourself lucky." Kigyu, unfazed, calmly asked, "What seems to be the problem?" A new figure approached, identifying himself as Hyo Sung-hoon, a member of the Korean Player Association's 19th Floor Security Task Force. He presented his credentials. Kigyu explained that the red uniformed players have been trying to steal his belongings. Sung-hoon, appearing concerned, asked for Kigyu's cooperation. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remains frustratingly stuck at level 1, stood amidst a bustling crowd. His considerable amount of luggage drew a comment from a nearby man. "Well, no wonder with how much stuff you have." Kigyu, however, seemed preoccupied. Another individual approached, addressing him directly. "If I'm not wrong, are you perhaps player Kim Kigyu?" Kigyu, clearly surprised, questioned the situation. "Put a bounty on me?" Meanwhile, the man who brought Kigyu there explained the situation. He stated that the man who brought him was named Hyo Sung-hoon, and that he promised a bonus for bringing Kigyu in. The man in the office added, "Please make sure to tell the director." The office worker sighed, muttering to himself, "Sung-hoon did? I'll have to double his bonus this month." He then turned his attention back to Kigyu, inquiring, "So, what's going on?" Kigyu, still confused, responded, "What do you mean what's going on?" The office worker replied, Don't you think it's only natural for me to look for someone that's gone missing for 2 weeks? Kim Kigyu, a young man with a weary expression, sat across from a more composed individual. He questioned, "Is that it?" The other man responded, his tone serious. He explained that they had found a way to potentially treat Kigyu's mother's illness. He continued, emphasizing the rarity of the solution. There's only one way to treat an incurable illness. You know what I'm talking about, right? The image showed a mystical purple elixir, glowing with arcane energy. Kigyu reacted with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "It's a miracle drug that can cure any illness," he acknowledged, but added with a hint of doubt. "But elixirs are—" The other man held up 3 fingers, explaining, "Discovered 3 times. Once as a test reward in the early days of the tower when Marco Alonso cleared the 50th floor for the first time in history." He continued, "The other 2 appeared as clear rewards from gates." The man expressed surprise at Kigyu's knowledge, commenting, "I'm surprised you know so well." He finished his explanation, "Because I don't need to tell you, right? What the 2 gates had in common." The discussion turned to the nature of the newly appeared gates. They were labyrinthine in design, presenting a wide array of monsters spanning various ranks. The difficulty was considered extreme, due to the numerous traps and the presence of a powerful guardian. Despite this, a key detail emerged. These gates weren't ranked. Anyone could challenge them, provided they could verify their identity. 2 days prior, the 3rd labyrinthine gate had appeared in the United States. This information was relayed by a man, his expression serious and contemplative. The scene shifted. A man instructed someone to clean up before Sujin arrived, as she would faint at the sight of his current state. He also requested that all his belongings be deposited without any fees. The man gratefully accepted the offer, leaving his belongings behind. He then entered a room and sighed, clearly weary. He reclined in a chair, his exhaustion evident. The man reflected on his situation, noting that his current circumstances made him miss smoking. Suddenly, he was addressed. Kim Hyung. Kim Kigyu stared out the window of his office, a sigh escaping his lips. He dedicated 5 years of his life to guiding newcomers through the lower levels of the tower, a monotonous routine born from his frustrating inability to level up. "I think I've done everything I can," he murmured to himself, the weight of his stagnation heavy on his shoulders. Outside, the imposing structure of the tower pierced the sky, a constant reminder of his limitations. He knew he wasn't alone in his struggle. Countless others had failed to progress beyond the initial levels. But today, something felt different. A shift in the air, a subtle change in perspective. A sharp voice cut through his thoughts. A man in a suit approached Kigyu, his expression serious. "You're Hyo, Sunghoon SSI, right?" he asked, his tone formal. Kigyu nodded, confirming his identity. The man continued, explaining, "The director told me if I want my bonus, I need to take care of you till the end, so I've been given the role of guiding you to the gate." The man, whose name was never revealed, assured Kigyu that all the necessary paperwork and supplies had been prepared. He was ready. With a final instruction to follow him, the 2 men departed, leaving behind the bustling lobby of the tower. Kigyu felt a surge of nervous anticipation. Suddenly, the man stopped, a worried expression crossing his face. "Please wait." A digital display flashed before them, announcing their arrival at the 20th floor. Then, a message appeared. "You passed the test." The skill synchronization evolved into synchronization E. A new screen detailed Kigyu's updated profile. Name, Kim Kigyu. Level, 1 class. Ego's partner, unique ability. Link, you can link up with Egos. Skill, synchronization, you can use up to 35% of your ego stats. His journey was about to begin. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, reviewed data on a small, glowing screen. He frowned in concentration. Skills with ranks were uncommon. He mused, and despite feeling more powerful than before his test, he could still only utilize 35% of his abilities. Kigyu, still studying his screen, was approached by a sharply dressed man in a suit. "Yes?" Kigyu asked, looking up. The man explained that it normally takes a day to clear the 20th floor's test. Kigyu, surprised, questioned why the man was bringing that up. The suited man hesitated, then cleared his throat. He decided against further explanation, instead suggesting they depart. Kigyu, looking around at other players in the lobby, commented on the time, feeling like they were wasting it. The suited man chuckled, revealing they weren't taking a plane. He revealed their destination, the 5th floor of the Ever-Expanse Tower. The Ever-Expanse Tower was shown, a colossal structure piercing the sky. Because it's divided into sectors, encountering players from other countries was rare. Despite its sector divisions, it was an undeniable fact that the tower connected the world. Their destination was revealed to be the Korean Player Association's 5th floor branch. 2 men stood in a sleek, modern elevator. One, dressed in a dark blue jacket, spoke to his companion, who wore a sharp suit. He explained that the building itself was a powerful artifact, powered by crystals. The man in the jacket continued, emphasizing the building's immense value. His companion, intrigued, inquired about the association's budget. The elevator doors opened with a soft hiss, revealing a hallway bathed in a cool blue light. One of the men, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension, stepped out. He gazed in wonder at the vast chamber beyond, his voice barely a whisper as he identified the location. The International Teleportation Portal Management Center. Rows upon rows of shimmering blue portals stretched into the distance, a breathtaking sight. The man in the jacket expressed surprise at using such a facility, revealing that he'd only heard of national organizations managing these portals in secrecy. His companion chuckled. The suited man explained that Director Otashik was far more resourceful than the other had imagined. He pointed to a specific portal. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a backpack, stood alongside a sharply dressed man in a suit. They were in a sleek, modern hallway, gazing into a shimmering, ethereal portal that seemed to hum with energy. A security guard stood watch nearby. Kigyu's companion, whose name was revealed to be Mr. Lee, smiled warmly. Kigyu appeared pensive, his expression hinting at a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Mr. Lee gestured towards the portal. "We're about to ride the world's fastest transportation system," he exclaimed, chuckling at Kigyu's apparent awe. Kigyu, however, was less than convinced. As they stepped into the portal, Kigyu mused to himself, "But can you really call this riding?" Moments later, they arrived in Los Angeles, USA. The city skyline stretched before them, a breathtaking panorama of skyscrapers and urban sprawl. They were now inside a car, Kigyu reviewing a document while Mr. Lee drove. The atmosphere was serious. Kigyu carefully examined the document, his brow furrowed in concentration. The document detailed the mission. A total of 3 high-ranking players had declared their intent to join this raid. The image showed Kigyu and a large figure, possibly a powerful player, standing back-to-back, preparing for battle. The text indicated that the large figure was known as US's Iron Shield. A swirling vortex of dark, ethereal energy pulsed with an ominous blue light. From its depths, a monstrous silhouette emerged, its horns and glowing eyes hinting at a terrifying power. The text above identified it as Europe's Athena. The image shifted, revealing another figure, equally imposing, identified as Korea's Demon King. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and worried eyes, sat in a car, his thoughts a torrent of self-doubt. He wondered aloud if he could truly succeed among such formidable figures. The car pulled up to its destination, the tires screeching slightly on the asphalt. Kigyu's companions announced their arrival. They were at the site of a newly opened gate, a hellish rift in the fabric of reality, surrounded by a formidable military presence. The gate itself was a swirling maelstrom of light and energy, a terrifying and beautiful spectacle. The scene shifted to show the gate, now identified as Horjon's Labyrinth. A man with light-colored hair, addressed as Baal, appeared, observing the scene. Baal noted the presence of someone who appeared to be Korean, near the gate. He seemed unfamiliar to Baal. Baal, still observing the scene, confirmed his uncertainty about the Korean's identity, but speculated that he might be associated with a particular organization. A single, luminous eye, filled with an intense golden light, pulsed with power. The surrounding area shimmered with an ethereal energy, hinting at something extraordinary. A young woman with vibrant purple hair, partially obscured by sunglasses, tilted her head in curiosity. Beside her, 2 men exchanged hushed words. The men discussed a certain individual, a level 1 player with no stats, possessing a unique, yet unseen ability. One of them expressed disbelief that even their own abilities couldn't detect it. The woman, intrigued, mused that this player's very appearance was appealing to her. She declared her intense interest in the situation. The scene opens on a desolate, overgrown path. Cracked stone walls, choked with weeds and clinging roots, line the way. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. Suddenly, the ground trembles, cracks spiderweb across the path, and chunks of stone burst outward, propelled by unseen force. Kim Kigyu, a young man with determined eyes and dark hair, deflects a blow from a monstrous, glowing blade. His own sword meets the attack with a shower of sparks. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding a massive spider-like creature that emerges from the shattered earth. Its multiple legs churn, and it lashes out with a chain-like appendage. Another figure, Sunghoon, appears, urging Kigyu onward. He throws a spear, distracting the beast. "Sunghoon SSI, now's your chance," he shouts, to which Sunghoon replies, "Roger that." Kigyu focuses, his eyes glowing. He unleashes a powerful blow, a surge of energy erupting from his fist. The force of the blow sends the creature reeling. Its chitinous armor cracks under the impact. Sunghoon seizes the opportunity, striking the creature's vulnerable eye with his spear. The monster shrieks in agony as its life force drains away. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, unleashed a burst of crimson energy. His newly discovered ability to link with egos manifested as a surge of power, propelling him forward with surprising force. The energy subsided, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. He stood before a crumbling wall, his breath catching in his throat. A figure emerged from the dust, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Sunghoon, Kigyu's guide, approached cautiously. "It's time for you to go, right?" he asked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Kigyu nodded, his expression serious. It's already been 15 hours. Taking into account the amount of time it'll take to backtrack, it's probably best if I leave soon. He turned to Sung-hoon, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thank you for everything. I was able to adjust quickly thanks to you, Sung-hoon SSI. Sung-hoon chuckled. Player Kim Giju's growth speed was astounding. He paused, then added with a grin, if you're so grateful, just buy me dinner next time. The two exchanged a handshake, a promise of future reunions implicit in their farewells. Kigyu vowed to treat Sung-hoon well, ensuring his safe return home. Their parting words were filled with warmth and mutual respect. A spray of crimson marked the weathered stone wall, a stark X against the gray. Nearby, a figure muttered, okay. The same individual, a young man with short dark hair, continued his task. He held a spray can, labeling the path. Done here as well, he commented, the can identified as infinite spray paint, used to mark the path inside a gate. The remains of a large spider lay on the ground, a testament to a recent battle. The young man reflected, I'm now able to defeat 3 giant spiders without any trouble. He continued walking, a pensive expression on his face. His thoughts turned inward. However, getting used to a specific monster also means that I'm not making any progress. The young man's gaze dropped, his brow furrowed in concentration. A grim realization settled upon him. Since the closer you are to the boss room, the stronger the monster should be. A gloved hand held a small ball of white thread. The young man questioned, what is this? Another figure, a man in a sharp suit and carrying a spear, appeared. He explained, it's Arachne's clue. It's an item that lets you return to the gate's entrance once. It's a gift from Director Hayshik, and he wanted me to tell you. The suited man relayed the director's message. If you encounter a monster that's too powerful, run away. The young man, however, remained resolute. He responded internally, don't try and save it. There is nothing more important than your life. Well, even if it kills me, I don't have any plans of using it before I obtain the elixir. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stumbled through a desolate landscape, his breath catching in his throat. The ground was littered with rubble, remnants of some long-forgotten conflict. A wave of intense energy, a violent crimson surge, washed over him, sending him sprawling. The source of the energy seemed to be a ring, pulsing with an inner light, on the hand of a figure emerging from the dust cloud. The ring crackled with barely contained power. Kigyu, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, watched as the energy coalesced into a weapon, a staff crackling with raw power. He braced himself, ready for whatever might come next. He heard a report from a nearby companion. It spoke of a little girl, a detail that seemed unsettling. His companion voiced his concerns, deeming the situation suspicious and advising against further investigation. Kigyu, however, remained resolute. He decided to proceed, believing a quick investigation was necessary. He acknowledged his companion's point about potential future threats, but his resolve remained firm. With a nod of agreement, the companion prepared to follow his master's lead. A young girl, her face a mask of distress, was bound tightly by thick vines. Her cries for help echoed through the dense forest. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a backpack, approached cautiously. His expression shifted from curiosity to suspicion as he took in the scene. Kigyu's gaze lingered on the girl, trapped within what appeared to be a magically sealed gate. He questioned the strangeness of the situation, noting her resemblance to someone he knew. The image of an anglerfish, its bioluminescent lure attracting unsuspecting prey, flashed through his mind. He suspected a trap. He considered ignoring the scene, but too many inconsistencies nagged at him. Turning away, Kigyu was reminded of his own difficult circumstances. A whispered word escaped his lips. He lamented his inability to secure the funds for his mother's treatment. A voice challenged his judgment, questioning his inaction. Kigyu reconsidered the situation, realizing the girl's distress was likely staged. Even a child wouldn't fall for such an obvious ploy. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, let out a frustrated sigh. He examined his sword, a flicker of self-deprecation in his eyes. Suddenly, vibrant streaks of red and gold energy erupted from a nearby tree, violently shaking the ground. Kigyu reacted instantly, his body moving with surprising speed as he deflected the energy blasts with his sword. A young woman, caught in the crossfire, cried out. He continued to skillfully evade the relentless energy attacks, his movements precise and efficient. Once the immediate danger subsided, Kigyu approached the girl, who was visibly shaken. He asked her if she had accidentally lost her party. The girl, Jong Sujung, explained that she had been distracted and separated from her group. Kigyu learned that Sujung possessed a rare buff skill as her unique ability. A voiceover explained that while anyone can become a player, bringing a minor into a dangerous party was risky, but Sujung's unique ability made it worthwhile. The narration continued, explaining why Sujung was brought to such a dangerous location. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stared pensively ahead. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the lower floors of the tower. A hand, gloved and dark, offered a small, rectangular box to a young woman with dark hair, her expression a mixture of apprehension and hope. Kigyu, having received a similar box himself, now walked away, muttering to himself about a safe zone setup kit. He explained to the girl that the kit was low grade, only lasting a day, but that someone who could help might appear within that time. The girl, addressing him as Ajusi, asked for his help, prompting a slightly exasperated response from Kigyu. She pleaded with him to take her along, her eyes wide with hope. Kigyu, however, firmly refused, stating that players must be responsible for their own lives and that he couldn't help beyond providing the kit. Undeterred, she insisted she was a great support and promised to be helpful, her desperation palpable. She revealed that she had only recently become a player, explaining her low level as the reason for her inexperience and need for assistance. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, confessed to his companion, a girl with dark hair. I told people that I had a unique ability. He continued, his voice strained, and they promised to give me a lot of money if I came with them. Kigyu's resolve hardened. He stated firmly, my goal is to clear the gate, so I'm not planning on going back. His companion, whose name was revealed to be Yuna, responded with concern. She warned him, I shouldn't have to explain to you how dangerous it'll be, but we'll share the rewards, and if an elixir drops, I can't give it to you. Yuna, showing a hint of impatience, pressed on, I'm telling you this now, but if you're not helpful, I'm going to hand you off to another party. I'm not your babysitter. Kigyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Yuna muttered a dismissive, yeah. Kigyu's internal thoughts revealed his true motivation. It's because a supporter makes hunting easier. It's definitely not because her mother is sick or because she reminds me of Yujung. A dark hand, adorned with 2 glowing rings, appeared, a voice commenting sarcastically, wow, you're so altruistic. A sharp, clicking sound echoed through the trees as the camera panned to reveal a large, menacing insect. A giant ant, its mandibles glistening, emerged from the forest, its red eyes fixed on Kigyu and Yuna. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood ready. His companion, Sujung, a young woman with dark hair, focused, preparing to enhance his abilities. Sujung, buff, Kigyu urged, his voice tight with anticipation. With a determined nod, Sujung complied. Yes, sirree. The buff surged through Kigyu's body, a wave of power visibly rippling through his muscles. He felt a surge of strength, a tangible increase in his physical capabilities. Suddenly, a monstrous venom ant, far larger than any he'd encountered before, emerged from the undergrowth, its mandibles snapping. Kigyu reacted instantly, his enhanced strength allowing him to move with surprising speed and agility. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he met the creature's attack head-on. The clash of steel against chitinous armor echoed through the forest. Kigyu's face was set in grim determination as he fought back against the massive ant. His newly enhanced strength and speed were crucial in this desperate battle. The venom ant's massive head filled Kigyu's vision, its glowing red eyes menacing. The creature roared, its attack relentless. Kigyu parried the blow, narrowly avoiding the ant's deadly mandibles. He knew he needed to find a way to overcome this powerful foe. With a desperate lunge, Kigyu managed to inflict a deep wound on the ant. The creature recoiled, its movements slowing. As the venom ant's blood splashed onto Kigyu's sword, a system message appeared. Ru, Kigyu's unique ability, had absorbed the ant's venom, increasing his poison resistance. This unexpected development gave him a new edge in the fight. 2 weeks had passed since Kim Kigyu began his journey with his younger sister, Sujung. Hunting had become significantly easier, a testament to their growing skills. Then Sujung announced, Appa, I leveled up again. Kigyu responded calmly, Is that so? Congratulations. Sujung, brimming with excitement, added, At this rate, I might catch up to Appa's level soon. Kigyu, however, remained unconvinced, muttering, That's probably impossible. A sudden shift in Kigyu's expression hinted at a change in his perception. He sensed something. Whispering to Sujung, he said, Shoo, I felt a presence just now. Kigyu cautiously peered around a crumbling stone wall, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Sujung, still seated, looked up at him questioningly. His gaze sharpened, focusing on something beyond the wall. A look of dawning recognition crossed his face. The text revealed the identity of the approaching force. The Iron Guild, led by the powerful American high ranker, Iron Shield. Kigyu's thoughts raced. If he's a high ranker, there's no way he didn't sense my presence. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, despite 5 years of experience, found himself in a precarious situation. He was infiltrating an area, and a thought crossed his mind. If his presence was discovered, an attack was imminent. He felt a surge of urgency. Escape was his only option. Suddenly, the ground beneath him crumbled, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Kigyu fell, debris raining down around him as he tumbled through the air. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, focused on finding a way out. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. Dust and smoke filled the air. Kigyu pushed himself up, his breath ragged, surveying his surroundings. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape. A solitary figure rests against a rock, gazing pensively at the sky. The air is still. The only sounds the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of nature. A sudden gust of wind whips through the clearing, scattering leaves and stirring the grass. The resting figure startles, eyes widening as they look towards a towering figure emerging from the distance. This newcomer is clad in gleaming silver armor, his presence commanding and imposing. The armored figure, a guild master, addresses a group of soldiers. He seems perplexed, questioning why Kurlian was thrown. His expression is one of confusion and uncertainty. The guildmaster dismisses the incident as a figment of his imagination. A large sword lies discarded on the ground nearby. The scene shifts to a different location. The setting changes to a narrow canyon, sunlight filtering through the rocky walls. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine. Two figures, a young man and woman, are seen panting heavily, having clearly exerted themselves. They are deep within the canyon, their journey arduous. The woman questions their hasty retreat, voicing her confusion about their sudden flight. She insists they did nothing wrong. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, crouched behind a rock with his companion. He explained, "We ended up spying on them, not the other way around." His companion nodded, adding, "That's against the rules. It's to prevent ambushes." Kigyu's companion continued, "I guess it's because major guilds have a lot of enemies." They were discussing their next move. The companion asked, "Do we need to run?" Kigyu responded, "Nah, we'll follow their trail, keeping our distance." Kigyu offered a positive spin on their situation. "Our route, overlapping with a skilled guild, means a high chance we're headed in the right direction." His companion expressed understanding with a simple "lo." They came across a distinctive mark on a wall, a crimson circle. Kigyu pointed out. He stated, "Another mark. This was the right call. Thanks to the Iron Guild, all the monsters are gone, and the traps are disabled." Kigyu summarized their next steps. "Now we just need to find the boss room." But then he noticed something unexpected. He wondered aloud, "Where did that kid go?" Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a tranquil landscape. He held a sword at his side, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A sense of unease hung in the air. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet. A desperate plea echoed in Kigyu's mind. "Run, master! Please run!" Two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces grim. One, with brown hair, spoke with chilling certainty. "I found you, you traitorous bastard." Kigyu's eyes widened in alarm. He was clearly caught off guard. A large, shadowy hand reached out from the darkness, startling Kigyu. Before Kigyu could react, he was violently thrown to the ground by a powerful blow. He groaned in pain, his vision blurring. He realized, with dawning horror, that he was losing consciousness. His thoughts raced. He knew he couldn't maintain his awareness much longer. A sudden, jarring cry pierced the silence. "Hey!" echoed twice, the second call more forceful than the first, as if to rouse someone from a deep slumber. The sound seemed to originate from a violent burst of energy, a chaotic explosion of purple light that momentarily blinded the eyes. A figure, disoriented and dazed, stumbled into view. He was a young man with dark hair and a bruised face, his expression one of confusion. A voice, calm and collected, broke through his disorientation. "You're finally awake." A gloved hand roughly grasped his hair, forcing his head up. The young man winced in pain. He glared at his captor, a blond man in shining armor, and demanded, "Who hired you? You goddamn." His anger faltered. The young man's eyes widened in realization. Fuck, I don't know English. Did he think I was spying on him? He thought. The blond man, seemingly unfazed by the sudden silence, pressed on. "Who are you? How did you fool my senses? If you tell me the truth, I'll kill you painlessly." The young man, his face contorted in frustration, shouted, "I am no spy. Just hunting. Galta hunting." The blond man looked puzzled. One of his companions whispered, "Can he not speak English? It could be just an act, sir." A stern-faced man, his blond hair neatly trimmed, looked off into the distance. He muttered, "We'll find out soon enough." The man, addressed as Rogers, stood before another figure, his back to the viewer, a large sword strapped to his back. The other man observed him quietly. The observer's eyes widened in recognition. He thought, that guy is the famous player who made the news for joining the Iron Guild. Meanwhile, bound and seated against a rock, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression was addressed. Korean-American, Rogers Han. He thought, does he know I'm Korean? He knows who I am, right? I'm also pretty famous in Korea, so I'll skip my introduction. The older man chuckled. "Oh, by the way, we figured out you were Korean after finding this inside your bag." He gestured to some expensive-looking potions. "Damn, aren't these pretty expensive?" The bound young man responded. "Huh? Aren't they being quite receptive? My guild master has been on edge lately. They even brought in a translator. Does that mean they're interested in talking?" The older man leaned in, his expression turning serious. "So, why did you spy on us? Who are you affiliated with? And how did you fool my guild master's aura sense?" The young man protested. "I didn't spy. This is just a misunderstanding. I only came here to hunt. I'm just a normal player with no affiliations." A man with shoulder-length graying hair, clad in reddish-brown armor, knelt, a small dagger in hand. He watched intently as something unfolded before him, a silent observer. He muttered himself, "Is that so?" The focus shifted to a gleaming blade, moving with swift, blurred motion. The blade descended, its point aimed at a bound young man with dark hair. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He uttered a single word, "Huh." A wave of dark energy pulsed around the young man as the blade made contact. The young man's face contorted in pain. He cried out in agony as the gray-haired man watched, surprised. "Huh, why is this motherfucker so squishy?" The young man coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. He groaned, "Ugh, I don't know how little bitch like you had the balls to get here." The gray-haired man smirked. "But you think we were born yesterday? Hunt, you mean you're after the elixir? Am I wrong?" Several other figures stood in the background, observing the scene. The guild master, a man of imposing stature and stern countenance, addressed the assembled players. His words carried the weight of authority. You can't see their status windows, and unlike their appearance, they're so dull, you can't even cut orc leather with it. One player, a young man with blonde hair, simply murmured, The guild master continued, explaining their current predicament. He gestured towards the group of poorly equipped players. "We can have the workshop take a look at them when we get back. Safeguard it." A player responded affirmatively. "Yes, guild master." The guild master added, "Besides, compared to your holy sword Curlian, they might as well be scrap metal." The scene shifted to a collection of external injury potions neatly arranged on a cloth. A hand reached for one, and a voiceover reflected the scene's context. "Expensive potions sure are great, aren't they? They work so fast." A man in a red jacket swiftly applied a potion to a wound on a bound young man's leg. The crimson liquid flowed down the leg. The young man winced. The man in red explained his actions to the injured young man. "Like that. I'm helping you use them, so you don't end up a hoarder." "Okay." The young man, still bound, glared at his helper. "Whose lardog are you?" he demanded. He then confessed, "I already told you. I lied about hunting being my objective, but I really did come here by myself." Suddenly, the young man coughed violently, a sign of his distress. His captor warned him, "We're not playing around, okay?" The man in red explained the situation. "We used detection on you to look at your stats before you woke up. The ropes that are restraining you right now are just normal ropes. They're not special ropes made for players." A gruff, imposing figure, clad in reddish-brown armor, sneered down at his bound captive. He spat out his contempt. "Yet you really believe us to be so easily fooled? That a weakling like you, who can't even escape such basic restraints, could possibly get away with this?" The armored man, seemingly their leader, turned his attention to another soldier. "Rogers, come over here. You can continue after you've had your meal." Suddenly, a violent eruption of crimson energy burst from the bound captive, Kim Kigyu. He coughed, clearly in pain, but a fierce determination hardened his features. Kigyu, still bound, groaned in pain as the energy subsided. The armored leader watched him, a hint of caution in his eyes. "Think wisely what your best course of action is." Kigyu's thoughts turned inward. He reflected on a past duel, a promise he'd made to himself repeatedly. He realized how much he lacked during that fight. His internal monologue continued. He'd had virtually no chance of successfully completing this labyrinthine challenge. He knew it was impossible, yet he couldn't give up hope. The truth hit him hard. The strength he'd relied on until now was borrowed, a fleeting illusion. Simply losing his weapons had left him vulnerable. Kigyu knelt in the grass, his shoulders slumped, defeated. The weight of his failure pressed down on him. He felt utterly powerless. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself trapped within a shimmering, ethereal sphere held within the palm of a colossal hand. Around him, several figures stood, their forms indistinct but clearly hostile. Meanwhile, a group of players, their distance approximately 2 kilometers away, observed Kigyu's predicament. Their leader, a figure cloaked in ornate armor, surveyed the scene with a calculating gaze. 2 of the observing players discussed their next move. One, a woman with silver hair, speculated that the enemy would likely search the area around their base. She then turned to her companion, a man in golden armor, and asked how he wished to proceed. The golden-armored player remained silent, his expression unreadable behind a golden bird-like mask. His gaze was intense, focused on something beyond the immediate situation. The scene opens with a stark image, a dark background splattered with what appears to be blood, suggesting a brutal struggle. 27 finger amputations, 63 bone fractures, and 121 stab wounds are starkly displayed. A discarded knife lies amidst the carnage, a grim testament to the violence that transpired. The sheer number of injuries paints a picture of a prolonged and merciless attack. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a pained expression, his face partially obscured by a bandage, is shown in the lower half of the panel. He is clearly injured, his clothing torn and stained. Kigyu sits amidst scattered medical supplies, empty vials, broken blister packs, further emphasizing his dire situation. He reflects on the ordeal, noting that he stopped counting the simpler injuries around the 200th mark. The scene shifts to a narration box revealing that 4 days have passed since Kigyu was captured by the Iron Guild. The setting changes to an outdoor scene where Kigyu, bound to a stone pillar, is surrounded by members of the Iron Guild. One of the guild members comments on Kigyu's tenacity, while another expresses regret at not recruiting him due to his perceived lack of talent. A knight, Bruce, stood before a bound captive, his face marred by wounds. He addressed a superior officer, requesting, "Bring me this man's sword." The officer questioned, "Both of them?" The knight replied, "Just one will suffice." He then reflected, "I thought about melting them down and recycling them, but I changed my mind. A true man like this deserves better treatment." The knight approached the captive, stating, "I will end you myself with your own sword, getting buried in a gate that will be marked down in history, with your precious swords as your tombstone." The officer observed, "Doesn't that seem like a pretty honorable death for a player?" The knight reassured him, "I'll make it a quick death." The knight raised the captive's sword, preparing to strike. He brought the sword down, the blade piercing the captive's body. The captive's eyes widened in a final, desperate expression. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, strained against his bonds, a crimson glow emanating from a small, crystal-like object in his hand. His face was contorted in a grimace of exertion. The ropes binding his wrists pulsed with a faint, magical energy, resisting his desperate struggle. He was clearly surprised by this unexpected resistance. With a surge of power, Kigyu launched himself forward, the ropes snapping under the strain. He was clearly using some new ability. He tumbled through the air, landing hard but quickly recovering. His eyes burned with determination. A blinding flash of light erupted from his hands as he unleashed a powerful attack. The energy arced towards his opponent. His opponent, a blonde knight in shining armor, was sent flying backwards, impaled by the force of the attack. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched in stunned silence. A man with a mustache and a concerned expression was at the forefront. Among them was an older man with gray hair and a younger, stern-faced knight. They seemed to be assessing the situation. Kigyu, still recovering from his attack, braced himself for a counterattack. The blonde knight was getting back up. A powerful figure, clad in gleaming armor, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. His muscles rippled beneath the metallic surface. From a distance, a voice cut through the air. "So you're hiding your power?" The speaker, a blonde man in ornate armor, continued, "No wonder. I thought I could sense the aura of the Demon King." He paused, his expression shifting slightly. "I'm not surprised she took an interest in you. Unfortunately, it seems like she used you to kill time." The blonde man gestured towards a young man with dark hair, his face grim and resolute, who stood defiant despite his injuries. "He's not budging at all." The blonde man turned his attention back to the young man. "But you fooled our detection. How'd you do that? That should be impossible, even for the Demon King." The young man's jaw tightened. His internal monologue was clear. "Since it's come to this, do I have no choice but to use that?" The scene shifted. The young man now stood, sword drawn, facing the blonde man, who stood with his own greatsword. Behind them, a large army stood at attention. From the shadows, a masked figure emerged, their voice echoing with authority. "Commence the attack." The blonde man braced himself, his sword raised, ready to meet the oncoming assault. A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes stared, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A gloved hand, seemingly belonging to someone else, reached out from the shadows, its fingers twitching. The hand's owner, a figure in shining silver armor, reacted with alarm. A spear impossibly fast whizzed past, narrowly missing its target. The words "Artemis's arrow" echoed in the silence. Two women, one clad in golden armor with a bird-like helmet, the other in dark attire with a bow, appeared. The woman in gold chuckled. "Athena, ho-ho correct. It has been a while, Iron Shield." The blonde-haired man's gloved fist clenched, crushing two thin metallic rods. The force of the impact was evident. He looked towards the approaching figures, his expression hardening. He stated, "I can take that as a declaration of war against the Iron Guild, right?" The women watched from a distance, their laughter echoing through the trees. The woman in gold commented on his improved sense of humor. The woman in gold, Athena, questioned if there had ever been a time when they weren't at war. Athena launched a powerful attack, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting from her weapon. The attack continued, a whirlwind of destructive force aimed at the Iron Guild soldiers. A powerful blow landed, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow and crimson, unleashed a devastating attack. Meanwhile, a knight in gleaming silver armor stood defiantly, his sword held firm. He seemed unfazed by the recent attack, his expression resolute. The scene shifted to a swirling vortex of energy, a mystical symbol glowing at its center. From this ethereal pool, a surge of power erupted. A brilliant, crystalline shield materialized, deflecting the incoming energy blast with ease. The shield shimmered with an otherworldly light. The clash of energies was intense, a blinding flash of light and sound. The resulting shockwave sent tremors through the land. The aftermath revealed a scene of devastation. Massive trees lay uprooted, the earth scarred by the conflict. Coughing, a figure emerged from the dust and debris, clutching a sword. He He was clearly injured, but still defiant. The knight, observing the scene, issued a command. Rogers, capture the spy, but do not kill him. Rogers, a subordinate, responded with a sharp, yes, sir. He then moved to restrain the injured spy. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood defiant amidst a surge of icy water. His usually placid expression was replaced with grim determination, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead by the spray. His gaze was unwavering, fixed on an unseen foe. The frigid torrent receded, revealing his armored form. From a nearby clearing, 3 figures emerged. 2 were clad in dark armor, while a third, a woman with a distinctive mask, stood at their head. She declared, I will finally put an end to you today. Kigyu's allies, a band of soldiers, reacted instantly. Their leader shouted, everyone, prepare for combat. He responded with a roar of his own, raising his weapon high. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Suddenly, the earth split open, revealing a chasm of immense depth. From the depths, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a shockwave that sent Kigyu and his men sprawling. The lights subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. One of Kigyu's comrades, a man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, whispered, just listening makes me shiver. Aren't they like monsters? A seasoned guide, his face etched with the wisdom of countless battles, observed the clash from afar. He mused, sometimes I think that they might be gods fighting against each other. Meanwhile, a young man, Kim Kigyu, stood amidst the chaos, his breath ragged, a sword clutched tightly in his hand. He was clearly exhausted, his face streaked with dirt and sweat. The guide approached Kigyu, his expression one of concern. You look like you're barely standing up. The guide continued, explaining, the guild master told me to bring you back alive, but it wouldn't be weird if I told him he accidentally died from already being on the verge of death. Now would it? Kigyu, still weak but determined, pressed onward, his gaze fixed on a shimmering anomaly in the distance. The guide, however, blocked Kigyu's path. He stated grimly, because I can't let you live, now that you've seen my true persona. A sudden, powerful energy erupted from the guide, forcing Kigyu to brace himself against the onslaught. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and fear. The guide bellowed now, reflect. Kigyu, caught completely off guard, could only stare in disbelief as the guide's attack bore down on him. Kim Kigyu braced himself, the accumulated energy of his Brunheart ability thrumming within him. He was ready. His opponent, however, seemed less prepared, muttering, what's going on? With a roar, Kigyu unleashed the full force of his power. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted, engulfing his foe. The resulting shockwave ripped through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. When the dust settled, Kigyu found himself in a desolate, rocky canyon, the air thick with the scent of ozone. He coughed, his lungs burning. The exertion had taken its toll. His opponent lay defeated, groaning in pain. The battle was over, but the victory felt bittersweet. Kigyu leaned against a rock, catching his breath. He was exhausted, but a strange sense of accomplishment washed over him. A voice echoed in his mind. The damage Brunheart can accumulate has exceeded the limit. The battle raged on. Kim Kigyu, a player who had remained stubbornly at level 1 for 5 long years, stood over his fallen opponent. The damage inflicted upon Brunheart had exceeded the limits of his endurance. Kigyu's breath hitched. Even for a low-level player, this was a significant victory. He had delivered a final, decisive blow. The impact sent tremors through Kigyu's own body, a testament to the unexpected power of his strike. He sheathed his sword, the dark metal gleaming faintly in the afternoon sun. The weight of the blade felt heavier than usual, a strange sensation. Brunheart, his face contorted in pain, managed a weak protest. Wait. Ignoring the dying man's plea, Kigyu turned his attention back to his sword, a flicker of something new in his eyes. A surge of power coursed through him, a raw energy that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring everything in a kaleidoscope of color. When the light subsided, Brunheart lay still, his life force extinguished. A single, ragged cough escaped his lips before he fell silent. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, lay bleeding on the ground, his breath ragged. The impact of the reflected blow had sent him sprawling. He reviewed the events, his thoughts a jumble of pain and self-assessment. The attack by Iron Shield had been deflected by his newly discovered ability, but the force of the recoil was overwhelming. His bleeding wouldn't stop. A grim realization settled upon him. Was this the end? A worried voice cut through his despair. Appa, are you okay? Kigyu looked up to see Sujung rushing towards him, her face etched with concern. He could only manage a question mark in response. Sujung knelt beside him, her voice sharp. What are you talking about? It's me, Sujung. Kigyu's eyes widened slightly as he recognized her. A flicker of a smile played on Sujung's lips. Sujung's proposition hung in the air. If she saved his life and provided him with an elixir, would he do something for her? Her smile widened. a glint of mischief in her eyes. The scene ended with her expectant gaze. High above a desolate landscape, a young woman with dark hair approached a wounded man. Her words were a chilling proposition. Could you give me your life, Appa? Or perhaps you could be my slave for the rest of your life. The woman, a cruel glint in her eyes, smirked. Meanwhile, the man, Kim Kigyu, lay on the ground, battered and bleeding, his expression one of pained resignation. Kigyu's hand twitched, a flicker of defiance in his weary eyes. The woman watched him intently. He muttered a request. Just let me kill the iron shield. A surge of energy pulsed from Kigyu's hand. The woman raised an eyebrow. But that's two. Didn't you say just one? She shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever, so it's a deal. And my sword from the white-mustached middle-aged man. A hand, calloused and stained, lay limp on the grass. The fingers, slightly splayed, twitched faintly. Kim Kigyu, his dark hair tousled, sat slumped against a rock, his breathing shallow. A woman with dark hair, pulled back in a loose ponytail, watched him from a short distance. She mused, he really is an entertaining person. A man in a sharp suit, his hair silver and slicked back, approached the woman. He agreed, isn't he? He was even more fun in person. The woman observed Kigyu's sword, embedded in the earth nearby. Someone suppressed it, she stated. The man responded, did you see the way he stabbed that jackass? That wasn't the movement of someone that was simply overwhelmed by anger. The man continued. He precisely aimed for the vitals. It was clearly his first murder, but he was cool as ice, no hesitation whatsoever. The man gestured towards Kigyu's still form. What'll we do with him, he asked. Despite the lethal wound, the man explained, though it is a lethal wound, due to his high level, even if he's left alone, he will recover. Kigyu coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips. The woman smiled faintly. If he survives, he was meant to live, she said. Her expression shifted, a glint in her eyes. She added, besides, he'll like it better if we keep him alive. A young woman with vibrant purple hair stood amidst swirling purple energy, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Her words hung in the air, a declaration of intent, because vengeance tastes sweeter the more it ripens. The camera focused on her intense purple eyes, reflecting the magical energy surrounding her. A subtle shift in perspective revealed the scene's context. The words Descent of the Demon King appeared, setting the stage for the narrative. A man with silver hair and glasses stood beside her, his expression one of disapproval. He muttered, shut it. That's just a nickname that people who don't know Jack's hit force on me. The woman, her purple aura intensifying, turned to face the man. They walked together, a stark contrast in attire and demeanor. Her declaration echoed her confidence. I'm the one who will kill the Demon King. A glowing blue cube materialized in the darkness, a mysterious object of immense power. A single word escaped her lips. Where? The cube remained, its intricate details now visible. A realization dawned on her. Right? I remember. I'm inside my dream. Kim Kigyu, a unique ability player, stood trapped within a shimmering, blue digital cube. His reflection, a mirror image, was visible beside him, highlighting his desperate situation. The text above them read, the terrible nightmare that. He recalled the torment, the 5 long years he had endured. Tortured me for 5 years, he thought, the words echoing his pain. But a glimmer of hope emerged. His resolve shifted. I didn't have it anymore after meeting Rue. He mused, a hint of newfound strength in his voice. The scene shifted to a digital display, showing Kigyu's stats. Level 1, unique abilities? The repetition emphasized his frustrating stagnation. He stared at the screen, a question forming in his mind. This is... His gaze fell upon a simple rope and a heavy, metallic hammer, seemingly incongruous with his predicament. A bucket, he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. Kigyu's face was etched with weariness, but a spark of understanding flickered in his eyes. Ah, is that what it is? He realized a quiet acceptance in his tone. He was still trapped, his situation unchanged despite a breakthrough. I might have climbed over one wall, but I'm still inside a well, he sighed, his voice heavy with the weight of his continued struggle. He grasped the rope, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Now, even my dreams mock me. He had managed to grab the rope, a stroke of luck in his seemingly hopeless situation. But it wasn't his own strength that pulled him upward. It wasn't even my own strength that was pulling me to the top. It was simply Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt the familiar sting of his connection to an ego severing. Come on, retard, a voice sneered. How long are you going to sulk just because our link got disconnected once? The disembodied voice continued, its tone dripping with disdain. Borrowed strength? Whether it was obtained through effort or you just got lucky as hell, as long as you possess it, that's your strength, retard. Kigyu stared at the fading crimson form, a question mark forming on his face. He was confused, but then a new voice, this one subservient, spoke. He is correct, master. A radiant, ethereal figure emerged, her voice soft yet powerful. My strength is your strength, master. The ethereal being offered comfort. Please don't despair. Kigyu's eyes snapped open, wide with shock and dawning understanding. He found himself in a forest, his body battered but alive. A man with silver hair and glasses approached, casually remarking, "Oh, have you woken up?" Kigyu, still disoriented, questioned his rescuer's identity. He wondered if this was Sujung's doing, but dismissed the thought. Then, a new realization struck him. Demon King's subordinate? The man with silver hair smiled knowingly, his expression unreadable. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, lay wounded in a forest clearing. A sword rested beside him, placed there by his companion. He weakly called out for El, and Ru, his companions, responded to his summons. A man with round glasses, his face partially obscured by shadow, approached Kigyu. He advised Kigyu to remain still, explaining that while his wounds had been treated with potions, overexertion was still dangerous. Kigyu winced, his hand trembling as he tried to move. The man's warning was clear. The situation was perilous. Kigyu's vision blurred, his body racked with pain. A wave of crimson washed over him, obscuring his vision. From the crimson haze, a woman with purple hair emerged, radiating a purple aura. She seemed to be the source of the disturbance. The ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a chasm of intense crimson energy. The chasm expanded, revealing a swirling vortex of chaotic energy. The vortex pulsed with raw power, a terrifying display of energy. The man with glasses calmly identified the vortex as the commander, something Kigyu had never seen before. A figure dwarfed by the immense fiery chasm before him whispered, "Commander." From the heart of the inferno, a booming voice answered, "Yes." The source of the voice was revealed. A colossal, demonic figure, wreathed in flames, its armor adorned with wicked spikes. This was the labyrinth's master. Two figures stood before a gaping maw in the earth, the air thick with the lingering scent of brimstone. One, his back to the viewer, spoke a single word, "Horjond." The scene opens on a vast, shadowy labyrinth. A voice, echoing with an ancient power, booms. That's the master of this labyrinth. Kurjond. Before them stands Kurjond, a figure wreathed in fire and shadow, his armor gleaming menacingly. The air crackles with raw power. Elsewhere, two figures observe the scene. One, a man in a sharp suit and glasses, calmly remarks, "Well, what you just said isn't wrong." The other, younger and more apprehensive, mutters, "I wanted to fight against something like that." The younger man's apprehension is palpable as he gazes upon the fiery behemoth, a stark contrast to the older man's composure. Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant purple hair appears, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She unleashes a surge of energy. Her attack strikes Kurjond, the impact causing a blinding flash of light. The force of the attack rips open a gaping void in the fabric of reality, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness and energy. The younger man watches, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A surge of dark energy crackled in the air, forming a swirling vortex of ominous power. Before them, a colossal figure emerged from the gate, its armor gleaming menacingly. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, watched with a mixture of fear and fascination. Beside him, a man in a suit, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, urgently warned Kigyu to stay back, emphasizing the mortal danger of the unfolding event. Kigyu, hesitant but following instructions, moved behind the suited man. The man, whose name was revealed to be a guide named Taehyun, prepared himself, a question mark floating above Kigyu's head, reflecting his uncertainty. Taehyun clenched his fist. A dark, viscous substance dripped from his knuckles. The dark substance splattered on the ground, forming a spreading pool of inky blackness. From the spreading pool, a crimson circle erupted, expanding rapidly outward. Taehyun and Kigyu were caught in the expanding wave of energy. The circle solidified into a barrier, protecting them from the monstrous entity emerging from the gate. Kigyu wondered aloud if it was a barrier. Taehyun confirmed that it was indeed a barrier, impressed by Kigyu's quick deduction. The monstrous entity, partially obscured by the crimson barrier, continued its advance. Within the barrier, swirling vortexes of dark energy pulsed with malevolent power. A cacophony of guttural roars and pained cries filled the air. Two monstrous figures clashed amidst a storm of dark energy, their struggle shaking the very ground beneath them. One of the creatures, a hulking monstrosity with reptilian features, recoiled, a deep wound searing across its chest. Its adversary, shrouded in shadow, pressed its advantage. Suddenly, the shadowy figure was engulfed in a blinding flash of light, its form twisting and reforming into something far more terrifying. A colossal, demonic entity emerged, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent. The smaller creatures, initially allies, now scattered in terror before the newly transformed being. Their panicked roars echoed the growing dread. From the chaos, a small figure emerged, seemingly untouched by the destructive power unleashed moments before. She watched the scene unfold with a calculating gaze. The young woman, with long purple hair, a calm expression on her face, seemed to be assessing the situation, her eyes gleaming with an almost supernatural light. She floated serenely amidst the fray, the monstrous creatures momentarily frozen in place, their fear palpable. A surge of purple energy erupted from her, engulfing the surrounding monsters in a blinding light. The air crackled with raw power. A maelstrom of color erupted, a chaotic dance of crimson, gold, and deep violet. From its heart, a shadowy form coalesced, taking shape like a jagged, obsidian spire. The darkness solidified, resolving into a terrifying image. A name, Gluttony's Flame, materialized above the swirling vortex of shadow and fire. The ominous title pulsed with an inner light, its fiery tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. From the heart of the inferno, monstrous creatures emerged. Massive, winged beasts, their scales shimmering with an unnatural purple hue, descended upon the scene. A wave of dark energy followed, a violent surge that ripped through the air, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a single object stood out, a long, slender blade, its surface gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. The sword, seemingly untouched by the surrounding inferno, hung suspended in the air, its form both elegant and deadly. A young woman with vibrant purple hair smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She raised a single finger in a gesture of defiance. Below her, a young man with dark hair stared up in shock, his face etched with fear and disbelief. He was clearly overwhelmed by the power unfolding before him. A colossal clash of power erupted, the very air crackling with raw energy. Two titanic forces collided, their conflict shaking the foundations of reality itself. From the heart of the maelstrom, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the blinding light. A wave of dark energy pulsed outwards, scattering a flock of shadowy birds. Observing the spectacle from a distance, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and thoughtful eyes offered his assessment. Sometimes, I think that they might be gods fighting against each other. The clash intensified, culminating in a blinding explosion of purple and crimson energy. From the heart of the destruction, a monstrous figure arose, crowned with horns and clad in dark armor. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, a smaller figure was caught in the crossfire, propelled upwards by a surge of violet energy. The energy intensified, forming a spiraling column of light that threatened to consume everything in its path. A beam of pure energy shot forth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact was devastating, shattering the very fabric of the surrounding landscape. The landscape was desolate, cracked earth stretching as far as the eye could see. A gaping chasm, a jagged wound in the earth, dominated the foreground. Its depths were shrouded in shadow. Beyond the chasm, a reward room was visible. The space was grand, with high ceilings and ornate pillars supporting a massive, dark wooden table. A gloved hand reached towards a crystalline chest, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. The chest opened, revealing a small, ornate vial filled with a vibrant purple liquid. A voice, filled with quiet satisfaction, observed, "So you managed to get it in the end." Kim Kigyu, the protagonist, stood in the reward room, a look of disbelief on his face. He whispered, "I did it. I actually did it." He held the crystalline chest, his expression still one of stunned surprise. He mused, maybe because so many crazy things happen at once, it doesn't feel real at all. Kigyu admitted to himself, "I was more confused than happy." He stood with two other figures, a man and a woman, near a large stone monument. The woman spoke, "With this, I kept my promise." She turned to Kigyu, her expression sharp. "If we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, there's still revenge left over, but you don't want to be spoon-fed, right?" A young man with dark hair and intense eyes was questioned. "Is your real name Sujung?" He confirmed his identity. "Yep, Jong Sujung. I also really am Korean." A man in a suit, holding a small vial, spoke. "That was also an elixir. And you, Bile?" The woman with purple hair responded, offering a similar vial. "Mine as well. Here, take this." Sujung, examining the vial, was confused. "Huh, why are you?" The woman explained her actions. "Consider it as a part of that deal, wasn't it?" She continued, highlighting the elixir's restorative properties. "Your body is severely damaged right now. There will be parts that even potions won't be able to heal. This will restore your body from the foundation." Sujung reflected on the situation. "And we still have one more. Think of it as an investment." She was able to easily obtain something that I was prepared to die for. He resolved to change his approach. "No, I'm going to stop comparing myself to others. I should just get stronger doing what works for me." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, worried about disappointing his mentor, Ru. He knew that if he continued to sulk, he'd face another scolding. Suddenly, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. Kigyu, curious, asked what the catch was to this proposition. The mysterious woman, whose name was not yet revealed, responded that Kigyu should become her disciple. Kigyu was shocked. She clarified her meaning, stating that Kigyu was currently too weak and useless. This was not a request for servitude, but an offer of training. The woman instructed Kigyu to find her again once he reached the 50th floor of the tower. Only then would his true training begin. As the woman touched Kigyu's ear, a strange energy surged through him. He felt a sharp pain and a surge of power. The woman explained that this was a proof of their contract and a new method of communication. Currently, the link had no abilities or functions, but its potential would grow as Kigyu explored the tower. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat pensively. He'd been advised to learn more. A woman with purple hair approached. She reminded him that he possessed unique swords and offered to teach him how to upgrade one before the gate closed. Kigyu looked surprised. The woman explained that the method involved the elixir she had given him, warning that it was dangerous and required full preparation. She called this his first lesson. Suddenly, Kigyu found himself in a fierce battle, wielding his sword against multiple opponents. He questioned the danger of the situation, feeling he'd made a mistake trusting the woman. Confused, Kigyu wondered what he was doing. He questioned his actions, his uncertainty evident. A cloud of dust and debris erupted in the forest clearing as two figures clashed. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood his ground, sword raised against a heavily armored opponent. Beside Kigyu, a woman with purple hair watched with a smirk, while another, similarly armored figure stood stunned nearby. The armored man, his face a mask of frustration, muttered, "God damn it. Snatching the boss while we were distracted." The purple-haired woman responded coolly, "You say that as if it was actually yours. The early bird gets the worm." Kigyu, observing the purple-haired woman, thought to himself, "Is this person perhaps a devil? Her nickname is Demon King, the asterisk." The armored man, addressing his companion, called out, "Hey, Iron Shield." Kigyu lunged forward, his anger boiling over. He roared, "I will kill you." He followed up with a furious shout, "Fucking asshole." The armored man braced himself, his expression hardening. A wave of crimson energy washed over him. A male figure, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, eyes blazing with crimson light, filled the viewer's gaze. His blonde hair seemed to bristle with barely contained power, a dark aura swirling around him. Kim Kigyu, his breath ragged, stood panting, sword in hand. A look of disbelief and triumph warred on his features. He had done it. He had actually done it. With a blur of motion, Kigyu lunged forward. His sword clashed against the blonde man's, a shower of sparks erupting as the two locked in a fierce duel. The force of the impact sent tremors through the very ground. The blonde man, momentarily staggered, regarded Kigyu with suspicion and alarm. "You've changed. Did you become the Demon King's minion?" He continued, his voice laced with a chilling uncertainty. "Or were you always her minion?" Kigyu, ignoring the questions, declared, "Whatever the case may be, this will be your end." A figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a wicked-looking weapon, loomed over a fallen young man. The air crackled with an ominous energy. "You've changed. Did you become the Demon King's minion?" The cloaked figure prepared to strike the final blow. "Whatever the case may be, this will be your end." But then, unexpectedly, the young man vanished in a flash of purple light, reappearing in an ornate chamber. He looked different, his eyes glowing faintly. A message appeared before him, "Restoring your foundation." Meanwhile, elsewhere, two individuals observed this transformation with expressions of surprise and concern. The young man, now seemingly recovered, stood before them. He commented, "I don't actually feel all that different. I feel like maybe I'm in a slightly better condition." One of the observers responded, "That's to be expected. What changed are your potential and your dormant abilities." The narrator's voice, calm and measured, explained the subtle yet crucial differences between players. Even minor physical changes could mean the difference between life and death in a battle. The camera focused on Kim Kigyu's intense gaze. His eyes, sharp and focused, reflected the digital grid overlaying his vision. He was preparing for something. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupted. Kigyu reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he narrowly avoided a devastating blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. He had done it. Kigyu's breath hitched in his chest as he realized he had successfully dodged the attack. The simplest explanation was that his perception had improved. Kigyu's enhanced senses allowed him to perceive the previously invisible speed of his opponent's attack, though not perfectly. He could now see a fraction of a movement. Meanwhile, a woman with purple hair watched him from a distance, her arms crossed. Her expression was unreadable, but a hint of something akin to approval flickered across her face. The woman's voice, calm and reassuring, cut through the air. She confirmed that Kigyu had taken his first step toward becoming a high ranker. Kim Kigyu stood before the imposing figure of the Demon King, the weight of his 5 years spent as a level 1 player heavy on his shoulders. The Demon King's words echoed in his mind. "It's exactly as I said. This doesn't mean you can even match Iron Shield yet. Got it? It's normal for a fledgling newbie to be no match for an experienced player." Beside him, a woman with vibrant purple hair, presumably a fellow player, offered a more pragmatic assessment. "At best, you might be able to perhaps dodge one attack, but, there's that saying, you shouldn't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut." The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, where Kigyu faced off against a powerfully built, blonde-haired warrior clad in gleaming silver armor. The woman from before observed from a distance, a concerned expression on her face. The warrior, iron shield, raised his weapon, preparing to strike. He's not being careless, she thought, sensing a hidden purpose behind his actions. A surge of blue energy enveloped Iron Shield. His eyes narrowed in concentration. You, he muttered, a hint of recognition in his voice. The woman's perspective shifted. I see. That's what it is. In that single exchange of attack and defense, he should get the full picture. His growth, his interaction with me, and the elixir. There's no shortage of clues. Kigyu stood ready, his sword held aloft. So it's like that, he thought, understanding dawning on him. Iron Shield, taking the encounter more seriously, activated the power of the Holy Sword Kurlian. The clash of steel was swift and brutal. Kigyu's movements were precise, deflecting the blows with surprising skill. The battle raged, a blur of motion and energy. Iron Shield's attack was relentless, but Kigyu met each blow with unwavering determination. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing a relentless onslaught. His opponent's attack was relentless, and he was urged to simply block with his sword. He braced himself, his muscles tense, readying for the impact. The force of the blow was immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. But then, something unexpected happened. As Kigyu's sword met his opponent's, a golden light erupted. The Lord of Holy Swords, El, was awakening Kigyu's latent ability to absorb the powers of other weapons. The absorption of the Holy Sword Kurlian began, though only a small portion would be absorbed due to Kigyu's low level. The absorption was complete. A surge of power coursed through Kigyu. The shock of having his unblockable attack blocked, coupled with the loss of power from his holy sword, forced his opponent to retreat. Kigyu was advised to create distance. And finally, Kigyu, winded but resolute, prepared for his escape. He had an item that would allow him to leave the gate instantly. He activated Arachne's clue. A shimmering thread appeared, pulling Kigyu away as his opponent watched in disbelief. A fierce battle raged. Kigyu, the level 1 player, stood defiant against his opponent, a powerfully built warrior clad in gleaming armor. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he vowed, I won't let you go. Kigyu launched a swift counterattack, a blue energy swirling around his arm as he sent the warrior sprawling. The warrior, clearly surprised by the unexpected power, stumbled backward. A smirk played on Kigyu's lips as he watched his opponent's retreat. He had finally found a way to use his unique ability to link with egos and amplify his strength. The warrior, however, was not defeated. He retaliated with a furious blow, a crimson energy erupting from his body. He swung his weapon with renewed vigor, the force of the attack sending a shockwave through the air. The warrior's face contorted in frustration and anger. His attack had failed. He cursed, damn it. The scene shifted to reveal a vast canyon, the warrior's retreat route. Panting heavily, the warrior stood amidst the desolate landscape. A mysterious woman with purple hair approached him. She asked, Are you ready to chat with me now? A sinister purple aura emanated from her as she smiled. Kigyu, a young man clad in worn but sturdy plate armor, let out a frustrated sigh. His face, etched with the weariness of years spent trapped at level 1, reflected his inner turmoil. Damn it, he muttered, the word hanging heavy in the air. Beyond the city limits, a colossal, pulsating crimson gate tore open the night sky, its ominous glow casting an eerie light upon the landscape. The sudden appearance of the gate was met with immediate response. A heavily armed soldier stood guard, his rifle trained on the otherworldly phenomenon. A tense scene unfolded before Kigyu. Several soldiers, their faces grim, stood watch over a sleek, dark-colored car parked near the gate. The air crackled with anticipation. The car door opened, revealing a glimpse of the interior before. A man in a sharp suit emerged. His expression was one of quiet intensity, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving light. He offered a subtle, almost predatory smile. Kigyu, still seated on a nearby crate, found himself the focus of this clandestine meeting. The soldiers stood rigidly at attention. The city skyline loomed in the distance, a stark contrast to the otherworldly spectacle unfolding before him. Kigyu's adventure was about to begin. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. A peaceful scene, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. Kigyu, his face etched with worry, spoke to a man in a suit. He explained that Sung-hoon had helped bring his mother home from the hospital, since they couldn't administer the elixir there. The man, Tae-shik-hyung, simply nodded. He told Kigyu to call when he returned to Korea. Their conversation concluded with a brief farewell. Kigyu thanked Sung-hoon for his help, but Sung-hoon dismissed it as no trouble. He then departed, leaving Kigyu alone. Kigyu's mother lay peacefully asleep in her bed, her face pale but serene. She stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open. A soft whisper escaped her lips. Kigyu entered the room, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he confirmed his identity to his mother. His mother's eyes welled up with tears. She expressed a relief at seeing him one last time before she passed. Overwhelmed with emotion, she thanked her son, her voice thick with gratitude and love. Kim Kigyu's mother smiled reassuringly, her hand resting on his. "You'll get better soon," she said, her voice gentle. Kigyu, still weak, looked up at her. There was something he needed to tell her, no matter what. He tried to speak, but a wave of pain washed over him. His mother gasped, realizing something was wrong. Kigyu groaned, his face contorted in pain. "Mom!" He managed to cry out, his voice strained. His mother urged him to hold on, assuring him everything would be all right. A strange, glowing object appeared in his mother's hand, emanating a soft purple light. She carefully placed it near Kigyu's mouth. He inhaled deeply, his eyes fluttering closed. His mother watched him anxiously. A faint purple aura surrounded Kigyu as he lay still. His mother stood by, her expression a mixture of hope and worry. Moments later, Kigyu awoke with a start. He felt different. Everything felt off. He sat up, his legs dangling over the edge of the bed. He was okay, but something had undeniably changed. Two figures lay asleep in a dimly lit bedroom. One, a man with short brown hair, rests peacefully. The other, a taller man with darker hair, lies beside him, his arm draped casually over the other's shoulder. A soft whisper escapes the taller man's lips. "Master." The focus shifts to the taller man, his eyes still closed. He murmurs, "I'm not surprised. He went through so much in one day." The scene changes to a close-up of the taller man's hand, adorned with several rings. A worried thought crosses his mind. Will this be okay? I have a feeling that getting involved with her anymore will only bring danger. The camera angle widens, showing a sunlit room. He reflects. There's nothing we can do by worrying. The taller man speaks aloud, so let's just let him rest for now. The shorter man continues to sleep soundly. The scene is peaceful. Night falls over a small town, the stars twinkling in the dark sky. A purple glow emanates from the sleeping man. The taller man watches over him, concern etched on his face. The perspective shifts to show a woman with dark hair, her eyes glowing with the same purple light as the sleeping man. She appears to be asleep as well, but her expression is one of worry. A phone rings insistently in the quiet of the night. The rhythmic trill cuts through the stillness of a residential street, barely illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights. A young woman, her face partially obscured by her dark hair, hurries down the sidewalk, the insistent ringing of her phone echoing around her. She clutches the device to her ear, her expression one of growing frustration. The call goes unanswered. An automated message informs her that the person she is trying to reach is unavailable. Her frustration is palpable. She angrily checks her phone's recent messages. A single text message from Giju Kim is displayed, simply reading, "Come home." This was sent a month ago. Her anger intensifies. After a month of silence, he sends only a text, and now he won't even answer her calls. She vows to give him a stern talking to upon her arrival home. She sets off at a brisk pace, muttering to herself about the situation. The camera pans to show the rooftops of the buildings around her, the night sky above. She arrives at a building, bursting through the door and confronting a young man. Her voice is sharp with anger and disappointment. A young woman, her face etched with worry, confronted someone. "Do you know how worried Mom has been?" The scene shifted to a home interior. A woman, presumably the mother, hushed the young woman. "Shoo, your brother's in his room sleeping. You must be hungry, dear. How is school?" The young woman's eyes welled up. Mom." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Mom, who are you?" The scene changed to a young man asleep in his bed. His sister, addressing him, asked, "So then, Appa, what happened next?" He stirred, a look of surprise on his face. "No way, really? I smell Mom's soybean soup." His expression shifted to one of determination. He looked towards a closed door. Behind that door lies a scene he dreamt of, longed for, and was willing to risk his life for. Kim Kigyu, a man whose life had been defined by his inability to level up in the tower, found himself preparing for a difficult encounter. He resolved to maintain a calm demeanor, greeting his mother with a smile, despite the turmoil within. His mother, however, was far from unsuspecting. Her sharp eyes immediately noticed something was amiss, prompting a surprised and slightly accusatory question. "Did you have a nice sleep?" Kigyu's surprise was palpable. His mother, seemingly rejuvenated, announced that dinner was ready. The young man's shock was even greater than his mother's initial surprise. Later that evening, as Kigyu helped with the dishes, his mother began to inquire about his recent activities, prompting him to reveal a significant secret. A news report played on the television, detailing the recent clearing of the Heron's Maze and the mysterious disappearance of the elixir. The report highlighted the incredible feat, leaving the identity of the vanquisher unknown. Kigyu's sister, observing the news report, pieced together the truth. She questioned him about his involvement in the maze, suspecting he had obtained the elixir and given it to their mother, leading to her remarkable rejuvenation. Kigyu, caught off guard, hesitantly confirmed her suspicions. The family sat together, a sense of wonder and relief filling the room as they processed the recent events. Their mother, visibly younger and healthier, was the center of their attention. Kigyu's sister, overwhelmed by the situation, expressed a mix of surprise, happiness, and awe. She playfully teased Kigyu, requesting an elixir for herself, while Kigyu chuckled, acknowledging her playful demand. The scene opens with Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, a somewhat pensive expression on his face. His hands rest on his lap, his posture suggesting a quiet contemplation. A woman, presumably his mother, addresses him with a gentle tone, expressing remorse for any hardships he may have faced because of her. Her words carry a weight of unspoken concern. Kigyu responds with a subtle smile, deflecting her apology. He assures her that he is doing well, highlighting his capabilities. He offers a non-committal response to his mother's praise, his expression hinting at a more complex reality beneath the surface. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting, a peaceful cityscape under a clear sky. The tranquility of the setting contrasts with the underlying tension of the previous conversation. Kigyu's father appears, inviting him to stay for a meal. The warmth of the invitation is palpable. Kigyu politely declines, explaining that he needs to discuss something privately with his mother. He expresses gratitude for the offer. As Kigyu's parents exchange a few more pleasantries, his mother hands him a gift before he departs. The scene ends with Kigyu leaving, promising to visit again soon. Kim Kigyu, a man whose life had been defined by his inability to level up in the tower, placed an order at a bustling barbecue restaurant. For orders of pork belly and a bottle of soju, he requested a celebratory feast. His companion, a man with a confident air and a hint of mischief in his eyes, watched him with amusement. "Day drinking already?" he asked, a playful smirk on his lips. Kigyu chuckled, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "How could I not, when we have the ultimate cause for celebration here?" The companion leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "Tell me, just how'd you get the elixir?" Kigyu hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face before he responded. "Before that. Are you into my mom?" The companion sputtered, his face turning crimson. "What? Your face is super red." Kigyu smirked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Well, I always had my suspicions. I knew you took care of her often when I wasn't there, and I know it's not because she got younger, although you did make it really obvious back there." The companion cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. "Ahem. Anyways, let's get back to what we were discussing. The elixir." Kigyu nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well, about that, did you bring the barrier generator by any chance?" His companion looked surprised. I do have it in my car, but why?" Kigyu replied, "It's going to be a long story. It's complicated." The aroma of grilled meat filled the air, a sizzling symphony accompanying the clinking of tableware. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, watched the succulent slices of pork cook on the small grill before him. His peaceful meal was interrupted by a sudden outburst. His face contorted in fury. Kigyu slammed his fist on the table, his voice laced with barely controlled rage. "Those motherfuckers." A calmer voice cut through the air. "Calm down. What's with the soju bottle?" Kigyu, still seething, muttered a thank you for the intervention, but his anger persisted. He clenched his fist, his knuckles white. "Those Iron Guild bastards. I'll take them down." His companion, a man with a more relaxed demeanor, chuckled. "Hey, revenge has to come from within. From your insides. Speaking of insides, let's fill them up with meat." Kigyu stared at him, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Kigyu continued. "While we're on the topic of revenge, I have another debt to repay." "What happened to the guardian of the fourth floor?" The scene shifted to a different location. His companion explained, "A C-rank subjugation squad was deployed yesterday." He continued, detailing the squad's composition. 37 members in total, 70% of whom were C-rank players. "That's enough manpower to take down a guardian of the 30th floor." Kigyu sighed. "That's a shame. I want to de-stress and warm up a little." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, ran through the desolate, snow-dusted woods, his ragged breath clouding the frigid air. Each exhale was a testament to his exertion. He stumbled, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and determination. The thought consumed him. He had to warn the association. Kigyu continued his desperate flight, the image of a monstrous, crimson-eyed creature seared into his memory. The creature's attack had left a trail of devastation. The entire settlement had been wiped out. A guttural roar echoed through the trees, a chilling reminder of the horror he barely escaped. The sound was followed by the frantic flapping of wings. Kim Kigyu sat in the back of a car, his gaze fixed on the passing cityscape. His mother's condition was the priority. She and Kigyu had just consumed a mysterious elixir. The driver, a man named Taishik O, explained that this treatment was beyond the capabilities of a regular hospital. O reassured Kigyu, stating that everything was under control. He would handle the situation. O continued, detailing the financial aspects of the situation. A yellow crystal, a reward accompanying the elixir, had been sold. Half the proceeds had been given to the general manager, as Kigyu requested. The general manager was nearly overwhelmed by the sum. Even after taxes, there was still a substantial amount remaining, around 20 million. The discussion then shifted to the family's relocation. Taishik O presented Kigyu with potential locations north of the Han River, carefully selected to meet the family's needs. He simply awaited Kigyu's decision. Kigyu, though understanding, expressed curiosity about the house's specifics. He questioned why O was only now revealing this detail. A notification appeared on a smartphone screen. The message read, "By General Manager Taishiko's assignment, I will be your personal assistant, starting today." A man with dark hair and a confident smile held up his phone, displaying a contact labeled Handsome Assistant Seonghoo Neo. He stated, "I look forward to working with you." His new assistant, a young man with dark hair, sat in the car, looking pensive. He thought, was he always like this? The scene shifted to a bustling street in Dongdaemun, Seoul, at dusk. Two figures, the assistant and his new employer, stood by a car, unloading luggage. The older man, impeccably dressed, addressed the younger one. He said, "I prepared it as you instructed, but what do you plan on doing with this?" $8 million in cash, that is. The younger man explained, "Some armor I bought on credit got destroyed, so I'll be paying back my debt and buying some new equipment at the same time." He then asked, "Just how much was it, exactly?" The older man's jaw dropped. He thought, the old man's crazy for loaning me $35 million without hesitation. But so am I guess, for accepting it without a second thought. "That'll be $35 million, sir." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, reflected on a recent ordeal. He had no idea what he was thinking, venturing into such danger, but he'd managed to return. The scene shifted to a forge, where sparks flew as a powerful man worked the metal with intense focus. The rhythmic clang of his hammer echoed in the small workshop. A young boy announced the arrival of a visitor to the blacksmith, his grandfather. Various weapons were displayed on a rack in the workshop, showcasing the blacksmith's craftsmanship. Kigyu arrived, carrying several suitcases, greeted by a formally dressed man. He then entered the workshop. The blacksmith, Kigyu's grandfather, recognized him. The grandfather noted how much Kigyu had changed in a short time. The grandfather inquired about Kigyu's well-being and the financial support he'd received from the Players Association, noting it was insufficient. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a look of quiet determination, stood before an older gentleman. He offered a letter, his apology barely a whisper. The older man chuckled, dismissing the apology with a wave of his hand. He explained that the letter was, in fact, a will. Kigyu explained that he had returned to settle the remaining debt. The older man, initially surprised, readily accepted the payment. He admitted he hadn't expected Kigyu to survive long enough to return. A close-up on the older man's eye, followed by a shot of Kigyu's pensive face, hinted at unspoken thoughts and a shared history. Kigyu inquired about Brunhart's death. The older man confirmed it, adding that Brunhart had saved his life before disintegrating. The older man pondered, a faint image of a fingerprint appearing behind him. He reflected on Brunhart's sacrifice. He concluded that Brunhart's death was his purpose, though he still felt sadness at the loss of such a life. Night fell. Kigyu asked about Brunhart's final moments. The next morning, Kigyu's family inquired about his early departure. He explained that he had an examination today. His sister, surprised, reminded him that they had discussed the examination yesterday. Kim Kigyu's sister, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, stared at him. "Did you get taller?" Kigyu, caught off guard, could only utter a single word, "What?" The scene shifted to a rooftop garden overlooking a modern cityscape. Sunlight glinted off the glass and steel buildings. Inside, Kigyu stood before a fitting room. A voice, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Wow, Kigyu Kim, I thought you were a model or something." The speaker, a sharply dressed man, continued, "Why don't you just become a celebrity?" Kigyu, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, mumbled, "Stop it." The man observed Kigyu's physique. "How can you have grown 3 centimeters overnight? You gained a ton of muscle mass too. I guess an elixir is really something. Huh? Can't you give me one as well?" Kigyu's sister, in a smaller inset panel, added emphatically, "I want one too." Kigyu sighed. "That's exactly what my sister said too." Kigyu reflected on the changes to his body. It might not seem like a huge deal, but this is a big change. Despite working out like crazy, at a certain point, even my muscle gain plateaued. A digital display flashed. "Your limits have been readjusted." Kigyu mused. "I suppose this is what it meant by readjusting my limits, huh?" Kigyu's inner voice scoffed. Master certainly was a weakling, after all. He then muttered to himself, "Shut up." The examination results for player Kigyu Kim were in. A stern-faced official, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, addressed him. He began by reviewing Kigyu's stamina test results. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, questioned the official's reference point, pointing out that he wasn't even born 25 years ago. The official countered by asking about Kigyu's performance by current standards. He explained that Kigyu's stamina was unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. Kigyu's retort was sharp, implying the official was trying to pick a fight. The official conceded, stating he should have been more direct from the beginning. The official continued, addressing Kigyu by name and preparing him for the next revelation. He then revealed that Kigyu's magical power and mana control were exceptional. With a dramatic flourish, the official announced that Kigyu possessed the potential of an SS-rank player, a high-ranking player indeed. Kigyu, however, remained surprisingly calm, reminding the official that he had been told not to be surprised. He admitted that the news was not new to him. Kigyu opened the door and left the room. He then inquired about his mother's health. The official confirmed not only was she perfectly healthy, but stronger than the average man. A man in a suit presented a smartphone to a younger man in athletic wear. The younger man reacted with surprise, exclaiming about items. The athlete, clearly impressed, questioned the significance of the items. The suited man, however, stated he would provide details later, explaining his visit concerned a different matter entirely. The suited man inquired about the athlete's current activities, prompting a response about a break. The athlete explained his need for rest, attributing it to the absorption of Kalian's powers, apologizing to his master. The suited man, whose name is revealed to be L, reassured the athlete, and then asked when he planned to resume his duties. The athlete suggested after the weekend, prompting a thoughtful response from L. L instructed the athlete to clear his schedule for the following week. The athlete, sensing something amiss, questioned the urgency. L revealed a communication breakdown with a C-rank subjugation squad, necessitating the formation of a B-rank team for the following week. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, listened intently. He'd spent years guiding others through the lower floors, his inability to level up a constant source of frustration. The conversation concerned the elusive 4th floor guardian, still at large. His companion continued, dismissing the guardian's continued freedom as secondary to a more pressing matter. The man explained that a powerful player was hunting others, growing stronger with each conquest. Kigyu's expression hardened. This was a threat he couldn't ignore. A third individual, observing the exchange, silently resolved to join the discussion. The imposing silhouette of a capital R dominated the scene, its form etched against a backdrop of swirling, dark energy. Below, a stark caption declared, B-rank subjugation teams. Further details emerged, clarifying that these teams consisted of at least 30 members, over 60% of whom held the B-rank designation. The focus shifted to player Kigyu Kim, his expression grim. He was shown in close-up, his dark eyes intense. His internal monologue, rendered in Korean, conveyed his frustration. Still, nothing. The scene changed to a hallway outside the general manager's office. A blank piece of paper was taped to the wall. Inside, the general manager instructed Kigyu to take the official rank assessment. He reassured Kigyu that he wouldn't have to worry about equipping items anymore. While his physical attributes might only be around D rank, his potential warranted a B rank. Kigyu mused, but B rank means I'm over level 100. A chart detailing player rank and level requirements was displayed. Kim Kigyu stared at the textbook, a frown etching itself onto his face. The page detailed player ranking, B rank at level 100, A rank at 150, and S rank at 200. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with frustration. I'm still only level 1. His gaze shifted to a different section of the text, his internal monologue continuing. He questioned the system's fairness. Is it really okay for the ranking criteria to be so broadly defined? Isn't talking about potential too ambiguous? The text then showed examples of unique ability users, their levels seemingly inconsequential compared to their actual power. 2 images illustrated the point. One character's strength increased from 100 to 110 upon leveling up, while another's jumped from 100 to 200. The accompanying text explained that the general consensus was that levels themselves were insignificant. The focus should be on the stat increases upon leveling up. Furthermore, player levels were kept private due to privacy concerns. Kigyu's superior, a man with short brown hair and a goatee, spoke. I'll stand out once I get assessed, won't I? A little bit. He continued, explaining that even if Kigyu were to be assessed, the publicity surrounding a low-level player achieving a high rank would be unavoidable. Kigyu, however, countered that he didn't want to draw attention to himself, especially from the Iron Guild. Kigyu explained his reluctance to seek an official assessment, citing the Iron Guild's likely interest in him. His superior, understanding his concerns, stated that while he agreed Kigyu was being overly cautious, he would respect his decision. However, he clarified that he couldn't personally grant Kigyu a higher rank. His superior sighed, showing a thoughtful expression. Kigyu looked concerned, surprised by his superior's inability to promote him. His superior then expressed surprise at Kigyu's decision, stating he had expected Kigyu to seek an assessment sooner. He questioned why Kigyu felt this way, highlighting the drastic changes in treatment based solely on rank. Kigyu groaned, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. 5 years. 5 years he'd been stuck at level 1, despite his unique abilities as a player. He sighed, a flicker of determination in his eyes. There had to be a way out of this rut. Kigyu studied a document detailing the guilds participating in an upcoming raid. A new opportunity presented itself. A man, presumably a guild representative, explained that temporary guild membership would allow Kigyu to participate in the raid. He offered to act as an intermediary. Kigyu considered the implications. Leaving the raid early would damage the guild's reputation, a risk he was willing to take. His eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. This was his chance. Dong-hee Kim, the captain of the subjugation squad for the raid, introduced himself. He was from the Child Guild. Kim addressed his assembled team, expressing his anticipation for their collaboration. The other players responded enthusiastically. A gray sky loomed overhead, heavy with the promise of rain. The air hung still and humid, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the distant trees. A winding path snaked through a dense forest, a column of figures marching along it. The rhythmic crunch of boots on the earth echoed through the trees. They were a diverse group, clad in various armors and carrying an assortment of weapons. Among them, a young man with short, dark hair and an orange jacket expressed his gratitude. His companions, a mix of men and women, reassured him, emphasizing their shared debt to his actions. They acknowledged their lives were saved by him. He felt a pang of guilt, lamenting his inability to contribute more. He was, after all, just a porter, a support member of a low-ranking guild. His companions quickly dismissed his concerns, emphasizing his invaluable assistance. He resolved to fight if the opportunity arose, despite his current limitations. The young man noted the presence of several prominent figures within a group. His gaze fell upon one in particular. His companion identified the individual as Raid Captain Donnie Kim, a highly skilled player rumored to be on the verge of air rank promotion. Captain Kim, surrounded by his elite squad, moved decisively through the forest, engaging and swiftly dispatching several low-level monsters. The young man observed the scene, understanding the significance of an A-rank player. Even nearing that level was a monumental achievement. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, despite 5 years in the tower, mused to himself. He questioned whether the recent attention he was receiving was truly noteworthy, comparing it to the feats of legendary figures like the Demon King or the Iron Shield. He concluded that the woman who had shown him such attention was an exception to all standards. A young woman with reddish-brown hair approached Kigyu and his companions. She playfully remarked that his standards had become impossibly high, but also noted his significant improvement. Kigyu's friends agreed with the woman's assessment, questioning if he had undergone some kind of transformation. He denied any major changes, attributing his improved appearance to a new skill acquired on the 5th floor. Kigyu pondered his own transformation, surprised by the noticeable shift in his demeanor. He reflected on the change, acknowledging that his overall presence had indeed improved. He explained to his skeptical friends that the change was due to a new job-specific skill he had obtained, dismissing their doubts with a self-deprecating joke about his height. One of Kigyu's friends expressed envy over his new skill. Another friend, Liu, dismissed the other's awe. Kigyu and his group continued walking, their conversation fading into the background as a group of imposing figures in dark red uniforms appeared. The new arrivals were a squad of muscular men, each wearing a uniform emblazoned with a large B. Their stern expressions hinted at a potential confrontation. The scene shifted to a wide shot of the 4th floor of the tower, a bleak landscape under a cloudy sky. A figure in a dark suit stood before a sizable group of people, his hands outstretched. He instructed them to begin tracking a guardian, while the rest were to stand down and rest. Kim Kigyu, a young man with short green hair, walked away from the group, his expression unreadable. He was accompanied by another individual, whose face was mostly obscured. Kigyu observed his team, a small group of adventurers resting after their mission. Their relaxed postures suggested a successful operation. 2 of the adventurers, a man and a woman, discussed the team's composition. The man noted that Pil was an archer, and the woman, Han Yul, was a swordsman. The conversation continued, with the man explaining that J1 was a tank. One of the adventurers questioned the name of their guild, Morning Star. A large Morning Star mace was shown, highlighting its impracticality for the team's current needs. The adventurers chuckled at the irony. The light-hearted mood continued, with one adventurer expressing amusement at the guild's name. Another adventurer, clearly annoyed, told them to stop laughing. The laughter subsided, but a slight chuckle could still be heard. Pil explained that the guild's name was chosen because of Kigyu. During a previous rescue mission, Kigyu had emitted a bright light, leading to his rescue. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, despite 5 years in the tower, glared at his companions. He demanded they stop laughing. His friends, Siku and another player, continued to chuckle at something Kigyu found utterly irritating. Kigyu, however, had a point to make. He declared that he was no longer their guide. Siku readily agreed, pointing out their similar age. He then asked if he could address Kigyu informally. The others echoed Siku's sentiment, welcoming the more casual dynamic. Kigyu, reflecting on the change, noted how much the world had changed. His peaceful contemplation was interrupted by the arrival of a group of B-rank players, led by a stern-looking man who found their relaxed demeanor inappropriate for the situation. The scene shifted to show the contrast between the relaxed group of lower-level players and the imposing B-rank players. Siku and Kigyu exchanged a look of concern as they identified the leader of the approaching group as the B-rank player, Yanseok. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange jacket, tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. His companion, a slightly older man with neatly styled dark hair, explained, "He's with the Brother Guild. He's representing his guild on this raid." Kigyu then asked, "What do they do?" His friend responded with a shrug, "Well, I guess you could say." The image showed a group of muscular men, their physiques hinting at intense training. A voiceover described them. Their slogan portrays survival of the fittest, and they pursue strength. They're also known to value tradition and hierarchical structure, as well as loyalty above all else. Kigyu summarized his friend's explanation succinctly. So the TLDR? They're boomers. Kigyu's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considered the information. He then offered his assessment. Well, I guess that's why they're C rank, huh? The scene shifted to show a group of burly men in uniform, their laughter echoing through the forest. A woman with shoulder-length auburn hair spoke to a man with short brown hair, advising him, just ignore them, John. Meanwhile, a stern-looking man addressed the group, his words sharp and accusatory. I asked whether you're here on a picnic. You must think you're some shit now, being led into a B-rank sub-Jew. He continued his reprimand. But you should be on guard more than anyone else. And yet, you're gossiping lazily instead. The man's voice cut through the air. Shouldn't you at least be more useful than the porters? The group remained silent, their expressions a mixture of guilt and embarrassment. Three powerfully built men, clad in dark maroon, uniforms adorned with a stylized B, stood in a tense line. Their expressions were grim, their bodies rigid with barely contained anger. A low humph escaped from their lips. The trio, their backs now to the viewer, marched away, their heavy footsteps echoing in the desolate, leafless landscape. Two other figures watched them go, one in heavier armor, the other in a hooded purple jacket. The man in the purple jacket spoke to his companion, his voice laced with guilt. Sorry, Hyung. Because of us, you. The scene shifted to a path lined with skeletal trees. A lone figure in blue stood before a group of people, his back to the two men who had previously spoken. One of them looked on with concern. The group of people, including the man in blue, continued walking, their movements suggesting a shared purpose. The two observers watched them recede into the distance. The man in blue suddenly stopped, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage. A dark aura pulsed around him. His young companion, eyes wide with fear, pleaded with him. Master, please calm down. The young man's voice was sharp, laced with worry. Do you plan on committing murder or something? Control your emotions. The man in blue stared ahead, his expression unreadable. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange hoodie, stood amidst a chaotic surge of crimson energy. His eyes, glowing an unnatural violet, widened in alarm. What is this? He wondered, a mix of fear and confusion evident on his face. He internally acknowledged the frustrating nature of his predicament, but the intensity of his current situation surpassed anything he'd experienced before. His anger was palpable. Kigyu's gaze fell upon his own eye, now pulsing with an ominous purple light. The question formed in his mind. Were these side effects from some past trauma? He felt a growing unease, a sense of dread washing over him as he grappled with the unknown changes within his body. What is happening to me? He whispered, his voice barely audible above the roaring energy. The perspective shifted, revealing a pair of worn military boots standing on a grassy field. The boots belonged to Kigyu, but the scene suggested he was not alone. Meanwhile, a group of figures stood in a clearing, their expressions serious. The leader, a man in a blue jacket, spoke. There seems to have been a disturbance. Kigyu, still reeling from the sudden surge of power, approached the group cautiously. He attempted to explain, I'm not trying to blame you for anything. The group, a mix of seasoned adventurers, observed Kigyu with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Their leader remained watchful, assessing the situation. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt a familiar spark of inspiration ignite within him. A solution to his persistent leveling problem was forming. He was approached by a man in a blue jacket, his expression serious. There was some friction, the man stated, and I'd like to make a request regarding that. Kigyu, taken aback, could only manage a questioning. A request. The man continued, explaining his proposition. I'd like to spar with player Yansiak Nam. It would be best to resolve any conflict between players before battle. Wouldn't you agree? Yansiak Nam, a muscular player with short green hair, reacted with disbelief. What? Nearby, onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their confusion evident. What's going on? A fight? The man in blue addressed Kigyu again, his tone serious. Sure, the difference between C and B ranks isn't small. Kigyu, undeterred, responded calmly. I'm aware, so I'd like to add another condition. He explained, as you know, we C-rank Morningstar members are only a backup force, while the B-rank Brother Guild is a main attack force. But ultimately, practical combat strength is more important than ranks, right? Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a representative of another guild. He formally requested a position switch between the two organizations. His superior, Hyung, reacted with surprise and concern to Kigyu's bold move. Kigyu addressed his superior, apologizing for the lack of prior consultation, urging him to trust his judgment this once. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers from Kigyu's guild observed the scene. A member of the opposing guild questioned Kigyu's unilateral decision, but Kigyu countered with a confident proposal, a 500 million coin wager. He offered 500 million coins to anyone who could defeat him. Kigyu extended his hand, highlighting the favorable terms of his challenge. The opposing guild's soldiers stood ready, their captain assessing the situation. Members of Kigyu's guild whispered amongst themselves, questioning Kigyu's confidence and the potential consequences of his actions. One of them saw this as a lucrative opportunity, while their captain grappled with the potential for unnecessary conflict. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, felt a strange sensation. If this feeling wasn't a mere coincidence, he knew he had to investigate immediately. He decided to confirm his suspicions then and there. His squad captain, a man of stern countenance and bearing a sword, readily agreed to act as a witness. The scene shifted to an open area where Kigyu stood alone, encircled by a group of other players. The rules were clear: no weapons or excessive force. The fight would end when one side forfeited. One of the onlookers, a man with a serious expression, addressed Kigyu by name. Kigyu, seemingly confident, assessed the distance to his opponent. He believed it would be sufficient. His opponent, a powerfully built man, agreed that the distance was acceptable. A voice, seemingly emanating from Kigyu's sword, advised him that the range of his link would increase with his progress. It cautioned him to remain vigilant. Kigyu's opponent, eager to begin, suggested that Kigyu make the first move, but Kigyu was not eager to end the fight too quickly. Kigyu's opponent smirked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sized up his opponent. His assessment: a B-rank player. But Kigyu noticed something. The B-rank player, a powerfully built man, had significant gaps in his defense. Kigyu considered the possibility that he was being baited. Based on his physique, the opponent was either a standard melee fighter or a tank. Knowing the B-rank likely had a hidden trick, Kigyu decided to close the distance and strike first. He moved with surprising speed. Instead of relying on scouting, Kigyu trusted his enhanced agility, launching himself forward. He moved with a burst of speed, his enhanced agility allowing him to close the gap quickly. Kigyu noted that his opponent remained completely still. He wondered if the B-rank was overconfident in his defense. Alternatively, Kigyu considered that the B-rank might possess an immediate counterattack skill. Kigyu formulated his plan. He would retreat the moment his opponent countered, preparing for a swift counterattack. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself. His opponent, a burly man with the letter B emblazoned on his attire, was clearly far stronger. The blow landed with bone-jarring force. Kigyu was sent flying, a crimson shockwave erupting from the impact. He tumbled through the air, the world a blur of motion and color. Kigyu's opponent, his face contorted in a sneer of triumph, watched him fall. But as Kigyu hit the ground, a question mark appeared above his head, reflecting his own confusion. Suddenly, Kigyu's body reacted instinctively. He launched himself back up, a surge of unexpected power coursing through his veins. His opponent, caught off guard, staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He gasped, struggling for breath. The crowd erupted in cheers as Kigyu stood victorious. A man in a blue jacket shouted, "Winner, player Kigyu Kim." His friends rushed to his side, their faces alight with joy. One of them called out, "Kigyu Hyung." A young man lay on the ground, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Concern etched itself onto the faces of those closest to him. One of them knelt beside him, asking, "Bro, are you all right?" Another voice, filled with awe, cut through the concern. "Wow, when you get so strong? What level are you?" A close-up showed a man with dark hair and a serious expression. His gaze was fixed on the fallen player. He observed, "His movements just now were hard to follow, even for me." The camera shifted to 2 other men, their faces alight with excitement. One of them commented, "Player Kigyu Kim, it looks like he'll be the biggest variable in this raid." A man in a blue jacket stood before the assembled group, his voice commanding attention. "Squad leader," he continued, his expression serious. "The scouts have returned." 3 figures approached cautiously, their movements tense. They appeared weary from their mission. An aerial view revealed a desolate landscape, marked by a circle of figures in the center of a barren field. The scene shifted dramatically. A towering skyscraper pierced the twilight sky, a stark contrast to the previous scene. An elevator display showed the number 43, indicating a high floor within the building. In the opulent office of the association president, a tense meeting unfolded. The president, a distinguished older man with silver hair, sat behind his large desk. Before him stood General Manager O, a younger man in a sharp suit, his expression serious. He reviewed a document, a thoughtful ichum, escaping his lips as he considered its contents. The document listed names, Yanseok, Byung-hun Kong, among others, and prominently, Kim Kigyu. General Manager O respectfully acknowledged the president's silent assessment. A simple "yes, sir," his only response. The general manager continued his report, detailing the association's recent activities, the basement training room, the international transportation portal, and other logistical matters. He also mentioned the association's private hospital and Songhown Hyo's assistant work. The president, however, remained unconvinced. "Occur, you've got some explaining to do," hanging heavy in the air. His hands clasped tightly together, The president leaned forward, his expression unreadable. A close-up revealed his eyes, burning with an intense, crimson light. The desolate landscape stretched before them, a stark contrast to the vibrant life within the tower. Gray skies hung low, casting long shadows over the barren earth. A group of players, their faces grim, stood ready. Among them, Kim Kigyu, his dark hair contrasting with his bright orange jacket, held his breath, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A low growl echoed through the air, a sound that spoke of immense power and primal rage. From the dust and shadow, a colossal figure emerged. Its immense size dwarfed the players, its raw power palpable. Fear gripped the hearts of the players as they watched the creature rise. The consistently first-ranking role in terms of occupational death rate, player. Like it or not, you're bound to get used to death. However, the sight of that creature, to which its own kind is simply prey, is not so easy to get used to. Kigyu, alongside another player, watched the beast with a mixture of fear and determination. The other player, clad in shining armor, looked visibly shaken. Kigyu gripped his sword, a faint blue glow emanating from the blade. He prepared himself for battle. With a surge of power, Kigyu launched himself forward, his movements swift and precise. He moved with a speed that belied his level. A guttural roar echoed through the cavern, the sound shaking the very stones. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, braced himself, his 5 years spent guiding others through the lower floors of the tower, now put to the ultimate test. He focused, drawing on the newly discovered ability to link with egos, the power surging within him. A wave of energy, a brilliant blue, erupted from Kigyu's hands, taking the form of a powerful water jet. The monstrous creature before him, a hulking orc, lunged forward, its eyes burning with a fierce red light. Kigyu reacted instantly, his water jet cutter slicing through the air. The orc roared in pain, its advance momentarily halted, but its rage was undiminished. Kigyu found himself surrounded, other players, his fellow guides, joining the fray. They formed a defensive line, their shields raised against the orc's brutal attacks. The battle had begun. Kim Kigyu, his face grim, led the way, 2 other figures flanking him. They moved with a purpose, their expressions mirroring Kigyu's determination. A team of players prepared for battle. Their plan was simple: use a powerful spell to damage the Guardian, drawing its attention while simultaneously using defensive skills to protect themselves from its counterattack. One player shouted, "Water Jet Cutter." The monstrous Guardian, the subjugation leader, was their target. Its attack would serve as the signal for the team to begin their assault. The plan was underway. One player explained, "Damaging the Guardian with our most powerful spell," while another added, "We'll draw its aggro at the same time." The Guardian lunged, unleashing a devastating attack. 2 players reacted instantly, shouting defensive incantations: Earth Wall, Stone Shield. The impact was immense, but their combined defenses held. The force of the blow sent tremors through the ground. As the dust settled, it became clear that their strategy had worked. One player observed, by using defensive skills simultaneously, they'll block the attacks of the Guardian. A coordinated assault was underway. The battle plan was simple. Range attackers would throw explosive items, while others would use shields to protect the front lines. Meanwhile, additional range dealers would provide ultra-long-range support. The barrage began. Explosions rocked the battlefield as fiery projectiles rained down upon a massive, hulking figure, its skin scarred and red, who roared in defiance. A particularly powerful projectile struck its target. The impact sent tremors through the ground. The force of the blow sent the massive figure reeling, but it did not fall. The coordinated assault continued, with soldiers scrambling to avoid the creature's wild swings. Despite the ferocity of the attack, a young man with dark hair and an orange jacket watched from the sidelines, his expression grim. He was clearly concerned. Nearby, another young man, his face etched with worry, spoke his name, Cian Pil. Cian Pil's companion explained the situation. "Stay back and keep an eye on things," he instructed. Cian Pil was confused. "How come? We finally managed to get a position at the front." Cian Pil's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the danger. A sudden, powerful shockwave erupted from the battlefield. The earth trembled. A monstrous fissure split the ground open, radiating outwards in a chaotic explosion of dust and debris. From the depths of the chasm, a colossal figure emerged, its form obscured by the swirling dust cloud. Several figures, clad in battle armor, reacted with alarm, swords drawn. The biggest problem with this strategy, it turned out, was the sheer destructive power of the creature rising from below. The creature, a hulking monstrosity of muscle and rage, clawed its way out of the earth, shaking the very ground with its movements. Its roars echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers, vastly outnumbered and outmatched, braced themselves for the inevitable onslaught. Their desperate cries filled the air as the beast charged. A blinding flash of light erupted as a swift, precise strike met its target. The attack, however, was clearly not enough to subdue the beast. In the event of its failure, all hell would break loose. A sword, imbued with a powerful energy, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, grunted with exertion, his sword flashing against a monstrous foe. The battle was fierce, the air thick with the smell of ozone and blood. Nearby, Youngwoo, another player, cried out in pain as a blow sent him sprawling. He yelled for Kigyu's assistance, his voice strained. Youngwoo, nursing his wounds, checked a small vial of crimson liquid. He muttered about the time elapsed since the fight began, his expression grim. Kigyu, despite his own injuries, continued to fight valiantly. He cursed under his breath, his movements precise and deadly. Youngwoo watched, awestruck, as Kigyu's skill and resilience shone through the chaos. He marveled at Kigyu's performance against such a powerful opponent. Suddenly, Kigyu's movements quickened, a surge of energy emanating from him. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his power amplified. The monster recoiled, surprised by this sudden shift in the battle's momentum. A powerful blast of energy struck the creature. Kigyu moved with renewed speed, his wounds rapidly healing as he continued his assault. The tide of battle had turned. The battle raged. A colossal figure, his skin the color of dried earth and adorned with crimson stripes, dominated the scene. His regeneration was legendary, rivaling that of the highest-ranking guardians. The command rang out. Main teams 1 and 2 swap positions. From the chaos, a new order emerged. The backup team prepared for battle, their movements sharp and precise. Among them, a young man with dark hair, Kigyu, was singled out. A comrade whispered his name, a mixture of concern and urgency in their voice. Kigyu's companion, his face etched with worry, urged him to prepare as well. The impending threat was palpable. Suddenly, a shift in the battle. Kigyu's eyes widened in surprise. The massive warrior lunged, his attack swift and brutal. Another comrade, witnessing the danger, shouted a warning. The risk was clear and present. But Kigyu reacted instantly, a surge of power coursing through him. A purple aura enveloped him as he moved with newfound speed and strength. He met the warrior's attack head-on, his blade clashing against the enemy's weapon. The impact sent tremors through the ground. Amidst the dust and debris, Kigyu stood firm. A self-satisfied smirk played on his lips. His intuition had been correct. He addressed his fellow players, his tone laced with a hint of condescension. Those who had only completed the tutorial lacked the experience to understand what he had just done. A fierce battle raged. Several figures, clad in simple orange jackets, wielded swords against the towering orc. The orc, muscles bulging, roared as it effortlessly deflected their attacks. A voice, sharp and clear, cut through the clash of steel. Their abilities are exactly the same as a regular orc's. The orc continued its assault, its movements a blur of brutal efficiency. Another voice, this one more analytical, observed, the only differences are their physiques and regeneration. The scene shifted. Kim Kigyu, the observer from the previous panels, stood in a dimly lit alleyway, speaking to someone unseen. What are you going to use this on? $8 million in cash, that is. Kigyu responded, well, I'll pay back some debts and buy some new equipment. Kigyu's expression hardened. A predatory glint entered his eyes. He muttered to himself, this is the perfect opportunity. The ground cracked beneath his feet as Kigyu prepared for action. He thought, to test out my newly linked ego's powers. He launched himself towards the orc, a blur of motion. The impact sent the massive creature sprawling. Kigyu moved with impossible speed, his attacks a dazzling display of light and power. Beams of energy crisscrossed the battlefield as he fought the orc. A digital display appeared, showcasing Kigyu's enhanced stats. The name, Hermes, was prominent, along with impressive numbers for strength, dexterity, and stamina. His movement speed and dexterity had received significant boosts. Kigyu stood panting, his enhanced abilities having taken their toll. He let out a relieved sigh. Phew! A colossal, brutish figure, wielding a massive blade, lunged forward with terrifying speed. Its attack was swift and brutal, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Two figures watched in stunned silence as the monstrous creature unleashed its fury. One of them, Kigyu's companion, gasped in disbelief. Kigyu, his eyes wide with shock, could only utter what the... The creature continued its relentless assault, its blows seemingly unstoppable. Kigyu's companion, assessing the situation, advised, we need a deep blow, rather than several light attacks. But then, something unexpected happened. Kigyu's status display appeared, revealing his stats. Level 51, Strength 19, Dexterity 25, Stamina 67, Magic Ability 25. His skills were listed as Accessorize, Mana Regeneration, and Grievous Wounds. The description of his skills clarified their effects. Mana Regeneration increased his mana recovery rate, while Grievous Wounds slowed healing and reduced the enemy's regeneration. The creature roared in pain as its regeneration ceased, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself against a monstrous blow. His shield absorbed the brunt of the attack, but he noticed a subtle shift in his opponent's fighting style. An attack pattern change, he muttered, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Kigyu calmly assessed the situation. This wasn't some complex tactical shift. It was simply the desperate flailing of a cornered beast. He realized, this isn't anything as impressive as an attack pattern change. It's simply the flailing around of a low-level monster who's been cornered. A confident smirk spread across Kigyu's face. He had anticipated this. I predicted, he thought, a glint of triumph in his eyes. With a swift, precise movement, Kigyu launched a counterattack, his blade arcing through the air. The monster roared, its massive form lunging forward in a desperate attempt to stop him. Kigyu's eyes glowed with power as he prepared for the final blow. All of this, as well, he declared, his voice filled with determination. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape as Kigyu's blade met the monster's. Energy surged from Kigyu's weapon, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene as he overpowered his foe. The monster crumbled into dust, its reign of terror finally over. Kigyu stood victorious, his breath ragged but his spirit unbroken. Two powerfully built men, clad in maroon tunics, advanced, their faces grim. One carried a large shield, the other a massive hammer. They braced themselves for impact. Suddenly, a young man in an orange hoodie burst into action. With surprising speed and precision, he deflected their attack with a glowing golden blade, a flash of light momentarily blinding the two guards. The force of the collision sent a shockwave through the ground. A monstrous, green-skinned humanoid roared in pain, its eyes blazing with fury. The young man's blade had struck true. He moved with a blur of motion, his movements now imbued with a fierce red energy, his blade trailing a path of crackling lightning. Meanwhile, a group of other players watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of fear and awe. One, armed with a bow and arrow, prepared to fire. The monstrous creature lunged forward, its massive blade cleaving the air. The young man met its attack head-on, his own blade clashing against the enemy's with a deafening clang. With a powerful kick, the young man sent a shower of debris flying. He had managed to create some distance between himself and the enraged beast. The creature roared again, its rage undiminished. It swung its weapon wildly, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in its wake. The creature continued its relentless advance, its heavy footfalls shaking the very ground. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with surprising speed. His worn brown jacket billowed behind him as he executed a swift, precise strike. His opponent, a hulking orc, roared as Kigyu's blade connected, a conspicuous horizontal slash tearing through its defenses. The attack, though powerful, left a small opening. Kigyu noted this vulnerability, his thoughts sharp despite the intensity of the battle. No matter how strong an orc is, it remains an orc. He smirked, unfazed by the orc's furious counterattack. It doesn't scare me one bit. Kigyu's confident expression was a stark contrast to the orc's enraged face. He prepared for the next move. A flurry of blows followed, a whirlwind of steel and rage. The dust settled, revealing two onlookers, their faces etched with worry, observing the aftermath of the battle. Kigyu stood over his fallen foe, his breathing heavy, but his eyes unwavering. The ground was stained crimson with Orcish blood. The battle was over. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange jacket, stood over a fallen foe. His breath hitched slightly as he stared at the creature, a low-ranking demon known as Ferrith, now lifeless at his feet. The air hung heavy with the coppery tang of blood. He sheathed his sword, a grim expression settling on his face. A nearby figure, partially obscured, watched him with undisguised apprehension. Kigyu's gaze was distant, lost in thought. A voice, crisp and official, cut through the silence. You have defeated low-ranked demon, Ferrith. Kigyu, however, seemed more surprised than triumphant. He murmured, demon. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Ferrith's corpse. A spectral image of monstrous fangs materialized, accompanied by a chilling announcement. Cannibalism has been activated. The spectral fangs lunged, engulfing Ferrith's remains in a blinding flash of energy. The ground trembled. Nearby, a group of other players watched in horrified fascination as the energy subsided. One, a powerfully built man with a prominent B emblem on his attire, shouted in alarm. The narration box clarified the situation, ego-ifying Ferrith. Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, stared blankly ahead. His attempt at egoification of Ferrith had failed. He stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, a grim scene of fallen foes and scattered equipment. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and defeat. Nearby, a man in a blue coat watched Kigyu with a worried expression. His brow was furrowed, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The man, a leader amongst the other players, issued orders. He instructed the injured to focus on recovery, non-combatants to organize the fallen's belongings, and everyone to remain vigilant. Scattered across the battlefield lay the remnants of the fight, broken weapons, discarded gear, and the grim reminder of fallen comrades. The man in blue approached Kigyu, addressing him by name. He requested a private word. The two men walked away from the main group, their footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. The man in blue spoke, his tone thoughtful. He pointed out the value of even a guardian's corpse. Kigyu, however, suspected the man's true intentions. He worried that he might be blamed for the loss of the spirit stone and other items. Kim Kigyu, a unique ability player, mulled over his persistent inability to level up. He reasoned, however, that there was no definitive proof it was his fault. The situation was irregular. Therefore, he shouldn't jump to conclusions. This thought led him to consider the implications of his current predicament. A man approached Kigyu and another player. He extended an invitation. Are you interested at all in joining us in the Child Guild? Kigyu, suspicious, internally questioned the man's motives. He realized this was an attempt to recruit him. He knew the recruiter liked his style. Kigyu explained that his current group was a temporary arrangement to participate in a subjugation event. The recruiter, Dong-hee Kim, listened intently, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Regardless of Kigyu's current affiliations, Kim expressed his desire to maintain a positive relationship with him. Kim handed Kigyu his business card, urging him to contact the Child Guild vice leader if he ever changed his mind or needed assistance. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city as a group of players stood before a towering structure, the infamous tower. A voice, strong and clear, rang out, "Good work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and an orange hoodie, approached one of the players, a thoughtful expression on his face. He asked, "Can I ask you something?" The other player, whose name was later revealed to be Junseo, nodded curtly. "Yes." Kigyu continued, explaining, "I didn't ask you before because I didn't want to offend you, but how come you didn't join Sequa's kind guild?" Nearby, other players discussed their plans for dinner, one suggesting soup, another dismissing the idea. Junseo responded, "They have the connections too. You would have been super successful if you joined." Kigyu chuckled lightly, interrupting, "Well, it's nothing special, and I wanted to achieve things by my own strength. I didn't want to hear anything about nepotism." Junseo looked at Kigyu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Me?" Junseo continued, "Whether it's when you were a guide or now, I feel like Sequ would have sent tons of love calls to someone as capable as you." Kigyu shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well, it's nothing great." He chuckled softly. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression and a sword strapped to his back, stood amidst a group of fellow players. Two of them, engaged in an intense discussion, turned to him. "What are you two talking about so intensely?" One of them asked, curiosity evident in their tone. The other player, extending an invitation, added, "Do you want to come eat with us? I know a pretty good place." Kigyu smiled faintly, politely declining their offer. He was already looking forward to his next adventure. He explained, "I need to go home and pack." His companions understood. One of them said, "Ah, that's your hard work." Another added, "Sure, I'll call you guys over once I've moved." Kigyu nodded in agreement. He mentioned that he had to contact someone named Songhound after work. As he walked away, Kigyu checked his phone. A message from someone named Taeshik awaited him. The message simply read, "Call me after the subjugation." Later, Kigyu received a call. "Sorry to call you out so suddenly, Gidju," the voice on the other end apologized. Kigyu's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance. He muttered to himself, "The old geezer. Kim Kigyu and his companion rode an elevator. The younger man, Kigyu, reacted with surprise to the news that the president of the Player Association wished to have dinner with him. He considered the invitation quite sudden, even commenting that he should have stopped at a hair salon beforehand, given his current appearance. Kigyu's companion explained that the president was a self-made man and a powerful figure in the Korean player industry, a fact that was little known to the public. Kigyu, however, remained puzzled as to why such a prominent individual would seek a meeting with him. They arrived at the 10th floor. Kigyu's companion mentioned that the president wanted to cook for him personally, citing cooking as a hobby. Kigyu expressed some uncertainty, questioning the meaning of "your place." They exited the elevator. Approaching a door, Kigyu addressed his companion as Gramps, indicating their arrival. From inside the apartment, a voice greeted Taeshik O, confirming his identity and expressing relief at his return. Inside, an older man, presumably the resident, chided Taeshik for his continued movie quotes. The timing of their arrival, however, was deemed excellent. Taeshik inquired about the menu, mentioning a lack of cooking supplies at his own home. The older man, having already purchased groceries, instructed Taeshik to set the table. The president of the Korean Players Association, a man whose imposing presence filled the room, despite his apron, surveyed the scene with a critical eye. "Clean up your house, too," he grumbled, his gaze lingering on the apparent disarray. "It's a total pigsty in here." His attention shifted, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Player Kigyu Kim?" Kigyu Kim, a young man with a quiet confidence, extended his hand in greeting. "Ah, yes." The exchange was brief, polite, but the air crackled with unspoken tension. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Kigyu replied, his handshake firm. Kigyu turned, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He seemed to sense something, a sudden, Intense energy surge manifested, a stark contrast to the previous calm. A young man with white hair, previously unseen, reacted with alarm. The source of the energy was revealed. Taegu Oh, the president of the Korean Players Alliance, his eyes blazing with power. "I'm Taegu Oh," he announced, his voice resonating with authority. The president of the Korean Players Alliance. Taegu's presence loomed over Kigyu, a palpable wave of power emanating from him. Kigyu stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by the display of overwhelming might. Kigyu's internal monologue reflected on the encounter. Such intense pressure, he mused. He realized that leading a group of superhumans was no easy task. Back in the apartment, the president of the Korean Players Association asked Kigyu, "What are you doing?" Kim Kigyu stared blankly ahead, a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Night had fallen over the city. The scene shifted to a warm, inviting dinner table. Kigyu sat at the table, a steaming bowl of stew before him. He politely accepted the meal, murmuring his thanks. He began to eat, his appetite surprisingly robust. An older man, seated opposite him, spoke. The older man mentioned hearing much about Kigyu from someone named Taeshik, highlighting Taeshik's assistance using his authority as department general manager. A younger man, seated beside Kigyu, muttered about the inappropriateness of discussing business at the dinner table. The older man dismissed his concerns. He insisted Kigyu eat his fill, while the younger man noted Kigyu's difficulty swallowing his food. The older man cleared his throat, announcing his intention to make a proposition. He asked Kigyu if he was interested in hearing it. Kigyu, his attention fully captured, listened intently. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, sat at a table, listening intently to two older men. He cleared his throat, a question forming on his lips. "By proposition, you mean?" One of the older men, his face etched with years of experience, continued. The focus shifted to a steaming bowl of stew on the table. He stated, "The association would like to hire you." Kigyu responded immediately, his expression firm. He declared, "I'm not interested in joining any organization." The older man interrupted, his tone softening slightly. He insisted, "It's not like that." The older man leaned forward, his gaze intense. He proposed, "How would you like to become a mercenary of the association?" Night fell. The scene shifted to a modest two-story building, Kigyu's home, under a twilight sky. Kigyu walked home, contemplating the offer. He thought, the old man came on strong, but he's not trying to pressure you or force you into anything. He continued his internal monologue. Rather, he just wants to give you the proper labels to justify receiving help from the association, so that when you can help take what you want, and when you deserve it, it shouldn't be a bad deal for you. He paused on a rooftop, looking out at the city lights. His thoughts concluded, it shouldn't be bad if Taeshik says so. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood lost in thought. A single thought bubble above his head read, affiliated, He was engaged in conversation with another young man, whose confident demeanor contrasted sharply with Kigyu's pensive expression. The other man asked, "What about you?" Kigyu's thoughts drifted to a powerful image. The Kind Guild, a formidable group of players, stood arrayed before him, their silhouettes sharp against a bright, ethereal background. The words "the Kind Guild" appeared in a stark white box. A stark contrast was highlighted. While Kigyu remained at level 1, his friend, Sikwu, had risen to become a renowned leader of a top 10 guild in Korea. Kigyu's face hardened with determination. He resolved to end his stagnation. He couldn't remain a burden forever. He wanted to stand beside Sikwu as an equal, eventually. The scene shifted to a dense forest, the air thick with anticipation. A sudden, violent burst of energy erupted from the undergrowth. A powerful blow cleaved the earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. A fiery beast lunged from the shadows, its claws outstretched. Kim Kigyu, clad in worn but sturdy armor, deflected the attack with his sword, a grunt escaping his lips. His companion, a wizened mage named Alara, watched with concern. Kigyu, recovering his balance, reassured Alara, "Don't worry, I'll finish it off." The beast roared, its fiery breath engulfing Kigyu in a wave of heat. With a mighty swing, Kigyu's sword sliced through the creature, sending it crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks. He stumbled back, exhausted but victorious. Alara approached, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "Phew, should we get going? It's probably nighttime outside, too." Kigyu nodded. "Let's just get 2 more of them." He added, "I should be leveling up soon." Alara shivered. "But hey, hasn't it been chilly for a while? Maybe it's because it's night." "That's weird." Alara looked perplexed. The 26th floor generally has a hot climate. 2 figures stood at the edge of a snow-dusted hill, surveying the landscape below. One of them, peering into the distance, remarked that their quarry was likely at the bottom. Suddenly, a cry of alarm shattered the quiet. One of the figures, his face contorted in shock, exclaimed in disbelief. The source of his alarm was revealed. A colossal, icy beast, its massive form partially obscured by swirling snow and mist, emerged from the depths of the valley below. Its massive fangs were bared in a silent snarl. The creature's full size became apparent as it moved, its icy breath creating a swirling vortex of frost. The two figures watched from afar, dwarfed by the creature's immense scale. One of the figures, seemingly unfazed, calmly observed that the creature was not present in their immediate vicinity. The other simply acknowledged this. He then began to descend the hill. Reaching the bottom, he turned to his companion, suggesting they proceed. The broadcast flickered, showcasing the title Weekly Player. A recent announcement had sent shockwaves across the globe. Last weekend, the Angela Guild declared their intention to clear the 80th floor of the tower, causing a global commotion. This feat highlighted two players in particular, Seon-ho Lee, a global rank 1 candidate, and Yubin Shin, a newcomer who recently joined the rankers list. The event further solidified South Korea's reputation as a nation of exceptionally strong players. In response to this surge in talent, a special event was announced for high-ranking players. The first part of this event involved getting to know a certain individual. A figure emerged, shrouded in flames, his presence radiating immense power. The legendary Azura, a living legend among the original 5 high rankers, the godfathers of all high rankers, was about to be introduced. Two women stood on a stage, bathed in purple and blue spotlights. One with blonde hair held a microphone, while the other, with pink hair, did the same. They were discussing a mysterious figure known only as Azura. The pink-haired woman emphasized the complete lack of information surrounding Azura. Nationality, age, even gender remained unknown. The blonde-haired woman echoed her sentiment, highlighting the mystery surrounding this powerful individual. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, listening intently. He was being told that Azura, the strongest player before Seon-ho Lee, was his grandfather and the president of the Korean Players Association. The young man, holding a mug, responded with a simple. His companion, seated at a desk, reacted with astonishment, exclaiming that he was loaded, even beyond loaded. The seated man cautioned him to keep this information confidential, emphasizing its classified nature. The seated man presented a ring in a small box. The inscription on the ring was partially visible, IKPA. The young man reacted with surprise, initially mistaking it for a marriage proposal, then expressing discomfort at the unexpected gesture. The seated man explained that the ring served as identification for mercenaries, granting the wearer authority equivalent to a manager. Finally, the man revealed that Song-han, his new secretary, would provide further details. The scene shifted to Song-han in a car, seemingly already preparing to fulfill his duties. The representative of the Iron Guild explained the terms of employment. Mercenaries would receive the same treatment as high-ranking players, and any items obtained during missions could be sold to the association without commission. He continued, emphasizing the mercenaries' right to decline any mission. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes listened attentively, a slight furrow in his brow. The young man, lost in thought, murmured to himself, "It's the best." The scene shifted to the Iron Guild building in New York City, a towering skyscraper that dominated the skyline. Inside, a man with blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood before a large window, gazing out at the city lights. His reflection showed a thoughtful expression. The blonde man was in a meeting. A voice, strained and slightly pained, spoke from the shadows. "You wanted to see me, Rogers." From the shadows emerged a man with long, light brown hair and a weary expression. He addressed the blonde man. "Yes, Guildmaster." A tense atmosphere hung in the air of the opulent guild hall. One man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, coughed repeatedly, his face pale. Across from him stood another, his expression unreadable, observing the other's discomfort with a detached air. The coughing continued, each spasm a stark contrast to the silence of the room. The observer remained motionless, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, a voice, filled with barely contained rage, cut through the quiet. It demanded to be sent to Korea. The source of the voice, a man with wild, red-rimmed eyes and disheveled green hair, pleaded desperately with someone unseen. He offered everything he possessed. He was met with a look of grim consideration from the man in the dark suit. His expression was one of deep thought, perhaps weighing the desperate plea. The man in the suit finally spoke, offering the desperate man a position of power within the guild, manager. He also promised to bestow upon him a legendary weapon known as Nine. The desperate man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief at the unexpected offer. The man in the suit revealed that Nine was, in fact, the legendary Holy Sword, further emphasizing the magnitude of his offer. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the desperate man bowed deeply, expressing his sincere thanks to his benefactor. Rogers Hahn stood before a mirror, his reflection a steely gaze mirroring his own. He muttered to himself, "That's right, Rogers Hahn." His reflection solidified his resolve. He would use others as stepping stones on his path to revenge. The image of a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes filled the background as Rogers Hahn turned, his prosthetic leg gleaming. He declared, "Next time we meet." His threat hung heavy in the air. "I'll tear you apart into shreds." Elsewhere, a character profile appeared, displaying the stats of someone named L, level 89, the Lord of Holy Swords. Her abilities included reflecting 5% of damage from holy swords, absorbing inferior holy swords, and a unique ability called Kaulion that prevented death from a single full health blow once. Observing this profile, a man reacted with a thoughtful, holy sword. Huh, she's certainly grown absurdly strong since ABS Dash. The man, sitting in a car, reviewed L's stats again, questioning, L, do you know where can we get one? L responded apologetically, I'm sorry, master. Though my abilities have awakened, my memories are still not fully intact. The man, seemingly unconcerned, questioned L further. He mentioned the ego shard they obtained from Changkyong, contrasting it with the recently acquired Faritha's ego. An image of a wolf-like ego appeared. Inside a sleek, black sedan, two men rode in comfortable silence. The driver, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, subtly adjusted his tie. His companion, dressed more casually in a maroon zip-up jacket, idly checked his watch. A quiet HM escaped his lips. The casual passenger's companion remarked on his newly trimmed hair. He explained that it had become too messy, so he'd simply trimmed it a little. Meanwhile, the passenger's gaze drifted to a strange ring on his finger, a curious piece of jewelry with a swirling, almost organic design. He worried aloud that the driver might overhear their conversation, but his companion dismissed his concerns, pressing him for information about the fragments. The passenger sighed inwardly, resigned. He knew better than to expect privacy in this situation. He politely interrupted the driver, addressing him as Mr. Sung-hoon and inquiring about their destination. The driver responded curtly. Their destination was a gate in Yosu. He added that, according to the readings from the measurement device, the gate's rank fluctuated between F and C. The passenger, seemingly nervous about his first mercenary mission, expressed his apprehension. The driver reassured him that their initial objective was simply information gathering. He added that he would be there to assist him. The passenger suddenly exclaimed about his baby potatoes, referring to his toes. He then asked when they would reach the highway. The driver simply replied, "Oh, right." The driver then revealed that mercenaries of their association were given code names. The passenger, surprised, asked for examples, prompting the driver to mention Demon King and Azura. The decision had been made that morning during a meeting. Kim Kigyu, however, found himself questioning the process. He sat in the back of a car, the highway blurring past. His codename, it turned out, was Morningstar. The announcement left him unimpressed. His driver chuckled, a comment about children's reactions to the codename echoing in the car. Kigyu reacted with irritation. The car pulled up to a restricted area, marked by barriers. A gate, previously unseen, stood before them. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed before the group of men in suits, a gateway to the unknown. One of the men approached Kigyu, expressing his honor at meeting the Morningstar. He introduced himself as the manager of the Players Association in Yosu. Kigyu, still eating his snack, dismissed the formality. The manager's continued politeness only served to further irritate Kigyu, who snapped at him to stop laughing. As the portal shimmered, the two men watched, preparing for whatever lay beyond. The mission briefing was underway. A newly discovered gate, unique in nature, presented an unprecedented challenge. It had never been explored. The initial objective remained unchanged, reconnaissance. A team was assembled, and resources were gathered. With preparations complete, the team was ready to depart. A man in a suit addressed a younger man, seemingly impatient. The impatient man was identified as player Giju Kim. His colleagues urged him to hurry. As they approached the gate, a warning was issued. The unique gate was inherently dangerous. Despite the warning, Kim remained resolute. He assured his superior that he was prepared. Kim reached out towards the swirling energy of the gate. A powerful surge of energy erupted. The resulting blast was intense, throwing Kim backward. The gate appeared to have destabilized. Panic ensued. Kim's colleagues immediately contacted headquarters for backup and reinforcements from nearby guilds. Kim Kigyu stared at the timer, his face etched with frustration. Damn it. How come? He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. There should have been plenty of time left. Yet here he was, facing an unexpected deadline. A wave of dark energy pulsed around him, reflecting his inner turmoil. He realized, with dawning dread, the gravity of the situation. He stood before a swirling vortex of crimson and shadow, a digital prompt glowing ominously before him. Confirm link? Kigyu hesitated only briefly before reaching out a trembling hand. I told you so, he murmured, a grim determination hardening his features. This gate, he knew, held the key to his breakthrough. His finger hovered over the confirmation button. A sardonic voice echoed in his mind. Ego master. Another, more impatient voice countered. Ego duh. Kigyu, despite the internal bickering, knew what he had to do. The moment of truth had arrived. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled before a group of men in suits. One of them, anxious, asked if there was any news from headquarters. Another man responded that it would be at least 15 more minutes before they arrived. He addressed a man in a red jacket standing calmly near the vortex as Hunter Kim. Hunter Kim's hand hovered over a glowing interface, a question appearing. Confirm link? His expression hardened. He muttered to himself, acknowledging that the gate was indeed an ego, though he still found it surprising. The interface flashed, displaying the words player Giju Kim. Kim stared, a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding on his face. He thought to himself, this is really... Suddenly, another man grabbed Kim from behind, shouting his name. Kim, struggling, managed to utter the name Sung-hoon, as his attacker continued to restrain him. Meanwhile, the other men in suits looked on in confusion, asking what was going on. The dark energy vortex pulsed, growing larger and more intense, as two figures watched from a distance. Inside a temporary container office, Kim Kigyu sat across from a sharply dressed player, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The player leaned back, a smug smile playing on his lips as he declared, "How amazing, player!" Kigyu, however, remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The player continued, his tone shifting to a more curious one. "Are you going to control monsters? Or something? Too? Next time?" Kigyu ran a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips. "I didn't know it'd turn out like this." The player subtly reached for his phone, his expression unreadable. Kigyu, still visibly shaken, asked, "So what happened?" The player and another man in military-style armor stood before a shimmering, unstable portal. The player explained, "It did return to normal, but was that really a gate break back there?" Back in the office, the player responded to Kigyu's question. "I do have an idea of what it might have been, but it was a first for me too. I can't tell you all the specifics, but I think it may have been caused by your unique ability." The player continued, "Well, if it's your unique ability, it'd be rude for me to ask in too much detail. Take this for now." A curious object was held up for inspection. A dark wooden mask, its painted features hinting at a playful grin. Red accents punctuated the cheeks. The scene shifted to a large gathering of individuals, their forms slightly blurred by a radiant, ethereal glow emanating from a central point. A voice, seemingly belonging to the mask's holder, commented on the urgency of the situation, mentioning a break and the need for discretion. The speaker continued, noting the large crowd of players and the imminent arrival of reporters. The implication was clear. This was a significant event. A man in a sharp suit, his face partially obscured by shadow, checked his phone, displaying images of chaotic scenes. He warned his companion about the potential for unwanted media attention. The suited man's companion, wearing a more casual outfit, expressed gratitude but subtly criticized the mask's aesthetic choices. The suited man defended his choice, highlighting the difficulty in obtaining the mask. After a 3-hour deliberation, a decision was reached. A lone individual would enter the mysterious gate. While there were initial objections, the association swiftly resolved them. A celebratory comment about the association's efficiency was made. One of the men expressed concern about the lone individual's safety, but the individual, seemingly confident, attributed their decision to their unique ability. He requested only that the other remain outside. A stark, digital prompt materialized before Kim Kigyu. "Confirm link?" Kigyu, a young man with a partially obscured face, extended his hand towards the interface. He confirmed the link. Instantly, a swirling vortex of purple energy erupted before him, watched by several figures in dark attire. The gate pulsed with otherworldly energy. As Kigyu stepped through, the scene shifted. He found himself under a moonlit sky, surrounded by skeletal trees. A large crow with glowing eyes observed him from the shadows. Kigyu walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. He questioned his own worthiness, a doubt creeping into his mind. Kigyu muttered to himself about the names he'd given to Lu and El, reflecting on the differences between the gates. He felt they sounded cheap. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, adjusted his backpack. He wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, but he knew he had to clear the path ahead. A companion, whose voice was barely audible, suggested that sometimes the best approach is to simply forge ahead and see what unfolds. Kigyu found himself in a dark, unsettling forest. He muttered to himself that this place was unnervingly serious and that he needed to clear his mind quickly. A damp, dreary magical presence filled the air. Kigyu, however, seemed to find this quite agreeable. He decided to head towards the area with the highest magical concentration. A faint voice called out to him, "Master." Kigyu dismissed the voice, believing it unnecessary. Suddenly, the ground beneath him exploded. He was thrown backward by the force of the blast. He found himself surrounded by a horde of skeletal warriors. A chaotic clash erupted. Skeleton soldiers, their bony forms gleaming faintly in the dim light, engaged in a frenzied melee. Their swords clashed, a cacophony of bone on bone. One particularly imposing skeleton warrior, larger than the rest, swung its blade with brutal force, sending splinters of bone flying. Kim Kigyu, observing the battle from a safe distance, muttered to himself, "Skeleton soldiers." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fray. A Dullahan, riding a spectral steed, its flaming blue head held high. It cut through the skeleton soldiers with terrifying ease. Kigyu's eyes widened. He exclaimed, A Dullahan? It's my first time seeing one in real life, but come on, isn't a mid-boss from the start a little too much? He called out to his ego, Lu. Lu responded, yes, master. Kigyu commanded, haste. A surge of energy enveloped Kigyu, propelling him forward at incredible speed. He engaged the Dullahan's forces, his movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly deflected blows and countered with swift strikes. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself locked in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a hulking figure wielding a massive axe, pressed the attack, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate battlefield. He parried a blow, the force nearly throwing him off balance. His movements were frantic, a whirlwind of desperate defense against superior strength. Despite the chaos, Kigyu remained focused. He knew that in a situation like this, a direct confrontation would be suicide. His thoughts raced, searching for an opening. His allies, a small band of fellow players, fought valiantly, but were clearly outmatched. The enemy's attacks were relentless, a storm of steel and magic. One of them shouted a battle cry, urging Kigyu to focus on the leader. Kigyu, however, already had a plan forming in his mind. With a sudden burst of speed, he dodged another attack, his movements now precise and deadly. He was no longer reacting. He was anticipating. The clash of their weapons was earth-shattering, a maelstrom of energy erupting from the point of contact. Kigyu's strategy was working. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, a lone figure stood before a graveyard. The air hung heavy with an unnatural stillness. It was Kigyu, his face etched with concern. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. He sensed a disturbance in the balance of the world. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a newly opened gate. His brow furrowed in confusion. He muttered, "What is this?" He had just dispatched a group of skeletons, but something felt off. Kigyu reflected, the skeletons for sure. They were too weak compared to the magic power the gate emitted. That's right, they were much weaker than I'd expected. But what about it? Kigyu cautiously advanced into the graveyard, his senses heightened. A palpable tension hung in the air. He paused, his gaze fixed on an ornate stone chest. Kigyu mused, it's pretty obvious that this is the part where the boss comes out, right? As he approached, the chest creaked open, releasing a surge of green energy. A voice warned, careful, master. Kigyu considered the unusual weakness of the previous enemy. He thought, there must be a reason why that Dullahan was so weak. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from him, crackling with red lightning. His eyes burned with intensity. A skeletal hand, adorned with rings, emerged from the chest, green energy swirling around it. The skeletal face of the creature loomed closer, its jaw agape, revealing sharp teeth. A cloaked figure, radiating an eerie green energy, sat amidst a swirling vortex. The figure mused, if all the magic that should have been dispersed throughout the gate were concentrated into the boss monster. The vortex intensified, the green energy pulsing with malevolent power. The figure continued its internal monologue, the implications of its words heavy with foreboding. Suddenly, a skeletal hand emerged from the swirling chaos, its bony fingers rattling ominously. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, his expression one of disbelief and dawning comprehension, watched from a distance. He muttered to himself, it's supposed to come out only in high-level gates, or on stages 60 and above. The scene shifted to a graveyard. The young man, Kim Kigyu, stood defiantly before the skeletal figure, his sword raised. Above them, the words the undead king appeared. The undead king spoke, its voice a chilling rasp. So you're the one who wishes to become my master? Kigyu's eyes widened in shock and confusion. He clearly wasn't expecting this. The undead king, seemingly unfazed by Kigyu's surprise, floated serenely. It stated, I will ask one more time. The undead king's glowing red eyes burned intensely as it extended a skeletal finger, its rings glinting menacingly. The king repeated its question. The one who wishes to become my master? Kigyu, now holding 2 swords, stood firm, prepared for whatever might come next. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself face to face with an unsettling sight. The gatekeeper, a skeletal figure emanating an eerie green glow, spoke with the same mechanical voice as the system itself. Kigyu's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his features. He wondered how a being like this could possess such a voice. Under the cloak of night, in a desolate graveyard, a figure emerged from the shadows. He carried a sword, his movements swift and silent. Before him, a spectral entity materialized, its voice echoing through the tombstones. Are you the one who wishes to become my master? The entity was a skeletal figure, cloaked and hooded, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. Its question hung heavy in the air. Kim Kigyu, the young man with the sword, stared at the gatekeeper. He was surprised. The gatekeeper's voice sounded oddly familiar, like a system notification. Kigyu's expression hardened. He declared his intent. He was there to become the master of this gate. He challenged the gatekeeper, asking if it truly was the gate itself. The skeletal figure responded, confirming its identity as the master of the abandoned ruin. The gatekeeper's single, glowing red eye widened slightly. Kigyu, still wary, noted the gatekeeper's unusual voice. The gatekeeper confirmed its identity as the master of the abandoned ruin. A ghostly, glitching hand reached out from the gatekeeper, a sign of its power. Lu and El, two figures clad in dark attire, stood poised before a cloaked master. The master, wielding a glowing green staff, commanded them to initiate their attack. Lu, eager to comply, affirmed his readiness, while El responded with quiet obedience. The master, his face obscured by shadows, raised the staff. His voice, though muffled, carried an undeniable weight of expectation as he challenged them to prove their worthiness. A blinding flash of emerald energy erupted from the staff, followed by a swift, powerful attack that sent the master hurtling across the graveyard. Lu reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he dashed forward, sword drawn, to intercept the attack. He braced himself, anticipating the impact of the incoming energy blast. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Lu prepared for the full force of the attack. The resulting explosion engulfed him in a blinding wave of light and heat. The title card for player who can't level up is displayed, showcasing two crossed swords amidst a flurry of blue energy shards. The scene shifts to a dark, overcast landscape. A figure coughs violently, the sound echoing through the desolate environment. Kim Kigyu, a young man with determined eyes partially obscured by shadow, grits his teeth. His internal monologue reveals his frustration. Damn it. Kigyu is on the ground, his breath ragged. A voice calls out urgently. Master, pay attention. It's coming back. Kigyu responds curtly, I know. A close-up on Kigyu's eyes shows his intense focus and determination. A skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding dark magic, appears, deflecting a volley of arrows with a contemptuous wave of its hand. It sneers, is that all you've got? The skeletal figure's skull-like face is shown in detail, its glowing red eyes fixed on Kigyu. It continues, I haven't even gotten started yet. Kigyu braces himself, preparing for the imminent attack. Several streaks of energy shoot towards him. A fierce clash of energy ensues as Kigyu meets the attack head-on. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with surprising speed, his blade a blur of motion. He sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy. The word haste echoed in the air as Kigyu's attack intensified, a flurry of blows aimed at his unseen opponent. The force of his strikes sent debris flying. Suddenly, a skeletal figure emerged from the shadows, its red eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The creature was cloaked in darkness, a grim reaper of the tower. Kigyu, realizing the danger, braced himself. He knew that if he let his guard down, even for a moment, he would be overwhelmed. Lu, Kigyu's companion, called out to him, placing his trust in Kigyu's abilities. Kigyu, however, questioned the plan. Lu explained that he had thrown a smoke grenade, hoping to create a diversion. Kigyu was skeptical, but Lu's confidence was unwavering. The skeletal figure lunged forward, its attack swift and brutal. A scream echoed through the air. The creature's attack was deflected, its weapon shattering upon impact. A furious curse followed, directed at Kigyu. Kigyu, despite the danger, smirked. He was clearly amused by the situation, much to the surprise of his opponent. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, unleashed a burst of energy. His newly discovered ability to link with egos was finally bearing fruit. The force of the blast sent a nearby creature hurtling backwards. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure wielding a dark spear clashed with another player, a woman with crimson hair and a jeweled dagger. Kigyu, observing the fight, muttered to himself, like this. He charged into the fray, his movements a blur of motion. His attack collided with the skeletal figure's spear, resulting in a violent clash of energy. The skeletal figure's glowing red eyes burned with malevolent intensity. The skeletal figure declared, this is the real deal. Kigyu found himself on the defensive, struggling against the creature's overwhelming power. The skeletal figure, a death knight wielding a wickedly curved scythe, lunged at its opponent. A guttural cry escaped the creature's bony throat as it unleashed a dark, swirling attack. But the attack was met with a burst of blinding purple energy, deflecting the scythe's deadly arc. The force of the counterattack sent tremors through the ground. Kim Kigyu, the level 1 player, reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he parried the Death Knight's blow. The impact sent him sprawling, but he quickly recovered. He found himself facing the imposing figure, the Death Knight's dark aura a palpable presence. Kigyu braced himself, his breath catching in his throat. The Death Knight studied Kigyu, a flicker of something akin to amusement in its empty sockets. Its skeletal hand gestured towards Kigyu's sword. Quite the annoying weapon you have there. It rasped, its voice a chilling whisper that seemed to claw at Kigyu's very soul. Kigyu's eyes widened as a surge of power coursed through him. His vision sharpened, the world around him seeming to slow. He felt a connection to the two swords at his side, a strange resonance that hummed with latent energy. He gripped them both, his resolve hardening. A wave of emerald energy erupted from Kigyu, engulfing him as he prepared for his next move. The Death Knight watched, its expression unreadable. A surge of vibrant, teal energy erupted from the heart of a desolate landscape, a breathtaking spectacle of countless shimmering particles ascending towards the heavens. The energy pulsed with an almost palpable power, its ethereal glow illuminating the barren, swampy ground below. Amidst this otherworldly display, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression stood his ground. His companion, visibly strained, warned, "We can't dodge this one, master." The young man, his face etched with concentration, responded, "Swing me. Please, master. I'll seal it." With a powerful, fluid motion, the young man swung his sword, unleashing a series of swift, precise strikes. Each blow was accompanied by a whooshing sound, as if cleaving through the very fabric of reality itself. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his blade a blur as he met the oncoming energy head-on. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground, but he held firm. Having successfully deflected the initial wave, he shouted to his companion, "Let's go, L." L, slightly bewildered, questioned, "Huh? What about me?" The young man, however, was already pushing forward, his focus unwavering. As he continued his assault, a voice boomed, "Your attributes aren't suited for this." The young man scoffed, "What are you talking about? These lame demonic blades are nothing for me." He then added, with a grim determination, "It's not the time to be gambling on the uncertain right now." Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared, moving with unnatural speed. The young man felt the pressure intensify, muttering to himself, "It's getting faster. Can I hold out?" His jaw clenched, his face a mask of grim resolve as he braced himself for the next onslaught. Two figures, clad in dark, practical garb, faced off against a backdrop of swirling, ethereal energy. One, slightly taller, questioned his companion, "Are you sure about this?" The shorter figure, his face resolute, responded with quiet confidence, "Of course. I believe in you." With a surge of crimson energy, the shorter figure launched a powerful attack. His movements were swift, precise, and imbued with a fierce determination. The attack connected, and a narration box appeared, explaining, "Lu is absorbing the demonic energy." The absorption continued, and Lu began to experience a new awareness. He muttered to himself, "Huh? Lord of the what?" Another narration box provided context. "This is a necessary sacrifice, so that he may successfully awaken." A surge of power coursed through Lu's body, emanating from the device on his hand. The energy intensified, focusing on the device. A blinding light erupted, engulfing Lu and the surrounding area in a radiant explosion. A surge of dark energy crackled through the air, the crimson tendrils of power snaking across a bruised, stormy sky. From the heart of this maelstrom emerged a figure cloaked in shadow, a skeletal visage framed by a dark hood. He held a staff that pulsed with an eerie green light. What? How could a mere mortal? The skeletal figure's single, glowing red eye narrowed, scrutinizing his opponent. Kim Kigyu stood defiantly, his expression grim. The skeletal figure continued, "It seems you're not just all talk, but I have yet to—" The skeletal figure declared, "Let us begin the last test." With a flourish, the skeletal figure unleashed a torrent of green energy, the earth beneath them cracking and crumbling. The force of the blast sent Kigyu sprawling, but he quickly recovered, his body already adapting. Grotesque, animated corpses rose from the graves, their moans echoing through the desolate graveyard. The skeletal figure watched, a grim satisfaction in its glowing eye. The corpses coalesced, forming a monstrous, hulking entity of decaying flesh and bone. Its guttural growls shook the very ground. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood amidst the ruins, facing a swirling vortex of dark energy. He had much to ask of the entity emerging from it, but his companion, Lu, interrupted. Lu voiced his concern that the timing might be inopportune for such inquiries. Lu grunted in agreement, his eyes fixed on the growing darkness. From the vortex, a colossal, shadowy figure emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly. Kigyu braced himself, his sword held ready. Kigyu's eyes widened in recognition. He muttered to himself, identifying the creature as a flash golem. The golem loomed over the city, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding buildings. Kigyu stood his ground, a tiny figure against the monstrous threat. The golem lunged, its fist a blur of motion. The golem landed heavily, shaking the ground. It let out a guttural roar. A strategic discussion unfolds, the voices hushed but firm. The speaker lays out a plan. If they are at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, they will overwhelm their opponents with sheer weight of numbers. Suddenly, a chilling presence is felt. A single, malevolent red eye pierces the darkness, a silent command given. Haste. A powerful, shadowy figure bursts into action, a whirlwind of dark energy and raw power. Its movements are swift and brutal. Kim Kigyu, propelled by a burst of energy, streaks across the sky, a blur of motion. He approaches the colossal, monstrous figure, his expression determined. Kigyu confronts the monstrous gatekeeper, his voice ringing with confidence. "How's this, Gate? Is this worthy enough for you?" He stands defiant, twin blades shimmering with energy, a stark contrast to the looming darkness. His smirk suggests a hidden confidence. A skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its empty sockets seeming to glow with an eerie light. The skeletal figure speaks, its voice raspy but surprisingly subservient. "I accept you, my master." Kigyu and the skeletal figure clash, a flurry of blows exchanged in a whirlwind of energy and power. The outcome remains uncertain. A surge of energy pulsed through Kigyu. The gate, a swirling vortex of arcane energy, had accepted his link. He gasped, a low sound lost in the wind. The connection felt strange, yet strangely powerful. The landscape shifted. Before him lay a desolate graveyard, shrouded in mist, the air thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. A chilling wind whistled through the skeletal branches of dead trees, surrounding a dark, stagnant pool of water. A swirling vortex of dark water churned in the center of a desolate graveyard, the skeletal remains of trees lining its perimeter. A crimson glow pulsed from within the vortex, hinting at the power contained there. From the depths of the vortex, a skull-like face emerged, its empty sockets seeming to gaze upon the world. A message materialized before it. "The gate has accepted your link. Please give it a name." A dark, ethereal energy, tinged with a faint, unsettling pink, snaked out from the vortex, reaching toward the figure in the distance. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood poised, his gaze fixed on the approaching energy. He muttered to himself, "What should I name it this time?" A surge of power coursed through Kigyu as the energy enveloped him. His face contorted in concentration, a question mark floating above his head. A voice, sharp with concern, called out, "Lu, what is it now?" From the heart of the energy, a radiant, crimson blade materialized in Kigyu's hand. He looked at it in astonishment. Kigyu exclaimed, "Did you see that? This is me. This is the real me." He added, with a hint of defiance, "How long did you think I would just stay watching? The sight of that holy blade getting stronger than me." A surge of crimson energy erupted from Kigyu's hand, causing him to laugh maniacally. He was clearly overwhelmed by the sudden power. A concerned voice called out, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The energy intensified, forming a blinding flash. Kigyu's laughter continued, punctuated by a sharp cry of "Lu." The lights subsided, revealing Kigyu clutching a glowing sword. He looked disoriented. Someone questioned, "Don't you think you're going a bit far? What's up with you?" To which Kigyu responded, bewildered, "What did I just?" Kigyu's internal confusion was palpable. A voice, presumably his master's, observed, "He is confused, master." The master's voice pressed, "Confused? Shut it. Don't say useless things." Kigyu, still reeling from the experience, announced his need for a break, citing a headache. His master conceded, "Fine, although I have a lot of things I want to ask you." They moved to a different location, a desolate rocky expanse. The master suggested, "Let's talk about the specifics later." Kigyu agreed, "That'll be good." Kigyu focused on a glowing ring on his finger. He stated, "First, I have to come up with a name." A digital interface appeared, prompting him, "Please give the gate a name." Kigyu, a man etched with the weariness of 5 years spent trapped at level 1, scrutinized the data slate. His expression was one of deep contemplation, a furrow in his brow hinting at the weight of his predicament. His eyes fluttered closed, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a sudden internal shift. A faint image flickered before him, a spectral form coalescing into view. The word Brunhart materialized, a name whispered on the wind of his consciousness. Kigyu recognized the fading presence. He understood. "All right, I got it," he affirmed, a quiet resolve settling in his gaze. The name, Brunhart, echoed in his mind, a key to unlocking something long dormant. He looked at the slate again, a new understanding dawning on his face. The slate confirmed it, Brunhart. This was the ego he could link with. Meanwhile, in the city below, panic rippled through the streets. A gate break had been declared. A city street bustled with activity, then descended into controlled chaos. Association agents, their faces grim, directed panicked civilians towards evacuation shelters. The loudspeaker blared, repeating the urgent message. "Please follow the association agents and move to the evacuation shelter accordingly." Once again, the scene shifted dramatically. A swirling vortex of purple energy opened in the sky, a stark contrast to the mundane cityscape. For figures, clad in battle armor, stood before it, their expressions resolute. One, wielding a staff, declared, "This is not a drill." Inside a vehicle, 2 men observed the unfolding events. One, looking weary, muttered, "Haven't had a break in a while." "What rank did they say it was?" His companion answered, "They said it fluctuates between F rank and C rank." The first man pondered this, then asked, "Then it's a unique gate?" The conversation continued. One man asked anxiously, "What about backup?" The other, calm and collected, responded, "We've got all the guilds nearby, and the members of the Child Guild are on their way." He checked his device, then reported, "Is the evacuation completed smoothly without any problems? We believe it'll be finished within 30 minutes. One of the men, his face etched with worry, simply stated, "I'll tell them that." His expression shifted, revealing a deeper concern. He added, however, the biggest problem is... The camera shifted to a group of reporters, their behavior far from cooperative. One man explained, the reporters aren't being cooperative at all, calling it the freedom of the press or something. Some of them used to be players themselves, so they're being a real hassle. A man, his face etched with grim determination, issued a curt order. Leave them be. If they want to die, then just let them. He continued, his gaze unwavering. The break itself isn't really a big issue. His words shifted, a subtle change in tone. But the scene shifted to a man in a suit standing before a dark portal, a group of armored figures behind him. His thoughts, sharp and worried, pierced through the silence. If a break really does happen, it means something bad has happened to Giju. Suddenly, a crimson energy pulsed, a violent disruption in the air. It's a break. The man in the suit reacted instantly, his face grim. Damn it, so it did happen. Get ready for battle. He looked pained, his voice heavy with guilt. Brother Kim, I'm sorry. This is all because I am lacking. His gaze hardened, his words laced with self-reproach. I'm sorry, Gyu. A man, his face obscured by shadow, gripped his staff, his knuckles white. He muttered darkly, and what's worse? His voice hardened with resolve as he vowed. I'll avenge you. With a surge of dark energy, he unleashed a powerful attack, shouting, with my own hands. Nearby onlookers gasped, what? Meanwhile, a man with short brown hair and a determined expression roared from a distance. Giju Kim. The sound of someone approaching. A casual, almost bored, yeah. A figure, clad in dark clothing, leaped towards the man who had just called out. The man in the dark clothing asked, you call me? He landed gracefully, his eyes fixed on the other man. A beat of silence before. The man in dark clothing attacked, spitting out, you bitch. The attack connected, sending the other man sprawling. The man in dark clothing stood over him, victorious. Kim Kigyu, a man whose life had been defined by his inability to level up in the tower, stood on a windswept precipice. He wore a curious wooden mask, partially obscuring his face, and muttered, His expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He continued, his voice barely a whisper, this. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Kigyu's hands. He gasped, yuk. A crowd had gathered, their faces a mixture of awe and curiosity. Someone shouted, take a picture. Another pleaded, please show us your face. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, one commenting, he cleared the gate himself, even at the brink of a break. Kigyu, overwhelmed, stammered apologies while shielding his face. The insistent requests for an interview continued. One person asked, is that ring an item? The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape, the towering buildings reflecting the city's vibrant energy. Meanwhile, a man with intense eyes and a stern expression sat alone, his thoughts heavy. He murmured, an ego. In a different location, a powerfully built man sat at a table, deep in thought, his hands clasped before him. The powerfully built man and another, more slender individual, sat across from a third, older man. One of them stated, so it was that. The other explained, so that's why you were able to grow stronger that quickly. Kim Kigyu, a man whose life had been defined by his inability to level up, sat across from his superior. He questioned a strange sound, a sensation only he could perceive. His superior, a man whose name remains unsaid, explained that this was no mere skill. It was a unique ability, a sign of his potential. He had been chosen for a reason that hinged on the trust placed in him. Kigyu, still slightly bewildered, inquired about the gate and the events surrounding its closure. His uncertainty was palpable. His superior responded that this was his first time witnessing such an event. The gate, he explained, was currently stabilizing but unresponsive. He theorized that something significant had occurred during its closure. The conversation shifted to the ego named Lu. Kigyu's companion pressed for an update, concerned about its lack of response. Kigyu reported that while Lu remained silent, its abilities functioned normally. His superior expressed relief at this positive development. A third man, whose appearance suggested age and authority, joined the conversation. He expressed alarm at the implications of a player capable of possessing a gate, foreseeing widespread chaos. He quickly reassured them that the association had taken steps to prevent the news from reaching the press. The three men continued their meal, the weight of their secret heavy in the air. A device vibrated subtly in Kigyu's pocket. Three men sat around a table, enjoying a meal. One of them, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, excused himself to take a call. He stepped away from the table and answered his phone, his back to his companions. The man on the phone spoke with someone, his expression shifting to one of mild annoyance as he responded to a question about the saltiness of his food. He then explained that he was in the middle of an important conversation. A voice on the other end of the line identified him from a television broadcast, noting his distinctive ring and necklace. Back at the table, the man's colleagues chuckled, pointing out his distinctive mask and speculating about the nature of his call. They guessed it was from the association. One of them, observing the simultaneous calls, wondered aloud if the call was indeed from the association. The man on the phone, now back at the table, was complimented by his colleagues on his recent heroic actions, which had been broadcast on television. He was referred to as the unknown hero who stopped a break. He mused about whether or not he could tell his friends about his newfound fame, acknowledging that many people could already identify him. The man returned to the table, his expression serious. His colleagues watched him expectantly. Kim Ki-gyu's eyes darted nervously. A knot of anxiety tightened in his stomach. He stared at his phone, the news article glaring back at him. A hero who single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a new high-ranker? Ki-gyu's gaze fell upon a picture of the hero, a young man with a striking wooden mask. A grim realization washed over him. He was screwed. The headline repeated, "A hero who single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a new high-ranker?" The article showed a close-up of the masked hero, his expression triumphant despite the mask obscuring his features. He seemed to radiate confidence. Meanwhile, a young woman with long purple hair scrolled through the same newsfeed, a thoughtful expression on her face. A man approached her, commenting on her unusually cheerful demeanor. "Is something happening? You seem to be in a good mood." She smiled enigmatically. "I just feel like I taught my student well." The world of player paparazzi is a cutthroat one, filled with retired players turned reporters, always on the lookout for the next big story about towers, gates, and players. One such reporter, a man with a keen eye and a steady hand, snapped photos, his lens capturing the essence of the scene before him. He was focused, his mind already crafting the narrative that would accompany his images. Inside a modern kitchen, two men conversed, their voices low and serious. One, clearly distressed, explained that he had lost control of the situation. His companion offered comfort, suggesting that it wasn't intentional, merely a matter of bad luck. The first man remained troubled, however, his gaze distant and troubled. The conversation shifted. The second man wondered aloud about the identity of the troublesome individual involved, prompting a response from his companion. He revealed that the man in question was a high-ranking player before his retirement, a fact that added a layer of complexity to the situation. The second man, now more serious, gave a curt instruction, "Hyung-chul, go." The first man, Hyung-chul, was warned about the risks of getting involved with such a powerful individual, even in retirement. His high rank among other rankers made him a dangerous person to cross. Hyung-chul, despite the warning, simply nodded, accepting the inherent risks. He understood the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences. The Great Eastern Gate, a bustling workshop, owned by Senior Huang, stood before a nondescript building. A dark, ominous sword, its hilt embedded in the ground, pulsed with a malevolent red light. From within, a voice boomed, accusing someone of developing a bad habit, collecting items. Kim Ki-gyu, a young man with dark hair, stood in a cluttered workshop, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. He felt a sense of emptiness in the absence of something. He apologized to his unseen companion, admitting his inability to address it properly. The workshop was filled with various weapons and tools. Ki-gyu dismissed the need for such apologies, a quiet smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly, Senior Huang entered, his voice cutting through Ki-gyu's musings. He inquired about Ki-gyu's quiet mutterings. Senior Huang, a man with graying hair and a weathered face, chuckled, commenting on Ki-gyu's newfound fame. Ki-gyu, seemingly unfazed, pointed out that Huang could clearly see his linked egos, Rain and Hermes, and jokingly asked about an advertisement fee. Kim Ki-gyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood before a shopkeeper. He explained that his visit was for a specific reason. Ki-gyu chuckled, acknowledging the shopkeeper's suspicion that he was trying to get free advertising. He admitted that, given the circumstances, he shouldn't be drawing too much attention to himself. He explained that he needed to conceal his identity, prompting the shopkeeper to correctly guess that he was looking for a mask. The shopkeeper apologized, stating that his shop didn't have what Ki-gyu wanted. Ki-gyu clarified that he wasn't looking for a mask, and that he hadn't even bought the one he was currently wearing. The shopkeeper, surprised, asked what Ki-gyu was looking for. Ki-gyu explained that, as he knew, egos and masks are easily exposed to the public. He needed to stop wearing his mask, as he'd already gotten too much unwanted attention from media. He continued, explaining that the problem was with the rings he wore. They were rare and easily identifiable, linking him to the player alliance. He wanted something to conceal them. The shopkeeper, slightly amused, pointed out that he had gloves and gauntlets available. He gestured toward a shelf, displaying various protective gear. Ki-gyu, examining the options, reflected on his recent success in linking with Brunhart after several failed attempts. Kim Ki-gyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood in a dimly lit room. He wore a dark green jacket and a simple necklace. He reflected on his recent progress, muttering to himself, "But I was able to form a link with Rain and Hermes relatively easier compared to Brunhart." He was addressing an unseen companion. "Yes, master," he replied, his voice barely a whisper. The unseen figure responded, recalling a time long past. "Back then, your capacity was full just with me and Liu, the two of us." The unseen figure continued, their voice carrying a hint of pride. "But compared to then, the current you is much stronger." Ki-gyu, however, remained unconvinced. The unseen figure offered a possible explanation. It might have just been that the egos back then didn't like the names you gave them. He pushed back against the consoling words. You don't need to console me, El. He looked at the various options before him, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. All of them look good to me, but I really shouldn't get anything with a design that could make me stand out, should I? Kigyu considered his choices carefully, a slight furrow in his brow betraying his internal conflict. He finally made his decision. All right, I'll go with this one. Meanwhile, El, the unseen master, observed Kigyu with a knowing smile, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kigyu's choice was made, a subtle hint of anticipation in his expression. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue, crackled and pulsed in the air. It writhed and coiled, a living current of power. Kim Kigyu stood at its center, arms outstretched, the ethereal energy coalescing around his hands, forming strange, metallic gauntlets. A message materialized before him, stark and clear. He had successfully linked with the ego, Oberon. Access to Oberon's information was now granted. Kigyu stared at his new gauntlets, a word escaping his lips. Wow. He tested the feel of the gauntlets, a slight grimace crossing his face. He commented to a nearby observer, a man with graying hair, that they felt awkward, but he expected to adjust. A display appeared, showing Oberon's stats. Strength 40, Dexterity 30, Health 12, Magic Power 8. His skill was Accessorization Force. He noted that the options perfectly fit a gauntlet. Kigyu wondered aloud if he could summon Lu and El while wearing the gauntlets, explaining that all his previous gloves broke whenever he summoned them. He focused his intent, and a surge of crimson energy erupted from the gauntlet. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, stood poised, a surge of energy crackling around him. 2 swords materialized in his hands, their blades shimmering with an otherworldly light. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, watched Kigyu with a mixture of surprise and approval. They're very good weapons, he observed, his voice a low rumble. Kigyu nodded, his focus unwavering. Summoning them is no problem, he replied, but the most important thing is whether I can hide the rings, even when the gauntlets are accessorized. He tested the limits of his new ability, a faint electrical hum accompanying the subtle shift in his gauntlets. The energy pulsed, a silent testament to his growing power. The word accessorize echoed in the air, a visual representation of Kigyu's mental command. His hand glowed with a faint blue light, the energy coalescing into a tangible form. Kigyu considered the implications of his newfound skill. I think I could use them on a daily basis, he mused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He turned to the older man, his excitement palpable. These are great, senior. How much are they? He asked eagerly. The older man chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes. You don't need to pay for them, he replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. The older man continued, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. But in return, if I ever need your help at any point in time. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, clasped his hands together. He looked up, his gaze pleading, and asked a silent question. Will you be able to help me just once? The next day dawned. 2 imposing statues, each bearing a spear, stood guard before a towering skyscraper. Inside, Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and serious eyes, stood in the Alliance's first-floor lobby. A commotion erupted around him. Whispers and excited chatter filled the air. Someone asked aloud if the rumors were true. Were they really in the presence of a secret agent of the Alliance? Kigyu, however, remained calm amidst the chaos. A nearby man, his colleague, sighed, explaining that the reporters had been particularly persistent lately. He elaborated, stating that the increased attention stemmed from recent news reports about the masked ranker, whose first mission had created quite a stir. Kigyu's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the masked ranker. He considered climbing the tower to train, but then reconsidered. His colleague interrupted, stating that such action wouldn't be necessary. The paparazzi believed Kigyu to be a high-ranking player, and were already waiting for him on the higher floors. The colleague smiled knowingly, confirming the persistent rumors. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a perpetually worried expression, listened intently as someone spoke. The words, "The reports looking for the masked ranker are all on the lower floors," hung heavy in the air. Kigyu's immediate response was sharp. Are you mocking me? His interlocutor, unseen in this moment, simply replied, Of course not. The scene shifted. The next moment found Kigyu standing before the imposing structure of the tower, specifically the first floor, a stark contrast to the previous conversation's intensity. Kigyu's gaze fell upon his own hand, clad in a dark, worn gauntlet. A single drop of viscous, black liquid dripped from its surface. He then addressed someone off-panel, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. If I ever need your help at any point in time, will you be able to help me just once? Kigyu reflected on the craftsmanship of his equipment. His thoughts turned to Senior Huang, the creator of his gear. Senior Huang doesn't underestimate the value of the gear he created, since he holds that much pride in all of his own works. He continued his internal monologue, a sense of understanding dawning on him. It was probably a hard request for him. Kigyu walked through a sun-dappled forest, his thoughts still preoccupied. Suddenly, a voice cut through his reverie. "Are you there, master?" Startled, Kigyu stopped in his tracks. He looked around, a question forming on his lips. "You hear that? What might you be talking about, master?" Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, walked through a forest, his brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, "I thought I heard someone say something about a master or something." A voice, disembodied and resonant, echoed in his mind. "The one who calls herself their master, say my name out loud." Kigyu stopped, startled. He questioned, "You heard it this time, right?" He pondered, internally. Could it be that Thal is awake now? No, the voice is different. The voice's command continued to press upon him. He wondered, it's telling me to say its name out loud? Oh, could it be? A name formed on his lips, Brunhart. As Kigyu spoke the name, a brilliant orb of turquoise energy enveloped him. He felt a strange familiarity. He thought, this feels familiar to me, for some reason. A wave of power washed over him, leaving him breathless and awestruck. Kigyu, a player trapped at level 1 for 5 long years, plummeted through an ethereal vortex, his body racked with an unfamiliar energy. A searing pain shot through him, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he braced for impact. He roared in agony. "No!" Kigyu landed hard, the world around him blurring. He heard a faint whisper, barely audible above the ringing in his ears. "Ande! Ande!" He blinked, his vision slowly clearing to reveal a luminous orb hovering before him. Confusion clouded his features. The orb descended, settling gently in a clearing within a sun-dappled forest. Kigyu, still disoriented, knelt before it, his breath catching in his throat. A message materialized before him. "Brunhart's form has not been determined yet. Please determine Brunhart's form." He shivered, a wave of unease washing over him. What was Brunhart? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master, what's wrong?" A swirling, emerald orb pulsed with inner light, suspended in the air amidst a tranquil forest. A message materialized beside it. Brunhart's form has not been determined. Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood before the orb. He was dressed in casual clothes, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Another message appeared, directing him. "Please determine Brunhart's form." Kigyu stared at the orb, a silent question hanging in the air. Kigyu turned to an unseen companion, his voice laced with uncertainty. He asked, "El, do you know anything about how to do this?" A disembodied voice, presumably El's, instructed him. "Put your hand over the marble and visualize the form you want." Kigyu, still hesitant, questioned the method's efficacy. "Will that really do?" Heeding El's instructions, Kigyu extended a gloved hand towards the orb, his fingers gently touching its surface. A faint green energy emanated from the orb. Kigyu closed his eyes, concentrating. He silently willed the orb to transform, murmuring, "Visualize what I want." The image shifted to Kigyu's internal perspective. He spoke to the orb, now taking on a more defined form. "Brunhart, we've only been together for a short time, but you've continued to save my life until the moment you perished." His voice cracked with emotion. He continued, his thoughts filled with longing. "If only you could continue protecting me like you've always been before." Kigyu knelt amidst the debris, a shattered stone clutched in his hand. Around him lay scattered fragments of what appeared to be some kind of data crystal. A surge of vibrant teal energy erupted from the ground, forming a swirling vortex. A voice, filled with desperate hope, echoed from within the energy. "I want you to stay by my side and protect me." The energy pulsed, and Kigyu found himself enveloped. He gasped, a look of surprise and confusion on his face as the energy coursed through him. Moments later, he stood in a sun-dappled clearing, the remnants of the energy still faintly glowing around him. He murmured, "This is..." He looked down at his hands, noticing a strange, green energy sparking between his fingers. He whispered, "What is this?" The energy coalesced, forming a small, glowing orb. A voice, this time clear and joyful, filled his mind. Master, I'm so glad we're back together again, Master." Kigyu stared at the orb in his hand, a question forming on his lips. "Back together?" He looked around the clearing, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "Could it be?" A low, guttural sound echoed, barely audible, a rumble that seemed to vibrate from deep within the earth itself. It was a sound of immense power, barely contained. The title card, emblazoned with the words "Player Who Can't Level Up," flashed across the screen, twin swords crossed in a dynamic X. The words Brunhart, the ego that had inherited memories, appeared, stark against the backdrop of digital static. Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stared at the armored figure before him. He questioned, "Is this really the Brunhart that I know?" Brunhart, the armored figure, responded with unrestrained joy. He exclaimed repeatedly that he was indeed Brunhart, overjoyed to meet his master again. Kigyu offered more subdued, yeah. He admitted to being happy as well. Kigyu reflected that Brunhart was quite different from what he had imagined. Less of a stoic knight and more of a childlike presence. He noted Brunhart's childish voice. As Kigyu initiated the unification process, a swirling vortex of energy surrounded him. Another voice, this one belonging to an elf, greeted him. Kigyu mused that the unification was more effective than simply accessorizing. He realized this was the result of his wishes being applied to Brunhard. The data stream pulsed, a torrent of information flooding Kigyu's mind. He learned that the ego he'd linked with, Brunhard, had bequeathed its memories and even its unique skill, reflect, to the newly formed gate. A detailed profile of Brunhard appeared before Kigyu. Rank E, Gate 30, boasting impressive stats in strength, stamina, magic power, and agility. Its skills included unification, absorption, domination, open, and close. Kigyu surmised that these skills were inherent to the gate itself. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a confident grin, received praise for his accomplishment. He modestly chuckled, pleased with his progress. The next step was to test Brunhard's capabilities. With a command, Kigyu initiated the open function. A swirling vortex of energy materialized before him, the result of a week's worth of intense study and focus on understanding the intricacies of ego manipulation. A metallic clunk echoed as a heavily armored figure emerged from the gate. Kigyu observed that the open and close skills allowed him to control the gate's access, but he couldn't personally enter, nor could he command the creatures within. Despite its limitations, Kigyu recognized the immense potential of this new skill. He tested the reflect skill, deflecting an incoming attack with ease. Kigyu smiled, recognizing the undeniable utility of his newfound ability. Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 years, stood amidst a lush forest. He muttered to himself, pleased with a recent breakthrough. He could now intentionally create a gate break. A surge of blue energy erupted as Kigyu tested the limits of his newfound ability. He thought, if I can completely control this with a final word, close, the energy subsided. The next steps in mastering his power, he learned, were absorption and domination. These abilities, he discovered, were intrinsically linked to the growth of his Brunhard. A digital display materialized before him, detailing the mechanics of Brunhard's absorption ability. It could grow by absorbing other gates. Kigyu reviewed the information, concluding, I kind of understand what they are from the given descriptions. However, a limitation became apparent. A voice, presumably that of his Brunhard, interjected, it's only possible to the gates you already possess, master. Kigyu pondered this new constraint, noting, but it seems that there are limits to the abilities. Kigyu's attention shifted. He prioritized a more immediate threat. He stated, first, I need to take care of this guy. The source of his concern, a massive Smilodon, the protector of the 28th floor, emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing menacingly. Kigyu prepared for battle, his own energy swirling around him. He reflected, I've only been going against weak beings for the past 5 years. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood his ground before a monstrous beast. He mused, needing a challenge now and then. He gripped his sword, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared to unleash his full force. With a mighty swing, Kigyu sent his blade hurtling towards the beast, the impact echoing through the jungle. He moved with surprising speed, his feet leaving trails of energy in their wake. The beast retaliated, its massive paw narrowly missing Kigyu as he deftly parried the blow. Kigyu grinned, anticipating the next move. He was ready. The ground trembled as the beast unleashed a devastating attack, sending a shockwave through the area. The beast roared, its eyes blazing with fury, its massive fangs bared. Kigyu, unfazed, met the beast's gaze with a confident smirk. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, launched himself forward, his newly discovered ability to link with egos surging through him. He met the monstrous beast's charge with a powerful kick. The impact sent a shockwave through the forest. Kigyu's enhanced strength, a direct result of his ego link, allowed him to momentarily withstand the creature's ferocious attack. He braced himself against the creature's immense power, the ground trembling violently beneath their clash. Sparks flew as the beast roared its defiance. Kigyu, however, was far from defeated. He prepared his counterattack. With a smirk, Kigyu unleashed his newly mastered reflect skill. The beast's own energy was redirected back at it. A blinding flash of light erupted as the reflected energy struck the beast. The force of the blast was immense. When the dust settled, a large crater marked the spot where the beast had stood. Only silence remained. Kigyu surveyed the scene. All of the protectors were quite big, he mused. It's rather easier for me to fight against their size after getting used to it. The stronger reflect skill played a big role here too. He smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Did I do well? Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, has remained stubbornly at level 1 for 5 years, grinned. He addressed an unseen companion. Of course you did. I'll feed you soon, Brunhard. A burst of vibrant energy erupted, a spectacle of swirling crimson and cyan, signifying Brunhard's imminent empowerment. The narration box explained the process. Lu, another entity, was absorbing the blood of a giant Smilodon. Kigyu examined the spoils of their hunt. I guess it only dropped a single green crystal. It's a shame it didn't drop any gear items, but he pondered, green crystal in hand, near the carcass of the Smilodon. His thoughts turned to logistics. Will the association handle it if I tell them at the base? Despite the logistical concerns, Kigyu remained resolute. He muttered to himself, but I still need to keep my promise. The green crystal was inserted into a shimmering, purple gate. The narration box stated, "The gate is gaining experience." Further explanation followed. The monsters inside the gate have been strengthened. Is that it can grow by absorbing crystals? Kigyu reflected on his progress. I've figured out Brunhart's abilities and Lu's. It's all thanks to the combination of my force and haste abilities. Although Lu isn't awake, his powers are being preserved, and L is leveling up pretty smoothly. On the 29th floor of the tower, Kigyu contemplated his next move. He considered heading straight to the 30th floor, but ultimately decided to explore the current level first. His decision was quickly interrupted. A group of players, clad in dark maroon armor, materialized before him. Their leader, a stern-faced man, challenged Kigyu with a sneer. Kigyu, unfazed, retorted with a defiant, "And what about it?" The leader's expression hardened. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of anger was evident. He bellowed orders to his men, urging them to attack and show Kigyu the strength of their guild. Meanwhile, Kigyu observed the unfolding battle from a distance. He recognized the clash as a conflict between players. A nearby individual urged Kigyu to intervene, but he was cautioned against such impulsive actions. Suddenly, a flash of light and a sharp sound pierced the air. A swift attack was launched. One of the armored players groaned in pain, clutching his side after being struck. A tense standoff unfolded. Members of the Kane Guild, their faces grim, found themselves facing an unknown assailant. The assailant's words hung heavy in the air. "You dare lay your hands on us, the Kane Guild?" The assailant, a man with a confident air, dismissed the guild members with disdain. He declared, "This Kane Guild, you're really annoying, you know? I'm not interested in small fries like you. Bring the guild master here. You guys are nothing more than just hostages." Sikuyu, the assailant, smirked, a dark shadow looming behind him, hinting at a hidden power. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from Siku's hand, a powerful energy wave tearing through the tropical foliage. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack continued, a torrent of energy engulfing the area. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, braced themselves against the onslaught. The figure, struggling against the immense power, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Emerging from the chaos, the figure stood, their eyes blazing with defiance. They demanded, "What did you just say you were going to do?" A surge of energy pulsed through Kigyu's body, a vibrant crimson light blooming from within his chest. The image of a heart, overlaid with complex, glowing runes, filled his vision. The crimson light intensified, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of power. Kigyu felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through his veins. He stood, a figure shrouded in swirling, dark energy, as a wave of raw power erupted from him, shattering the ground around him. The force of the blast sent nearby foes sprawling, their armor crumpling under the sheer pressure. Two distinct crunching sounds echoed through the air. Kigyu gasped, clutching his side, a pained expression twisting his features. His left eye glowed with an unnatural purple light. A seasoned warrior, observing from a distance, recognized the pattern. He muttered to himself, a grim realization dawning on him. This was eerily similar to a previous encounter. Kigyu, despite the pain, managed a strained smile at his companion. He urged them to remain calm. Meanwhile, another individual, studying Kigyu from afar, recognized him. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. He had seen that face before. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing 2 members of the Kane Guild. He pondered their intentions, a question mark hanging heavy in the air above his head. The guild members, alerted to Kigyu's presence, reacted swiftly. One of them shouted, "There!" Meanwhile, Kigyu, alone and outnumbered, felt a surge of panic. He knew he had to regain his composure. A chilling realization washed over him. He was alone. One of the guild members lunged, shouting, "Fuck him up!" Kigyu reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he met the attack head-on. The ensuing battle was a whirlwind of motion. Kigyu, despite his low level, fought with surprising ferocity. He moved with unexpected speed and power, his attacks precise and deadly. In the aftermath, Kigyu stood over a fallen opponent. The weight of his action settled upon him. He had killed for the first time, and he hadn't hesitated. The sensation of the blade cutting through flesh lingered, a stark contrast to the racing of his heart. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with surprising speed. His worn sneakers left trails of blue energy as he dashed across the battlefield. He weaved through a chaotic melee, a whirlwind of steel and magic. Several figures, clad in various armors, clashed with swords and spells. One, in particular, stood out, a man with dark hair and a purple aura, wielding a glowing sword with terrifying skill. The man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he effortlessly deflected blows, his voice a low growl. Master. His words echoed, barely audible above the din of battle. The scene shifted, showing the same man, now facing a heavily armored opponent. The man's movements were a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his foes, his purple aura intensifying with each strike. He moved with a grace that belied his brutal efficiency. Another opponent fell, their body crumpling to the ground. The man's breath hitched, a pained expression briefly crossing his face. He muttered, Master, again his voice strained, his face now bearing several fresh wounds. His eyes, however, burned with unwavering determination. The scene changed. A different location, a sunny beach. A young man, Gudu, stood proudly, addressing someone off-panel. I'm the Kane Guild's middle-tier guide, Gudu. Kim Kigyu stood before a man whose jovial expression belied the weight of his words. To think that you were Kigyu Kim. I heard a lot about you from the guild leader. He continued, his tone shifting slightly. He wishes you would join our guild. Kigyu responded with a simple, oh. A sudden shift in the atmosphere. A powerful aura emanated from a nearby figure. A stark contrast to the previous scene. The unseen narrator's voice boomed. Power that's even comparable to that of the guild leaders. The conversation turned to recent events. Anyways, what happened between you and the Smuff Guild? Kigyu offered a non-committal sure. The other man explained, the leader isn't someone to go around and make enemies. The scene shifted to show several bound captives. I guess we'll figure something out when we interrogate them. Red players are supposed to be killed anyways. We'll even consider torturing them based on the situation. Kigyu's internal monologue. Torture. Kigyu walked away, his thoughts heavy with the implications of the conversation. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a thoughtful expression, stood amidst a lush forest. A group of figures could be seen in the distance. He recalled a past event, muttering to himself about his participation in a guardian subjugation. Kigyu continued his internal monologue, reflecting on the strangeness of his inability to control his emotions during that past battle. The scene shifted to a darker, more intense image, emphasizing his inner turmoil. He initially attributed his lack of emotional control to trauma from witnessing the torture of the guardians. However, he then questioned this assumption, noting his lack of stress related to the event. Kigyu pondered whether his emotional detachment stemmed from the guardian's criminal status. He then firmly concluded that he had never experienced any trauma related to the incident. A profound question arose in Kigyu's mind. Why was he unable to control himself during the guardian subjugation? The image intensified, focusing on his eyes, reflecting his inner conflict. He dismissed the immediate question as less important than another, more pressing concern. Kigyu's thoughts turned to a more disturbing question. Why did he find killing the guardians enjoyable back then? His internal questioning was interrupted by a voice calling out to him, Master. Kigyu apologized to Elle and Brunhart for causing them unnecessary worry, assuring them that it wasn't a big deal. He then stated that he had something to share. Kim Kigyu's eyes, flecked with an unusual purple, narrowed. The thought of the Demon King, a name whispered with fear and reverence throughout the tower, filled his mind. A grim certainty settled upon him. He was sure of it. The Demon King had done something to him long ago. Suddenly, a woman with vibrant purple hair appeared, her hand gently cupping his cheek. Her expression was one of both concern and determination. The scene shifted. Kigyu stood amidst a group of soldiers, one of whom exclaimed at his return. Another offered a hushed apology for the unpleasant sight. Kigyu acknowledged their apology, understanding the situation's grim reality. Then, a question was posed. Had he figured anything out? He admitted to having little insight, beyond the fact that the soldiers were simply following orders. His companion observed that they seemed to be the lowest-ranking members, lacking knowledge and possessing below-average skills. The assessment was confirmed. It was likely due to Kigyu's strength, his companion explained. They would begin their descent from there, acknowledging the considerable work ahead. Kigyu's gaze hardened, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood amidst a lush, unexplored area. He was accompanied by Mr. Bongu, another player. Kigyu, clad in a purple jacket, responded to an unspoken question with a simple, yeah? A subtle shift in the air, almost imperceptible, caused Mr. Bongu to pause. He turned to Kigyu, a thoughtful expression on his face. I feel something. The two players stood before a dense forest, the air thick with anticipation. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery. They proceeded cautiously into the woods, the sounds of their boots crunching on the undergrowth the only sound for a time. Kigyu noticed something peculiar on his own jacket, a small, embroidered Smuff-like emblem. He had no memory of it being there. Emerging from the trees, they found themselves facing a massive gathering of players. Mr. Bongu, surprised, muttered, the Smuff Guild? What are these numbers? The sheer scale of the assembled players was staggering, far more than 100. Mr. Bongu's concern grew. It looks like way more than 100 players. Did the entire guild come here? Kigyu, his expression grim, wondered about the guild's reckless disregard for their teammates' safety. Did they care this much about their teammates? He felt a growing unease, a sense of danger he couldn't ignore. Meanwhile, Mr. Bong-gu questioned Kigyu's actions. Did you send anyone out to contact the association or your guild? A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, reported on recent events, though they harbored little hope for reinforcements. Their internal monologue reflected this pessimism. Why am I? Meanwhile, a man with short brown hair and a determined expression, his face bearing the marks of past battles, issued orders. He would clear a path and requested a messenger and a flare be readied. A different man, with dark hair and piercing purple eyes, smirked, his gaze sharp and intense. He questioned the others' eagerness for combat, noting their haste. With a grunt, the dark-haired man launched himself forward, a blur of motion and vibrant energy. His movements were swift and powerful. The dark-haired man's sudden attack caught his opponents off guard. One of them, clearly surprised, uttered a single word, "Huh." He moved with terrifying speed, his strikes precise and devastating. The scene was a whirlwind of motion, blue energy crackling around him as he effortlessly dispatched his foes. One of the remaining opponents watched in disbelief as the dark-haired man, seemingly defying gravity, launched himself through the air. Another exclaimed, "What's happening?" The remaining soldiers were left speechless, their confusion and fear palpable. One of them cursed, "Fuck, where did he go?" A trail of vibrant, swirling energy marked the dark-haired man's rapid escape. The battle raged. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with surprising agility, his movements a blur amidst the clash of steel. He deflected blows from multiple opponents, his every action precise and economical. One of Kigyu's adversaries, a burly figure in dark armor, roared, "Die." His attack was fierce, but Kigyu evaded it with ease. Meanwhile, other players watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. From their vantage point, the onlookers whispered amongst themselves. "He's alone," one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and apprehension. Another simply breathed, "Whoa." Despite being outnumbered, Kigyu fought with unwavering determination. Support players, recognizing his skill and bravery, rushed to his aid, shouting, "Support player Kigyu." One of Kigyu's opponents, a stern-faced man with dark hair, sneered. "It's not much different from slaying a monster," he muttered, his words laced with a chilling indifference. Kigyu, amidst the chaos, felt a strange calm. He reflected internally, guilt, pressure, I don't feel much of those either. A sinister smile spread across his face. He thought, no, in fact. A wave of intense energy erupted from Kigyu, engulfing his enemies in a fiery inferno. A massive inferno raged before a crowd of onlookers, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and awe. The heat from the flames was palpable, even from a distance. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the chaos, wielding a weapon that crackled with fiery energy. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the flames with ease. The figure's movements were a blur, a whirlwind of motion as he continued his dance amidst the inferno. His skill was undeniable. He smirked, a hint of arrogance in his expression. He had clearly anticipated the attack. From a distance, a man with red hair watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. "You dodged that? This is quite an expensive item, though," he remarked. The agile figure responded casually, "Well, I did steal it from someone." The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. "The Smurf Guild leader, the fallen ranker, the slayer Min Suk Choi. You." Min Suk Choi was surrounded by his associates. "Give off the same scent as us." He smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "How about a position?" The invitation to join the Smurf Guild hung in the air, a question posed to a figure shrouded in shadow, only his mouth visible. His expression was unreadable. The tower, a place where extraordinary individuals, known as players, ascend, honing their unique abilities. But within its imposing structure, a darker element thrives. Those who commit crimes within the tower are branded as red players, a dangerous faction operating outside the law. Enforcing the law within the tower proves nearly impossible. The association, tasked with maintaining order, can only manage the portal, the tower's entrance, attempting to curb the growth of the red players. Their efforts focus on containing the threat, primarily by monitoring and apprehending those who enter the tower legally. One such individual is a wanted red player, a former high-ranking player who has fallen for grace. The Smurf Guild's leader, Min Suk Choi, is a notorious figure among the red players. His image, consumed by flames, symbolizes his infamy and the danger he represents. Meanwhile, a man with a determined expression stands amidst a lush forest. He is a stark contrast to the chaos within the tower. He is approached by Min Suk Choi and his associates. Choi, with a chilling smile, offers him a proposition to join the red players. He paints a picture of a life free from constraints, where the thrill of murder is a daily occurrence. The man, however, remains resolute. He sees through Choi's facade, recognizing him as one of the red players. He rejects the offer, stating that he can tell Choi's true nature. His refusal angers Choi, who is taken aback by the man's perception. The man, in turn, rebukes Choi, calling him a criminal. A burly man, his face contorted in anger, addressed someone unseen. Don't treat me as someone equal to scum like you. Two other men stood behind him, equally enraged. He continued, his voice dripping with scorn. Why, you arrogant brat? How dare you talk like that in front of? Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted in the background, engulfing a nearby village in flames. Amidst the chaos, a young man with intense eyes appeared, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. He was clearly caught off guard by the sudden destruction. The burly man, mid-sentence, was interrupted. His eyes narrowed dangerously. How dare you cut in when I'm speaking? The young man stood defiantly, facing the enraged group. He was armed with a large axe, its blade glowing with an ominous energy. Another figure, wielding a flaming knife, stood beside him, ready to strike. The knife-wielding figure spoke, his voice cold and menacing. You must want to die. The young man with the axe, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, Vice Guild Leader. Sorry. There are a lot of rude people because we didn't get that much education. A tense scene unfolded before a large crowd. A man, kneeling on the ground, listened intently as another addressed him. The speaker explained that a position was open within their guild, a Vice Guild Leader. The kneeling man, seemingly unimpressed, simply grunted in response. Suddenly, a new figure emerged, a man with striking red hair and an unsettling smile, holding a wicked-looking blade. He offered the kneeling man the position directly. The scene shifted to a wide shot of a bustling outdoor area. A man in a purple jacket stood defiantly before a large group of people, facing a man with red hair. The tension was palpable. The man in purple, his expression serious, questioned the red-haired man's motives, specifically asking why he was targeting the Cane Guild. The red-haired man scoffed, surprised by the question rather than answering it himself. The red-haired man, however, reconsidered and decided to answer the question. He revealed their plan to leave the confines of the tower. He explained that they were tired of being trapped within the tower structure. The man in purple was shocked by this revelation, his face reflecting his disbelief at the prospect of leaving the tower. A tense standoff unfolded. Three figures clad in simple, worn tunics stood before a lone, imposing figure. Fear etched itself onto their faces. One of them, a woman, voiced their collective apprehension. What does that have to do with our guild? Are you going to use us as hostages? The imposing figure responded with a chilling smile, a glint of something dangerous in his eyes. His face, partially obscured by shadow, revealed a sharp gaze and a subtle scar near his temple. He spoke, his voice laced with menace. How do you? A scene shift. A man, Sikwu, stood alone amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. The caption above him read, Sikwu's secret, a second unique ability. Meanwhile, back at the standoff, another man, with vibrant red hair, reacted with surprise. He exclaimed, Huh? You know about it too. The red-haired man's smirk widened, revealing a hint of arrogance. Suddenly, a swift attack. A figure, moving with surprising speed, lunged at the red-haired man, shouting, Shut it. The red-haired man's eyes widened in shock as he saw the attacker's eyes. He gasped, It's those eyes. Those eyes. The attacker unleashed a fiery blast of energy, confirming his words. I told you, you're one of our kind. A crimson-haired man, a cruel smile twisting his lips, launched himself through the air, a trail of fire blazing in his wake. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. He struck his opponent with a fiery blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. The scene shifted. A close-up revealed a man's intense gaze, his eyes burning with a fierce light. Below, a chaotic battle raged. The crimson-haired man, now surrounded by opponents, fought with a ferocity that belied his level. He moved with unnatural speed and power, his fiery attacks leaving trails of destruction. He grinned, a chilling expression crossing his face. There should still be a clear hierarchy. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding flash of light and heat. A short skirmish ensued, marked by a few quick clashes. Kim Kigyu, observing the fight, noted, But I feel something different from the fights of the past. I met a lot of people who are just as high-leveled as this guy, but, he concluded, basically a professional at hunting people. A maniacal laugh echoed across the battlefield. The source? A towering figure with fiery red hair, his eyes wide with crazed glee, loomed over the combatants. Two figures clashed amidst a flurry of blows. One, clad in dark attire, landed a powerful strike. His opponent, slightly slower, parried the attack, muttering about needing a break. Despite his disadvantage, the slower combatant held his own. He noted his strength was enhanced by his use of force, but his opponent was countering even that. His eyes widened. A warning flashed through his mind. Danger approached from his left. He barely had time to react before a swift kick sent him sprawling. The attacker, a figure in purple, moved with surprising speed. He grunted in pain, his body hitting the ground hard. The impact sent tremors through him. The purple-clad attacker continued his assault, a whirlwind of motion. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of skill and power. He braced himself, planting his swords into the earth to steady himself against the relentless attack. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He noticed a sudden increase in his opponent's speed, questioning if it was a newly acquired skill. His subordinate quickly denied this, stating it was not a skill. A man with vibrant red hair and a confident smirk stood amidst a fiery landscape. He mused, then that means? His hand glowed with an arcane energy, a swirling crimson circle encompassing it. The energy pulsed with power. He grinned, a triumphant expression spreading across his face. Looks like it started to take effect. The red-haired man addressed his opponent, a dark-haired figure wielding a sword. It seemed like you were intimidated by my firepower back there, but that wasn't the full power of my weapon, Flame Dagger. He continued, explaining the weapon's unique property. It accumulates damage against someone you clashed blades with, meaning the winner was already determined when the fight got extended. The red-haired man offered a proposition. If you surrender now, I'll at least still accept you into our guild. His opponent, clearly surprised, muttered, accumulates damage. You should have told me that sooner. The red-haired man's expression shifted to one of intense focus. He shouted, haste. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps. His face was a mask of anticipation as he declared, you have something I need. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, channeled every ounce of his firepower. The flames erupted around him, a maelstrom of incandescent energy. He lunged forward, his weapon a blur against his opponent, a powerful blow aimed at his foe. Kigyu unleashed his hell flame, a devastating technique. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. He smirked, confident in his victory. His opponent, however, remained defiant, his expression one of grim determination. Their blades clashed once more, a shower of sparks illuminating the scene. A sudden realization struck Kigyu. This weapon had a unique property. It accumulated damage against anyone he clashed blades with. Brunhart, the colossal being at the center of the conflict, reflected the accumulated damage dealt to it, a surge of green energy rippling outwards. A man with vibrant red hair, his face etched with disbelief, watched the spectacle unfold. What? The reflected energy erupted in a fiery explosion, engulfing several figures in its path. A wave of intense heat radiated outwards. The fiery blast continued its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. 3 men, dressed in tactical gear, watched in horror as the blast consumed the battlefield. One of them stammered, what's that? The aftermath of the blast revealed a scene of widespread destruction. A deep fissure split the earth, and numerous figures lay scattered across the ravaged landscape. Among the fallen, the red-haired man lay unconscious, his face pale and his body battered. He groaned softly. A large, dark sword, its hilt intricately carved, stood planted in the ground near him. The red-haired man remained unconscious. Another man, his face grim, approached the fallen figure. He sneered, you expose your own weakness. Were you an amateur? The image shows a close-up of a dark, ornate sword, its blade reflecting a faint, crimson light. The hilt is intricately carved, and a single, ruby-like gem is embedded near the guard. The scene shifts to a silhouetted figure, wielding the same sword, standing before a large tree against a fiery red backdrop. The figure is cloaked in shadow, their features obscured, but their posture suggests a sense of grim determination. A stark red background dominates the panel. The silhouetted figure from the previous scene is shown striking down, a burst of purple energy erupting from the point of impact. Text above the figure proclaims, cannibalism has been activated. The scene changes to a text box. It reads, player Min-Sik Choi has been accessorized. The accessorization was successful. The perspective shifts to a young man with short, dark hair, clad in futuristic armor. He holds the same sword, now glowing with red energy, and a thought bubble above him asks, what are the requirements to activate it? Below the armored youth, another figure is shown, their legs visibly trembling. A thought bubble reveals their internal monologue. Cook, I think my legs are going to give out. As expected from a ranker, it could have gotten ugly. The armored youth is shown walking away, his back to the viewer. A thought bubble reveals his thoughts, since there are still members of the Smurf Guild left. But their guild leader died, so maybe they retreated. A close-up on the youth's face shows a look of dawning realization and concern. The youth's face is shown in close-up, a look of horror dawning on him. A narration box reveals the grim truth. The guild leader died. That guild leader got killed by him. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst the clearing, his back to the viewer. A sword was sheathed at his hip. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. All the authoritative positions are open. His thoughts trailed off, a sense of uncertainty clouding his mind. Meanwhile, another man, his face a mask of unsettling calm, spoke, his words laced with chilling implications. The person who killed that bitch. He continued, his voice low and menacing. Becomes our new boss, right? Kigyu reacted instantly, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his hip. A grimace contorted his features. He was clearly displeased. The battle was over, but the aftermath was far from peaceful. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, stood amidst a field of fallen foes, his breath ragged. His subordinates voiced their relief. If we just kill that bastard. Kigyu, however, was troubled. But where did the leader's body go? He wondered aloud. His concern was echoed by one of his men, who urged, Master, you have to run. Despite the warning, Kigyu remained rooted to the spot, his mind racing. He muttered to himself, just because it's a reflect doesn't mean I don't take any recoil damage. He continued his internal monologue, explaining the mechanics of his unique ability. If I want to return the damage, I have to take the damage, and, just like what happened at Harion's maze, the damage I receive gets stronger based on the damage reflect. The exertion took its toll. His body screamed in protest. Body is hurt, he thought, wincing. He desperately wished for a brief respite. If I could rest for at least 10 minutes. No, even a few minutes would do. But his respite was short-lived. His subordinates, visibly anxious, approached him, their faces etched with worry. One of them, a man with a stern expression, observed Kigyu with a mixture of awe and apprehension. I can see why the guild leader liked him, he remarked, his voice low. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, signaling the arrival of a formidable opponent. The man's words hung heavy in the air. A player who isn't even a red player is this intimidating. Just who is this brat? A man with a grim expression dismissed the concern. Well, it doesn't matter, he stated, his tone suggesting a disregard for the odds. His opponent, a figure with a sinister grin and glowing red eyes, countered, We have a huge advantage in terms of numbers. The first man's resolve hardened. He declared, with chilling indifference, It doesn't matter how many die as long as I hit the final blow. A dark energy surged across the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure, seemingly exhausted, fought valiantly against a group of attackers. His allies urged him on, shouting, He's tired, get it at once. The exhausted warrior, despite his fatigue, muttered to himself, It's just like the usual. He stood defiant, a powerful figure wielding a large sword, his muscular physique evident even through his attire. His face, though marked with dirt and sweat, revealed a steely gaze, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A smirk played on his lips, hinting at a hidden confidence. A blizzard raged, the wind howling like a banshee. In the heart of the storm, a lone figure, Kim Kigyu, braced himself against the icy gale. He stood defiant, a whirlwind of motion amidst the snow. Several figures, clad in heavy armor, advanced, their weapons raised against him. Kigyu deftly parried their blows, his movements fluid and precise. He deflected a spear, the force of the impact sending a shock wave through the snow. He let out a breath, his face grim but determined. He had faced countless such battles, always struggling to overcome his limitations. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, here. A new figure emerged from the swirling snow, a man with silver hair and piercing blue eyes. He smiled, a knowing glint in his gaze. It's been a while, Gidju. The scene shifted. Kigyu stood in a lush, tropical forest, palm trees swaying gently in a breeze. He looked around, clearly disoriented. He spotted two figures in the distance, their voices carrying on the wind. One called out, Guild Leader. The scene opens on a sprawling battlefield, a chaotic maelstrom of clashing steel and desperate cries. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stands apart, observing the carnage with a detached air. He speaks, his voice calm amidst the storm. First things first. With a flick of his wrist, the figure unleashes a torrent of icy wind. A blizzard erupts, instantly engulfing the combatants. Gasps of shock and pain echo through the frozen air as the soldiers are swept away by the force of the storm. The figure observes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The wind. The perspective shifts. We see a pair of feet, clad in simple sneakers, standing on a small, ice-covered rock. The ground around them shimmers with icy energy. A quiet thought crosses the figure's mind. Let's see. He looks out at the battlefield, now a scene of frozen chaos. His assessment is swift and precise. There's quite a bit. A smaller figure, dressed in dark, practical clothing, approaches cautiously. He addresses the larger figure, his voice tinged with urgency. Just wait for 3 minutes. The larger figure leaps into action, leaving the smaller one behind. He calls back over his shoulder. We'll catch up a bit later. A powerful blast of energy erupts from the larger figure, a wave of concussive force that cuts through the frozen soldiers like a hot knife through butter. The energy wave continues its deadly path, decimating the remaining soldiers with brutal efficiency. The scene is one of swift, decisive violence. The aftermath is shown. Several soldiers lie broken and defeated, groaning in pain. The larger figure stands amidst the carnage, his expression unchanged. A fierce battle raged. Crystalline shards, imbued with raw power, tore through the air, leaving trails of fractured ice and scattered blood in their wake. The attack continued, a breathtaking display of skill. An observer, unseen, commented, as expected from Siku. Siku himself stood amidst the chaos, two swords at his side, his power seemingly amplified. The observer continued, No, he's even stronger than before. But a shift in the scene revealed two figures observing from a distance. One, cloaked in shadow, watched intently. The other, his face partially obscured, spoke, but now. The cloaked figure turned, revealing a more complete view. He addressed the other. "You don't look too far away, my friend." The second figure, now more clearly visible, held a sword and responded confidently. "Expensive potions are always the best." A surge of energy erupted from the ground, a powerful blast of blue light. The blast impacted a group of soldiers, sending them reeling. Their shocked expressions were clear. More soldiers were caught in the blast, encased in ice. One of them shouted, "What the hell is this?" A close-up on a man's face, his lips curled into a smirk. His expression is one of quiet confidence, bordering on smugness. The scene shifts to show two men facing each other. One with silver hair declares, "I take it back." The other man, with dark hair and piercing purple eyes, counters, "1 minute will be enough." The setting changes to an open field. Several people are bound and lying on the ground, surrounded by armed guards. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures converse. One, the silver-haired man from before, remarks, "You've changed so much." He continues, "I almost didn't recognize you. And what's up with your eye?" The dark-haired man replies, "What about my eye? You didn't know? That your left eye's purple right now." A woman with long, dark hair reflects, "I felt a burning sensation, but even the color. This has to be." Kim Kigyu and his companion sat on a fallen log, deep within a verdant forest. Kigyu, his expression thoughtful, mused aloud about the recent changes in his abilities. He attributed them to a newly discovered skill. His companion observed Kigyu, noting not only the changes in his appearance, but also a significant increase in strength. The transformation was far beyond what he had anticipated. Even after hearing from Pil, Kigyu's cousin, the companion remained astonished. The revelation that Kigyu was the masked ranker was almost unbelievable. Kigyu wondered how Pil had discovered his identity. His companion explained that Pil had recognized him from a picture. Kigyu sighed, expressing his frustration with the unwanted attention his newfound fame brought. Despite the inconvenience, Kigyu's companion marveled at his ability to handle the intense media scrutiny. Kigyu simply attributed it to differences in personality. They discussed the lingering media presence at the Players' Association. A healer tended to a wounded man nearby, while several guards stood watch. The companion confirmed that the reporters had moved on to other news. Kigyu's companion then inquired about how long it had been since Kigyu had last ventured out into the world. He advised Kigyu to check the news at checkpoints during his travels. News reports announced the president of the association's first public appearance. Kim Kigyu, observing the news, thought the timing was suspicious. He wondered if the president had acted on his behalf. Kigyu met with another individual, a man he seemed to know. He stated that he didn't need to see the president's actions as a favor, and that it was great seeing him again. He offered to buy him a drink, but the other man, whose name was Sikwu, explained that it would be difficult to accept the drink due to a large case he was currently handling. Despite Sikwu's busy schedule, Kigyu insisted on having a cup of coffee with him before parting ways, wanting to say goodbye properly. Kigyu touched the ring on his finger, a subtle gleam emanating from it. Sikwu recognized Kigyu's ring, revealing that Kigyu was also a mercenary. He pointed out that many others were mercenaries as well, and that the ring was easily recognizable. Sikwu explained that not all mercenaries protect each other, and that they all hide their identities in their own ways. Kigyu agreed, stating that he was also taking precautions. Sikwu, a young man with silver hair, was approached by someone. He was asked a question. The question was about his codename, posed in a lush, tropical setting. Sikwu stood, while another, darker-haired young man sat on a log. The darker-haired young man, Hume, hesitated before answering. Hume revealed his codename, comparing it unfavorably to Sikwu's. Sikwu's codename, Morningstar, was then mentioned. Hume, still seated, contemplated this. Sikwu then explained the reason behind the Smuff Guild attack on Hume's guild. Hume questioned whether information had been leaked. The narrative shifted to focus on Sikwu's second unique ability. A swirling vortex of energy crackled before Kigyu, the ethereal glow illuminating the dark space around him. The words, portal generation, materialized within the tempestuous heart of the phenomenon, a clear indication that something extraordinary was about to occur. The scene opens on a tropical beach. A young man with short brown hair is bound and kneeling on the sand. Two figures stand over him, one with a stern expression and a sword at his side, the other observing with a neutral look. The narration box above them reads, "The ability to generate portals, whether it's within or outside the tower. It is a unique ability that might shake the entire world." Moving slightly away from the bound man, two other figures discuss the situation. One with short, dark hair muses, so he probably tried his best to hide it. The dark-haired man continues, questioning, "How did the Smuff Guild find out?" His companion, a man with short, light gray hair, replies, "It's a long story. Looks like they're finishing up, so let's head down and talk." The gray-haired man suggests, "Don't you have to deal with the others first since you're the guild leader? What's more important than talking to an important participant?" The dark-haired man responds, "Is that how it works?" Then I can choose the place, right? The dark-haired man suggests, there's a cafe I know. The gray-haired man agrees, fine with me. The scene shifts to a sign that reads, manager's office. Siku, a powerfully built man with a stern expression, sat with his arms crossed, a hint of impatience in his posture. He muttered something about a cafe, clearly annoyed. The scene shifted to a dimly lit office. 3 figures were present. Siku, a younger man with purple highlights in his hair, and another with silver hair. Siku explained that this was the only place they could speak privately without charge. The younger man, seemingly surprised, questioned what Siku meant by free. Siku, still seated at his desk, looked at the younger man with a questioning expression. The younger man, in turn, asked why his eye was that color. The younger man explained that the unusual eye color was a result of a skill. He then wondered aloud how long the effect would last. Siku simply replied, okay then. The conversation then turned to the younger man's recent actions. Siku mentioned that he had heard about the massacre of the Smuff Guild. Siku continued, implying that the younger man's visit to him was significant given the recent events. Siku asked the younger man if he had something to ask of him. The younger man denied having any requests. The silver-haired man, observing the interaction, questioned the younger man's true motives, suggesting he was only there for the free noise cancellation. The younger man's silence was met with laughter from the others, prompting a question about what was so funny. The hushed tones of a conversation filled a room. A few months prior, a risky operation had gone sideways. A player had been forced to use their unique ability in front of several guild members. Unfortunately, one of those members was subsequently captured by the Smuff Guild. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. The captured player possessed knowledge of immense value, and the Smuff Guild, notorious for their ruthlessness, would stop at nothing to extract it. One of the men, his face etched with worry, commented on the unfortunate turn of events. He found the situation incredibly frustrating. His companion, a man with striking blue eyes, voiced his grim assessment of the captured player's survival chances. The other man, sipping his drink, listened intently, his expression serious. He then wondered aloud about the formation of a team to eliminate the remaining threat. A plan was already in motion. They intended to neutralize the captured player the moment any information was revealed. Inside a stark, modern room, a young man with short, silver hair and intense eyes spoke. He declared, "We, the King Guild, will join in too." His tone was firm, his resolve unwavering. He continued, explaining his reasons. "I have to know if the captured member is alive or not, and I have to make sure no more information gets leaked." The scene shifted. He stood before a panoramic view of a futuristic cityscape, the setting sun casting a warm glow. He stated his intentions. "I'll head out first. I have a lot of work to do." Awaiting him were 2 figures, their forms silhouetted against the vibrant backdrop. One of them responded simply, "Okay, go." The young man, now identified as Siku, walked away, leaving the 2 figures behind. They observed him, one commenting, "That brat, he's acting all fine." The other added, "He may seem like that, but he's probably going crazy inside." The first one agreed, muttering, "Yup." Siku's thoughts were revealed. He reflected on his guild leader's compassion, thinking, since Siku treats his guild members like family. Meanwhile, back with the 2 observers, one of them spoke. "I used a lot of potions and got healed by a healer, so I'm fine." The other observer dismissed the physical healing, stating, "Not that. I'm asking about your mental state. This is the first time you've killed a person, right?" The young man responded thoughtfully, "It's complicated to say it's my first time, since I was determined to kill Rogers Hahn back then." He continued, his voice firm, "All of my enemies deserve death, and I have no reason to feel guilty about it. And I feel." The problem, as Kim Kigyu saw it, was that while killing people, he felt entertained. Kigyu, a man of few words, reflected on this unsettling truth. His expression was one of pensive contemplation, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. He turned his gaze away from the bloody scene, his thoughts still swirling. A hand gently touched his hair, startling him slightly. He looked up to see a familiar face. It was his brother, who spoke with a reassuring tone, "It's important." Kigyu listened intently as his brother continued, explaining that this line of work was filled with people who harbored darkness within. The most crucial aspect, his brother stressed, was whether or not Kigyu could control that darkness. Kigyu's brother chuckled, teasing him about his poor word choice. The next day dawned on the 29th floor of the tower. A large gorilla, its features sharp and menacing, stood amidst the bamboo forest. Despite the tropical setting, frost still clung to the broad leaves of the palm trees, a stark contrast to the humid air. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and eyes, examined a tattered piece of paper in his gloved hands. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. He reflected on the events of the previous day, recalling that a significant number of people had been killed in the area. He found himself surprisingly unfazed by the violence. Kigyu continued his walk along a muddy path, his thoughts turning inward. He pondered the strange numbness he felt, comparing it to the lingering effects of a previous injury to his eye. He wondered if this emotional detachment was a permanent change, a consequence of his recent experiences. The question hung heavy in the air. Kigyu mused on whether his current state was a new normal or if he had always been this way. He concluded that the true importance lay in his ability to control his emotions, regardless of their origin. He remained silent, lost in thought. Kigyu stood before a massive, imposing gate, the entrance to the 30th floor. The air crackled with anticipation. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, reviewed his past trials. He'd already completed the first 3 tests, hunting a goat on the 5th floor, an orc on the 10th, and a minotaur on the 20th. Each mission, progressively more challenging, was a testament to his unchanging level. The difficulty of his assignments had been drastically reduced. He'd been given increasingly simpler missions, a clear indication that the system was, for some reason, hindering his progress. Kigyu frowned, a troubled expression etching itself onto his face. He mused that things had been this way until now, but something felt different. A subtle unease prickled at him. A strange tingling sensation began in his gloved hand, a feeling he couldn't quite place. His eyes widened, his gaze intense as he focused on the unusual feeling. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He wondered if his body was trying to warn him of something. The intensity of the sensation was growing. Kigyu knew that ignoring a player's senses was a mistake. He looked towards a dark, pulsating monolith, a gateway to another area, and wondered if Lu, his usually communicative companion, was still silent. He questioned whether Lu would even speak to him in his current state. The enhanced senses he gained from drinking the elixir made the strange feeling even worse. His jacket ripped open, revealing a series of strange markings on his back. A low groan escaped his lips, a sound of pain and confusion. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years of effort, stood resolute. He declared, "What's the point of hesitating? Let's go." His 2 companions readily agreed. One pledged, "I'll go anywhere with you, Master." The other enthusiastically added, "Me too. Master's the best." Kigyu reflected on his past failures. His last test had improved his skills, but his overall level remained unchanged. He remained determined, however. You never know, he mused. This time, the test and rewards might be different. As Kigyu proceeded, a series of messages appeared before him, confirming his entry into the 4th testing room, his qualification, and the initiation of a special test. The messages concluded with the announcement of a special test. A vast, imposing castle loomed in the distance as Kigyu and his companions journeyed onward. Kigyu, ever optimistic, reasoned that since it was a special test, it must be different from the previous ones. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a formidable castle. He mused himself, "I probably have to go to that castle, right?" His companion, addressing him as Master, affirmed his assessment. Kigyu, already gripping his sword, replied, "Yeah, I know." He began his journey towards the imposing structure, his steps firm despite the uncertainty that lay ahead. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A monstrous scorpion emerged from the sand, its claws menacingly large. The creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. Kigyu found himself surrounded, not by one, but by a horde of giant scorpions. He acknowledged the threat with a grim expression. Giant scorpions. A surge of energy crackled around his sword. Red energy pulsed from Kigyu as he explained, "Well, I just entered, so it's to be expected." A fissure opened beneath him, swallowing him whole. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stumbled. A cloud of sand erupted around him as he fought a monstrous scorpion. He gasped, realizing the sand had thrown him off balance. Kigyu found himself falling towards the scorpion's massive pincers. But then, a surge of energy erupted from him, blasting the ground and momentarily stunning the beast. His sword sliced through the creature's thick carapace with surprising ease. He braced himself, his movements precise and powerful as he fought back against the scorpion's attack. The scorpion, weakened, thrashed violently. Kigyu stood, muscles bulging, a newfound strength coursing through him. A colossal scorpion, its chitinous exoskeleton shimmering under the harsh desert sun, thrashed violently. 2 beams of energy, one crimson and the other a searing gold, intersected across its body, leaving a trail of crackling destruction. Kim Kigyu, a young man with determined eyes, crouched low to the ground, observing the aftermath. Dust swirled around him, kicked up by the scorpion's death throes. He considered his options. It might be better to just walk on and head to the castle, he mused, but a deeper sense of unease settled upon him. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his arm. He stumbled, his body reacting instinctively. More scorpions emerged from the sand, surrounding him. "What happened? How long have you been awake?" a voice demanded. Kigyu, his face grim, replied, "The second you entered." He thought, "No, that's not what's important, Master." He was given a curt instruction, "Head to the castle." Kigyu, confused, questioned the order. "What?" he asked, his gaze drawn to a looming structure in the distance. The voice responded, "There lies my body." Kim Kigyu awoke to find himself in a desolate landscape, monstrous scorpion-like creatures surrounding a distant castle. A voice, seemingly not his own, addressed him. Lu, you're awake. Kigyu, confused, questioned, you said your physical body is in that castle. What are you saying? He stared, speechless, at a detail of his surroundings. A strange, dark sword with a crimson jewel embedded in its hilt. Kigyu's expression hardened. He seemed to understand something. Suddenly, a colossal, demonic figure descended from the sky, its presence shaking the very ground. Two figures, dwarfed by the beast, fought desperately, but their efforts seemed futile. Kigyu simply stated, I understand. One of the smaller figures, seemingly addressing Kigyu, urged, you can tell me the details a little later. With a flash of light, Kigyu moved with impossible speed, his sword leaving a trail of blue energy as he decimated the monstrous creatures. The other smaller figure watched in awe, questioning, Master, what is that? Kigyu smirked, replying, what do you think? I'm using you as a stand. You should get to work now that you're here. Kigyu and his companion faced a formidable horde of scorpions. The sheer number of creatures made a direct confrontation seem unwise. Because of how our surroundings are, it's a waste of energy trying to defeat all of them, Kigyu observed, his gaze sweeping across the desert landscape. His companion added, and we don't know if there are going to be more inside the castle. Despite the obvious danger, Kigyu made a decision. He launched himself into the air, propelled by some unseen force. His trajectory aimed directly at the imposing castle in the distance. Although it's a waste, he muttered, his resolve firm. He declared his intentions to his companion. We're going straight to the castle. The statement was punctuated by a burst of energy as he propelled himself forward, leaving a trail of defeated scorpions in his wake. The scene shifted to a desperate cry for help. Help me! Kigyu's companion, Brunhart, was struggling amidst the remaining scorpions. Kigyu, however, remained focused on his objective. Sorry, Brunhart. I don't think I'll have the time to pick up any crystals. Brunhart, despite their distress, reassured Kigyu. I'm fine, Master. Kigyu paused, a strange voice echoing in his mind. What is that voice? The source of the voice was identified. Gate Ego. It's the ego that received the memories of the old Brunhart. Kigyu processed this new information. Everything seems to have an ego now. Brunhart's ego introduced itself. Nice to meet you, Lu. My name is Brunhart. Since you're my senior, is it fine if I treat you politely from now on? Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being pursued, his pursuer's words echoing in his ears. Senior? Do as you please. Kigyu, however, felt a thrill, a dark amusement at the situation. He was enjoying this. His eyes, narrowed in focus, reflected a steely determination. The chase was clearly pushing him to his limits. He barely escaped his pursuers, collapsing onto the ground, breathless but alive. His relief was palpable. Before him loomed a massive, imposing gate, a dark, foreboding structure etched with arcane symbols. This was his destination, a place he hoped held the key to finally breaking through his level barrier. He stood before the gate, his two swords at the ready, his back to the viewer. He was prepared for whatever awaited him beyond. A voice urged him onward, breaking the tense silence. Stop acting cool and hurry in. Kigyu, however, was startled by the sudden appearance of numerous grotesque creatures surrounding him. Whoa! A sinister laugh echoed from within the gate, a sound that sent a chill down Kigyu's spine. He was not alone. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood before a massive, imposing door. Two colossal armored statues, each wielding a battle axe, flanked the entrance. The sheer scale of the chamber hinted at the challenges that lay ahead. Kigyu's guide, a spectral entity whose physical form was confined beyond that door, indicated the entrance. Just beyond that door is my physical body, it communicated telepathically. Approaching the door, Kigyu felt a strange energy emanating from it. He murmured, I can sense it now that I'm this close. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. His internal monologue continued. Or at least, I can tell that there's something beyond this door. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Small fragments of stone broke away from the floor. Kigyu's eyes widened in alarm. He braced himself for an attack. With a powerful swing, he deflected an unseen blow. The source of the attack was revealed. A massive, shadowy figure emerged from the door, its form only partially visible. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself. Before him, a colossal golem, animated stone towering over him, smashed through a magically sealed gate. Its very presence shook the ground. The golem's fist connected with the ground, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. Kigyu barely managed to avoid being crushed. More golems emerged from the gate, their movements surprisingly agile for their size. They were clearly guarding something of immense value. Kigyu, dodging a falling chunk of stone, muttered to himself. He questioned if these were truly golems. He then observed that the guards were unusually powerful, a testament to the importance of whatever lay beyond. Another shockwave rocked the area as Kigyu prepared for his next move. He launched himself forward, his movements surprisingly swift and precise for someone of his level. Kigyu found the golems to be more challenging than they initially appeared. He skillfully deflected their blows with his sword. Having assessed the situation, Kigyu considered simply proceeding into the gate. Kigyu stood before an imposing gate, its surface etched with a sinister pentagram. He admitted to himself that he had no idea what dangers lay beyond, but his resolve remained firm. Leaving even a single enemy behind was unacceptable. With a battle cry, Kigyu launched a swift, powerful attack. A beam of energy, bright as the morning sun, shot forth from his sword. The energy sliced through the air, striking a heavily armored enemy. Kigyu's strategy was clear: aim for the head. The impact sent Kigyu flying backward, crashing into a wall. Sparks flew as he hit the ground hard. He grunted, pushing himself up, his expression grim. Despite the blow, he was far from defeated. Kigyu reacted instantly, dodging another attack. He was surprised by the enemy's unexpected power. He barely avoided a devastating blow from a pair of axe-wielding foes. The force of their attack shattered the stone floor. He was sent flying again, the impact jarring his entire body. Kigyu landed hard, his thoughts racing. He realized the sheer power of the attack, even with his attempt to lessen the impact by twisting his body. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stared at the imposing stone golems. He muttered to himself, recognizing the futility of direct combat. Since they're made of stone, grievous wounds from rain wouldn't work. There's just too big of a weight class gap. He sheathed his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. A new plan formed in his mind. I need to think of another way. Kigyu cautiously approached the golems, his sword at the ready. The massive creatures blocked his path, their stone bodies radiating an aura of immense power. Suddenly, one of the golems turned, its movements surprisingly swift for its size. "Master!" It boomed, its voice echoing through the chamber. The golem paused, seemingly awaiting instructions. It added, in a low rumble, Kigyu's eyes narrowed. A fierce glint appeared in them as a plan solidified. He would use the golem's own strength against them. Use their strength. Force. With a burst of speed, Kigyu deflected the golem's attack, using its own momentum to his advantage. The resulting shockwave sent debris flying. He landed gracefully, his foot crushing a fragment of stone. Kigyu continued his assault, skillfully redirecting the golem's attacks. Despite his clever tactics, the strain was evident on Kigyu's face. He grunted, KHH. Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing a formidable group of enemies. Their coordinated attack was relentless, their shields deflecting his blows. He parried a blow, but the force sent him reeling. A sword sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. Kigyu stumbled, his body impacting the cold stone wall. The impact knocked the wind out of him. Despite the pain, Kigyu felt a surge of power. He was stronger than before. He pushed himself up, gritting his teeth against the pain. An opponent, Lu, watched in surprise. That's impressive, Lu admitted, but Kigyu dismissed the compliment. He felt something was different. He was tumbling more often than usual. Lu insisted they needed to talk. He pointed to Kigyu's back, where 2 glowing swords materialized. What do you mean that your physical body is inside there? Lu asked, perplexed. Kigyu explained that the swords contained his physical body from when he was alive. Lu was shocked. When you were still alive? He asked. Kigyu confirmed this, adding that in his prime, he would have been impossible to defeat, even in a dream. Lu dismissed this boast as arrogance. A gloved hand, part a larger, imposing figure, gestures dismissively. The figure's voice, amplified and echoing, questions, so, you're saying that's not the case anymore? The response comes from Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, clad in a casual red jacket and carrying a sword. He stands before a large, ornate gate, its surface etched with arcane symbols. He states, I told you it's my physical body. My soul is here, right beside you and inside. The scene shifts to reveal the speaker, a shadowy figure seated on a throne, his face obscured but for glowing red eyes. He continues, it's just a hollow shell of what I used to be. He elaborates, describing his current state as a being that's only able to move by muscle memory, a sorry excuse of what used to be my body. Kigyu approaches the gate, his hand reaching for it. The gate itself seems to pulse with faint energy. He reflects on his preparations. I've healed with the potions, and I've maximized the buffs on me. A voice, echoing from within the gate, asks, are you the one that has awakened me? Kigyu, now standing before a grand hall, walks down a red carpet toward a throne where a cloaked figure sits. The air crackles with anticipation. A close-up on Kigyu's eye reveals a glowing red iris, hinting at a transformation. Kigyu, a man whose face bore the weight of unspoken frustration, stood firm. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to the immense pressure he felt. He mused. The source of this pressure felt surprisingly distant. Kigyu's thoughts turned to a recent conversation. He questioned the nature of a cryptic comment, a sorry excuse of body. Then his mind drifted to Lu's past, wondering about the man's history. Seated upon an ornate throne, a man in a sharp suit observed Kigyu from afar. His expression was unreadable. Kigyu's gaze hardened, his jaw clenched. He whispered a single name, barely audible. The man on the throne descended the steps, his shoes gleaming under the dim light. He found the name interesting. Kigyu, facing the throne room, declared his name was nothing of the sort. The image showed a skeletal hand and a normal hand, juxtaposed. The narration clarified that this was the hand of demonic Eris and the master of the demonic. Kim Kigyu, his face etched with a mixture of defiance and desperation, glared at his unseen adversary. His eyes, usually a calm brown, burned with an unnatural crimson intensity. Seated upon a throne of obsidian, surrounded by an aura of chilling power, sat a figure of immense authority. Half of his face was a grotesque mask of bone, the other, disturbingly human, with a single malevolent red eye gleaming. He spoke, his voice a low, resonant growl. "I am the master of all demons." He rose from his throne, his movements fluid and menacing despite his unsettling appearance. His mechanical arms, gleaming with an unnatural light, extended outwards. The demonic lord's face was fully revealed, the contrast between the skeletal half and the living flesh a horrifying spectacle. His red eye burned with power, reflecting the dark energy that pulsed around him. He was clearly the source of the oppressive atmosphere. The word demon hung heavy in the air, a stark declaration that set the scene. A flashback revealed a chilling prophecy. Upon their first encounter, the demon sealed within El would awaken. It was the owner of that gigantic eyeball. In a grand hall, two figures stood silhouetted against the imposing architecture. One, cloaked in red, held a weapon. The other, in dark attire, remained watchful. The cloaked figure spoke, though their name was obscured. Kim Kigyu, his face etched with tension, listened intently. He muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Something was amiss. The scene shifted to a regal chamber where a man in a sharp suit sat upon a throne. Kigyu's internal monologue continued, explaining that the interruption had prevented him from hearing the other's name. Kigyu reflected on Lu's increasingly secretive nature, particularly during battles. He cleared his throat, preparing to speak. He turned to address the other, his concern evident. "But anyways, will you be okay?" A dark, imposing figure stood before a massive, ornate door, a sword held aloft. He questioned his opponent, "If I slash your physical body?" The figure responded, "I told you, that's merely just a shell. Destroy it, so they never play games with my body again." He added a final warning, "Just don't regret it." With a surge of energy, he gripped his sword, preparing to strike. The attack began. A swift, powerful blow was unleashed. He was sent flying backward by the force of the impact. He braced himself, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He muttered, "Force." A fierce clash of energy erupted as the two combatants engaged in a brutal exchange. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, his face partially obscured by shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a familiarly frustrating situation. He was once again facing a foe far beyond his capabilities, his movements clumsy and inefficient. His opponent, a creature of nightmare with a skeletal face and a chilling grin, watched Kigyu with cruel amusement. The creature's power was palpable. Kigyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. But then, something shifted within Kigyu. A surge of energy coursed through him, and he moved with newfound speed and precision. His sword flashed, leaving trails of golden light. He launched a series of attacks, each strike more powerful than the last, forcing his opponent to react defensively. The creature, clearly surprised by this sudden change, barely managed to parry the onslaught. Despite his improved skills, Kigyu was still outmatched. A powerful blow sent him flying backward. As he fell, a voice echoed in his mind, "Be careful." The warning was barely audible, yet it spurred Kigyu to action. He braced himself for the inevitable counterattack. The creature unleashed a torrent of energy, but Kigyu, using his newfound agility, narrowly avoided the worst of it. He landed hard, winded but alive. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood amidst a swirling cloud of smoke and shattered wood. His crimson jacket and dark attire contrasted sharply with the fiery glow emanating from the debris. He gripped his sword, his expression grim. He scoffed internally, a thought bubbling up. Asterisk strong? I'm far from it. Asterisk the exertion of his recent attack left him breathless. The scene shifted. A man in a sharp red suit, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, sat calmly amidst a field of glowing, embedded swords. He addressed Kigyu, his voice smooth and condescending. "That's not bad, visitor." Then, the man's face partially transformed, revealing a horrifying skull-like visage. A chilling smile stretched across his lips as he continued, his tone laced with mockery. "You cannot even scratch me." Kigyu, though irritated, simply replied, "Yep." He was clearly annoyed by the man's arrogant demeanor. His internal monologue revealed his true feelings. "It angers me, but he's not wrong." Kigyu assessed the situation, muttering to himself about the seemingly endless wall of swords. He realized that at this rate, approaching the man would be impossible. The suited man smirked, questioning Kigyu's attack strategy. Is that it for your attacks? Kigyu's hand moved, a subtle shift indicating a change in tactics. He was clearly preparing for something new. A man in a sharp suit stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, countless spectral swords forming and dissolving around him. His expression was one of cold calculation. He declared his intentions, his voice echoing with an unnerving calm. I will attack you. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a worried expression, could only manage a choked cook. The spectral swords launched themselves forward, a deadly crimson barrage. The ensuing explosion rocked the area, leaving behind only smoke and a scattering of broken swords. The suited man gasped, "Oh my!" Kigyu, seizing the opportunity, retaliated with a powerful swing of his sword. His eyes blazing with newfound power, Kigyu glared at his opponent. Are you just stupid? He unleashed another fierce attack, the clash of steel echoing through the air. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, roared in frustration. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding a volley of energy blades that sliced through the air where he'd just been standing. The crimson path behind him was littered with the remnants of his failed defense. Kigyu coughed, clutching his side as he collapsed onto the ground. A concerned voice called out to him. He heard his companion's warning, a sense of urgency in their tone. His eyes, though pained, hardened with resolve. A surge of energy erupted from Kigyu, a blinding purple light. He moved with newfound speed and precision, deflecting the incoming blades with a series of precise movements. The battle raged, a blur of motion and energy. Kigyu fought with a ferocity he hadn't known he possessed, his movements fluid and deadly. He realized he was facing multiple opponents simultaneously, each attack as precise and deadly as the last. A terrifying visage filled Kim Kigyu's vision. A monstrous figure, half human, half shadow, proclaimed himself the master of the demonic sword and king of all demons. Lu, another figure in the scene, urgently questioned if those were demonic swords. He confirmed they were, albeit low-level ones. Lu then suggested Kigyu try to do something about the swords, likening the situation to how El had absorbed Cao Lian. Kigyu lamented his inability to act decisively at that moment. He recognized the location as a place of immense power, far exceeding his own capabilities. The demonic figure emphasized that this place held more power for him than for Kigyu. Kigyu, visibly strained, braced himself against the onslaught of demonic swords. The demonic king offered to lend Kigyu some of his power, given the unique nature of their location. He urged Kigyu to buy himself some time. Time seemed to slow as Kim Kigyu's foot touched the crimson pool. A ripple spread across the viscous surface. He braced himself, a question forming in his mind. Do you think this will work? His hand glowed with an ethereal blue light as he gripped his sword. The result was immediate and explosive. Kigyu unleashed a wave of crimson energy, muttering, "It's that easy?" A network of crimson lines shot out from him, radiating power. He deflected a barrage of energy blasts with a dark, almost impenetrable shield. Kigyu's face was set in grim determination as he glared at his opponent. He found himself facing a complex, deadly trap of energy beams and blades. He moved with surprising speed and agility, narrowly avoiding the incoming attacks. A single word escaped his lips. Ho. His opponent watched, a chilling smile spreading across his face. How fun! A terrifying skull-like mask partially obscured his features, revealing only one glowing red eye. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate struggle. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, was a mask of grim determination as he braced himself against an onslaught of unseen foes. A wave of crimson energy erupted around him, a flurry of spectral blades materializing from the void. Kigyu's newly discovered ability to link with egos was his only hope. He deflected the initial barrage with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise despite the overwhelming number of attacks. But the relentless assault continued. A gruff voice cut through the chaos. How much longer do you need? Kigyu gritted his teeth, his focus unwavering. Just a bit more. Meanwhile, a sinister figure watched from the shadows, a chilling half-skull mask obscuring half of his face. A cruel smile played on his lips. The spectral blades rained down again, but this time, Kigyu was ready. He launched himself into the air, dodging the deadly projectiles with acrobatic grace. He spun, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion, weaving through the deadly projectiles with incredible speed and precision. With a final burst of energy, Kigyu unleashed a powerful counterattack, his voice a low growl as he commanded, "Reflect." A fierce clash erupted, two swords colliding with earth-shattering force. The impact sent shockwaves through the very ground, pulverizing stone and scattering dust in a chaotic maelstrom. From the heart of the destruction, a figure emerged, his face partially obscured by a grotesque mask of cracked stone and metal. A single, pained syllable escaped his lips. Ho! He braced himself, as a volley of crimson glowing swords rained down upon him. The impact was deafening, each blow a thunderclap. A gloved hand gripped the hilt of a sword, its pommel adorned with a brilliant, multifaceted gem. The weapon seemed to hum with barely contained power. Kim Kigyu, hanging precariously from a crumbling wall, questioned the success of his desperate gamble. Did it work? A wave of ethereal swords, glowing with an intense red light, arced across the sky, a breathtaking spectacle of power. Kigyu stood amidst the descending blades, a look of dawning horror on his face. He muttered, "Ah, shit." The onslaught continued, the swords a deadly blizzard. A voice, strained with exertion, called out, "Liu, I don't think I can hold off much longer." Liu, his face grim, responded curtly, "Are you almost done?" A moment later, a single, quiet word echoed, "Good job." Kim Kigyu, a player trapped at level 1 for 5 long years, found himself in a desperate struggle. His sensitivity to magic surged, the synchronization with his ego reaching level C. Red energy crackled around him as he fought. He grinned, a fierce determination etched on his face. "Come on," he thought, "we almost died." The skeletal mask of his ego, Liu, tilted slightly. The near-death experience had unlocked something profound. A wave of crimson energy erupted, dozens of spectral blades materializing around Kigyu. He now had access to Liu's abilities with greater control. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his own surprise. Observing from a distance, another player, his face half-decayed, gasped, how can this human have that power?" The answer came as a revelation. "You have learned death from Liu." Kigyu's eyes glowed with a newfound understanding. "You can now handle death to a certain degree," a voice echoed in his mind. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, had finally made a breakthrough. He had learned to link with egos, unlocking the potential to enhance his stats. A voice, seemingly emanating from the swirling vortex of crimson energy before him, declared, "You can now handle death to a certain degree," a testament to his newfound power. Kigyu stood on a crimson-carpeted path, the swirling vortex behind him a stark contrast to his composed posture. He appeared calm, despite the ominous energy surrounding him. The scene shifted, revealing a chaotic battlefield strewn with broken swords. The air crackled with residual energy. A man, his face partially skeletal, watched the scene with disbelief. He muttered, "How is a mere human using that power? Impossible." The camera angle widened, showcasing the extent of the devastation. Suddenly, Kigyu moved with surprising speed, his sword a blur as he engaged the skeletal man. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate space. The skeletal man stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. He gasped, "No way. That's mine." A swirling vortex of crimson energy erupted, its chaotic dance hinting at immense power unleashed. The air crackled with anticipation. Streaks of white light slashed through the crimson maelstrom, adding to the spectacle of raw, untamed energy. The violent energy continued its furious assault, a tempest of color and motion. High above the maelstrom, a figure, silhouetted against the fiery chaos, commanded, "Tear him down to pieces." Below, the vortex intensified, its energy coalescing into a focused point. From the heart of the storm, Kim Kigyu emerged, his eyes blazing with a newfound power, a crimson light reflecting in his determined gaze. The swirling vortex continued its chaotic dance, now infused with a new, vibrant energy. Flames of orange and yellow danced within the crimson, a breathtaking display of power. A dark, ominous energy erupted from a shattered gateway, filling the air with the scent of brimstone and decay. The sound of something immense cracking echoed through the chamber. From a swirling chaos, a young man, his face bruised and bloodied, emerged, gasping for breath. He addressed someone unseen, his voice strained. "Did you get him?" he asked, before adding, almost as an afterthought, "Be Brunhard." A deep voice boomed from the shadows, "If you say such a thing." A figure, cloaked and menacing, stepped into the light, its features obscured by the lingering darkness. It moved with unnatural speed. The figure lunged, its attack swift and brutal. A skeletal hand, dripping with dark ichor, reached out, claws extended. With a roar, the cloaked figure unleashed a devastating attack. A crimson energy surged from its sword, illuminating the chamber in a hellish glow. "A mere human like you dares." The energy wave crashed against the young man, throwing him back with immense force. He was clearly overwhelmed. The cloaked figure prepared for a final, decisive blow, its sword crackling with dark energy. A crimson energy surge ripped through the air, shattering the stone floor around it. The raw power was palpable, a destructive force unleashed. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, Kim Kigyu, his crimson cloak billowing behind him as he braced himself against the aftershocks. He stood defiant, his sword held aloft, a testament to his resilience amidst the chaos. The energy subsided, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Observing from a distance, a shadowy figure watched Kigyu, his voice laced with disbelief. "Even after being hit directly by death, he still has that much strength left?" Another voice, sharp and arrogant, cut through the silence. Even though it's just a vessel, its original form is very powerful. I don't need to hear the bragging. The first voice responded, addressing someone named Lulu. Let's do that thing just now one more time. But Lu countered, you think it's that easy? Although we're inside a special place, I can only do it one more time before reaching your limits. If you use it anymore, your body won't be able to withstand it. Kigyu's face was etched with concern. What? Suddenly, a new surge of dark energy erupted from beneath Kigyu's feet. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself once again facing a formidable opponent. The icy air crackled with energy as a colossal, ethereal sword materialized around his adversary, its blade shimmering with an unnatural, cerulean glow. His opponent, a figure shrouded in darkness, casually grasped the weapon's hilt. A single thought echoed in Kigyu's mind. I guess. With a fluid motion, the dark figure effortlessly lifted the immense sword, its weight seemingly non-existent. The weapon's luminescence intensified, casting an eerie light upon the scene. The dark figure sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. You never learn, he hissed, before unleashing a devastating blow. Kigyu barely managed to react, barely deflecting the attack. The force of the blow sent tremors through the ground, shattering the stone beneath his feet. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. The impact left him reeling. But even as he staggered, a surge of power coursed through him. A new energy, a familiar yet potent force, ignited within his very being. He gritted his teeth, a low groan escaping his lips as he braced himself for the next attack. His opponent watched, a cruel amusement in his eyes. The dark figure spoke again, his words laced with contempt. A flea is a mere flea, no matter how high it jumps. A figure, half human, half skull, his face a grotesque mask of metal and bone, loomed over his opponent. Crimson eyes burned in the skeletal sockets. He sneered, his voice a low growl. So, what are you planning to do now? Are you trying to test your limits with me? The close-up revealed the extent of the creature's horrifying visage. A metallic skull fused to the right side of his face, blood staining the remaining flesh. His expression was one of cruel amusement. Meanwhile, a young man in dark, armored clothing braced himself, a large shield raised against an unseen foe. His movements were swift and precise, a practiced defense against a powerful attack. A question arose. Where had his sword gone? The image showed only his gloved hand, the weapon seemingly vanished. The answer was swift and brutal. A dark blade, tipped with crimson, descended from above, aimed directly at the young man's head. The skull-faced man watched, a hint of anticipation in his eyes as the blade fell. The blade stopped inches from the young man's head. The skull-faced man greeted him with a chillingly calm, "Hello." The young man reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he countered the attack. He moved with surprising speed and skill. The skull-faced man grunted in surprise, his eyes widening as he felt the force of the counterattack. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A crimson wave erupted from the defeated figure, its once sharp features now contorted in a silent scream. The man, dressed in a blood-soaked tuxedo, collapsed, his body dissolving into dark, viscous energy. All that remained was a shattered, obsidian-like shard, the remnants of what was once a formidable weapon. Kim Kigyu, his expression unreadable, approached the scene cautiously. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of what he was witnessing. Suddenly, a horrifying visage emerged from the dissipating energy, a grotesque parody of a human face, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Kigyu's eyes widened as he recognized the horrifying truth. This was the essence of a demon, released from its vessel. The demonic energy coalesced into a towering, shadowy blade, its dark form a stark contrast to the ethereal blue of the surrounding chamber. Kigyu stood his ground, his back to the viewer, as the remnants of the demonic energy swirled around him. A young man, presumably Kigyu's apprentice, rushed to his side, his voice filled with desperate pleas for his master's survival. Kim Kigyu, his face etched with exhaustion, leaned against a cold, metallic wall. He muttered, "Don't worry, I'm simply exhausted." His companion responded, noting Kigyu's exertion. "Since you handled that much power without holding yourself back, its aftermath will be very costly." Ignoring the warning, Kigyu swiftly tilted back his head and drained the contents of a small, glowing vial. A wave of energy washed over him. He groaned, "The special test complete." The system announced, "You will be rewarded for passing the special test." The results flashed across his vision. A perfect clear. You will be receiving additional rewards. He found himself in a stark, white room. Kigyu looked around, disoriented, questioning, "Where am I? Oh, is this the rewards room?" The system announced his acquisition of new skills, synthesis and embodiment. He had also obtained the embodiment skill. Kigyu surprised questioned skills. His status update appeared. Name, Kigyu Kim. Level, 1, job, ego's partner. Inherent ability, link. Skills, synchronization B, death, synthesis embodiment. Egos in possession, Chongkyung, Minsik Choi. Number of ego pieces in possession, 4. He reviewed his gains, marveling, "Whoa, I gain a lot of new skills. I'm able to synthesize and embody egos. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, pondered a newly discovered ability, ego synthesis. He mused aloud. So if I synthesize Lu and L, I get Elu or Lul. Is that how it works? A voice, sharp with concern, interrupted his thoughts. Are you dumb? Did you hurt your head in the fight just now? Kigyu's companion, Lu, offered a terse agreement. Master, I'm sorry to say that I agree with Lu on this one. Kigyu chuckled, dismissing the concern. I'm kidding. He continued, explaining, anyhow, I need to use the skill to actually know what they do. He decided on a practical approach. Since I can't really test it out right now, I'll open the reward boxes first. Before him sat a golden and a diamond box. Lu reacted with surprise. You that happy? Kigyu responded with a rhetorical question. Is that an actual question? He then explained his excitement. Although a golden box is great on its own, a diamond box is on the same level as the box that contained the elixir last time. Kigyu opened the golden box, revealing 2 glowing orbs. He questioned, what are these? A message appeared, confirming his acquisition. You have obtained pieces of ego, X3. Kigyu reacted with a mix of surprise and understanding. He felt a sense of familiarity with the items. He held one of the golden orbs, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, aren't pieces of ego? Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, held a glowing orb in his hands. It was the reward he'd received after clearing the Blue Wolf Gate, a significant accomplishment for someone of his rank. Kigyu examined the orb, a question forming in his mind. Why were these items inside the tower? Meanwhile, a man in a dark red jacket opened a golden box. He shrugged, unconcerned. He mused that he would likely find a good use for its contents sooner or later. Next, he approached a shimmering, crystalline box. His subordinate expressed excitement. The man opened the box, curious about its contents. He wondered if it contained another elixir. His eyes widened in surprise. Inside, he found bone fragments. Bone pieces? He questioned. A red glow emanated from the box, alarming him. He muttered, they really had to do this. He let out a frustrated sigh. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes and scrapes marring his face, stared into the distance. His expression was one of dawning comprehension. A thought struck him. It's a portion of my real body. The scene shifted to a sprawling cityscape, the 30th floor checkpoint visible in the distance. This was the upper echelon of the tower, a place Kigyu had only ever dreamed of reaching. Kigyu, along with 2 other players, stood before a cafe. A sign above the entrance read, a cafe under direct control of the association. A closer look at the cafe's menu revealed a list of drinks and a curious addition. Soundproof barrier rooms. Inside one of these soundproof rooms, Kigyu sat alone, a large sword resting beside him on the table. He appeared lost in thought. He muttered to himself, it's about time for me to hear the full story. He addressed someone unseen, adding Lu. The focus shifted to the sword, its intricate details highlighted. A silent question hung in the air. Kigyu, still contemplating the weapon, voiced his thoughts. Up till now, why did you? Wait, that's not what I should be asking you. A dark, ornate sword lay on a crimson surface. Its blade, sharp and menacing, reflected a faint, ethereal glow from the jewel embedded in its hilt. The scene opens on a man with short, dark hair, a smirk playing on his lips. He sits across from an empty chair, a large sword resting on the table between them. He declares it's time to talk. He gestures towards the empty chair, a single word hanging in the air. Ru. A young man with dark hair enters, his gaze fixed on the sword. He begins to question the other man. Up until now, why didn't you? The first man interrupts. No, that's not what I want to ask. Just who in the world are you? The young man responds, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. Just like what my body said, I'm the king of all demons. A flashback shows a powerful, demonic creature. The narration clarifies that Strong Guardian was only considered a demon of the lowest rank. The flashback continues, focusing on a mysterious, glowing eye. The narration explains, and the one that was sealed by L was difficult to assess. Back in the present, the young man ponders the implications. He asks, so why is the king of demons like those a sword right now? A king? That's so cool. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a thoughtful expression, pondered a profound question. He was considering the immense challenge of enduring an infinite time-space as an ego. The answer, as revealed by a nearby iced coffee, was simple yet unsettling: oblivion. The mere concept seemed to hang heavy in the air. The speaker confirmed that to traverse such an expanse of time, a state of oblivion was necessary. The words were accompanied by a dramatic display of crackling energy. Failure to do so, the speaker warned, would result in one's existence being swallowed by time itself. The speaker, identifying himself as the king of demons, continued his explanation. The king of demons explained that he had lost his physical form due to betrayal, forcing him to endure an eternity. To safeguard his existence, he had to resort to a drastic measure: forgetting. He had forgotten his emotions, goals, name, and even his very essence. Kigyu listened intently, his expression reflecting the gravity of the king of demons' tale. This oblivion was the only way he could endure. However, upon awakening as the Lord of Demons, fragments of his memories resurfaced, jolting him from his oblivion. While not a complete restoration, the partial return of his memories was enough to profoundly impact him. Kim Kigyu sat alone in a dimly lit room, a long sword resting on the table before him. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his posture slumped. He reflected on a period of his life where he felt directionless, unable to set goals for himself. This lack of purpose led him to a drastic decision, to forget everything and start anew. The weight of his past seemed too heavy to bear. Despite his attempt at a fresh start, a conversation with someone named Ru proved less enlightening than he'd hoped. The image of a fiery sunset filled the sky. Ru's decision to retreat into oblivion left Kigyu with unanswered questions. However, understanding Ru's suffering, Kigyu chose not to press further. Kigyu walked down a hallway, his back to the viewer, passing other figures in the background. He was clearly making a conscious choice to delay dealing with a piece of Ru's body. For now, the decision regarding the fragment would be postponed. He needed time to process everything. Despite Ru's troubled past, Kigyu saw him as a source of hope, a fresh start. He resolved to create new memories with him. Kigyu decided to head home for rest, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges. He walked through a futuristic cityscape. The next scene shows a sign reading director's office. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, sat hunched over his keyboard, his fingers flying across the keys with frantic energy. His brow was furrowed in concentration, his knuckles white as he pounded away at the computer. He leaned back, exhaustion etched on his face. A sigh escaped his lips as he stared blankly ahead, the glow of the monitor reflecting in his tired eyes. Seong-hoon, a man in a sharp suit, peered into Kigyu's office, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. He hesitantly called out. Kigyu looked up, startled. His superior, the director, offered a brief greeting and dismissed him for the day, noting his hard work. Seong-hoon lingered, however, voicing his concern about Kigyu's late nights and heavy workload, especially given the recent demands from the Smuff Guild. He pointed out that Kigyu had also stayed up late the previous night. Kigyu looked away, clearly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a faint magical glow emanated from Kigyu's hands as he worked on his computer. Seong-hoon noticed this, his eyes widening in surprise. Seong-hoon questioned Kigyu's use of magic for office work, expressing his bewilderment at the intensity of his efforts. Kigyu simply chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes, hinting at a secret he wasn't ready to share. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, a hint of weariness in his voice. He mentioned an upcoming housewarming party for someone named Giju, and a meeting with someone called Sujin Shirtomo. The scene shifted. A group of young adults, their expressions a mix of anticipation and curiosity, stood before a large building. One of them, a man with dark hair, gestured towards the entrance, inviting the others to follow. They approached the building, a modern structure that belied the slightly ominous air surrounding it. One of the group, awestruck, whispered, "Holy shit." As they entered, inside, a young woman voiced her surprise at the house's size and opulence, questioning if it truly belonged to Giju. Another member of the group commented that the house was so large, a stranger could easily live in the basement unnoticed. The dark-haired man chuckled, downplaying the suggestion of a hidden resident, though he admitted to the existence of a basement. He then complimented the house's impressive size and quality, contrasting it with their own dilapidated guild house. His comment prompted a surprised reaction from another member of the group, highlighting the stark difference between Giju's home and their own humble guild quarters. The dark-haired man reached for the door handle, preparing to enter Giju's home. The door swung open, revealing the interior of the house. A warm welcome greeted the group as they entered a cozy apartment. A woman, her face etched with a gentle smile, offered a cheerful greeting to the two women at the forefront of the group. Following close behind, a larger group of men and women entered, their leader offering a polite thank you to their hostess. Kim Seon-pil, identifying himself as a member of the Morningstar Guild, presented a package to the woman. The atmosphere remained cordial, yet a subtle tension hung in the air. Seon-pil's words sparked a moment of confusion. He mentioned having heard about Kigyu, prompting the woman to express gratitude for the care shown to her son. Seon-pil's companions looked on, their expressions shifting from polite curiosity to mild concern as the conversation took an unexpected turn. Seon-pil attempted to deflect the inquiry, claiming it was nothing of consequence. The woman chuckled, revealing that she had initially mistaken Seon-pil for Kigyu due to his youthful appearance. The awkwardness was quickly diffused with a light-hearted laugh. She invited them to sit while she finished preparing the meal. Meanwhile, a young woman, addressing another as Appa, inquired about the arrival of someone named Sikwu. The young woman's question was met with a dismissive response, initially suggesting disinterest. However, she quickly clarified that a friend was a fan seeking an autograph. Seon-pil explained that Sikwu was unavailable due to pressing matters, offering a somewhat condescending promise of an autograph at a later time if he felt inclined. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, leaned in conspiratorially. She suggested that he remove his mask and become famous, adding that she could then sell his autographs. He responded that this was a secret. He abruptly dismissed her suggestion, telling her to stop talking nonsense and help their mother. He then stated he would be right back, leaving her to question his sudden departure. Outside, two sharply dressed men greeted him. One extended a hand in greeting, addressing him formally as player Kim Kigyu and assuring him that his presence wasn't necessary. Kim Kigyu explained that he had finished his work earlier than expected, and they replied that they had just arrived. One of the men apologized for not having a gift prepared, citing his busy workload. Kim Kigyu waved off the apology, stating that it was all right. He expressed gratitude for the nice house they had found for him. He further stated that he didn't need a gift, prompting one of the men to mention that his superior had purchased all their new furniture. As the men entered an elevator, one of them muttered about a tradition of giving liquor to new subordinates. The other man questioned this, and then one of them said something else. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood before a stern-looking man. The older man, his face partially obscured by shadow, leveled an accusatory gaze at Kigyu. "You didn't buy it thinking you'd be living here later, right?" he challenged, his tone implying a deeper, unspoken understanding. Kigyu stammered in response, clearly flustered by the accusation. What are you talking about? I don't get what you're saying at all, he sputtered, his discomfort evident. The scene shifted. Kigyu and the older man were now outside a modern building. A younger man, presumably an associate, approached them. "What's wrong, director?" he inquired, concerned. The director dismissed the question curtly. "You don't need to know." Inside the building, Kigyu's new home, a woman presented a gift to another man. Kigyu observed, a subtle realization dawning on him. The housewarming gift was for the other man, not him. Wow. So he meant there was no gift for me, he thought, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Later that evening, Kigyu expressed his gratitude for the meal. "Thank you for the meal. It was delicious," he exclaimed, genuinely appreciative. He offered to help clean up, but was gently rebuffed by another man present. "Yeah, let me help too," Kigyu insisted. The other man replied, "Guests should sit still." A third man, observing the interaction, asked, "You're Giju Hyung's assistant?" The second man confirmed, "Yes, though there really isn't much that I do." The director called out to Kigyu, "Giju." The director pulled Kigyu aside for a private conversation. "Come out for a sec. We gotta talk," he said urgently. Kigyu, slightly apprehensive, responded, "Right now." Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood in his modest kitchen, clearing the table. He assured his mother, who was busy with dishes, that he wouldn't be long. He quickly bid his mother farewell, urging her to take a break from her chores. She replied with a soft, reassuring, "Okay." Outside, Kigyu met with a colleague, a man in a crisp uniform. The colleague questioned Kigyu's sudden departure, prompting Kigyu to explain. Kigyu revealed that the Iron Guild, a powerful organization, was establishing a branch office in Korea. His expression showed a mixture of surprise and concern. A close-up of Kigyu's eye revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible reddish glow. Kigyu speculated that the Iron Guild and another guild had made a secret agreement. He explained that Angela, a prominent guild, was too influential to ignore, and their involvement made the situation even more significant. A flashback showed a shadowy figure, hinting at past events. The colleague then explained that the president's unexpected actions were directly related to this development. Kim Kigyu, a man whose face bore the weight of unspoken frustration, massaged his neck. His expression was one of simmering, barely contained anger. He was leaving. A voice, calm yet firm, instructed him to return once he had calmed down. Kigyu's departure was punctuated by a final warning, to avoid unleashing his dangerous aura around his family. His fist clenched, a dark energy pulsed beneath his skin. A barely audible whisper escaped his lips. "Master Nim." The scene shifted. A towering skyscraper, gleaming under the night sky, dominated the cityscape. The camera panned across the city, highlighting the imposing structure. Inside, Kigyu stood before a door-marked training room, Rogers Han. His gaze fell upon a news article. He could return to Korea in 3 months. The article detailed the exploits of a hero who single-handedly stopped a disaster, the rise of a new high-ranker. With a swift, decisive movement, he destroyed a photograph of the hero, a surge of intense emotion evident in his actions. Kim Kigyu stood in his small, cluttered training room, a determined glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "It doesn't matter how strong that bastard got." His gaze fell upon a sword displayed on a nearby monitor. A sinister grin spread across the face of a man watching him from behind the screen. He chuckled. "Since that person granted me a godly sword." The image on the screen showed a magnificent, glowing sword, its ethereal beauty captivating. Kigyu's eyes widened as he stared at the weapon, a mixture of awe and apprehension evident on his face. The man's face filled the screen, his grin widening into a predatory expression. He hissed, "Just you wait, Kim Kigyu." Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, thanked his host for their hospitality. He politely bid them farewell as they watched him leave their home, a group of men standing silently in the shadows of the garage. Inside, Kigyu quietly washed the dishes, the rhythmic clinking of cutlery a counterpoint to the quiet hum of the evening. He finished his chores and paused, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. News of the Iron Guild's expansion into Korea had reached him. A new branch was to open in 3 months, with Rogers Hahn as the director. Kigyu's thoughts turned to revenge, a plan forming in his mind. His opportunity had arrived sooner than expected. He headed towards a door, his gloved hand reaching for the handle. The time for action had come. He entered a stark, empty room. A single chair sat in the center of the otherwise featureless space. Kigyu found a location ideal for his training. The basement, always intended as his personal training facility, was perfectly suited to his needs. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, stood before a gate, questioning whether its entrance was located outside. His companion responded negatively. Kigyu explained that he was continuing to test the gates, primarily to prevent any monsters from entering the nearby house if something went wrong. He confidently added that everything was under control, a self-assured expression on his face. The narrative shifted to reveal that their opponent was a branch office of the Iron Guild, a powerful organization. Kigyu mused that 3 months wasn't a long time, and he needed to get stronger. To do so, he needed to understand his new power. He focused on the synthesis and empower abilities he'd obtained on the 30th floor, questioning how to use them. He began to interact with a technological interface. The interface prompted Kigyu to select his main ego. Kigyu surmised that the interface referred to the ego that would be the main component for synthesis. Kim Kigyu's eyes, usually a calm brown, blazed with an inner light, his pupils constricting to narrow slits. A barely perceptible purple hue shimmered at the edges of his irises. Chapter 40 began with a stark announcement. The main ego Ru and the sub-ego Changjiang were about to synthesize. Kigyu sat bolt upright, a surge of pink energy crackling around him as he gasped, "Ru?" A crimson, wolf-like form coalesced from the energy, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Kigyu watched, speechless. The synthesis intensified, the energy surging outwards in a violent display of power. The wolf-like creature solidified, its snarl revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying red light. The synthesis was complete. The ego Ru had become Fenrir. Kigyu's only response was a muttered, "My ass." Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, sat in a chair, a faint spark crackling in his hand. He muttered an apology, claiming it was a joke, but his expression betrayed his true feelings. A frustrated sigh escaped him as he confessed, "Why is it always me?" Kigyu's gaze hardened. He acknowledged that the power he wielded was still largely mysterious, a force not yet fully understood. A sudden interruption startled him. He addressed the unseen interrupter, his voice sharp with impatience. "Are you even listening to me? I can't just use it carelessly." The image displayed several items: a dark sword, a lighter-colored sword, a necklace, and a sneaker. These were explained as egos, powerful entities linked to Kigyu's abilities. He explained that using certain egos, like Ru, El, and Brunhart, carried significant risk. He also noted that Obrian, Rain, and Hermes were crucial to his fighting style, making them unusable as well. Kigyu's face showed determination. He addressed someone unseen, pleading, "Master Nim, let me try." He focused intently on a glowing pendant around his neck, a symbol of his power. The name Brunhart appeared in a thought bubble, indicating the ego he was attempting to access. His desire was clear, to grow stronger, emulating his idols Ru and El, and to become more useful to his master. His master expressed concern, questioning his resolve. Kigyu acknowledged the risks, explaining that in the worst-case scenario, he might lose the ability to use the ego, or it could be irrevocably altered. Despite his apprehension, Kigyu remained optimistic, believing the outcome would ultimately be positive. Kim Kigyu, a man whose 5 years in the tower had been marked by an inability to level up, clutched a glowing pendant. A silent contemplation filled the sterile white room. He offered a quiet thanks to Brunhart, the source of his newfound hope. A nearby console displayed a stark message: "Select your main ego." The process of unlocking his latent abilities had begun. The console responded to his selection, the word Brunhart appearing on the screen as the system initiated the ego synthesis. Kigyu, now focused on the screen, watched as the system prepared to integrate a sub-ego fragment. Synthesis now in progress, the console confirmed. A surge of energy erupted from Kigyu's body, throwing him backward. He gasped, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding on his face. Is this the ego fragment? Was it inside my body the whole time? He wondered. Overwhelmed, he could only stammer and master him. He looked down at the glowing light emanating from his chest, still reeling from the sudden power surge. "Brunhart? Master," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years of trying, clutched his chest, a pained expression twisting his features. He gasped, "Nim, Brunhart." A voice, cold and authoritative, cut through Kigyu's distress. The command echoed in his mind. "Wait, cancel synth." You will now be taken to a gate. Avant vispera escape through his leaves. Barely audible. Kigyu found himself in a stark white room. The only furniture, a worn green chair. A shimmering, ethereal light pulsed from the center of the room, slowly dissipating. The scene shifted. Night had fallen. 3 crows circled overhead, their silhouettes stark against a full moon. One perched atop an ornate, wrought iron fence. He stood in a graveyard, the path ahead lined with weathered tombstones. A chill wind whistled through the skeletal branches of the trees. Kigyu surveyed his surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. Internally, he mused, it seems to be. Kigyu recognized the location. He thought the gate from last time. A voice, seemingly his own, confirmed. Then are we inside that kid? Brunhart and the ego fragment has successfully been synthesized. He continued his internal monologue. Brunhart's gate may be affected by the ego fragment. The question formed in his mind. Be affected? How? Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, squinted. His gaze was fixed on something in the distance. A grim determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, the answer's over there. He approached a desolate graveyard, the path ahead barely visible in the dim light. The perspective shifted, revealing Kigyu from above, dwarfed by the imposing tombstones and the oppressive atmosphere. At the center of the graveyard, a mysterious coffin pulsed with an inner light. Kigyu recognized it instantly. He questioned aloud, it's the coffin that Lich came out of last time, right? He continued his advance, his expression unreadable. A quiet affirmation escaped his lips. Kigyu reached the coffin, a faint golden energy emanating from it. He stood poised above it, his gloved hand outstretched. His fingers brushed against the surface of the coffin lid. A message appeared, stark and clear. No caretaker exists for this gate. A new message followed, offering a solution. You may create a caretaker with the ego fragment that has been synthesized. Please set up a gate caretaker. Kigyu's eyes widened in realization, a gasp escaping his lips. The potential of this discovery was overwhelming. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt a disturbance. Monsters, he realized, were appearing in his mind. A wave of confusion washed over him as he wondered if he was supposed to choose one. The phantasmal creatures materialized before him. A zombie goblin, a skeleton knight, a ghoul, and more. They were predominantly undead, a fact that struck Kigyu as significant. Kigyu pondered the implications. Higher-ranking monsters were. His deduction was swift and grim, a lich. With a surge of energy, he made his choice. The selection had consequences. Kigyu had chosen to become the gatekeeper, a role that involved consuming a synthesized ego fragment. The lich, now in control of the gate, materialized before him, a powerful and imposing figure. Kigyu bowed low. He greeted the newly empowered lich respectfully, despite their recent conflict. Kigyu found the situation surreal. He had just fought the creature, and now he was addressing it formally. The lich confirmed its new role as gatekeeper. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a conversation with a mysterious figure. The figure questioned Kigyu's ability to control the monsters within a nearby gate. Kigyu responded negatively. The figure pressed further, questioning his role as gate caretaker. The mysterious figure, a skeletal being in a dark robe, revealed a ring adorned with glowing gems, a symbol of his authority. The skeletal figure explained that due to the gate's low dominance, controlling the monsters was impossible. He continued, stating that only by dealing with the gate monsters would the dominance increase, allowing for their control. A digital display showed the gate's dominance at a mere 1%. Kigyu pondered the implications of this revelation. He muttered to himself, processing the information. The skeletal figure clarified that the monsters would ultimately obey if Kigyu defeated them. The skeletal figure stated that the same principle applied to Kigyu himself. Kigyu, armed with a newfound understanding, prepared to face the gate once more, though he cautioned himself against carelessness, aware that the gate's strength could increase if it absorbed a crystal. Kim Kigyu, a player whose unique ability had initially promised a swift rise through the ranks, found himself stuck at level 1. 5 years had passed since his initial invitation. 5 years spent guiding others through the tower's lower floors. But now, a new path opened before him. The discovery of his ability to link with egos and enhance his stats. A smirk played on his lips. He felt himself growing stronger. The scene shifted, revealing Kigyu amidst a fierce battle. He moved with surprising agility, his newly discovered powers manifesting as vibrant bolts of energy that crackled around his sword. He muttered to himself, the thrill of combat coursing through him. This is the same for me, too. Days later, far from the tower's depths, concern clouded the faces of Kigyu's loved ones. His absence was unusual. One of them voiced their worry. Kigyu hasn't contacted us for 4 days? Another responded, acknowledging the irregularity, but attempting to reassure them. Yes, I know that he spends weeks in the tower sometimes, but he always sends a text message before he goes. I hope nothing happened. The scene shifted to a modern building, likely a headquarters for players or related organizations. A woman, visibly distressed, clasped her hands together. A man, attempting to comfort her, said, "Ahem, I'm sure he's fine. He's really strong, you see." The man continued, directing his attention to another individual. "This is where he was last?" "Yes. So please calm down. Have you tried going in?" The man, after a moment of contemplation, made a decision. We'll try going in first." Two men in suits stood in a sterile basement. The walls were a pale gray, punctuated by evenly spaced ventilation grates. One of them, slightly older with a more relaxed posture, confirmed, "A basement, indeed." He continued, his expression thoughtful. "But it doesn't look like there are any clues here. And it doesn't make sense that a person would disappear from here, either." Suddenly, a faint purple glow emanated from the floor. The older man's eyes widened in surprise. A swirling vortex of energy materialized before them, expanding rapidly into a fully formed gate. The older man, his voice laced with disbelief, exclaimed, "A gate for real?" A third man, younger and more casually dressed, appeared, seemingly drawn to the scene. He muttered, "What is this magic power?" He looked apprehensive, his gaze fixed on the gate. He added, "It's dangerous. What is in the world inside that gate?" The younger man's stomach rumbled loudly. He groaned, "Ugh, so hungry." A swirling purple vortex pulsed in the center of a stark white room. Two men in sharp suits watched it with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. One of them, bolder than the other, spoke. "Why were you here, young?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, as a weary-looking man stumbled out of the vortex. He leaned heavily on a nearby chair, his breath ragged. His companions exchanged worried glances. "It feels like overtime work," he muttered, his voice strained. In a stark, white room, two men in suits stood, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. One, slightly shorter, addressed the other. "Why are you here, Hyung?" Seong-Hoon is also here. Their attention was immediately drawn to a third figure, his presence radiating an unusual energy. "What's with that magic power? What's with that gate?" "Wait, first, you were inside that gate for 4 days. What in the world is that gate? Did you clear it?" One of the suited men reacted violently, silencing the third with a sharp blow. "Stop talking, you bastard." A fourth man entered the scene, calmly observing the situation. He chuckled, "One person at a time. Good timing. I was going to call you, Hyung, and ask for a favor." The man in gray reacted defensively. "Favor my ass." He winced in pain as the suited man grabbed his ear. That hurts. Gigotta. I linked with the gate last time, remember? I just went inside that gate. I can control it now." The suited men exchanged shocked glances. "You can." One of them finished the sentence, his voice barely a whisper. "Control gates? That means he can control monsters. Why does that hurt more than being stabbed by a sword?" This is the power of a high-ranker's pinch. A cataclysmic energy surge ripped through the city. Buildings crumbled and the ground trembled. The sheer power was awe-inspiring, capable of causing widespread destruction. In the aftermath, two men stood amidst the chaos. One, sharply dressed in a suit, turned to his companion, his voice laced with concern. He asked if the display had been witnessed by anyone else. The second man, his features less refined, replied that this was his first time using the power. He had intended to keep it secret until he fully understood its capabilities. The suited man suggested they keep the incident quiet for now. He then inquired about the reason for the demonstration, asking what the favor was. The less refined man explained that he wanted to test his new abilities, but lacked a suitable sparring partner. He felt a bit frustrated at the situation, wondering if he was merely a test subject for his own powers. The suited man listened patiently. The suited man offered a compromise, a dinner invitation to meet his mother. The other man, after a moment of hesitation, agreed. The suited man chuckled, suggesting they discuss the details later. He reminded the other man that his family was worried, as he hadn't contacted them in 4 days. The other man sheepishly admitted he had forgotten. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, surveyed the battlefield. 4 days of intense combat had culminated in this moment. His dominant stat had finally reached 100%. The ground was littered with the remains of the monsters he'd vanquished. The fight had been tougher than anticipated. The monsters were significantly stronger than usual, their power augmented by a crystal absorbed by the gate. Kigyu wiped sweat from his brow. Despite the increased difficulty, Kigyu had prevailed. His own strength proved sufficient. He had named the defeated Lich King Heart, a tribute to the legendary hero, Brunhart. The newly named Heart, a towering figure cloaked in shadow, loomed over the battlefield. Kigyu had initially considered naming it Brune, but his attempts to register the name Brune had been rejected 3 times. The system deemed it inappropriate. The next day dawned. Kigyu stood before a towering skyscraper, the headquarters of the Player Association. He met with an older man, his Hyung, who had been waiting for him. Their brief exchange was filled with unspoken understanding and a reminder of a promise. Inside, his Hyung instructed Kigyu to focus on releasing his magic without reservation. Kigyu hesitated, unsure. As Kigyu complied, a surge of magical energy emanated from his feet, illuminating the room. His Hyung explained that releasing one's magic meant unleashing it completely, without holding back. The amount of magic one wields increases with level, but so does the control over it. A fact illustrated by the imposing figure before us, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. This is why, when powerful players unleash their magic, it doesn't erupt chaotically. Instead, it bursts forth with the force of a dam breaking, a torrent of raw power. The sheer might of the released energy is breathtaking, even to a seasoned observer. The man, seemingly unfazed, stands firm amidst the storm. Later, in a dimly lit room, a man reflects on the events he witnessed. He knew his suspicions from the previous day were correct. He can no longer stand idly by. He must act. He grips a weapon, imbued with a vibrant, azure energy. A determined glint in his eyes, he prepares for a confrontation. This time, he will face his opponent head-on. Elsewhere, a man sits, lost in thought, a cup of coffee untouched before him. Inside a brightly lit office, two employees stared at their computer screens. One of them, a man with short, dark hair, suddenly spoke, "Did you feel that vibration?" The other employee, equally perplexed, questioned vibration. The first employee pondered, "I saw Director O heading towards the training field earlier. Maybe that's what it is." A sudden burst of energy erupted from the training field. A man with dark hair and a goatee, clad in a teal shirt, stood wielding a glowing blue staff, his expression grim. He moved with surprising speed, his staff crackling with energy as he engaged in a fierce battle with another figure, who was clad in dark purple and wielded a glowing yellow blade. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the training facility. The intensity of the fight was palpable. The man in teal unleashed a powerful blast of energy, forcing his opponent back. Back in the office, a female employee, with shoulder-length brown hair, exclaimed, "Nah, that's impossible. Do you know how many barriers are set up in there?" She continued, explaining, "Not only will vibrations be blocked, but magic energy can't even seep through that." Her male colleague agreed, "Well, that's true." The conversation continued, one man explaining that the situation would be far different if the director had used his full power. He added that the director was not one to act so rashly, and that it was rare to find an opponent capable of facing him. The other man, however, was clearly not convinced. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. Suddenly, the two were locked in combat. One, clad in dark clothing, moved with surprising speed and precision, his movements a blur of motion. His opponent, though seemingly less agile, countered with powerful strikes. The intensity of the fight was palpable. Close-ups revealed the strain on both combatants' faces, their eyes reflecting the ferocity of the battle. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blows and counterblows. The man in dark clothing unleashed a powerful attack, but his opponent managed to deflect it. A swift counterattack sent the dark-clad figure sprawling, a pained cough escaping his lips. He crashed against the wall, the impact sending cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. His opponent pressed his advantage, preparing another attack. But before the blow could land, a sudden burst of energy erupted from the fallen man, sending his attacker reeling. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue wave, erupted from the depths of the tower, shaking the very foundations. The shockwave sent debris flying, a chaotic ballet of destruction against the stark white background. From the chaos, a figure emerged. Kim Kigyu, a young woman in dark armor, stood amidst the aftermath, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. She addressed an older woman, her superior, with a hushed tone. "Granny, this is—" The older woman, Granny, turned to another player, Yubin, her gaze sharp. "Can you feel it too, Yubin?" Granny continued, her voice low but firm. "The vibrations we've felt since earlier aren't simple shakes. Great magic powers are clashing against one another." A male player, observing the swirling vortex of energy, questioned, "Is there a break somewhere?" Granny shook her head. "No, the source isn't far, just somewhere blocked up. It's probably at least ranker-leveled players going all out in a frontal attack." Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted. A player with a dark sword clashed with another, their movements a blur of speed and power. Kigyu, his dark sword flashing, parried a blow with practiced ease, his movements precise and deadly. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, lunged forward, his makeshift weapon a blur. The force of his attack sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact echoed through the training chamber, pulverizing the training dummy into dust. Kigyu stood amidst the debris, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. He sheathed his sword, a grim expression settling on his face. His master's voice echoed in his mind. "I don't think you should overwork." He dismissed the concern. His internal voice countered. "Asterisk, that person is too strong. Don't talk so weak. This is how you get strong." Asterisk. He declared himself okay, but a subtle grimace betrayed his exhaustion. He reflected on his progress. "Well, now that I've gotten stronger than before, I was surprised to see that the gap was even bigger than I thought." His gaze fell upon his gauntlet, a dark stain spreading across it. He muttered to himself, "Even still, to think that his power is able to seep through my gauntlet." His opponent, a man named Giju, spoke, his voice laced with concern. Man Gidju, this ain't no joke. The reflect damage completely went in, and Rain's aggravate wounds effect would have been gone into effect. Kigyu responded dismissively. Is that all? But there's no difference in the way he moves. He launched himself forward again, a renewed determination in his eyes. He thought, since he's someone that won't die, I can rest easy and give it all I've got. Him Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself dodging a swift, precise attack. The blow was aimed at his back, a testament to his opponent's speed and skill. He barely evaded the strike, the wind of the near miss ruffling his hair. His attacker, a figure of imposing stature, moved with unnatural grace. Kigyu's attacker, his movements a blur, launched another attack. He muttered to himself, impressed by Kigyu's ability to anticipate his strikes, despite his low level. I guess he can read my surprise attack using godly speed now, and your movements are pretty simple. The attacker's words were laced with a hint of grudging respect. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, betrayed a flicker of surprise. Suddenly, a surge of dark, emerald flames erupted around him, revealing a terrifying visage. The flames coalesced into a monstrous form, and the attacker's true power was revealed: Behemoth. The narrator explained the origin of the nickname, highlighting the legendary weapon wielded by the attacker. Behemoth unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of blue energy that tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. This was Behemoth's thorn. A desperate question echoed through the air, a plea for mercy amidst the chaos. Are you really going to kill him? Despite the power of his opponent, Kigyu's companion, seemingly weakened, responded with defiance. I might have gotten a little less powerful than when we were on the 30th floor, but I'm not weak, master. A surge of chaotic energy erupted, its crimson tendrils reaching across a fractured, star-strewn expanse. The raw power was palpable, a cosmic maelstrom of immense proportions. The scene shifted abruptly. A towering skyscraper pierced the clear morning sky, its glass facade reflecting the rising sun. The city below bustled with activity, oblivious to the recent cosmic disturbance. Inside, within a sleek, modern building, a young man stood, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He seemed lost in thought, a faint whisper escaping his lips. Him Kigyu, a man whose life had been defined by his inability to level up, stood frozen. He muttered, A sudden crash shattered the silence. A gaping hole appeared in the wall, revealing a scene of chaos beyond. From the debris, a figure emerged, groaning in pain. Kigyu recognized the injured man, Sunghun. He sighed, you're here, Sunghun? Kigyu looked around in disbelief. What in the world happened? Sunghun weakly responded, Don't know. Just bring us me potion. Another voice, equally distressed, added, Me too, Sunghun sure. The title card for the player that can't level up appears, along with the credits for the creative team. A final, playful sound effect punctuates the introduction. A dark, viscous liquid poured from a small bottle onto a deep wound. The injured man winced. 3 figures sat amidst the rubble of a shattered training room. One, severely injured, questioned the efficacy of the healing potion. Another, a man in a suit, expressed concern, while the third, a man with dark hair and a grim expression, revealed he possessed a skill called wound aggravation. Despite the potion's failure, one of the men noted that the injured man's condition was better than expected, given the extent of his injuries. The other man, clearly disturbed, called him a monster. The man in the suit demanded an explanation for the state of the training room. The injured man, still recovering, simply stated that the damage was as it appeared, the result of someone attempting to destroy the facility. He elaborated, suggesting that whoever caused this destruction would likely be terrified by the sight of the devastation. Meanwhile, the injured man drank from a bottle, a grim satisfaction on his face. He grimaced, the effort of drinking clearly painful. Looking at the others, he declared himself surprisingly strong. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, listened intently to his instructor. The older man, his face etched with years of experience, shook his head. Brat, he said, you still have a long way to go. Your movements are poor because you gain power too quickly. The instructor continued, explaining that while Kigyu could defeat 100 weak enemies, a truly strong opponent would pose a significant challenge. A sinister smile played on the instructor's lips as he emphasized this point. Kigyu acknowledged the truth in his instructor's words. The older man then offered advice. First, understand your opponent. Second, make yourself unpredictable. He illustrated the second point by demonstrating a subtle hand gesture, emphasizing the importance of deception in combat. Kigyu murmured his agreement. His instructor's next observation, however, was unexpected. He pointed out Kigyu's clumsiness with dual swords, suggesting that true mastery could only be achieved through real battlefield experience. Kigyu pondered this, questioning whether practical application was the only path to improvement. The instructor paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then made a startling statement. He pointed to a barely visible scratch on a legendary weapon, highlighting the absurdity of applying conventional durability standards to such an item. A swirling vortex of energy appeared, hinting at a powerful, yet uncontrolled force. A surge of dark energy erupted from Kim Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the treacherous lower floors of the tower. But now, something was different. Kigyu stared, bewildered, at the swirling chaos of power he'd just unleashed. Confusion clouded his features. He had no idea what had just happened. The sharp voice cut through his thoughts. A man, impatient and clearly annoyed, barked orders. Kigyu's internal monologue reflected his apprehension. Becoming a ranker meant public exposure, a prospect that filled him with unease. In a sterile, official-looking room, Kigyu spoke with 2 men in suits. One of them expressed concern about the secrecy of the operation. Reassurance was given. His identity would remain protected, at least for now. The men were clearly working to ensure his anonymity. One of the men explained that, for now, Kigyu's priority was to operate as a mercenary. Protecting the identity of a mercenary was paramount. 2 men conversed, one casually leaning against a wall. The first man warned his companion about the dangers of being an unmasked high-ranking player, but reassured him that after their recent fight, he would be all right. The second man seemed unconcerned. The scene shifted to a hallway where 3 men in business attire stood, discussing something. One of them, the man from the previous conversation, was the focus. He listened intently as his colleague spoke, noting that even with the Iron Guild watching him, he was now capable of protecting himself. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. He appeared pensive, his gaze distant. A close-up of his face highlighted his thoughtful expression. He acknowledged their assessment, stating that he understood their point. The 3 men continued their discussion. One of the men commented on the protagonist's potential embarrassment, prompting a discussion about the importance of titles and the risks involved in obtaining them. The protagonist, however, felt he had sufficient authority. The scene shifted to the protagonist standing before an elevator, his colleagues behind him. He reflected on the unnecessary risks associated with pursuing a higher title. One of the men suggested the protagonist hear the details from Sunghoon. He then announced his intention to finish his work and rest at home, expressing his exhaustion. His colleague advised him to go home early and rest. The protagonist, standing in the elevator, agreed. The car sped along the city expressway. Inside, a man explained, "Firstly, there are 2 big benefits to becoming a ranker." He continued, driving with one hand. "You would also be able to get access to a lot more information." His passenger, a younger man, questioned, "Those things that you could only do via me and the general manager's authority, you'd be able to do them by yourself? What's the difference?" The driver responded, "I heard that a mercenary can also have the authority of a general manager or a high ranker, though." He clarified, "That's in regards to when you're on the field. It's different when it comes down to administrative matters. In any case, it's complicated. The higher-ups have more important things to deal with." The car continued its journey. The driver added, "What I just mentioned are just additional benefits." He explained further, "As you know, the title of ranker and high ranker are not given by Korea, but the International Players Association." An image of the International Players Association logo appeared, followed by a depiction of several high-ranking members. The driver concluded, "While mercenaries only have authority within Korea, rankers possess authorities all over the world." Inside a sleek, black car, a sharply dressed man with dark hair and piercing golden eyes addressed his passenger. He leaned back, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "From the boss of the streets to a national constituency," he stated, his voice smooth and assured. "Isn't that pretty good?" His passenger, a younger man with dark hair and a more pensive expression, simply responded with a quiet, "Huh." The driver continued, undeterred. "Don't feel it as much now, but the scale is bigger. I can guarantee you this. You'll be getting involved on a global stage in the near future." The younger man considered this, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "I'll bet you on that," he finally said, his tone skeptical. "Even if you praise me like that, nothing will be different. I also think that Master will be playing a bigger role." The driver chuckled, glancing at the younger man. "Master, your ears are red. But, well, if you put it like that, then..." The driver's fist clenched, a determined expression hardening his features. "Piece of cake. I'll become a ranker." The younger man stared wide-eyed. Becoming a ranker is a piece of cake. His thoughts turned inward. What would that make him? Why was he still living this way? The driver, sensing his passenger's internal struggle, attempted to clarify. That's not what I mean." In the rearview mirror, the driver's confident smile reflected back at the passenger, a stark contrast to the younger man's troubled expression. Inside a speeding car, 2 figures engaged in conversation. One, dressed in a sharp suit, confidently asserted, "In any case, there are only pros to it. There's nothing disadvantageous and troublesome about it." His companion, dressed more casually, offered a non-committal, "Oh, right." The suited man continued, revealing a crucial detail. "There is actually one thing. You need to participate in an unofficial ranking battle once." The casual companion reacted with surprise, questioning, "Ranking battle?" The suited man explained the process, clarifying, "Normally a ranker would get their title from fighting in public ranking battles, don't they? In the case where you get registered unofficially this time, even if the association acknowledges it, it doesn't mean the rest of the rankers will acknowledge it. You must spar with a ranker where 3 or more rankers are present. The casual man voiced his concern. Sparring with a ranker? I'm not going to be fighting someone that's close to becoming a high ranker, right? The suited man reassured him, of course not. It's actually a formality, so normally it would be a new ranker. The suited man continued his explanation. If we're talking about players that have become rankers recently, then a wide shot of a desolate canyon landscape is shown, with the words Tower Level 45 displayed prominently. A monstrous roar echoed across the desolate landscape. Keek! The sound was guttural, filled with raw power and barely contained rage. From the dust and debris, a colossal red drake emerged, its massive jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Saliva dripped from its fangs, a clear sign of its predatory intent. Below, a group of adventurers braced themselves, their faces etched with fear as the beast lunged, its powerful wings beating the air with a deafening whoosh. Leading the charge was a woman, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, clad in dark armor. Two other figures stood beside her, equally prepared for battle. The drake attacked, its jaws snapping shut just inches from the woman's face. She reacted swiftly, her sword a blur of motion as she parried the attack. The woman's blade struck true, piercing the drake's tough hide. A spray of blood erupted as the creature roared in pain. Despite its thick hide, the drake's senses were surprisingly dull. Lesser drakes, it turned out, traded heightened senses for tougher skin. The woman, perched atop the drake's head, explained her strategy to her companions. Fighting a drake head-on was unwise. A different approach was needed. She prepared to deliver a decisive blow, her movements precise and deadly. It was better to strike from above, taking advantage of the drake's sensory limitations. The warrior, clad in dark armor, braced herself, her body tensed as if anticipating a blow. Dust swirled around her feet, a testament to the recent chaos. Above, a monstrous, reptilian creature loomed, its crimson scales gleaming. A battle plan formed in someone's mind. Attack its eyes. A guttural roar echoed across the battlefield as the beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut inches from its target. The warrior reacted swiftly, her blade a blur as she dodged the attack. She moved with practiced ease amidst the chaos of the battle, other figures fighting around her. She dashed forward, a streak of motion against the dusty landscape, her determination etched on her face. With a powerful swing, she sent a shockwave of energy towards the beast, aiming for its vulnerable eyes. The impact sent tremors through the ground, a testament to the force of her attack. She gasped, clearly strained by the effort. Despite the exertion, her eyes burned with resolve. She knew she could do more. She just needed to find the strength. A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The very air crackled with raw power. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged. Mistflower Child, a warrior clad in dark armor. Her movements fluid and precise as she effortlessly deflected a fiery blast from a monstrous, crimson beast. She turned, her dark hair whipping behind her, a grim determination etched on her face. The beast lunged again. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, its edge gleaming faintly in the dim light. She addressed her opponent, her voice sharp and unwavering. You need to be strong enough to deal damage first. The scene shifted. A group of awestruck onlookers watched from a distance, their eyes wide with admiration. Whispers rippled through their ranks. She's so cool. One of them exclaimed, Guild leader, you're so cool. Please show us that again. Another added, next time you guys should do it. The bustling lobby of the Players Association hummed with activity. Players, some in full battle gear, others in more casual attire, moved purposefully through the space, their conversations a low murmur against the background hum of computers and the soft glow of screens. A simple sign, stark white against the gray wall, marked the entrance, locker room. Inside, 3 figures stood near a row of lockers. One, a woman with short, dark hair, addressed another, a taller woman with silver hair and a staff. Yubim, don't you think we should let other guilds take up the guiding work from now on? The silver-haired woman, Yubim, shook her head slightly. Her expression was thoughtful. She replied, I'm doing this because my father said so. It's more meaningful to guide those that come after us as compared to leveling up. The third woman, with long dark hair and a sword strapped to her back, checked her phone, a slight frown furrowing her brow. Yubim, looking at her phone, asked, What's an unofficial ranking battle? I only know about ranking battles. The dark-haired woman explained, It's a battle that's a formality for someone who has already become a ranker in the association. It looks like someone has just become a ranker internally. She continued, exasperated, What the heck? So it's like this guy is getting preferential treatment. Instead of helping those who come after us, this person is stealing their opportunities. A determined gaze bore down on a digital screen. The words official ranking battle glowed, and beneath them, the name Kim Kigyu appeared. A voice, sharp and cold, declared, I won't let him get his qualifications so easily. The screen displayed Kim Kigyu's profile. Another voice, this one softer and more hopeful, mused, It'd be great if he's even half as good as the guy that my father had talked about. A young woman, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, glanced at the same profile on her own device. A quiet observation escaped her lips. He's quite good-looking, though. The announcement of an unofficial ranking battle was made. The judges for this competition would be individuals of considerable influence within the player community. The judges were revealed to be the association president, director O, and ranker Yusequo. These were all prominent figures. Kim Kigyu, observing the announcement on his tablet, muttered to himself that he knew all three judges personally. He voiced his concerns about the apparent conflict of interest, questioning the fairness of using personal connections to select judges for such an important competition. Kigyu's companion, seemingly an official, responded that the process was intended to be formal and that the judges were chosen precisely because they wouldn't let personal feelings interfere. The official further explained that Kigyu's skills were already at a high-ranker level, making the choice of judges even more appropriate. The official continued, stating that the selection process had been fraught with worry due to the difficulty in choosing participants for the ranking battle. Kigyu, after a moment of contemplation, simply acknowledged the explanation. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remains frustratingly stuck at level 1, scrolled through a digital tablet. His companion, a sharply dressed man whose name remains unknown, urged him, scroll down a little more. I didn't ask the most important thing. The man continued, explaining that the information pertained to Shin Yubin, leader of the Mistflower Guild, a small but elite group of female players. The tablet displayed Shin Yubin's profile, the Mist Sword, a high-ranking player. Kigyu, studying the profile, uttered a single word, A thought crossed Kigyu's mind. He felt like he had met her before. Kigyu's companion chuckled, player Kim Kigyu. People don't use pickup lines like that anymore. Kigyu insisted, it's not like that. I really think I've met her somewhere. His companion suggested, you must have seen her on TV, since she's a ranker. The scene shifted to a restricted area, marked by caution tape and warning signs. A faint purple glow emanated from sealed door. Player Kim Kigyu stood before the entrance to the second training room, a nervous energy thrumming beneath his outwardly calm demeanor. Inside, Kigyu and ranker Shin Yubin faced each other across a large, empty training arena. An unseen official instructed them to face each other. The official then explained the rules of the spar. Excessive attacks were prohibited, and the match would end only when one player surrendered. He emphasized that any violation of this rule would result in immediate disqualification. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched with anticipation. One of them offered words of encouragement to Kigyu, advising him to proceed as usual. Others expressed their eagerness to see his capabilities. Yubin, observing Kigyu from a distance, voiced her suspicions about his qualifications. She believed him to be someone who had risen through connections rather than merit, a sentiment she couldn't easily accept. Her disapproval was clear. She would object if she deemed him unqualified. She gripped her sword tightly, her resolve hardening. The announcement echoed through the arena. The ranking battle was about to begin. With a blur of motion, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression launched himself into action, his sword a silver streak against the bright blue floor. He was met by a swift counterattack from a woman with dark, pulled-back hair, her own blade a matching flash of steel. The clash of their weapons echoed through the arena. Their fight was a whirlwind of motion, a dance of steel and skill. Each blow was met with a parry, each advance countered with a retreat. Sparks flew as their blades collided, the energy of their conflict crackling in the air. The battle raged, a blur of motion and flashing steel. The young man pressed his attack, but the woman met his every move with equal skill and determination. A fierce exchange left both combatants momentarily breathless, their blades locked in a tense standoff. The woman's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp and intense. Determination hardened her features. She launched a renewed assault, her movements swift and precise, leaving her opponent struggling to keep up. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing an opponent. His dark cloak billowed slightly as he braced himself, his expression grim. Across from him, a woman with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, moved with surprising speed and agility. She lunged, her sword flashing. Kigyu reacted instantly, parrying her blow with his own blade. The clash of steel echoed in the confined space. Their blades met in a flurry of motion, sparks flying as they traded blows. Kigyu's movements, though less flashy, were precise and effective. He deflected another attack, using the momentum to send her stumbling back. The fight was fast and brutal. Kigyu stood firm, his resolve hardening. He would face her with only technique, relying on his skill and precision rather than raw power. His opponent, though skilled, was not unbeatable. He noted her movements were passable, but not exceptional. She grunted, clearly straining under the pressure of his precise attacks. Her movements, while fast, lacked the finesse to truly counter his strategy. Kigyu pressed his advantage, his blade a blur as he forced her into a defensive posture. He was beginning to overwhelm her. With a final, decisive move, Kigyu blocked her attack in the most ideal way, anticipating her every move. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with practiced grace. His opponent's attack whizzed past, a blur of motion. Kigyu's internal monologue guided his movements, and followed the most ideal path to evade. The advice continued, sharp and precise. If you can redirect the blow instead of blocking it head-on, do so. Kigyu obeyed the unseen voice, his movements fluid and efficient. He deflected the attack with ease. Yes, just like that, he thought, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers observed the fight. One of them voiced his surprise. Were ranking battles always this carefree? Another observer responded, impressed. They're both quite amazing. The female combatant, her face grim, pressed her attack. He's strong, she thought, acknowledging Kigyu's skill. Her expression shifted as she was forced to defend against his unexpected counter. Asterisk, I made a hasty judgment. This man isn't some fraud? Asterisk, she realized. The female combatant found herself struggling against Kigyu's unpredictable style. I can't reach him no matter how I attack, she realized, frustration evident in her posture. Her surprise grew as she continued to be outmaneuvered. Where did such a strong person come from? She wondered, genuinely perplexed by Kigyu's unexpected strength. A young woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, clad in light armor, held a sword aloft. Its blade shimmered with an ethereal blue light, a faint trail of sparks trailing behind it. She muttered to herself, her expression resolute. I wasn't planning on using skills, if possible. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged forward, the sword arcing in a blur. The scene was filled with motion lines and energy effects, highlighting the intensity of her attack. Her opponent, a man in dark clothing, barely had time to react. He was caught off guard by the speed of her assault. The woman's sword flashed, leaving a trail of blue energy. The man stumbled back, clearly surprised by the force of the blow. He attempted to counterattack, but the woman was too quick. Her movements were a whirlwind of motion, leaving him struggling to keep up. Another swift strike sent him reeling. He was clearly outmatched. The man, struggling to defend himself, exclaimed, I can't see her sword. It's an illusion-type skill. He gritted his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. It looks like you can't hold back any longer. Yeah, I should finish this up soon. He prepared for a final, desperate attack, shards of ice forming beneath his feet as he braced himself. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, moved with practiced grace, his dark eyes focused on his opponent. His movements were economical, precise, a stark contrast to the wild swings of his adversary. The air crackled with energy as their blades clashed. Kigyu's opponent, a woman with vibrant purple hair, grunted in pain, her face contorted in a grimace. Sweat beaded on her brow as she struggled to maintain her footing. Kigyu's expression hardened. With a surge of power, a blue energy pulsed along his sword, amplifying its force. He pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. The woman's defense faltered. With a final, decisive strike, Kigyu disarmed her, sending her sword flying across the room. She watched, stunned, as her weapon spun through the air before landing harmlessly. The fight concluded. The two swords lay crossed on the polished floor. The silence was broken only by the faint hum of energy still lingering in the air. Meanwhile, 3 figures observed the scene from a nearby corridor. One was young, with striking white hair. Another, middle-aged with a serious expression. And the last, older, with a neatly trimmed gray beard. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice low and measured. His gaze remained fixed on Kigyu. The young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, whispered a single word. It's... His voice trailed off, leaving the meaning unspoken. The final blow landed. Kim Kigyu, a player who had remained stubbornly at level 1 for 5 years, stood victorious over his opponent in a sparring match. His movements, though not flashy, were precise and effective. An official announced the results, his voice booming across the arena. Kigyu's unexpected victory had earned him a promotion to Ranker, bypassing the usual leveling system entirely. Meanwhile, Kigyu's opponent, a woman with dark hair and stern features, reflected on her defeat. She berated herself for her poor performance and lack of understanding of her opponent's strategy. A gloved hand extended towards her, offering a small, glowing object. It seemed to be some kind of device or artifact. Kigyu approached Ranker Shin Yubin, expressing his gratitude for the unexpected promotion. He seemed humble and slightly surprised by the turn of events. Yubin responded curtly, acknowledging their past acquaintance. His tone suggested a long-standing familiarity, hinting at shared history. Kigyu's opponent, still visibly shaken, questioned Yubin's actions, clearly confused by his involvement. Yubin, ignoring her question for the moment, turned his attention back to the defeated woman. He seemed to know her. He revealed that he knew her father, Shin Young-chul, adding another layer of intrigue to the situation. The woman's surprise was palpable. 2 men stood in a brightly lit room, their conversation unfolding. One, with silver hair, stated that he had previously worked as a tutorial guide. The other responded that he had heard many things about the silver-haired man from someone who knew him when he was alive. The silver-haired man seemed surprised, commenting on the connections of a 5-year guide. The conversation continued. A woman with dark hair, dressed in armor, joined them. She admitted that while she wasn't initially certain, a face-to-face meeting confirmed her suspicions. She remembered him from his high school days, noting how much he had grown. Elsewhere, a man wearing sunglasses and a backpack spoke of Yubin, the guide who couldn't level up. He continued, emphasizing that despite his inability to level up, Yubin still helped others grow, finding him cool for that. The armored woman voiced her strong objections. She believed Yubin took away opportunities instead of helping others grow, and she wouldn't let him get qualifications so easily. She suspected he had climbed the ranks through connections. She reiterated her refusal to accept such a situation easily. If he was unqualified, she would fully object. Ideally, she hoped he would at least resemble the guide her father had spoken of. The armored woman's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Her expression then changed to one of surprise and slight blush. Two hands reached out to each other, one dark and one light, against a bright blue sky. Kim Kigyu and a woman with dark hair, wearing what appears to be light armor, stood facing each other. He offered his hand, and she hesitantly took it, her face partially obscured by her hands. "It's been a while," she murmured, a question mark hanging in the air between them. The scene shifted. A man with short brown hair, his face visible only from the chin up, grinned. "Congratulations, bastard. You're now a true ranker," he announced. Another man, older with graying hair and a stern expression, spoke to Kigyu and the first man. "Congratulations. I'll see you again another time," he stated, his tone formal. The older man continued, explaining, "I'll be going ahead since I put off guild work to come here." He gestured towards Kigyu and the woman. "Now, the two of you, please come here. You just need to sign here," he instructed. Kigyu and the woman approached the counter. "Yes, right there. Please write your name properly," a voice directed them. Kigyu hesitated, a slight tremor in his expression. He looked uncertain. The woman, her cheeks flushed, spoke timidly. Can I have?" she began, her voice barely a whisper. She finished her request, her eyes wide with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. "Your phone number?" Kim Kigyu, a player who's been stuck at level 1 for 5 years, stood before a superior, his expression a mixture of nervousness and apprehension. He responded curtly to the other's inquiry. Kigyu's internal anxiety was palpable. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he registered the unsettlingly calm smile of the other man. The contrast between their demeanors was stark. The other man, seemingly unfazed by Kigyu's discomfort, questioned his unusual expression. Kigyu dismissed it, but his companion noted his shyness. The elevator ascended, its indicator light flashing the number 9. Kigyu hesitated, expressing reluctance to go to the tower. He decided instead to speak with his friend, Taeshik. He arrived at the director's office. Kigyu announced his presence outside the director's office, politely asking for entry. A muffled response came from within. He noticed the door was already open, prompting a surprised reaction. Kigyu cautiously entered, questioning Taeshik's absence. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a worried expression, peered cautiously from behind a doorway. His eyes, wide with apprehension, darted around the dimly lit corridor. He whispered a name, barely audible, Taeshik. Kigyu's voice cracked with urgency as he saw his friend, Taeshik, kneeling on the floor, his body trembling. The sight filled Kigyu with alarm. A young man, breathless, burst into a dimly lit office. He called out urgently for someone named Taeshik Young. He found Taeshik Young slumped over a desk, coughing weakly. Concerned, the young man asked if he was all right. Taeshik, clearly shaken, demanded to know what had happened. His face was a mask of confusion and alarm. He was bewildered. Someone had managed to inflict only minor injuries on Taeshik despite his considerable strength. He wondered who could have been responsible for such a feat. The young man suggested poisoning or a surprise attack as possibilities. He noticed an intruder had broken into the association. Taeshik, his eyes wide with dawning horror, whispered the name of the association president. The young man reacted with shock at the mention of the association president. He considered calling him immediately. However, Taeshik stopped him, indicating that such a course of action was unwise. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair, winced as he clutched his jaw. He muttered to himself, "That geezer hit me." He slumped against the office chair, his head bowed low in pain. A colleague, equally young but with darker clothing, rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. "What?" he asked, kneeling beside Kigyu. Later, Kigyu sat alone, nursing a drink. "He thought, that geezer, to think he would hit me for real. I'll sue him one day." His colleague entered, looking apprehensive. Kigyu's internal monologue continued. To think that he could one-sidedly beat someone who can endure the power of death, not even reflect worked on him. "I'm vexed," Kigyu explained to his colleague. "He keeps telling me to meet someone for an arranged marriage. I kept telling him I want to marry someone I like, and then he flung his fist at me." Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and weary eyes, sat slumped in a chair. His expression was one of quiet resignation as he listened. He processed the information slowly. An arranged marriage? He mused that the customs of the wealthy were certainly different. Across the desk, a larger man with a stern face addressed Kigyu. His tone was sharp. Kigyu sighed, rubbing his temples. "It wasn't anything so dramatic," he explained. His father simply disapproved of his son remaining single. The older man's eyes blazed with barely contained anger. He pressed his point, questioning whether Kigyu's prospective spouse even liked him. Kigyu turned to another matter, his voice softer this time. He asked his brother about his well-being. His brother, clearly stressed, responded that he was overwhelmed with work. He accused Kigyu of teasing him in his current state. The brother confessed his worries about his family's safety due to the Iron Guild's activities. He explained that he felt compelled to protect his mother, even during simple errands. Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat at his desk, pushing away a colleague who tried to interrupt him. "I'm not busy," Kigyu insisted, his voice firm. "All I got is time." Kigyu continued his work, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself. The association still gets its job done even if I'm not here, and if gathering all my vacation days isn't enough, then I'll make it happen even if I have to beat up that geezer. His colleague, looking slightly exasperated, replied, "All right, then I'll leave it to you, Hyung." The scene shifted to Kigyu and his colleague in a more formal office setting. His colleague, standing, addressed him. "Just sit down for now." Kigyu, however, had another matter on his mind. "Oh, this isn't what I came here to say. I wanted to continue our previous conversation about the Iron Guild." His colleague responded, "Hm, it'll be officially announced tonight." He continued, explaining they've already finished most of the procedures and already secured a guild building. Kigyu reacted with relief. Then that means there's no chance of it falling through. Kigyu then posed a crucial question. What about the IPA's response? The International Players Association, or IPA, maintains a strict non-intervention policy in player conflicts. However, this policy doesn't prevent them from getting involved in matters that affect every country's player association. Two figures sat in a dimly lit room, discussing a pressing issue. One of them, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, stated that the problem stemmed from the INVINCIBLE Guild. His companion agreed, pointing out the INVINCIBLE Guild's unexpected support for the Iron Guild's new branch. A group of individuals, presumably members of the INVINCIBLE Guild, were shown in the background, their faces obscured by shadow. Based on their intel, the INVINCIBLE Guild appeared to be planning to withdraw their support once the Iron Guild branch was established. However, the most concerning aspect was the lack of prior interaction between the two guilds. The discussion then shifted to the unusual relationship between the two guild leaders. The two guild leaders in question were identified as Iron Shield and Lee Seon-ho. Their images were displayed, back-to-back, suggesting a close, but possibly strained relationship. It was speculated that a secret agreement existed between them. The man with dark hair from the earlier scene pondered the implications of this revelation, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered the word, "What?" to himself, clearly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. A man, his face etched with weariness, sat at his desk, a half-empty water bottle beside him. He considered the suggestion, a grim determination in his eyes. "Take revenge," the words echoed in his mind. He conceded, "I won't deny that this is a golden opportunity, but I can't recommend it." He continued, explaining his reservations to his visitor. "There's still too many risks." The younger man, his gaze intense, considered the manager's words. His thoughts were focused and determined. "It just so happens to be right now," he mused. He spoke, his voice low but firm. "And the manager happens to be..." The young man's eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on him. He understood the implications. "They're definitely aiming for me," he concluded. His resolve hardened. He made his decision. "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to take them head on." His eyes burned with a newfound intensity. He would not be deterred. "I'll be erasing those risks one by one during that time," he vowed. News headlines flashed across the screen, reporting on the Iron Guild's controversial expansion into Korea. The Korean Player Association remained silent on the matter. Online comments reflected the public's divided opinions on the Iron Guild's actions and Rogers Han's involvement. The debate raged on. Public outcry filled the digital forums. 3 hours prior, one post screamed, "How can you welcome this, you and G pigs?" 2 hours later, another warned, "Don't you know that people are scarier than monsters? How can you be happy bringing outsiders with weapons into our hometown?" A more recent post demanded answers from the association, questioning their complicity in the situation. And finally, one user expressed a surprisingly different sentiment. "I want to believe in Rogers Han's mustache." Kigyu, a young man with a thoughtful expression, observed, "The word guild has a friendly nuance to it, but in actuality, it's a military force." He continued his explanation, pointing out the complexities of the situation. Some welcomed the guilds, seeing them as a deterrent to potential threats. However, others strongly opposed the presence of a foreign military force within their borders. Kigyu and his companion stood together. His companion asked, "Looking at rancor, Kigyu?" Kigyu subtly corrected him, "Just news. Please stop emphasizing the word rancor." The two men walked through a devastated city. Kigyu's companion commented on their meeting place, noting that his sense for choosing locations isn't bad. Kigyu simply replied, "Same as always." The scene showed a city reduced to rubble, a stark reminder of a recent break. Kigyu's companion reflected on their unusual meeting location, muttering, "He chose this place of all places." Two figures stood amidst the rubble of a city, their conversation a low murmur against the backdrop of destruction. One, sharply dressed in a suit, declared, "This is definitely the place." The other, more casually attired, sighed, "But he's late." The suited man checked his watch, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. He responded, "It can't be helped. We're the desperate ones, after all." His gaze shifted, a subtle change in his expression hinting at a new development. Suddenly, the man in the suit straightened, his eyes widening. "He's here," he stated, a note of relief in his voice. The scene shifted. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, spoke in a low, determined voice. "My revenge 3 months from now." The camera pulled back, revealing a desolate cityscape. A lone figure, Kim Kigyu, stood amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. From a distance, the two men from earlier watched Kigyu approach. Kigyu, approaching the pair, offered a simple apology. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, urgently sought a contact. Meanwhile, another player, Go Hyungcheol, was the subject of a warning. Associating with him was deemed unwise. The warning continued, emphasizing the need for caution. Kigyu, however, despite his reservations stemming from a past incident involving Hyungcheol, needed access to Hyungcheol's network. He made his intentions clear. He wanted to speak directly with Go Hyungcheol. His intermediary, however, explained that Hyungcheol only accepted commissions through him, citing the high risks involved in the case. Kigyu pressed for a meeting, but his request was denied. The intermediary reiterated that all commissions were handled through him, and the decision to accept them rested solely with him. Kigyu and his intermediary stood in silence, considering their next steps. Two men stood amidst the cityscape, the air thick with tension. One, sharply dressed in a suit, leaned in conspiratorially, his voice low. "It's too dangerous," he warned. "If your plans get leaked." The other man, clad in a more casual jacket, met his gaze unflinchingly. His eyes, the focus of the image, held a steely determination. He remained resolute. "It's all right," he replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. The scene shifted. A third man, similarly suited, stood beside the first. A fourth, younger, with blonde hair, approached them confidently. "I'll tell you about the compensation first," the young man announced. 5 billion up front. If you bring me the information I want, I'll give you 10 billion. The young man's face, framed by glasses, showed intense concentration. He continued, his voice thoughtful. "And the contents of the commission?" The man in the jacket responded, "Information gathering. While the Iron Guild was establishing the Korean branch, it is highly likely that they made some sort of deal with the INVINCIBLE Guild." The young man's eyes widened in understanding. He was clearly processing this new information. He looked up, a sudden urgency in his expression. "Please gather that information for me." The suited men exchanged glances. The young man's request was met with a firm refusal. "The commission is declined," one of them stated. "No matter how high the compensation is, we can't risk our lives." The young man, alone now, walked away. His shoulders slumped slightly, but his expression was resolute. "I'll pretend as if I never heard about this." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was being pursued, the ground trembling beneath the force of his pursuer's approach. His pursuer unleashed a powerful attack, a blast of energy that sent Kigyu sprawling. But Kigyu was not defenseless. A surge of blue energy enveloped his hand, a sign of his newly discovered ability to link with egos and enhance his stats. He braced himself, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. His pursuer, a figure shrouded in shadow, landed before him. "Did you think I'd let you go so easily?" the figure sneered. Kigyu, using his newfound power, attempted to escape. But his pursuer was faster, more powerful. "You arrived freely, but leaving is a different story," the figure said, intercepting Kigyu's escape. The pursuer's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "And stop acting," he commanded. Kigyu, confused and sweating, could only stammer, "What are you talking about?" Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself. His usually calm demeanor was replaced by a grimace of exertion as he prepared for impact. He was thrown back by a powerful blow, the force sending him sprawling across the ground. Dust and debris swirled around him as he struggled to regain his footing. Amidst the chaos of a city under siege, a figure stood silhouetted against the smoke and dust. It was Kigyu, his expression grim. He addressed his unseen opponent, his voice laced with a quiet intensity. "I suffered a lot last time, thanks to you. So, I have a bit of a grudge against you." Kigyu's eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, a sinister energy crackling around him. He smirked, a chilling expression that belied his usual, gentle nature. He issued a curt command, "Go, Hyungcheol SSI." The credits rolled, a stark white backdrop against a black screen, listing the names of those who brought this story to life. First, the artist, Park Jong-jae, whose skill brought the world to vibrant form. Then, the author, Gabinji, the architect of this tale. The colorists, Kang Soo-min and Jang Hyun-suk, painted the scenes with vivid hues. The background artists, Seo Jong-won and Ju Jae-min, crafted the environments with meticulous detail. Finally, Studio Kit, the production house that brought it all together. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, stood amidst the rubble of a ruined city. He'd spent those years guiding others through the lower levels of the tower, a testament to his perseverance despite his stagnant progress. Now, however, a new opportunity presented itself, a chance to finally break through his limitations. A man in a suit approached him, suggesting a simple conversation. Kigyu, however, was not in the mood for pleasantries. A surge of purple energy crackled around his eyes, a visible manifestation of his newly discovered ability to link with egos and enhance his stats. He stood defiantly, ready to confront whatever challenge lay ahead. The intensity of the energy was palpable. It spoke of a power he had only just begun to understand. His expression hardened, reflecting the determination to overcome the obstacles that had plagued him for so long. He clenched his fist, the purple energy intensifying. A silent scream escaped him, a testament to the pent-up frustration and the sudden surge of power. With a sudden, violent movement, Kigyu ripped a piece of his clothing, revealing a metallic glove beneath. This was no ordinary garment. It was a tool, a conduit for his newfound abilities. A choked sound escaped him as he struggled to control the raw power coursing through his veins. The man in the suit watched, his expression unreadable. He slammed his foot down, the ground trembling beneath the force of his newfound strength. The confrontation had escalated. The other man, clearly agitated, challenged Kigyu, questioning his actions. Kigyu's patience had run out. He would not tolerate any further provocation. Kim Kigyu stood defiantly amidst the rubble, his posture radiating skepticism. A sharply dressed man, his superior, Go Hyungcheol, addressed him, as expected of a ranker, Go Hyungcheol Sasai. Kigyu retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm not Go Hyungcheol Nim." Hyungcheol remained unmoved, his expression unwavering. "Stop feigning ignorance," he stated, his tone firm and dismissive. A close-up revealed a purple energy emanating from Hyungcheol's eyes, focusing intently on Kigyu. The name Go Hyungcheol pulsed with the same violet light. The violet energy intensified, engulfing Kigyu. Hyungcheol's voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of certainty. "I have my ways of knowing." The purple energy continued to surge, obscuring Kigyu's features. A transition to a different scene occurred. A digital display showed a message. "One day ago, the ego Lu has completed his awakening as the ruler of the demonic arts." Kigyu, now alone, reacted to the message with a mix of surprise and concern. "This came up now? I completely forgot about this with all this stuff happening in my life. Looks like it wasn't completed when he awakened." Kim Kigyu sat hunched over his laptop, a slight frown etching itself onto his features. His master had been unusually busy, leaving Kigyu to his own devices. A quiet hum emanated from the device, a faint glow illuminating his face. He glanced down at his hands, then back at the screen. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. "Do you feel any different?" he wondered, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at an internal change. A voice, calm yet authoritative, broke the silence. "For now, a portion of your demonic eye ability should have opened, since being the ruler of the demonic encompasses all that is demonic." Kigyu's brow furrowed deeper. Confusion clouded his features as he murmured, "Demonic eye? What's that?" His surprise quickly morphed into indignation. "This was a demonic eye. Why are you just telling me this now?" The response was curt and dismissive. "You didn't ask, and I wasn't sure at first." The unseen speaker continued, explaining the rarity of such an event. "A human usually can't get something like a demonic eye so easily. I don't know what that woman who calls herself the Demon King pulled." A new character, a woman with long, dark hair, appeared in Kigyu's thoughts. Her expression was one of intense curiosity and suspicion. The question hung heavy in the air. Who is she to have such power? The narration shifted to a description of the demonic eye's abilities. "Anyway, a demonic eye is an eye that sees through the true nature of all things." The low hum of the server room filled the air as two figures, Kim Kigyu and an unseen companion, discussed the system's capabilities. Kigyu's companion pointed out that not all of the system's power had been unlocked yet, but that it was possible to see someone's name within the system. Kigyu, intrigued, mused that having something like a death note would be incredibly useful. His companion, however, questioned what a death note was. Dismissing the question, Kigyu explained that it was nothing more than an information window. Suddenly, a detailed profile appeared on the screen. It displayed the stats of someone named Lu, a high-level player with impressive abilities and a title, ruler of all demonic swords and the demonic arts. Kigyu reacted with a mixture of awe and disbelief. His companion simply scoffed. Kigyu pondered the implications of Lu's profile, specifically the demonic arts ability. He wondered aloud if this meant he could grant skills like Rain's Wound Aggravation, Hermes' Haste, and Oberon's Force. His companion confirmed that he could grant skills matching the ego's characteristics. Suggesting a practical test, The companion urged Kigyu to try it out on his gloves. Kigyu focused his intent, initiating the process. The word binding appeared, signifying the start of the skill transfer. A surge of dark energy erupted from Kigyu's gloves as the binding skill took effect, its power visually represented by swirling purple energy. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, unleashed a sudden burst of crimson energy. His usually unremarkable abilities seemed to surge with newfound power, surprising his 2 adversaries. One of Kigyu's opponents, a man in a sharp suit, watched with narrowed eyes. He muttered to his companion, questioning the nature of Kigyu's unexpected skill. The other man, addressed as Hyungcha Sasai, tightened his grip on Kigyu, who was now bound by dark, ethereal cords. Hyungcha Sasai warned Kigyu, emphasizing the finality of the situation. Hyungcha Sasai's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, a clear sign of his own formidable abilities. His warning hung heavy in the air. Hyungcha Sasai's gaze sharpened as he realized the source of Kigyu's power. He accused Kigyu of having made contact with the Demon King. Kigyu, seemingly overwhelmed, began to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. The ethereal cords snapped, and Kigyu's form vanished completely, leaving only a faint trail of smoke. Hyungcha Sasai's eyes, now glowing a menacing crimson, reflected the intensity of his anger and suspicion. A sharply dressed man, his expression serious, stood amidst a swirling mist. He declared, "I'll listen to what you have to say." Across from him, a more casually dressed man observed, "This appearance of yours is much nicer." The casually dressed man continued, suggesting a business proposition. "A commission? No, a better word is for it." The setting was a desolate cityscape, the remnants of a past destruction visible all around. The sharply dressed man proposed, "Let us compromise on the conditions a little." He offered a sum, 5 billion up front, and 10 billion upon success. The other man countered, "That's not enough. My life isn't that cheap." The sharply dressed man pressed further, "Didn't you just try to run away with my information? Let's call it even with that. There's the masked rancor case as well." The casually dressed man pondered, "Hichem, then what can I give you?" He finally spoke, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He stated his terms, "About your relationship with the Demon King, and about the power of the demonic eye. Is that really all you want?" A man in a sharp suit sat on a chair, his expression serious. He was clearly waiting, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He spoke, his voice low but firm, "If you say so." The man continued, a glint of something unnatural in his eye. He revealed his identity. "I am the Demon King's disciple, and this demonic eye has the ability to see through the true nature of a subject." He scrutinized his counterpart, his gaze unwavering. His judgment was swift. "You don't seem to be lying." The suited man nodded, accepting the transaction. He confirmed, "I've received the payment. I will accept the commission as well. I'll come find you when I obtain the information." A faint, ethereal smoke swirled around him as he spoke, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. His words hung in the air. "I'll come find you when I obtain the information." Meanwhile, 2 other figures observed from a distance. One of them questioned the other's trust in the Demon King's disciple. "He doesn't even doubt Master's words? He might have a skill for it." The second man chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. He summarized the meeting. "What a hectic meeting. But it also went a lot smoother than I expected." "You're right, huh? Then, shall we move on to the next location?" The second man stated his intentions. "I'd like to wrap up everything that I can finish by today." A towering skyscraper pierced the clouds, bathed in sunlight. It was a symbol of power and ambition. The sign on the door read, "President Room." Inside, a conversation was already underway. A man with graying hair and a stern expression sat behind a large desk. He had heard about the mercenary situation, specifically his desire for revenge. He explained that while he sympathized, assisting with such a request was beyond his capabilities. However, he would turn a blind eye to the mercenaries' actions, given their shared understanding and the significant burden the branch office incident placed on the association. The mercenary, a younger man with dark hair, clarified that he preferred to call his actions preemptive countermeasures, as those who wronged him would undoubtedly target him. He then made one final request. The older man, intrigued, questioned the nature of this request. The mercenary's request was audacious: to alter the schedules of the Iron Guild branch office's civilian staff, making it impossible for rival guilds to approach. The older man was taken aback, questioning if the mercenary intended to take on the entire branch office in Seoul, home to one of the world's top 10 guilds. The mercenary's expression hardened as he confirmed his intentions. An older man with graying hair and a well-trimmed beard sat in a plush armchair, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He hummed softly, considering something. Across from him, a younger man with dark hair and intense eyes explained, "The association isn't all-powerful. Information regulation to that extent isn't easy." He continued, "As long as a break doesn't happen somewhere, that is. Are you saying that it's possible if a break occurs?" The older man responded, his expression hardening. "You're saying that as if you can cause a break." He leaned back, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. His gaze drifted to the window. A voiceover explained, "There have been several attempts to weaponize breaks, but to no success. The scene shifted to a group of armed soldiers and scientists observing a swirling purple vortex. The voiceover continued. That isn't a power that one individual should have. The younger man, startled, muttered, He looked back at the older man and stated, I can do something similar. A close-up on a man's intense gaze. His face is partially obscured by shadows, but his eyes, narrowed and sharp, speak volumes. A single thought hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. The scene shifts to a modern, brightly lit apartment. A man, his features still indistinct, speaks, his voice laced with a chilling determination. I'd like to take that power away from you if I could. Outside, the sun sets over a sprawling cityscape. The man from the apartment, now identified as someone named Hyung-cheol, reflects on his limited time. He thinks, I've only been given 3 months of time. I need to move as quickly as possible. He continues his internal monologue, explaining his actions. He's left his previous location to investigate any potential threats. He's also secured assistance from an unnamed organization. Hyung-cheol stands in an elevator, his expression thoughtful. He reflects on the support he's received, a small amount of assistance from the association. Someone unseen presses him to retrieve a mysterious death note. Hyung-cheol, however, firmly refuses, noting the other's unervingly good memory. Hyung-cheol walks down a corridor, his thoughts turning inward. He acknowledges his current limitations. Even with his ability to control a gate, it's not enough. His self-doubt intensifies, culminating in a moment of despair. He questions his own usefulness, muttering, Am I useless? Oh shit. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, explained his predicament to Brunhard. The gate, he stressed, would grow stronger with each crystal it consumed, and this presented a significant challenge. Kigyu dismissed his previous statement as a joke, but the gravity of the situation remained. He faced an opponent from one of the 10 great guilds, a formidable foe. He stood before a door, his back to the viewer, contemplating the challenge ahead. Even if he grew stronger in the coming months, Kigyu knew he couldn't face them alone. He quietly opened the door and stepped into an office, muttering an apology for the intrusion. Papers scattered as he entered, the sound of rustling filling the air. Kigyu explained that the association couldn't directly assist him in battle. He was alone, having sent all the guild employees home. He needed a force capable of overcoming the sheer number of his opponents. Kigyu apologized for the disruption, but Yu Siku, a prominent figure, assured him it was unnecessary. Everyone knew of his busy schedule. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, chuckled nervously as he reviewed his notes. He mused that it had been a while since he'd made any progress, but quickly corrected himself. It hadn't been a while at all. His plan was audacious, to create an allied force. He looked up, his gaze sharp and determined. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. What was his plan, exactly? Kigyu's expression hardened as he revealed his intention to assemble a fighting force that would stand by his side. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a weary expression, sat across from a sharply dressed older man in a well-lit office. The older man, his hair neatly silvered, listened intently. He explained that he had heard of similar events, but this was the first time he'd learned the full details. Kigyu, however, dismissed it as not a particularly good story. The older man pressed him, asking what he planned to do. Kigyu remained silent for a moment, his arms crossed, before responding. The older man continued, explaining that their guild owed Kigyu a significant debt and wished to repay him with any favor he desired. Kigyu acknowledged the debt, but stated that the situation was too dangerous. He clarified that he wasn't there as a friend, but to propose a solution. The discussion turned to the various interests that would arise from the Iron Guild's branch office disappearing. The majority of those interests would be transferred to the Kane Guild through the association. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat calmly. He reflected, to be honest, this is an obvious outcome. If I had to attach another condition. Across the desk, his superior, a man with short, graying hair, looked up, clearly surprised. He uttered a single, questioning syllable. Kigyu continued, pointing a finger for emphasis. If the Kane Guild ever needs me for something, I will do you one favor, whatever it is, without question. The superior's expression shifted. He thought, to think you'd set yourself as the proposal condition. How arrogant you become, master. Kigyu, his face hardening, snapped back, shut up. The superior observed Kigyu, a hint of concern in his eyes. He mused, it feels like yesterday, when he was trembling from just one goblin. He then smiled. That's quite a charming proposal. What will we be doing exactly? Do we have to fight the guild members of the Iron Guild branch office? Kigyu stood, his back to the camera, though I can't decide on such a large matter alone. He continued, I'll be able to persuade the executives with this much. We'll review this proposal of yours. Morningstar Dash. Kim Kigyu and Arachnim concluded their business with a handshake. Arachnim, his silver hair catching the light, stated he would be waiting for a satisfactory response. Kigyu let out a small, barely audible chuckle. A tremor ran through him. He quickly composed himself, muttering that they shouldn't embarrass themselves. The scene shifted to Suwon City, Gyeonggi Province. Two figures stood before a small, unassuming container near a public park. One of them checked his phone, noting that someone was late. The latecomer was identified as Kim Gi, also known as Morningstar Nim. He was described as being a bit late that day. A portly man in a crisp white shirt and tie checked his watch, a slight frown furrowing his brow. It hasn't even been an hour since he entered. His gaze drifted toward a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, a B-rank gate materializing before him. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed the gate's sudden appearance. The lower half of another man's face, clean-shaven and serious, was visible, his expression unreadable. From the gate, a young man emerged, his teal sneakers stained with blood, his breath ragged. He was Kim Kigyu, his dark hair slightly disheveled, his face smudged with grime and blood. He let out a weary sigh. The portly man approached Kigyu, his earlier concern replaced with a look of impressed appraisal. "Great job, master." Kigyu grimaced, wiping blood from his face. "Ugh, monster blood is so sticky. I guess your fighting skills are passable now." 3 men stood waiting, observing Kigyu's arrival. One of them spoke. He went inside by himself, right? It takes a guild several days to clear. Huh, is this your first time seeing a mercenary? Have you come to pick me up? A question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory. Are you not selling the crystal this time either? 2 figures, one in a sharp suit and the other in more casual attire, exchanged a brief, silent transaction. The casually dressed man responded, "Of course. I'll use the clear reward money to buy crystals as well. I'll be eating it all." The man, his face streaked with grime and blood, stretched his arms overhead with a groan. "Now, then, where's the next gate?" He flexed his fingers, a grim smile playing on his lips. A pair of hands appeared, crossing each other in front of him. "Isn't one?" A sharply dressed man, his expression smug and self-satisfied, addressed him. "You've cleared all the gates that the association provided you with." The man in casual attire looked surprised. The suited man continued. "Now there isn't a single intractable gate along the entire Korean peninsula." His face fell. "Oh, really? Hing, then I can't eat any more crystals?" The suited man responded dismissively. "Get greedier after you eat what you already have." He sighed, a hint of dejection in his voice. Then I'll go home for now and wash myself." He touched his bloodied face, a look of weary resignation settling upon his features. The Han River in Seoul glowed with the colors of a setting sun. A proposition hung in the air, casual yet significant. "Shall we go for a beer?" A gloved hand reached for a can of beer, the metallic tab yielding to its grip with a satisfying asterisk click start. 2 figures sat on a park bench, sharing their drinks. One, in a business suit, spoke first. "Now there are only 2 months left." The suited man continued, his question directed at his companion. "What are you planning on doing for the remaining 2 months?" His companion shrugged, replying, "I'm not sure." The man in casual explained his lack of plans. "I don't plan on going out of my way to buy gates or go overseas to get crystals." He then offered a more feasible alternative. "I guess it's not a bad idea to try getting them in the tower." He took another sip of his drink, adding, "I haven't completely absorbed all the power I obtained either." The suited man responded reassuringly, "Well, 2 months shouldn't just fly by while I take care of a bunch of things." His companion agreed, "They should." The suited man concluded with a show of confidence. "I believe you will do your best." The suited man pondered, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then spoke, "Oh right, didn't that person say he was going to meet with you?" His companion responded, "He probably appeared behind us while we were talking like this." The suited man nodded in agreement, recalling a previous encounter. "He did the same when we first met, and after that, he did it 3 more times, every time we made contact." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat across from a sharply dressed man. Kigyu had just demonstrated a new skill, and the man commented, "Like that." The scene shifted to Kigyu's hand, from which a swirling vortex of white energy emanated. This was the source of his newfound power. A close-up revealed the man's intense gaze, one red eye gleaming with interest. The man, clearly impressed, spoke. "To think you saw through my stealth again. You surprise me every single time." Kigyu responded, his tone light. "The way you speak is so strange every time. Why the informal speech all of a sudden?" The man explained, "You spoke informally from the start. It got on my nerves after I thought about it. Also, we're the same age." He took a drink from a can. "Well, all right. It's not that important." The man continued, "Your magic power sensitivity is abnormal. It's all thanks to me." Kigyu replied, Yeah, you rock." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, was being questioned by his superior. His superior pressed him, demanding more sincerity in his report. Kigyu, his expression grim, responded that his last 3 attempts to gather information had been unsuccessful. His superior, confused, asked for clarification. Kigyu explained that he had been tasked with investigating the severed leg of Iron Shield, a high-ranking player, and that his efforts had yielded nothing. The scene shifted to a meeting between Kigyu and his employers. The mission was explained, to uncover the relationship between 2 of the world's top guilds. The difficulty of the task was emphasized. Kigyu was asked if he had any leads. He confirmed that he did, but admitted that he needed to be honest about the situation. He stated that he would be leaving the case after providing the information he had gathered. His superior questioned the reliability of his information. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Kigyu began his explanation, starting with a rumor circulating about Lee Xianho, a prominent figure. He revealed that Lee Xianho had been injured while clearing the tower. A figure, clad in dark, imposing armor, stood silhouetted against a backdrop of crimson energy. The scene pulsed with an ominous energy. Elsewhere, a man in a sharp suit observed the scene from a distance, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, "I don't know exactly what kind of injury it is, but I hear it's quite a crisis." And so, the man's thoughts continued. "I hear he needs an elixir." The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, a single door glowing with an ethereal light, the only source of illumination in the otherwise dark space. The man's face filled the frame, his brow furrowed in thought. He mused, "The last known place an elixir came out of is the Labyrinth of Heroin." His thoughts continued. "If information about me and the Demon King hasn't been leaked, it's natural to deduce that the Iron Guild, who participated in the subjugation, obtained an elixir." Two figures, one with blonde hair and the other with brown, stood together, their expressions serious. The blonde-haired man questioned, "A deal?" The brown-haired man responded, "No, even if it's Iron Shield, he can't do such a thing with Lee Xianho as his opponent. And in the first place, Lee Xianho wouldn't fall for something like that." A woman with long purple hair held a vial of dark liquid, glowing with purple energy. She stated, "Then this deal involves the Demon King." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat alone, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, recognizing the severity of his current predicament. The injury he sustained required an elixir for proper healing. His thoughts turned inward, focusing on the peculiar nature of the elixirs and their effect on his body. He realized that to utilize the elixir's restorative properties, a specific condition must be met. The condition was clear. His vessel, his physical form, must be damaged before the elixir could effectively reconstitute it. Kigyu's face reflected his internal conflict. He recalled past experiences with elixirs, confirming the necessity of this precondition. He knew that to heal, he must first be wounded. He raised a vial to his lips, a grim determination etched on his face. The elixir's effect was simple: reconstitution of the vessel. The implication hung heavy in the air. To heal, he must willingly damage himself. His gaze hardened, contemplating the necessity of a damaged vessel. Meanwhile, Kigyu's thoughts drifted to a more pressing matter. He considered the importance of meeting the Demon King, a powerful figure who had summoned him. A conversation with an associate revealed the Demon King's instructions. The Demon King had requested a meeting once Kigyu cleared the 50th floor. His associate warned him of the difficulty, even for someone of his abilities. Kigyu, seemingly lost in thought, was addressed by his associate. His associate, Brunhart, inquired about Kigyu's well-being, noticing a change in his demeanor. Kigyu's response was immediate and unexpected. Kigyu, overwhelmed, confessed to feeling satiated, unable to absorb any more energy. The scene shifted to reveal two figures diligently working, their actions hinting at the source of Kigyu's unusual state. Two figures in skeletal masks stood amidst a blizzard of purple crystals. One, wielding a shovel, addressed the other. "What did I tell you? You should get greedier once you eat it all." The crystals shattered, cascading down like a purple waterfall. A man with dark hair and a serious expression sighed. "I can't eat anymore." "Well, let's put aside the things that we can't even answer." He turned to another figure, partially obscured, and asked, "And shall we go do something else?" A glowing blue crystal pendant was shown, accompanied by a digital display. Rain, level 51, STR 19, DX 25, STA 67, MG 25, skills, accessorize, magic power recovery, wound aggravation. A message appeared on a digital interface. Please choose the main ego. The dark-haired man held the pendant, stating, synthesis. The main ego is Rain. Another message appeared. Please choose the sub-ego. A powerful energy surge emanated from the crystal as a voice announced, the synthesis will begin. A brilliant flash of light erupted, illuminating a stark, metallic chamber. The air crackled with energy, leaving an echoing silence in its wake. The camera panned across the stormy skies above Incheon International Airport. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. The image shifted to show a sprawling airport terminal, the words "Establishment of the Iron Guild Branch Office, D-Day" emblazoned across the screen. The establishment of the Iron Guild's branch office, D-Day. The scene shifts to Incheon International Airport, a bustling hub of activity. A group of armored figures marches purposefully through the airport. One of them observes, "So this is Lee Xianho's country." Another, a red-haired man with a confident smirk, retorts, "Who cares? I just want to fight already." A blonde woman, part of the group, looks on with a pensive expression. Below, a large crowd of similarly armored individuals awaits. The camera focuses on the assembled group. Their leader, a stern-faced man in teal armor, requests, "Please give us a comment." Questions are posed. What will your operation policy be like from now on? What is Iron Shield Nim doing right now? The teal-armored leader's eye, sharp and calculating, is shown in close-up. Amidst the flashing cameras and clamor of the crowd, a tense exchange unfolded. A man, his face etched with disdain, scoffed at another, his words dripping with contempt. "Tisich, how dare you treat me as one of your own, just because we have the same skin color?" He spat out his retort, his arrogance palpable. "I'm more superior than the likes of you." The scene shifted. A young girl, clutching a vibrant flower wreath, stood before a towering figure in gleaming silver armor. Nearby, other figures equally imposing stood guard. Her voice, though small, carried a plea. "Please, protect Korea." The armored figure's gaze hardened. A flicker of something dark crossed his features. His lips tightened, a grim determination settling upon his face. The girl watched him, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension. She stammered, her uncertainty evident. A man in a suit gently lifted the girl, his words a quiet reassurance. "Up you go." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "It's the association president," someone exclaimed, the words swallowed by the flash of cameras. The president, a distinguished older man with a neatly trimmed beard, beamed down at his young granddaughter, who was adorning him with a floral wreath. Branch Manager Rogers Hahn, standing beside them, received a pointed critique. "Branch Manager Rogers Hahn, you lack showmanship." The president's granddaughter, seemingly unfazed by the criticism, tilted her head. "What's wrong with accepting a necklace like this?" The president, however, seemed less amused. He looked at two imposing figures in shining armor standing behind him. "The Korean Players Association president. He's not someone I can just kick around." One of the armored figures, his face etched with displeasure, observed the scene. "Why are there so many civilians in an official area?" The president chuckled, his gaze sharp. "It looks like the Korean branch manager of the Iron Guild doesn't know how to judge someone's competence." The armored figure scoffed. "What problems could a child like this possibly cause?" Suddenly, a swift, powerful blow landed, sending the armored figure sprawling. The president's expression hardened. A blur of motion, a leg sweeps through the air, scattering the flowers from the wreath. Kim Kigyu, a man whose weathered face spoke of years spent battling unseen foes, stood amidst the bustling clamor of a city terminal. He clutched a bouquet of flowers, his expression a mixture of grim determination and reluctant acceptance. He muttered to himself, "I'll gratefully accept it." A moment later, a different scene unfolded. An older man, his features sharp and his eyes gleaming with shrewd intelligence, held a young girl in his arms. He addressed Kigyu, suggesting, "You should say that to this little lady." The older man continued, explaining that the Players Association had prepared a welcoming ceremony for Kigyu and hoped he would attend. Suddenly, Kigyu's calm demeanor shattered. A violent outburst erupted as he cursed, "Those fucking monkeys!" His rage was palpable, a stark contrast to his previous composure. He was clearly reacting to something unseen, his actions suggesting a sudden and unexpected attack. A voice, calm and collected, cut through the chaos. "Who? Head to the branch right away." Kigyu, still visibly shaken, found himself inside a vehicle. A woman's voice questioned him. "You're not going to the Korean Association?" He received a curt reply from his companion. "There's no need for us to comply with them. Tell them that the inspection of the branch building comes first." Kigyu simply responded, "I understand." The vehicle sped away, leaving the city behind. The name Kim Kigyu was mentioned, but most information about him remained restricted. This was understandable, given his association with the Demon King. However, one individual dismissed this as irrelevant. A file appeared on a screen, displaying information about Kim Giju's family, including his sister, Kim Yu-young. The individual, seemingly pleased with this easy access to information, smirked. He wondered what Kim Giju's reaction would be upon seeing his family's corpses. Meanwhile, their vehicles arrived at their destination. The individual, slightly confused, questioned the unusual quietness of the area. He noted that a main street should be nearby. The unsettling silence persisted, prompting further concern. A cacophony of alarms blared, the city's warning system screeching in a desperate plea. A stern-faced officer, his features etched with grim determination, addressed the panicking crowd. Beside him, a sinister figure with glowing eyes grinned, relishing the chaos. "Ordinary citizens, please evacuate immediately." "This is not a drill," the officer announced, his voice cutting through the din. The message was repeated, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A gate break had occurred. The evacuation and blockade were nearly complete. A calm voice reported over a secure channel. He received confirmation. "You can begin soon." The response was simple. "Understood." The man, surrounded by guards, sat alone on a street, a chilling finality in his voice as he spoke into his phone. "This is the last time I will contact you." A command was issued. Jamming field, activate. A powerful energy surged, engulfing the city in a blinding wave of light and energy. The call ended. The individual, their hand clad in a black glove, lowered their phone. Kim Kigyu stood defiantly amidst a crowd of other players, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He was surrounded by a group of players in varying levels of armor, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A hush fell over the crowd as a shimmering portal opened in the city's heart, its ethereal glow illuminating the urban landscape. Kigyu watched intently as the portal pulsed with energy. He felt a familiar thrill, a mixture of excitement and trepidation. With a determined stride, he began to approach the gateway, his back to the onlookers. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. He stepped through the shimmering veil, leaving the familiar city behind. The scene shifted dramatically. He found himself facing a legion of skeletal warriors, their armor tarnished and their eyes empty sockets. The army of undead pressed in on him, their movements stiff yet menacing. Kigyu remained calm, his expression unreadable as he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. A faint glow emanated from his wrist, hinting at the power he was about to unleash. A wave of raw power erupted from the figure, cloaked in shadow, a skull-like mask obscuring its face. The energy pulsed with an ethereal blue light, crackling with barely contained might. The figure, astride a spectral steed, ascended, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The creature's form was obscured by shadow, but its power was undeniable. It landed heavily, the impact shaking the very ground beneath it. Dust billowed around the mysterious figure, momentarily obscuring its form. Before the dust settled, a voice, deep and resonant, cut through the air. "I greet the great master." The words hung heavy with respect, or perhaps fear. From above, a curt reply echoed down. "Yeah." Below, a large group of figures stood in formation, their faces grim. One, distinct from the rest, addressed them. "You already know the plan, right?" Another figure, his arm marked with a red band, explained, "The ones with a red band on their arm are allies, and the rest are enemies." He continued, his voice tight with anticipation. "The moment you meet an enemy." His face, etched with grim determination, held a silent promise of violence. Kim Kigyu stood amidst a throng of soldiers, his expression grim. A fallen foe lay at his feet, the remnants of a powerful energy still crackling in the air. "By your order," one of the soldiers stated, their voice barely a whisper. Elsewhere, a man with silver hair barked orders. He addressed his troops with urgency. Then, "Everyone, get into position. I'm counting on you to follow the plan." The silver-haired man watched Kigyu's actions from a distance, a mixture of awe and concern etched on his face. He muttered to himself, he really caused a break. His gaze fell upon the defeated skeletons, their unnatural strength still a mystery. He pondered aloud. How can each of those mere skeletons look so strong? The energies that the Lich and the Dullahan give off are rank-grade. Another man, observing the scene, commented, as expected of player Kim Kigyu. He always exceeds expectations. A younger man, visibly nervous, questioned, are we really going to face off against the Iron Guild branch? Seanpil is participating too. 1 month prior, the scene shifts to a coffee shop. The silver-haired man from earlier is shown again, his expression serious. He states, the Child Guild. Kim Kigyu, a player known for his struggles to level up, sat pensively. His thoughts drifted to the Morningstar Guild, a powerful force in the tower. Across the table, 3 figures from the Morningstar Guild proposed an alliance with Kigyu. Kigyu, surprised, questioned the proposal and the reason for their meeting. One of the guild members explained that their bond strengthened after a recent Guardian subjugation. Another member added that their conversations about Kigyu had brought them closer, crediting him for their newfound camaraderie. Intrigued, Kigyu asked about the alliance's purpose. A guild member began to explain the situation, starting from the recent retirement of their guild leader. He revealed that he had been appointed as the new guild leader. Kigyu offered his belated congratulations. The new guild leader thanked him. He continued explaining that discussions about an alliance with Kigyu and another player, Kim Seanpil, arose naturally. They believed that such an alliance would benefit everyone involved. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat across from 2 other players. He explained, so we decided to all meet here. Kigyu continued, expressing his apprehension, I appreciate your high evaluation of me, but as you know, I'm just an individual not affiliated with any guild. One of the other players spoke, his tone serious. He referenced a past event, stating, when the gate break in Yosu was prevented, I saw a news report of you coming out wearing a mask. Kigyu recalled the incident, a wave of self-consciousness washing over him. He thought, literally everyone recognized me. I felt it then. The other player, seemingly unfazed, observed, this person is going to become big. There's no harm in me forming a good relationship with player Kim Kigyu. His companion nodded in agreement. He simply stated, HM, very well, if that's the case. The first player addressed Kigyu directly, making a proposition. He asked, can I, as a member of the alliance, request something from you first? Kigyu, intrigued, listened intently as the player continued. The close-up showed a small bus-shaped pendant around his neck. The player issued a significant request. He instructed, in a month from now, at the time and place that I designate, please bring all of your available forces there. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed another. He explained that he couldn't provide specific details due to security concerns. He continued, however, that the job would be dangerous. Despite acknowledging the significant risk, the man speaking made a proposition. He would form an unshakable alliance. His words hung in the air, a promise of unwavering support. The man's gaze hardened. He spoke of a perilous situation, a precarious balance where even a small mistake could be fatal. A chaotic scene unfolded before them. A fierce battle raged in the city streets. Despite the overwhelming odds, a sense of confidence emerged. The speaker had witnessed player Kim Giju's control over a dangerous gate. The names Kim Giju and Giju Hyung were mentioned, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Two faces, one serious, one subtly smiling, were shown in close-up. The tension was palpable. A voice, strong and resolute, echoed through the air. This will lead us to a much higher stage. The scene shifted. A powerful weapon, crackling with energy, pulsed with an ominous glow. A voice, strained but determined, declared, "Lu, I was tired of waiting." Another weapon, different in style but equally potent, hummed with its own energy. A subservie voice responded, "Yes, master." A mystical amulet, radiating a cool light, was shown. A single word accompanied the image, "Rain." Kim Kigyu stood, a long sword at his side, amidst the falling snow. He was ready. A violent, crimson energy erupted from below, a stark contrast to the serene snow. A pair of glowing, ethereal eyes, half hidden in shadow, opened wide. The eyes belonged to a creature of immense power, its form only partially visible, but clearly that of a wolf, its fur shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. Kim Kigyu stood defiantly before the spectral beast, a low growl rumbling from its throat. The creature, a powerful ego linked to Kigyu, pulsed with energy, its form shifting and swirling with arcane power. Kigyu himself held a sword, his expression grim. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying the weight of years of frustration and pent-up rage. The scene shifted, showing several more spectral wolves, their forms equally menacing, surrounding Kigyu. Kigyu's eyes burned with a newfound intensity. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he prepared for battle. His words were a promise, a declaration of war. A surge of power erupted from him, a brilliant red light illuminating his form. A data screen appeared, displaying the stats of his newly synthesized ego, Rain, level 81, boasting impressive strength, dexterity, and magical capabilities. The screen detailed Rain's impressive skill set: monsterification, mana recovery, wound aggravation, bleeding, and various elemental attacks. This was a turning point for Kigyu. Rain lashed down on the city streets. Puddles formed, reflecting the dim light of the street lamps. Two figures stood on a rooftop, observing the downpour. One, a younger man, smoked a cigarette. The other, older and more imposing, spoke, "It seems like it's starting." Below, a column of soldiers marched through the rain. But these were no ordinary soldiers. Their armor was worn and decaying, their faces skeletal. They were undead. A surge of blue energy emanated from one of the undead, highlighting its decaying form. On the rooftop, the younger man commented, "I didn't believe it, but that's pretty much it." High above the city, a vast army of figures stood in formation, their ranks stretching as far as the eye could see. The scene was observed from a distant vantage point, the rain blurring the details. Meanwhile, inside, a man in a sharp suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched the scene unfold. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable. He turned to another, asking, "Are you confident?" The question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. The suited man clarified, "Confident that you won't turn him into a monster?" He shrugged, extinguishing his cigarette. I don't know about that," he said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "I just hope that kid is happy." The other man, older and more imposing, responded gravely, "If that kid becomes a monster and disturbs our plan, then I'll have to step up." So, he trailed off, his gaze hardening. The younger man looked on, his expression troubled. The two men stood silently, their backs to the viewer, as rain continued to fall. A third figure approached. The newcomer announced, "Director, President. Preparations have been completed." The younger man issued a final order. "From now on, block anyone from entering, no matter who it is. Make sure that no player, citizen, or even a rat enters here." Sweat beaded on his brow. The man's eyes, wide and strained, reflected the intensity of the moment. A thought crossed his mind, with Gregory's honor. The scene shifted to a chaotic cityscape, rain lashing down as figures scattered, overwhelmed by some unseen force. Amidst the chaos, a young man with silver hair sprinted through the downpour, his expression focused and determined. He was clearly a player, but his movements were unlike any other. He sensed a unique energy, unlike anything he'd encountered before. This was different. The young man's internal monologue continued. He was pondering the source of the overwhelming power he witnessed, noting that it was unlike anything displayed by regular players. He wondered how Gregory managed to control such a vast area. The name Gregory appeared, emphasized as a title or identifier. A group of soldiers, outwardly appearing to be affiliated with the association, stood in formation. Their true allegiance, however, lay with the association's president and Tae-shik-young. Their origins and history remained shrouded in mystery. A man, observing them from a distance, mused that they might have once been an organization dedicated to protecting Korea. The man's thoughts trailed off. That was all the information he possessed. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Guild Master. He turned to see the Guild Master running towards him, the soldiers approaching from the opposite direction. Rain lashed down as the Guild Master continued his desperate dash. He was met by a menacing figure at the head of the approaching soldiers, a man with fiery red hair and a cruel smile. The Guildmaster, assessing the situation, realized the Iron Guild was unaware of their plans. He concluded that an ambush would be more effective than a direct confrontation. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself into the air, aiming to evade the approaching soldiers. The red-haired soldier and his men watched as the Guildmaster escaped their immediate grasp. Yu Sikwu, Guildmaster of the Kane Guild in Korea, extended a welcoming hand. He explained their purpose: to secure the gate breach. Suddenly, a figure with fiery red hair attacked Sikwu with surprising speed and ferocity. The impact sent Sikwu reeling. Sikwu, momentarily stunned, muttered in disbelief, "What the?" The red-haired assailant unleashed a powerful ice attack, shards of glacial energy erupting outwards. Sikwu reacted instantly, narrowly dodging the deadly barrage of ice. He barely avoided being frozen solid. Sikwu, recovering his composure, observed his opponent. He remarked, "Oh, you dodged that? Looks like Korean players are good, too." The red-haired player countered with a swift, precise strike, shattering the remaining ice shards. He declared, "I've got no interest in breaks or the support team." Rogers's orders were clear: eliminate anyone obstructing their path. A grim determination hardened the faces of his team as they moved through the rain-slicked streets. Suddenly, a figure burst from a nearby alleyway. He was a powerfully built man with vibrant red hair, a manic grin splitting his face, and an eagerness for a fight that was almost unsettling. "You guys look a lot more fun than a stupid break. Let's fight." The team leader's expression turned serious. He recognized their opponent. This guy's the leader of the second team in the Korea branch of the Iron Guild. A collective gasp escaped the team. The name sent a shiver down their spines. Mad Roads. High above the city, a lone figure stood defiantly against the relentless downpour. A surge of energy emanated from him, a visible wave of power. From his vantage point, he could see the unfolding conflict below. A wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, spoke to him telepathically. "What do you think? What do you think? I got cooler after eating all those crystals, right?" He smirked, a quiet confidence in his eyes. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the fray, his mount a magnificent, otherworldly beast. It seems things have officially begun. This was the basic team layout of the Korea branch of the Iron Guild. Rogers Hahn led as branch manager. Charlemont captained Team 1, while Rhodes led Team 2. Carlin was in charge of Team 3. And my role is making sure each team stays separated. He thought, his expression grim. Water element. This ability allows one to transform their body into water. He leaped from the rooftop, transforming into a torrent of water as he fell. With a mighty roar, he landed, his form shifting back into a humanoid shape atop his water wolf. A figure, cloaked in shimmering, cerulean energy, plummeted from the sky, the rain a stark contrast to the ethereal glow surrounding him. He fell through the air, a cascade of light trailing behind. Moments later, atop a wolf-like creature of similar energy, a figure in dark clothing observed the scene. "If we consider only our superior force," he mused, "then we hold the advantage." But a shadow crossed his face. "However," he admitted, "I can't afford to be optimistic. We are an improvised alliance." He was a man of grim determination, his features sharp and intense, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events below. His apprehension grew. If the guild members regroup, he worried aloud, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Meanwhile, another figure, a man with short brown hair, knocked 3 arrows, his bow glowing with an inner light. He was clearly ready for action. Below, a heavily armored warrior, radiating golden energy, engaged multiple opponents. His movements were swift and precise, each strike imbued with power. The archer, observing the battle, subtly manipulated his bowstring, preparing for a precise shot. Arrows flew, striking their targets with deadly accuracy. The archer's skill was evident in the precision of his shots. One of the armored figures fell, its helmet revealing a face obscured by shadow, leaving only a mysterious symbol visible. The rain lashed down, turning the city streets into slick, reflecting surfaces. A lone figure, clad in dark, heavy armor, stood amidst the downpour, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, "Is this how Korea shows their welcome?" Nearby, 2 other figures, less heavily armored, watched the unfolding scene with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. One of them gasped, "Cook, I can't believe Charlemont came on our side." The armored figures clashed in a flurry of steel and magic. Blades flashed, spells crackled, and the sounds of battle filled the air. It was a chaotic melee a desperate struggle for survival. Amidst the chaos, a figure in a teal jacket moved with surprising speed and grace, his sword a blur of motion. He cut through the enemy ranks with effortless precision, leaving a trail of defeated opponents in his wake. He paused, catching his breath, and muttered to himself, just facing the regular guild members is difficult enough. Just when is Ranker Kim Kigyu gonna get here? Suddenly, a powerful presence arrived, a figure shrouded in dark armor, moving with impossible speed. The air crackled with energy as he appeared. With a swift, powerful strike, the newcomer cleaved through several opponents, their bodies dissolving into purple mist. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the battlefield. One of the previously engaged fighters was sent sprawling, his shield shattering upon impact. Another, an archer, notched an arrow, aiming for the newcomer. Charlemont, wincing from the force of the attack, braced himself for the next assault. He groaned, ugh. The earth trembled. A colossal fissure split the ground open, revealing a glowing chasm below. Debris rained down, a chaotic shower of rock and dust. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, braced himself against a large, heavy stone door, his sword held ready. He was clearly caught in the midst of this sudden cataclysm. He pushed against the door with all his might, attempting to hold it in place against the immense pressure of the collapsing earth. The strain was evident on his face. Kigyu gritted his teeth, his muscles straining. The force of the rocks and earth was relentless. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past Kigyu's head, narrowly missing him. He turned to see a figure, J1, firing another arrow. A towering figure emerged from the dust, a heavily armored warrior. Weak. This hurts our pride if you're going to face us with just this, he declared, his voice filled with disdain. The warrior continued. If you want to defeat me, you'll have to at least bring me a ranker. J1, agile and swift, launched himself at the warrior, twin swords gleaming in his hands. A single, glowing eye opened, watching the unfolding battle from the darkness. A single, luminous eye, vast and unsettling, opened in the darkness. A faint, teal light pulsed within its depths, surrounded by swirling motes of what seemed to be ethereal bubbles. The scene shifted abruptly. A figure in shining plate armor, his face etched with surprise, stumbled backward, a searing yellow energy erupting from the ground around him. He muttered, what the? The armored figure, now clearly visible, was a young man with dark hair. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, reflecting the crimson splatter across his chest. He was clearly injured. A wave of chaotic, multicolored energy erupted from him, obscuring him completely. The air crackled with power. The energy subsided, revealing text floating in the air. Cannibalism has been activated. Player Charlemont is turning into an ego. You have failed in transforming player Charlemont into an ego. Another message appeared. You have absorbed the player Charlemont's fragment. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the center of the street, the air crackling with raw power. A figure, shrouded in the chaotic energy, stood defiant against the storm. The rain lashed down as 3 figures confronted the energy-wreathed figure. One, clad in blue, watched with a mixture of fear and fascination. The other 2, armored warriors, stood ready to strike. Nearby, a woman with fiery red hair and 2 young men, also in armor, observed the scene with growing apprehension. Their faces reflected the intensity of the moment. Suddenly, a chilling message appeared. Cannibalism has been activated. An attempt to absorb the ego of player Charlemont was underway. The attempt failed. A fragment of Charlemont's ego was absorbed instead. One of the armored warriors, his face etched with surprise, muttered to himself, questioning the failure of the egoification process and noting the absorbed fragment. He dismissed the failed absorption as unimportant for the moment, addressing someone unseen as master. A colossal figure loomed over the group, its immense foot dwarfing the 4 players struggling to secure a chest. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the already grim scene. Jawan, his face etched with worry, knelt beside a fallen comrade. He looked up, his gaze finding Kim Kigyu, who stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. Kigyu's sword dripped with an unnatural luminescence. Another figure, Hyung, lay wounded nearby. He weakly apologized for his tardiness. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of energy erupted from Kigyu's hand, a stark contrast to the dreary surroundings. Hyung stared, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Kigyu seemingly conjure the energy. He questioned the source of such power. Kigyu simply scoffed, denying that he possessed some sort of magical storage device. Meanwhile, the group of survivors watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. Hyung's gaze shifted to Kigyu, his voice laced with a mixture of respect and apprehension as he acknowledged Kigyu's incredible feat. The impact of Kigyu's single strike was undeniable. Hyung's expression turned grim as he noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere. He noted the encroaching darkness, a palpable shift in the environment. A monstrous, spectral wolf emerged from the darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent energy, startling Kigyu. A colossal, ethereal wolf, wreathed in swirling blue and purple flames, descended upon a group of armored figures. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and the ground trembled beneath its massive paws. The impact of the creature's arrival sent shockwaves through the group. One of the figures, a man in a teal jacket, cried out in alarm. What the? He stared, mouth agape, at the monstrous wolf. His thoughts raced. A monster? Is it an enemy? Or? The man turned, his gaze falling upon a small band of other players standing in the rain. They appeared tense and apprehensive. A subtle smirk played on the lips of one of them, a young man with dark hair. He winked. Meanwhile, the man in teal remained vigilant, his expression hardening into a grim determination. The young man from the group called out, "The wolf is an ally. Don't attack it and fall back to the rear." The wolf let out a ferocious roar, its fiery breath scorching the ground as it prepared to defend its allies. The battle intensified. The players, now working together with the wolf, fought back against unseen enemies. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself, his teal jacket pulled tight against the driving rain. His makeshift staff glowed faintly as he faced his opponent, a powerfully built man in crimson, a malevolent glint in his eyes. The man unleashed a blast of energy, a searing pink wave. Kigyu barely managed to deflect the attack, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A guttural roar echoed through the rain-slicked streets. The crimson-clad man pressed his assault, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Kigyu, despite his low level, fought back with surprising agility, his movements fluid and precise. A powerful blast of energy erupted from him, a wave of icy blue. The icy blast engulfed the crimson-clad man, freezing him solid. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers as the man shattered into a million pieces of ice. One of them cautiously asked, "Is it dead?" Suddenly, a monstrous form emerged from the icy debris, a colossal wolf-like creature composed of swirling blue energy. The creature roared, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. A group of armored soldiers watched in horror as the beast turned its attention towards them. One of the soldiers, his face etched with fear, felt a cold dread wash over him as the creature's gaze fell upon him. The monstrous wolf opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to unleash its fury. Another soldier shouted a warning. "It's heading over there. Attack!" He pointed out that their rear was unguarded, leaving them vulnerable. A tense standoff unfolded in the rain-slicked streets. One man, his face etched with concern, questioned his companion. "Should we be performing a pincer attack?" He hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Suddenly, a horrifying truth was revealed. Charlemont's corpse had vanished, as if devoured by some unseen force. The men exchanged worried glances. It was eerily similar to previous Guardian's subjugations. His eyes widened, reflecting his growing fear. Then, a monstrous roar shattered the silence. A fierce battle erupted. One of the combatants cried out in desperation, "I can't see it." A monstrous, vaguely wolf-like creature emerged from the chaos, its form shimmering with an unnatural energy. Another warrior urged his comrades, "Kill it now." The creature roared, unleashing a wave of energy. A warrior deflected the attack, but the outcome remained uncertain. Kim Kigyu stood alone in a relentless downpour, his shoulders slumped. He muttered to himself, a mixture of disbelief and frustration evident in his tone. Yeah, what the hell? He had seen nothing, despite his keen senses, a fact that only deepened his bewilderment. The scene shifted abruptly. A fierce battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and magic. A lone figure, wielding a glowing cyan blade, fought valiantly against a horde of skeletal warriors. A booming laugh echoed across the battlefield. A warrior, clad in gleaming green armor, effortlessly deflected blows, his confidence unshaken. He sneered, his words dripping with disdain. "To think they're asking for help from us who?" He finished his sentence with a contemptuous flourish. "Just enter the country for a break of only this level." The battle intensified. Another warrior, this one with flowing blonde hair, unleashed a blast of purple energy, her face a mask of disgust. "What an uncivilized country!" she exclaimed. A powerful crescent-shaped wave of energy sliced through the air, cleaving through one of the armored figures. The force of the blow sent the warrior sprawling. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and wielding a wicked-looking scythe, addressed its adversaries. Its red eyes glowed menacingly. "I have to tie this group up as per the Great Master's order." From the other side, a warrior with blonde hair and teal armor observed the skeletal figure. His assessment was clear. He's strong, but moreover, that weapon. The warrior continued his grim evaluation, his expression hardening. "It's the worst match against us." The scene shifted to a high-angle view of a city, emphasizing the scale of the impending conflict. The skeletal figure launched a bone-tipped projectile attack from above. Below, the blonde warrior braced himself, a look of grim determination on his face as the projectiles rained down. The skeletal figure unleashed a wave of dark energy, engulfing several of the warrior's comrades. The blonde warrior stood amidst the fallen, his teal armor gleaming faintly in the rain. He let out a short, dismissive sound. Oomph. A powerful warrior, his face etched with grim determination, unleashed a torrent of energy. His attack, however, proved futile. "It's useless," he muttered, the words barely audible above the roar of the unleashed force. The warrior stumbled back, the force of his own attack pushing him back. A wave of ethereal, green energy washed over him, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. He was thrown violently through the air, the energy continuing its relentless advance, leaving him a distant speck against the swirling chaos. The scene shifted. A skeletal figure, cloaked in darkness, emerged from the dissipating energy. A guttural sound escaped its bony throat. "Cook." The skeletal figure, its eyes burning with malevolent light, addressed the distant warrior. "You moron," it hissed, its voice echoing with contempt. The warrior, battered but defiant, stood his ground. He turned, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. "You underestimate the power of 9, he declared, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. Meanwhile, a blonde woman, Carlin, urged her team to regroup. "Carlin, I can handle things myself here. Regroup with the other teams," she commanded, her voice sharp and authoritative. Despite Carlin's orders, another member of her team voiced their dissent. "But branch manager, I don't think that's necessary." Carlin, however, was resolute. She stood defiantly amidst fallen comrades, her sword raised, silencing any further objections with a single, powerful word. "No." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, watched the battle unfold. He muttered to himself, "I can tell from this fight." Two figures clashed amidst the rain-slicked city streets. One, wielding a sword, fought against a monstrous, horse-like creature. Kigyu's eyes narrowed as he observed their movements. He commented, "Their movements are different from the usual monsters." Kigyu's face was etched with concern. The intensity of the battle was palpable. A wave of destruction washed over the area. Kigyu felt a growing unease. He whispered, "I have a bad feeling." The aftermath of the battle was grim. Several bodies lay scattered across the rain-soaked ground. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from the shadows. Kigyu recognized the approaching figures. He thought, "Is it the Iron Guild?" He watched them approach, his expression one of grim assessment. He silently observed. As expected, the scale of rankers' battles are on another level. The Iron Guild members stood silently, their faces impassive. One of them looked at Kigyu, but he remained silent. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt a familiar unease. His subordinate confirmed his suspicions. "You're correct, master. I'm getting a disgusting feeling from it." Kigyu knew this feeling. It heralded something powerful, something dangerous. The rain lashed down as Kigyu stood, his expression grim. Two swords rested at his side. "That is a holy sword," he mused, a hint of awe in his voice. He felt a different energy emanating from it. His subordinate's urgent calls, "Master, master," broke through his contemplation. The source of the unsettling energy was becoming clearer. Suddenly, a wave of power surged from Kigyu. "The skeletons have been wiped out," his subordinate exclaimed, astonished. Kigyu's eyes narrowed. "It's faster than I expected." The rain continued to fall as a large, ethereal wolf materialized beside him. "Zen," Kigyu noted, his gaze fixed on the creature. The wolf, a being of immense power, knelt before him. Its presence was overwhelming. A moment of quiet contemplation passed before Kigyu made his decision. Mounting the magnificent beast, Kigyu declared, "I will go support another team." The rain lashed down on the assembled players, a grim backdrop to the scene. A superior officer addressed them, his voice carrying above the storm. "Once you finish treating the wounded and perform maintenance, I'm counting on you to regroup." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player known for his 5 years spent guiding others through the tower's lower levels, was already in motion. He rode atop a spectral, blue-tinged wolf, its form shimmering with ethereal energy as he raced towards the rendezvous point. The rhythmic drumming of rain against a window pane punctuated the tense silence. Kigyu's breath hitched in his chest. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Inside, a heated discussion was underway. A powerful fist slammed onto a table, the sound echoing the speaker's outrage. "To think the association would act like this." Another voice, calmer but no less firm, added, "This is clearly an act of violence. A break occurred in Yoksum, but they chased us out, even though we're the guild that manages that area." Guildmaster Jang Manchul of the Hephaestus Guild, a man of imposing stature and stern features, declared, "We, the Hephaestus Guild, will not stand for this." A concerned voice countered, "The association has never acted arbitrarily to this extent before." Guildmaster Choi Chang-yong of the Blue Dragon Guild, observing the scene, offered a terse assessment. "This is definitely strange." A close-up on a man's intense gaze. His brow is furrowed, and a faint scar mars his skin. His blue eyes, sharp and focused, betray a deep concern. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A voice, low and serious, cuts through the silence. Yusuku's absence is also suspicious. Guildmaster Kim Do-hyung, a powerfully built man with a stern expression, addresses a group. He states, "Since we've all voiced our opinions," he continues, turning to someone unseen, "I'd like to hear the opinion of the alliance leader of the 10 great guilds. What do you think about this?" The camera focuses on a group of individuals, their faces etched with worry. The perspective shifts, showing the backs of heads in the meeting. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A name is revealed, Guildmaster Lee Seon-ho. The focus settles on Guildmaster Lee Seon-ho. His expression is unreadable, his hands clasped together in a thoughtful pose. The scene opens with a sweeping view of a rain-lashed city, the downpour blurring the cityscape into indistinct shapes. Water ripples spread across the ground with each heavy drop. The camera focuses, revealing the source of the disturbance. A colossal, spectral wolf, its fur shimmering with ethereal energy, bursts through the downpour. The wolf, a creature of immense power, continues its relentless advance, its passage leaving trails of shimmering water in its wake. Atop the wolf, Kim Kigyu, a young man with determined eyes, grips his sword, his expression grim but resolute. He rides the beast with practiced ease, a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Kigyu looks anxiously towards the horizon, his voice tight with concern as he asks about the status of his companions. He receives an update. Hart and Dullahan, 2 members of his team, are still locked in fierce combat, despite having consumed numerous crystals to enhance their strength. While relieved that they are still fighting, Kigyu acknowledges a critical development. The team has been split into 2 separate engagements. He realizes that, even with the power boost from the crystals, neither group can handle the overwhelming number of enemies alone. The situation is dire. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, propelled himself forward, a surge of blue energy flaring around him. He was already late. 2 teams were already locked in combat. His internal monologue echoed the urgency. He had to hurry. The pressure mounted. If he didn't finish within 2 hours, the consequences would be dire. Inside the director's office, 2 figures conferred. One explained that they would block off Yoksum using a high-grade barrier, but it wouldn't last long. The cost of maintaining the barrier was prohibitive, and interference from other guilds would further reduce its effectiveness. The maximum time they could hold it was 3 hours. The second man, his face grim, issued a curt order. Finish it within 3 hours, no matter what. An hour passed. A man in a suit turned, his back to the viewer, seemingly troubled by something. The man in the suit reacted with alarm. What? The rain fell in sheets as 2 figures hurried along a slick, elevated roadway. One, older and more imposing, addressed his companion. "We'll open the barrier after 1 hour." The younger man, his voice tight with anxiety, responded, "Father." Their progress was interrupted by a sudden, ominous silence. The older man's face hardened, his eyes narrowing. He turned to the younger man, his expression grim. "This is different from what you said." The older man continued, his voice low and resolute. "It can't be helped. That is the limit." The younger man's voice rose in protest. "What are you talking about?" He continued, his words laced with disbelief. "Even if Einzello protests, if you directly." The older man turned, his back to the younger man, a grim determination etched on his face. He seemed to brace himself for something. His face was now fully visible, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. A quiet resolve settled over him. It's time for battle. A massive, chaotic battle erupted. Players clashed amidst a storm of energy blasts and flying debris. The scale of the conflict was immense. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a powerfully built man with blonde hair, pressed the attack, his icy blue energy crackling. Kigyu parried the blow, his own blade meeting the other with a resounding clang. He felt the raw power of his enemy, a force far beyond his own. He stumbled back, the impact jarring him. His vision swam, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. His blonde-haired opponent advanced, a grim determination etched on his face. The rain lashed down around them, mirroring the intensity of their fight. Suddenly, more figures emerged from the shadows, joining the fray. The battle intensified, a chaotic whirlwind of steel and energy. Another player, this one with striking blue hair, fought alongside Kigyu, his movements precise and deadly. He grunted in exertion. The blue-haired player approached Kigyu, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the din of battle. The rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil of the battle. One team faced a desperate situation. Their numbers were dwindling, yet the enemy pressed on relentlessly. A hooded figure, his face partially obscured, surveyed the scene with grim determination. A young man, his face etched with worry, coughed, his voice strained. He spoke to the hooded figure. "We're having enough trouble, but," he continued, his gaze filled with apprehension, "the guild master is in even more trouble." The battle raged. Blades clashed, energy surged, and bodies flew through the air. A chaotic ballet of violence unfolded in the downpour. A young man with silver hair, his face grim, launched himself into the fray. He moved with surprising speed and agility. He weaved through the combatants, his movements precise and deadly. A woman with blonde hair and a man with fiery red hair fought alongside him, their combined skills a whirlwind of destruction. The silver-haired man was thrown back, landing hard. A man with red hair, Carlin, approached him, sneering. "Fuck off, Carlin," he growled, "he's mine." The blonde woman watched, her expression unreadable. She scoffed, "How many times have you failed in missions after you did it all by yourself like this?" The red-haired man lunged at the silver-haired one again, his attack fierce and unrelenting. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, watched the enemy players fight. Their teamwork was flawless, a stark contrast to his own struggles. He gritted his teeth, observing their coordinated assault. 2 of them moved to flank a female player, while a powerfully built man prepared a devastating blow. The female player, caught in the crossfire, barely managed to defend herself before being sent flying back by a powerful blast of ice. Kigyu saw his opportunity. Leaping into action, he channeled his newly discovered ability to link with egos, unleashing a torrent of ice shards. The ice shards exploded outwards, a dazzling display of power that momentarily stunned his opponents. The force of the attack sent Kigyu tumbling, but he landed gracefully, his eyes fixed on the stunned enemies. He watched as the ice shards continued their destructive path, carving a swathe through the city streets. The female player, recovering from her earlier attack, scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with surprise. Kigyu, panting slightly, focused his gaze on his next target. First, he muttered, "Carlin." Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, observed his opponent. She lacked outstanding characteristics, he mused, but her speed and reflexes were exceptional. He couldn't use the environment to his advantage. She anticipated his attacks from their very inception. That didn't make her his equal in a one-on-one fight, but it was still a significant challenge. The problem, Kigyu realized, was Rhodes. With a surge of power, Rhodes unleashed another ice attack. Kigyu sighed. He'd been caught again. How annoying. Rhodes smirked, criticizing Kigyu's carelessness as the woman attacked again. A splash echoed as the woman's attack impacted. The woman lunged forward, her sword aimed at Rhodes. She moved with surprising speed, her attack narrowly missing its target. A powerful energy wave erupted from the ground, disrupting the fight. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. The air crackled with raw energy. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, silhouetted against a backdrop of crimson. He moved with a terrifying speed and precision. His legs, powerful and swift, drove him forward, leaving a trail of fragmented darkness in his wake. The scene shifted. 2 figures clashed amidst a flurry of blows. One, a powerfully built man with fiery red hair, wielded a long sword. His opponent, a woman with blonde hair, moved with surprising agility, her own blade a blur. The red-haired man landed a blow, sending his opponent sprawling. Blood splattered across the rain-slicked ground. He pursued his advantage, his movements a blur of motion as he closed the distance. The red-haired man paused, a smirk playing on his lips. He spoke, his voice laced with arrogance. "There's no need to even be careful. It doesn't work on me anyway." His opponent, her face grim, watched him. She muttered to herself, a self-assessment of her tactical error. The rain lashed down as Carlin's teammate, a young man named Kigyu, fought valiantly. His combat skills paled in comparison to Carlin's, but his role was crucial, to act as a distraction, allowing Carlin to showcase her true potential. Despite being cut more than 10 times, Carlin remained focused. She needed to separate her opponents, even if only for a moment. Carlin warned her companion, Rhodes, of an impending threat. Suddenly, Kigyu unleashed a powerful ice attack, shattering the ground around him. The force of the blast sent him hurtling forward. He moved with surprising speed, dodging the falling ice shards. Carlin and Rhodes watched in stunned silence as Kigyu's unexpected attack created a temporary opening. The ice attack successfully separated Carlin and Rhodes from their opponents, buying them precious time. A woman with striking, bright green eyes stared, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. What could have caused such a reaction? Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. He muttered something unintelligible as he fought. A status screen appeared, displaying the name Hermes, level 45, with impressive strength, dexterity, and magic stats. His skills included accessorize, haste, and acceleration. The description of his acceleration skill was revealed. It allowed him to accelerate beyond physical limits for a short time. He reflected on his new skill, noting its powerful synergy with his existing abilities, though he also admitted that the overall assessment wasn't entirely positive. The woman watched him from a distance, her expression unreadable. She wondered aloud who he was, marveling at his incredible speed and questioning if there was another player of his caliber in Korea. Elsewhere, a man with fiery red hair and numerous scars clutched his arm in pain, a look of dawning horror on his face. A monstrous eye opened, revealing a creature lurking beneath the surface. The clash of steel echoed through the rain-slicked streets. A figure, clad in simple blue, was engaged in a desperate struggle against a foe in dark armor. With a guttural cry, the blue-clad fighter was thrown back, blood spraying across the scene. He landed hard, the impact sending tremors through his body. 2 crimson streams flowed from his wounds, staining the ground a dark, ominous hue. The rain continued to fall as the wounded man coughed, spitting blood. "You fucking bastard," he rasped, his voice strained with pain and fury. His opponent, a figure in sleek, silver armor, stood silently, observing him. He struggled to rise, his hand clutching at his side. The silver-armored figure watched, his expression unreadable. The wounded man, Rhodes, glared at his opponent. "Another amusing bastard has come," he muttered, his voice laced with bitter amusement. "Scratches like these won't work on me, no matter how many times you do them." He revealed his identity: Military Force, 2nd Team, Leader Rhodes. His unique ability was regeneration. The silver-armored figure, seemingly unfazed, questioned his pronunciation. He then apologized, explaining that he was still learning. He delivered a chilling revelation. "I should tell you that your regeneration won't work anymore." The silver-armored fighter revealed a glowing blue pendant. "This child of mine has a skill, you see." Rain, an ego synthesized with Blue Star, possessed impressive stats. Level 81, Strength 77, Dexterity 102, and Magic 91. His skills included Accessorize, Monsterification, Mana Recovery, Wound Aggravation, Bleeding, Elemental Fire, Elemental Water, and Elemental Dark. His Wound Aggravation skill was particularly noteworthy. It blunted wound recovery and actively worsened injuries. The rain fell in sheets, mirroring the torrent of emotions within Kim Kigyu. His bare foot, stained crimson, landed heavily on the slick pavement. Each step was a testament to his 5-year struggle, a 5-year stagnation at level 1. Ahead, a crystalline structure pulsed with an unnatural light, its sharp edges glinting ominously. 2 figures stood before it, their forms silhouetted against the ethereal glow. One, a woman with long blonde hair, held a sword. The other, a man with fiery red hair, seemed tense, his posture rigid. A young man with vibrant blue hair emerged from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. "Haha," he chuckled. "You're already here." The blonde woman, her expression unreadable, simply stared. A silent question hung in the air. Her thoughts turned inward. Asterisk, he stopped Rhodes' regeneration? Something like that isn't possible with just ordinary items or skills. Asterisk. The implication hung heavy. Then that means... The red-haired man's face twisted into a predatory grin. His eyes, wild with anticipation, scanned Kigyu. Kigyu stood defiantly, his sword held firm. "Are you a unique ability user as well?" the blue-haired man asked, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. Kim Kigyu, his eyes blazing with an unnatural orange and purple intensity, stood defiant amidst a torrential downpour. Rain lashed against his face, but his expression remained resolute. Behind him, 2 figures, a woman with blonde hair and a man with fiery red hair, exchanged worried glances. The red-haired man muttered, "How long has it been since I was injured this much?" The red-haired man, his hand outstretched, conceded, "I'll admit it. Our compatibility is bad, and it looks like your unique ability far surpasses mine." He clenched his fist, a surge of frustrated energy radiating from him. The red-haired man's eyes glowed menacingly. He sneered, "Did you think I wouldn't have countermeasures against my only weakness?" Kigyu's gaze hardened. He braced himself for the inevitable. The red-haired man roared, "Berserker!" His body began to transform, muscles bulging as he fell to his knees. His transformation continued, his form becoming monstrous. The monstrous figure leaped into the air, a terrifying silhouette against the stormy sky. Rain lashed down on the city as a hulking figure, his face obscured by a grotesque mask, loomed over a terrified woman. His muscles rippled beneath the downpour, a silent promise of violence. The masked figure unleashed a brutal blow, the impact echoing through the rain-slicked streets. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared, interrupting the attack. One, a young man in sleek armor, shouted desperately, "Master!" The other, a woman, cried out a warning, "Watch out!" The ground erupted, a gaping chasm opening beneath the masked assailant. He was thrown into the air. The young man, his sword drawn, stood ready to face whatever emerged from the depths. Debris rained down as the masked figure crashed back to earth. He lunged at the young man, who parried the blow with surprising skill. The masked man grinned, a cruel expression twisting his features. "With this," he snarled, "we're even." Kim Kigyu, a unique ability player, strained against an unseen force, his face contorted in exertion. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the tower's lower floors. But now, a breakthrough seemed imminent. A violent shockwave erupted, sending debris flying. The force of the blast was immense. Rain lashed against the broken window of an abandoned building. The city beyond was shrouded in a heavy downpour. More shattering glass punctuated the storm's rhythm. The sound of shattering glass continued, echoing through the empty building. Outside, a group of players stood amidst the storm, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. One of them muttered about the unusual amount of dust in the rain. A blonde woman, observing the scene from a distance, concluded that the main battle was elsewhere. The image depicted a monstrous figure, muscles bulging, eyes glowing with an infernal light. This was Berserker, a skill described as substituting overflowing regeneration for other stats to temporarily increase combat ability explosively. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired individual, seemingly observing the scene from a distance, reflected on the Berserker's power, noting that its user had left the skill unused due to its intense aftereffects. The blonde-haired observer, clad in green and brown armor, stood amidst a rain-swept cityscape, large shards of ice scattered around them. Their expression was one of concern. They muttered to themselves, "Where are you looking?" Suddenly, a large pane of glass shattered, the blonde-haired figure reacting with alarm. The blonde-haired individual lunged forward, dodging a flurry of ice shards launched by a dark-haired opponent who appeared suddenly. The dark-haired individual was clearly surprised by the attack. The dark-haired individual, undeterred, declared, "I'm not down yet. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me." More ice shards erupted, a fierce counterattack. The blonde-haired individual countered with a swift sword strike, deflecting the incoming ice shards. A fierce battle raged. Blades of shimmering, icy energy clashed, leaving trails of frost in their wake. One figure, clad in dark, practical attire, moved with practiced ease amidst the chaos, deflecting blows with practiced grace. Amidst the flurry of attacks, a woman with long blonde hair, wielding a sword that crackled with the same icy energy, confronted her opponent. "Don't you already know?" she challenged, her voice sharp and cold. Her opponent, a figure partially obscured by the swirling energy, countered, "Your attacks won't work." The blonde woman smirked. "I can handle someone like you even without roads." With a sudden burst of power, she unleashed a devastating attack, shattering the icy energy around her opponent and sending them sprawling. Suddenly, a man with short, gray hair and sunglasses appeared, laughing as he effortlessly dodged the blonde woman's attack. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. "It looks like I'm being severely underestimated." The words "unique ability" appeared, emphasizing his hidden potential. The man stood amidst a swirling vortex of icy energy, the words "Absolute Zero" echoing the chilling power he commanded. A figure, cloaked in shadow, plummets from a great height, their descent punctuated by the shattering of ice crystals. Below, a woman with long, silver hair and a green tunic, wielding a sword, falls through the air, her expression one of surprise and alarm. The woman's fall is abruptly halted as she lands heavily on the icy ground, a sharp crack echoing through the desolate landscape. Her eyes, wide and intense, fix on something beyond the immediate danger. Meanwhile, a man with short, gray hair explains, "The reason I was being pushed back was because I was saving my strength in case things didn't go to plan." He continues, "But since Kigyu is here now, there's no need for me to do that." A different man, in a police uniform, scoffs at the scene unfolding before him. He sneers, "Didn't you see? Your comrade must have become minced meat by now." Kigyu, the man previously mentioned, stands amidst the falling snow, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders. The rain lashes down as Kigyu finds his comrade, injured but alive, kneeling in a downpour. He appears to be protecting someone. The silver-haired woman watches from a distance, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. A fierce battle erupts. Kigyu's comrade, despite his injuries, engages in a desperate struggle against a powerfully built opponent. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the already indistinct cityscape. A lone figure, Kigyu, stood amidst the wreckage of a shattered street, his shoulders slumped. He muttered to himself, barely audible above the storm. Suddenly, a woman with blonde hair and a determined expression appeared, her sword drawn. She watched Kigyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible," she breathed, the word barely escaping her lips. Kigyu turned, his movements surprisingly swift for someone who had spent 5 years stuck at level 1. He seemed to anticipate her attack. Then, he moved, a blur of motion. The woman, clearly surprised by his speed, stumbled back. Her face hardened with resolve as she braced herself for another attack. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the shadows, a young man with striking silver hair. He smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Try blocking this as well," he challenged, his voice laced with arrogance. He raised his hand, and a shimmering blue wall of ice materialized before the woman. The woman reacted instantly, her sword flashing as she attempted to break through the ice wall. She lunged forward, her movements precise and deadly. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. But as she got closer, a strange, icy blue light pulsed in her eye, reflecting the magic of the ice wall. A colossal glacier, impossibly large, pierced the stormy sky above a modern city. Rain lashed down, mirroring the city's own tears. The glacier descended, its icy tendrils snaking around skyscrapers, a chilling premonition of the chaos to come. Two armored figures, their faces etched with grim determination, braced themselves against the onslaught of ice and rain. They were clearly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, two others watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of concern and, something else, satisfaction. A woman with long, flowing white hair appeared, seemingly emerging from the heart of the glacier itself. Her eyes burned with an icy intensity. Kim Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up, stood amidst the devastation, his face a mask of regret. Damn, I went too far. I was a little heated, so... He looked down, lost in thought. A single word escaped his lips. Kigyu turned, his gaze falling upon a shadowy figure fleeing into the rain-swept streets. Another armored figure, this one larger and more imposing, appeared. Giju. He wasn't finished yet. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt a surge of power as he connected with an ego. His eyes, usually a calm brown, now held a striking purple hue. Master. A voice echoed in his mind, a testament to the link he'd forged. He attempted to draw strength from the ego, but the effort proved unexpectedly difficult. Straining against the immense power, Kigyu muttered, Ugh, why can't I pull him out? What's with his muscles? Kigyu's struggle continued, the ego's immense strength resisting his attempts to control it. A grimace contorted his face as he fought to maintain his grip. With a sudden burst of energy, Kigyu unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ego sprawling. He had managed to partially control the connection. The ego, momentarily stunned, attempted to regain its footing. Its immense power was still a formidable challenge for Kigyu. Kigyu, seizing the opportunity, drew his sword and lunged forward, the rain reflecting the deadly glint of steel. He landed a decisive blow, a grim smile playing on his lips. How fun, he thought, relishing the challenge. The ego fell defeated. Blood pooled on the rain-slicked ground, marking the end of the struggle. The rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil in the muscular man's expression. He scoffed, his words a low growl. I thought this country had nothing to offer but the Demon King and Lee Xianho. But a cruel smile twisted his lips as he continued. But to think it also had 2 players at this level. His opponent, a figure clad in dark armor, stood poised, 2 swords gleaming in the downpour. Let's start fighting for real now, he declared, the words sharp and decisive. The muscular man's back was turned, his broad shoulders and powerful frame now marred by several bleeding wounds. He stumbled, clearly weakened. The armored figure called out, Ranker Kim Giju. Another figure, this one in a sharp suit, appeared, wielding a spear. He urged, You have to finish this as soon as possible. The suited man, his face grim, announced, Ranker Lee Xianho. His voice rose in alarm. Ranker Lee Xianho is coming. In the distance, a large group of people stood silently, watching the unfolding events in the rain-swept city. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the city in a gray veil. 3 figures stood beneath a flickering neon sign, their faces grim. One, older, with a distinguished gray beard, addressed the others, his voice tight with impatience. Is this all the information you can provide? A 4th figure emerged from the downpour, his presence commanding attention. He was impeccably dressed, his reddish blonde hair neatly styled, his expression calm yet intense. He spoke, his tones suggesting a quiet authority. Prestidigitation, gentlemen. An accident. His eyes, the only visible feature, narrowed, conveying a silent threat. The older man's gaze lifted to the sky, a mixture of anger and resignation etched onto his face. He muttered something under his breath, barely audible above the drumming rain. The rain lashed down on the city as 2 figures clashed amidst the urban sprawl. One, clad in dark, sleek armor, moved with lethal precision. His opponent, a powerfully built man with fiery red hair, roared his defiance. Suddenly, a voice cut through the storm. Ranker Lee Xianho is coming. The armored figure, momentarily startled, muttered, Lee Xianho? His opponent, however, spat. Tisich, he interrupted our battle. The red-haired man continued, seething with barely contained rage. While I was having so much fun. He lunged forward, a furious attack aimed at Lee Xianho, who arrived on the scene, shouting, Don't interfere. Lee Xianho responded instantly, his voice a low growl as he unleashed a powerful technique. Binding. With a sharp crackle of energy, the red-haired man was ensnared. A fierce battle raged. Crimson energy clashed against a dark, purplish-blue force, the air itself crackling with raw power. From the chaos, a figure emerged, dodging a flurry of blows. He was a young man with fiery red hair, his movements fluid and precise as he evaded his opponent's attacks. His opponent, a hulking figure with scarred skin and glowing red eyes, roared in frustration. This bastard. The red-haired youth continued his assault, unleashing a wave of dark purple energy that slammed into his foe. Another figure, a man in dark armor, appeared shouting, Goon, use this chance to get out of here. Meanwhile, a man in a sharp suit observed the scene from a distance. He muttered to himself, I'll finish up here soon. Though the association decided not to participate in the battle as much as possible, I will assist the Kane Guild. The situation has changed. The suited man moved swiftly, joining the fray. He was clearly skilled, his movements precise and deadly. The red-haired youth, however, seemed unfazed by the new arrival. He stood defiant, his eyes burning with intensity. His opponent scoffed. A mere skill like this is nothing. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself locked in fierce combat. Crimson energy crackled around him as he parried a blow, his movements a blur of desperate defense. His opponent, a towering figure with fiery red hair, unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent Kigyu reeling. Kigyu gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of determination. He channeled his newfound ability to link with egos, drawing strength from an unseen source. With a roar, the red-haired warrior declared the disruptor gone, seemingly victorious. But Kigyu's counterattack was swift and brutal. A blinding flash of light erupted as he struck. The red-haired warrior, despite his earlier boast, found the battle far from over. He was sent hurtling into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater. The red-haired warrior, dazed but defiant, struggled to his feet. He looked around, confused, questioning if his opponent had truly vanished. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself locked in fierce combat. His opponent, a towering figure with fiery red hair, was clearly enraged. Kigyu, however, felt a pang of regret, muttering that he hated to interrupt his opponent while they were so fired up. But Kigyu knew he had no more time left. The red-haired giant's eyes widened, a silent scream escaping him as he braced for the next attack. Kigyu moved with practiced efficiency, his determination hardening. He knew he had to end this quickly. He focused his energy, activating his newly discovered ability to link with egos. A dark, elemental power surged, emanating from a pendant around his neck, a pendant he now recognized as the Elemental Dark. Meanwhile, outside the immediate battle, a voice called out to the association president, questioning if it wasn't time for an explanation. A group of onlookers watched the unfolding events with growing concern, one of them voicing their apprehension about what was happening inside. The rain fell heavily as they stood on the crosswalk, their faces grim. One of the onlookers, his face etched with worry, wondered aloud if Grigori was responsible for the commotion. A group of men in dark suits stood silently, blocking a path. Their expressions were grim, their stances unwavering. One of them wondered aloud if the others were considering fighting. An older man with a gray beard and stern gaze explained that there must have been a misunderstanding. The association had already requested their cooperation, and those present had accepted the request. The group of men remained silent, contemplating the situation. Their expressions showed a mixture of apprehension and determination. One of the men explained that the request from the association was less of a request and more of a demand. It was too forceful to be called cooperation. Another man, a powerfully built individual, observed that the master of the Hephaestus Guild, whose headquarters were located there, had essentially received an eviction notice. A man with reddish-brown hair questioned the association's refusal of their help. His gaze was intense, his suspicion growing. He wondered if something they shouldn't know about was happening inside. The older man from earlier stood defiantly before them, his expression hardened. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the features of the man whose face was partially visible. His expression was grim, his jaw clenched tight. Guildmaster Lee Xianho stood amidst a group of uniformed officers, the city a blurry backdrop of rain-slicked streets. "Don't jump to conclusions, Guildmaster," one of the officers cautioned. "We're only maintaining the barrier to prevent any additional harm." Another officer, older and more stern, added, "Also, we can't give the people that are risking their lives inside needless reinforcements." Lee Xianho's gaze hardened. The question hung heavy in the air. Am I a needless reinforcement? He looked down, his face etched with a mixture of frustration and self-doubt. The rain continued to fall. The guildmaster and his officers stood silently, observing a younger man from a distance. The tension was palpable. The younger man spoke, his voice barely a whisper, "If we say that we're going to push inside by force." The guildmaster's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. He was considering the implications of a forceful entry. Two other men, equally concerned, watched the guildmaster intently. The weight of the decision rested heavily upon him. A group of men in suits stood in the rain, their faces grim. The leader, a stern-looking older man, demanded, "What are?" Suddenly, a hand reached out from the shadows, interrupting him. From the hand, a surge of energy erupted, a bright, fiery power. The source of the energy was revealed. A man in a suit, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, wielding a strange device. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending his opponents reeling. Two of the men in suits coughed, clearly injured. One of them gasped, "Behemoth." Another man, his face scarred, declared, "All right, let's go. Then how about this?" The man in the suit, however, stated firmly, "I will go in alone, without anyone accompanying me." The scar man responded calmly, "Please do not worry," assuring him. A tense scene unfolded in the pouring rain. A man in a suit, his face obscured by shadow, addressed a group of men, his voice low and firm. He declared that he would remain silent about what he had witnessed. One of the men, however, countered his silence. He stated that, on the contrary, he would stand by them. The scene shifted. A figure, cloaked in darkness, confronted a muscular man wielding a sword. The dark figure's power was evident in the swirling shadows that surrounded them. The muscular man's face was etched with fear as the darkness consumed him. The dark figure, now revealed to be a man in dark armor, raised his sword. He spoke a single word, binding. Dark tendrils erupted from the sword, ensnaring the muscular man. The muscular man was pulled into the darkness, screaming. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, launched himself forward, his newly discovered ability to link with egos surging through him. Dark energy erupted from his sword, a wave of power unlike anything he'd ever wielded. His opponent, a hulking figure bound by the dark energy, roared in pain and frustration. "You already saw that this skill doesn't work on me," he bellowed, struggling against the encroaching darkness. The creature's face contorted in a grimace of disbelief. "I can't get out of it," he gasped, the dark energy tightening its hold. Kigyu's appearance shifted, his form cloaked in elemental dark. "Though it may seem like only my appearance has changed," he stated, his voice calm despite the intensity of the situation. "What's more important is its secondary effect." He took a step, the ground cracking beneath his feet. The power of his new form was undeniable. With a surge of dark energy, Kigyu unleashed a devastating blow. The demonic art resonated with the same attribute as the energy binding his foe, amplifying its effect. The opponent cursed. "Shit, I'm being dragged toward him," as he felt himself uncontrollably pulled towards Kigyu's amplified power. Kigyu moved with terrifying speed, his sword flashing. He struck the creature, the impact echoing with the force of the amplified dark energy. The creature screamed in agony as Kigyu's attack landed, the dark energy consuming him. A dark, rain-slicked surface reflected the grim scene, a pool of blood spreading across the ground. A sword lay discarded nearby, its blue hilt gleaming faintly amidst the crimson stain. The narration box confirmed the grim reality. Cannibalism had been activated. A figure cloaked in shadow stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. The text above him announced the commencement of a process known as egoification. The dark energy intensified, coalescing around the figure. Moments later, the process was complete. The figure, now transformed, stood with his back to the viewer, his form subtly altered by the egoification process. A faint purple aura clung to him. He turned, revealing a weary expression on his face. The transformation had taken its toll. He spoke, his voice laced with exhaustion. "Phew, I was trying to save this as much as possible since it places a large burden on my body." Another voice, seemingly belonging to a subordinate, responded, "You couldn't avoid it, considering the situation. You know that you can't rest for too long just because you're tired, right?" The rain fell in sheets, blurring the already indistinct features of the city. Kim Kigyu, his violet eyes wide, stared out into the downpour, his expression unreadable. He watched from a rooftop, observing a group of figures gathered in a plaza below. They were a motley crew, heavily armored soldiers, a man in a sharp suit, and several others with less defined roles. One of them, a man with short, gray hair, gestured emphatically. "They seem to have more or less finished things as well," the gray-haired man commented, his voice barely audible above the storm. The rain continued to fall. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from Kigyu's amulet. He felt a surge of power. A spectral wolf, shimmering with blue and purple energy, materialized beside him. Elemental water swirled around its paws. Kigyu's eyes narrowed. He looked surprised but also determined. With a shout, he leaped onto the wolf's back, the creature launching itself into the air. They soared through the stormy sky, a blur of motion against the gray backdrop of the city. Kigyu, astride his spectral mount, prepared for whatever lay ahead. The rain lashed down on the city, a relentless torrent mirroring the desperate struggle unfolding high above. A group, their location obscured by the downpour, fought with grim determination. Their exact position remained unknown, but the intensity of the conflict suggested they were holding their ground. A voice, strained but resolute, urged them onward. Suddenly, a brilliant blue projectile pierced the storm clouds, signaling their arrival. The projectile landed precisely, revealing 3 figures amidst the urban chaos. 2 armored warriors and a cloaked figure wielding a spear. They stood ready to face whatever threat awaited. One of the armored warriors, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, smirked. It had been a long time since he'd last engaged in such a battle. His companion, a man with long blonde hair and a noticeable mustache, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. He muttered a single word, "Rogers." The battle raged. A figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a wickedly sharp blade, moved with impossible speed, leaving a trail of blue energy in their wake. Their strikes were precise, each blow shattering the air with concussive force. Debris rained down from above as the unseen opponent continued their relentless assault. A blinding flash of light erupted as the shadowy figure connected with their target. The impact sent shockwaves through the very ground itself. A warrior, clad in teal armor, was sent flying backwards, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud. He coughed, spitting blood. From the depths of the battlefield, a terrifying figure emerged. A Dullahan, riding atop a monstrous skeletal beast. The warrior braced himself, readying his weapon against the oncoming threat. The Dullahan's skeletal steed charged, its hooves pounding the earth. Despite the overwhelming odds, the warrior's face was grimly determined. He muttered to himself, assessing the situation. He realized his opponents were a Dullahan and a Lich, formidable foes indeed. Yet, he held a holy sword, a weapon capable of great power. He smirked, confident in his ability to overcome this challenge. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood defiant. His usually placid expression was replaced with grim determination as he faced a group of enemies, his teal blade glowing faintly. He snarled, a fierce challenge echoing in the rain-slicked streets. "You goddamn small fries. Don't look down on me." Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from behind Kigyu. A skeletal figure, wielding a wicked spear, materialized. The impact of the attack sent a shock wave through the area, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene. The force of the blow was immense. The ground cracked under the strain. Kigyu, despite the ferocity of the attack, remained standing, his body shimmering with an ethereal glow. The Dullahan, momentarily stunned, recoiled. Kigyu's opponent, a seasoned warrior, observed the scene with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He muttered, "They're no ordinary monsters." He continued his analysis. If they were monsters with some level of intelligence, they'd charge through an opening after a huge attack like that. But that Dullahan isn't attacking me, and is waiting for the Lich to recover. The rain lashed down on the city as Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player with a unique ability, fought against 3 opponents. He sensed a peculiar pattern to their attacks. It wasn't a full-fledged assault, but a calculated delay. Kigyu mused to himself that they seemed more intent on buying time than defeating him. A blur of motion caught his eye. Something was approaching at incredible speed. Kigyu's instinct screamed that this was unusual. A large, blue energy projectile streaked across the sky, impacting the ground with a resounding splash. The projectile's impact sent ripples across the waterlogged street. From the chaos, a cloaked figure descended, seemingly unfazed by the downpour. 2 other figures, clad in armor, stood ready to engage Kigyu. The situation had escalated. One of the armored figures, a man with blonde hair and a mustache, looked up in surprise. His companion, a man with dark hair and glowing purple eyes, smirked, stating that it had been a while. The blonde-haired man questioned the identity of a newcomer, his voice laced with uncertainty. The newcomer's identity was partially obscured, only his lower body visible. As the newcomer revealed his face, his name, Kim, was visible. His eyes glowed with the same purple energy as his companion. Chapter 54, Rain. The title card sets the scene for the unfolding events. Kim Kigyu, a young man with short, dark hair, moves with speed and grace through the rain-slicked cityscape. Trailing behind him is a luminous blue energy, swirling like a living current. From above, the scene broadens. Kigyu is engaged in a fierce battle amidst the urban sprawl. Several opponents, wielding various weapons, surround him. One is a large, wolf-like creature. One of Kigyu's adversaries, a man with blonde hair and a determined expression, shouts Kigyu's name, his voice filled with a mixture of challenge and recognition. Kigyu lands heavily on the rain-soaked street, his movements suggesting both power and exhaustion. He draws a glowing, ethereal sword, its blade of vibrant green, hinting at a significant power surge. With a powerful movement, Kigyu unleashes a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of energy erupting from his sword. The force of the attack is immense, engulfing his opponents in a blinding display of power. An opponent, gasping for breath, observes Kigyu's sudden and overwhelming power, realizing that he had been holding back until now. The rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil within Kim Kigyu. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1. A unique ability player whose abilities remained stubbornly dormant. He stood, a figure of frustrated determination, his gaze fixed on the swirling, ethereal energy emanating from his spear. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A figure, clad in vibrant green, launched himself across the rain-slicked street, sword flashing with an unnatural, electric blue light. This was no ordinary player. This was an opponent of considerable skill. The green-clad player moved with impossible speed, a whirlwind of emerald and azure energy. His strikes were precise. Each blow aimed to exploit any weakness in Kigyu's stance. But Kigyu met his assault with a newfound power. A surge of crimson energy erupted from him, mirroring the opponent's speed and ferocity. This was no longer the level 1 player who had languished for years. This was a warrior unleashed. From the sidelines, a voice cut through the clash of steel. "Beware of his sword, Rogers." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, a man named Rogers, his face etched with concern, pondered the unfolding battle. He muttered to himself, "If I felt it right, his sword, the power of holy swords." Back on the street, the fight intensified. The clash of their weapons echoed through the city, a symphony of destruction. Kigyu, fueled by adrenaline and a newfound power, parried a blow, his own weapon meeting his opponent's with a resounding clang. He had a fleeting thought, tap. Observing from afar, Rogers concluded, he figured it out. It seems Iron Shield gave him a clue. A single, worn sneaker splashed into a puddle, the sound barely audible above the drumming rain. A clue. The thought echoed in Kim Kigyu's mind, a silent imperative, do something about it. Kigyu stood amidst the downpour, two spectral figures flanking him. One, a towering armored behemoth, knelt before him, its form flickering with ethereal blue flames. The other, a skeletal figure cloaked in darkness, addressed him. Art Dullahan, good job for enduring this long. The armored figure, Dullahan, responded with quiet humility. It's nothing, great master. Kigyu, his expression unreadable, replied, I'm honored that I could fulfill great master's order. Come inside and rest. As the spectral figures began to fade, a faint blue energy swirled around Kigyu, coalescing into a glowing orb in his hand. He stood, silhouetted against the city lights, a lone figure wielding a sword. The blue energy pulsed, expanding outward in a wave that rippled across the rain-slicked street. When the energy subsided, Kigyu stood transformed, clad in shining silver armor. A woman, watching from a distance, gasped, what happened? Another man, observing from a rooftop, watched with narrowed eyes. What is that power? Is he the one who caused the break? He shook his head, dismissing the question. No, that's not what's important. A seasoned warrior, his armor bearing the marks of countless battles, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. His gaze was fixed, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror etched onto his face. The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. How could someone become so powerful in such a short time? Rain lashed down on the city as a figure emerged from the downpour. He stood poised, two swords at his side, his movements fluid and powerful. The warrior watched from a distance, his expression hardening. Kim Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up, stood defiant. His unique footwear glowed faintly, a testament to his newly discovered abilities. He addressed his opponent, his voice calm, yet resolute. Now then, let's play our game of tag, for real. The warrior's face tightened further. He was clearly unprepared for this sudden escalation. The storm intensified, mirroring the rising tension. Water cascaded down the city streets, flowing into the storm drains. Meanwhile, a concerned individual hurried through the downpour. He expressed his worry to a companion, his words laced with apprehension. He explained that Kigyu had grown unexpectedly strong during a brief lapse in attention. The scene shifted to show Kigyu effortlessly dispatching several opponents in a flurry of swordsmanship. A figure in a dark suit, his back to the viewer, stood on a rain-slicked street, a staff clutched in his hand. He muttered to himself, You're telling me? Elsewhere, a swift, powerful blow was delivered. A young man with light brown hair, clad in futuristic armor, launched a fierce attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. Another figure, this one with reddish-brown hair, cried out, What's wrong, Rogers? The scene shifted to show a brutal clash. A man with long blonde hair, also in armor, was engaged in a desperate struggle. He gasped what happened. With a blur of motion, a dark, mechanical hand struck. The blonde man was thrown back, a deep wound appearing on his side. The attacker, his face now visible, sneered. Blood splattered across his features as he taunted. Bastard, why are you so squishy? The blonde man, wounded and enraged, could only manage a pained F***er. Huh, bastard, why are you so squishy? A new voice cut through the chaos. A man with dark teal hair and intense eyes commanded. You've played with him enough, so hurry up and finish it. He obeyed instantly, his movements a blur of speed and power as he lunged forward. A blur of motion, a clash of steel. The air crackled with energy as two figures engaged in a desperate struggle. From the dust and debris, a man emerged, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He clutched a bloodied sword, his breath ragged. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at his opponent. Against this bastard, who was nothing but an insect a while ago. But his triumph was short-lived. A figure, swift and deadly, launched a devastating attack. There was no time to react. The blow was unavoidable. Meanwhile, in a sleek, modern office, a man in a sharp suit watched a screen, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He murmured, Rogers must have arrived in Korea by now. His companion, an older man with distinguished gray hair, responded, All right. The younger man exhaled a plume of smoke. To send a holy sword against someone who can absorb holy swords. I believe in him. Since I gave him a warning, Rogers should be all right. Even so, and to be honest, that doesn't matter. One of the men, his face etched with concern, spoke of the holy sword. But the other, a man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, scoffed that holy sword isn't an ordinary holy sword. After all, it'll be too late by the time he realizes. A knight, his armor slightly damaged, stood defiantly, sword raised. Two men watched in alarm as the knight prepared for battle. Below them, another man, his expression grim, braced himself. The scene shifted to a city street, where the knight and another, wielding a different sword, clashed in a fierce duel. The knight, panting heavily, gasped for air. His opponent, equally surprised, asked what happened. Something unusual had occurred. A dark energy had been absorbed, but it was unlike anything seen before, certainly different from what happened to Kalyan. Observing the scene from a distance, a man noted the peculiarity. His companion, wielding a weapon, confirmed his suspicions. That's no longer a holy sword, master. The man pondered the implications. His companion's words hung heavy in the air. To be exact, it's a corrupted holy sword. The corrupted holy sword was revealed, its once pure light now tainted with a demonic aura. It was no longer a holy symbol, but a weapon of darkness. The man, clearly disturbed, questioned the nature of the weapon and the entity wielding it. What the hell? You're nothing much, are you? The wielder of the corrupted sword, a figure with scarred features and glowing eyes, responded with chilling satisfaction. Yes, this is how it should be. The wielder's grip tightened on the demonic sword, his intent clear. I'll kill you in the most painful way possible. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his expression a mixture of suspicion and apprehension. His one visible eye, an unsettling emerald green, is wide with alarm. He questions, it's closer to a demonic sword, you say? The camera pulls back slightly to reveal the man's scarred and weathered face, his long, gray hair framing his features. He holds a sword, its hilt gleaming with an unnatural green energy that seems to pulse with life. He continues, frustrated. Then, can't you do something about it? The scene shifts abruptly. A young man in sleek, gray armor stands defiantly, his dark hair neatly styled. He holds a sword at his side, his expression one of controlled anger. He mutters to himself, Tisich, I thought it would be as simple as that. Another man, clad in a dark green, futuristic-looking suit, appears behind him. He demands, what the hell have you been mumbling about since earlier? The focus returns to the older man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. Green energy crackles around his hands as he strains against some unseen force. He seems to be struggling to maintain control. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of dark energy erupts beneath him, pulling him down into its depths. The green-suited man speeds towards the younger man, his weapon drawn. He shouts, I'll slice you to bits. The younger man, however, remains calm, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. A warning comes from behind him. Master, he's coming. Later, a face contorted in a silent scream filled the frame, eyes wide with a terrifying, unnatural luminescence. Veins of sickly green pulsed beneath the surface of the skin, a grotesque contrast to the crimson of the open mouth. The scene shifted abruptly. A glass ashtray, half filled with ash and the remnants of a cigarette, sat on a dark, polished surface. A voice, calm and measured, cut through the silence. Not an ordinary holy sword. Two men sat in a luxuriously appointed office. One, older and distinguished, spoke with a hint of disapproval. To think you would entrust that kind of sword to him. You must have high expectations of Rogers. The younger man, Rogers, a blonde with a monocle, smirked, a wisp of smoke curling from his lips. Well, you could say that. A blinding flash of light erupted as two figures clashed. One, clad in gleaming white armor, wielded a sword that blazed with ethereal energy. His opponent, dark and agile, moved with deadly grace. The clash sent shockwaves through the air. The figure in white stumbled, a look of pained surprise on his face. A voice, urgent and filled with alarm, broke the tension. Rancor Kim Giju is in danger. In a rain-slicked city street, a man in a sharp suit, his face grim, intercepted another figure. He barked a warning. Wait. The two men watched from a distance as the battle continued. The figure in white fought with renewed determination, his movements now more precise and deadly. The battle began with a blur of motion. A dark, shadowy figure lunged, its attack barely visible. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, parried the blow with surprising speed and skill, his movements a whirlwind of controlled chaos. Kigyu's counterattack sent his opponent reeling, a pained cough escaping the attacker's lips as he stumbled back. He found himself facing a formidable foe, wielding a wicked-looking blade. The fight continued amidst the towering city structures. The clash of steel echoed through the urban landscape as Kigyu continued his relentless assault. Kigyu paused, surprised. He wondered aloud, what the hell's with this guy? Hasn't he become weaker? His opponent, struggling to his feet, muttered something about the master of the sword. The opponent explained that the sword was a corrupted holy sword, initially granting power, but ultimately consuming its user. The final moments of the battle showed the corrupted sword's destructive power as the opponent's body began to fail him. He lamented, my body. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, clutched his sword. A searing pain ripped through him, leaving a trail of blood across his armor. His breath hitched as he gasped, why is my body? His eyes widened, reflecting the crimson glow of his own blood. His face contorted in agony as an unseen force consumed him. A voice, cold and detached, echoed in his mind. It'll absorb all of its user's power. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a different conversation unfolded. The words hung heavy in the air. It absorbs the user's power and transfers it to its true owner. One man, sharply dressed, voiced a concern. But if that's the case, wouldn't your first objective, planting your roots in Korea, become more difficult? His companion, a man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. 9 foot is a very delicate sword." The blonde man continued, his gaze hardening. He'll be encroached by 9 before he even realizes it. He took a slow sip of his drink, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The stepping stone for my revenge. An older man with a neatly trimmed mustache sat in his office, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. He gulped down the contents, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice calm despite the tension in the room. "Well, it's something that takes around half a year to occur. There's no need for." The scene shifted to a younger man, his face partially obscured by shadow. He mused, though it'll be a different story if he tries to forcibly squeeze out 9's power in a short period of time. But I doubt there would be a need for him to do that in Korea. The camera focused on a detail, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from a small device on his chest, nestled beneath his light armor. Suddenly, the scene changed again. A gruff voice cut through the air. "You bastard." A man in green armor, clearly injured, gasped for breath, his face contorted in pain and exertion. He roared, "What the hell have you done to me?" The younger man from before stood ready, his expression grim as he faced the injured man's furious outburst. With a blur of motion, the younger man launched a swift attack, a golden energy trail marking his trajectory. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with the grime of battle, stared in disbelief. Blood trickled down his temple, staining his weathered skin. His eyes, wide with shock, reflected the chaos of the moment. A single word escaped his lips, a breathy, questioning huh. The scene shifted, revealing a brutal clash of steel. A younger man, clad in lighter armor, stood victorious over a fallen foe. His sword, gleaming faintly, dripped with the blood of his opponent, who lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. The older warrior's face filled the frame, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his lips pressed into a grim line. Broken swords littered the ground around him, silent witnesses to his defeat. A guttural roar ripped through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. "Kwe-ark," he bellowed, his voice echoing the devastation he felt. The victor, Kim Kigyu, stood silently observing the defeated warrior. The older man groaned, clutching at his injured hand. "My hand," he whispered, his voice strained with pain. Kigyu watched as the warrior struggled to his feet, his movements slow and labored. He coughed, a harsh, rattling sound. "No, Kyu," he gasped, his strength failing him. Kigyu reflected on the events, a grim satisfaction settling over him. To think the revenge I planned for months would end like this. He continued his internal monologue, a hint of coldness in his tone. "Well, that's how it is. Let's get over with it. Master's sworn enemy deserves a fitting punishment." The scene opens with a close-up on Rogers, a man with weathered features and long, light brown hair, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Someone addresses him, a voice unseen but clearly audible. "Hey, Rogers, give me your hand." A younger man, with short, dark hair and a determined look, approaches, holding out a small, dark vial. He explains it's a potion. Rogers hesitates, then extends his hand. As the younger man touches the vial to Rogers's palm, a crimson liquid flows into his hand. A look of dawning horror spreads across Rogers's face as he feels the potion's effects. He lets out a nervous chuckle, then erupts into laughter. The scene shifts to a city street. The younger man from before stands defiantly before two figures in dark suits, one of whom is injured and lying on the ground. He taunts them. "Yes, have you finally realized? Nothing good will come out of you opposing the Iron Guild." Rogers, his laughter now replaced by a sinister grin, interjects, "At least spare your life." The younger man, clearly agitated, retorts, "Do you even know what state you're in? Check your goddamn status window." One of the figures in dark suits scoffs. "Moron. He's getting all giddy when we didn't even reach his hand." Rogers, seemingly oblivious to the danger, sits down, a strange blue light emanating from his body as he focuses on something. The star digital display showed the player profile. Name, Rogers Hahn. Level, 1. Class and skills remain blank, a testament to his frustrating stagnation. A low groan escaped Rogers Hahn's lips. His gaze was fixed on the screen, his face a mask of barely suppressed frustration. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, my stats." Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the silence. "My level. Have you finally realized?" Kim Giju, his face etched with a mixture of anger and despair, slammed his fist against a nearby wall. "Why the hell am I level 1? Even bugs are better than level 1. I become a good-for-nothing level 1. He continued his furious self-recrimination, his voice laced with bitterness. "A level 1. That's more useless than trash. It's a fate worse than death." With a roar, Giju lashed out, his fist connecting with the jaw of an unseen assailant. "You've gone too far, you son of a bitch." The older man, Rogers Han, staggered back, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. You think you're the shit? Gidju, tears welling in his eyes, responded weakly. Han's expression softened slightly as he observed Gidju's distress. Master, why are you so mad? He's had a depressing past. A new voice interjected, calm and dismissive. What's wrong with being level 1? Even high rankers were level 1 at first. Was your level 1,000,000 from the moment you were born? Two beams of energy, bright and cerulean, tore through the cityscape. The shockwaves rattled the buildings, leaving trails of shimmering destruction in their wake. A man's face, etched with grim determination, filled the frame. His eyes, a striking orange, narrowed as he witnessed the chaos unfolding. The scene shifted to a street below. 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, stood amidst the devastation. A voice boomed, Ranker Kim Gidju. The barrier was opened for a moment. One of the men, Lee Seon-ho, grappled with a fallen foe. He warned his companion, Lee Seon-ho is coming. Seon-ho's gaze hardened, his heterochromatic eyes, one orange, one purple, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He appeared concerned. Seon-ho, directing his attention to the injured man, instructed his companion, Heart, you can use the potions I saved up, so keep him alive. He can't resist anyway. Seon-ho continued, giving further orders, take care of the holy sword as well. The injured man, his face obscured by a spectral figure resembling a skull, responded weakly, By your order, Master. A surge of immense, magical energy pulsed through the city. 4 figures stood, sensing the disturbance from miles away. One of them, seemingly the leader, acknowledged the event with a simple, yeah, I know. The source of the energy became clearer. A blinding light erupted from a single point on the ground. From the heart of the explosion, a man emerged, bathed in golden light. His form was striking, powerful, and radiating an intense aura. He stood, seemingly unfazed by the energy he commanded, and observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. Ichem, as I thought, it's very strange, he mused. His gaze hardened. This was no ordinary event. He declared, I can't see the situation as a mere break. He turned, revealing his back to the others, his powerful figure silhouetted against the glowing energy. One of the observers, a man with short, styled hair, addressed the powerful figure. Are you Kim Gidju? Gidju, intrigued, questioned his interrogator, You know me? The observer, a man in advanced tactical gear, confidently replied, Of course. Not to brag, but our INVINCIBLE guild is quite confident in our information network. Guild Master Lee Seon-ho stood amidst the aftermath, a grim expression etched onto his face. He surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the destruction before him. What happened here? He asked, his voice low and serious. He turned to the man standing before him, his eyes unwavering. I'd like to hear it directly from you. A man in a sharp suit approached Guild Master Lee. He introduced himself confidently. Guild Master Lee Seon-ho. My name is Hyo Sung-hoon, affiliated with the association. Hyo Sung-hoon continued, his voice carrying a weight of authority. We managed to suppress the break, but unfortunately, there were sacrifices in the Iron Guild branch. Lee Seon-ho's face tightened. A single word escaped his lips, barely a whisper. Joke. Hyo Sung-hoon gestured dismissively. It's all right. It's obvious from the situation that you all took care of them. However, he added, his tone shifting, you may not know this, but I made a deal with the Iron Guild. Meanwhile, a third individual, his face partially obscured by shadow, silently observed the exchange. The word elixir echoed in his mind. He continued his internal monologue, a sinister smile playing on his lips. There was only one person who possessed what he desired. Therefore, he addressed Lee Seon-ho directly, his voice laced with a chilling threat. If you don't want to see your successor ripped into pieces, why don't you show yourself already? The man revealed himself fully, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. The word Demon King hung heavy in the air. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood amidst 2 sharply dressed men. Their faces were etched with concern, their expressions mirroring Kigyu's own bewilderment. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Kigyu's own thoughts echoed the sentiment. What? A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. The words hung heavy with judgment. Is it really all right for you to do dirty things like this when you call yourself God's apostle? A purple energy surged, crackling with raw power. It emanated from the center of the scene, engulfing everything in its chaotic glow. From the heart of the energy, a woman with vibrant purple hair and piercing eyes materialized. Her expression was one of cold disdain as she spoke, her voice laced with bitterness. My long-awaited reunion with my disciple is ruined. The purple energy continued to surge, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. The woman stood defiantly, arms crossed, a picture of controlled power. Kigyu's eyes widened in alarm. He stared, speechless, at the unfolding events, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. The woman's face filled the frame, her violet eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A subtle smile played on her lips. A single word, sharp and decisive, escaped her lips. While The credits rolled, a stark white page, punctuated only by a speech bubble awaiting the story's commencement. The names of those involved in bringing this world to life were listed. Ong Muse, responsible for the adaptation. Park Jong-jae, the artist who rendered the scenes. Gabinji, the original author. And the teams who handled the coloring, backgrounds, and production. A tense scene unfolded in a city square, shrouded in a twilight gloom. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined expression, stood apart from a group of individuals. Among them were several figures in formal attire, suggesting a team of professionals, and one woman with striking purple hair. Kigyu's gaze was fixed on one particular member of the group, a man with short, dark hair. The man's expression was one of intense concern, his thoughts clearly focused on the gravity of the situation. He muttered to himself, "Demon King? The real Demon King?" The purple-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the tension, addressed Kigyu. Her words were calm, but carried an undercurrent of observation. "Your friends look quite surprised." Beside her stood a man in a sharp suit, his red-tinted glasses adding to his imposing presence. The scene shifted to emphasize the woman's confident demeanor. Kigyu's internal monologue revealed a startling realization. She was this close. He continued his internal reflection, focusing on the unsettling aspect of the situation. His thoughts turned to the implications, but I couldn't sense her presence at all. If she was an enemy? The purple-haired woman, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, demonstrated a chilling ability. In her hand, a miniature, three-dimensional image of a man in armor materialized, a clear representation of Kigyu's own form. A woman with vibrant purple hair confronted a man in a sharp suit. He commented on her lack of enthusiasm, to which she replied that she had hoped to surprise him. She dismissed his observation with an indifferent whatever. The man, surrounded by several other figures in tactical gear, suggested they save any surprises for later. The purple-haired woman's expression shifted. Her eyes narrowed as she inquired, "You say you need an elixir?" A man with light brown hair confirmed this, stating simply, "Yes, that's right." The woman, standing with her back to the camera, responded with a curt "indeed." She then turned to address the man, explaining that his vessel had become quite contaminated. She mused aloud, considering the proximity of their current situation. Was it close enough to simply provide him with an elixir? The man, however, proposed a different approach. He expressed a desire to make a deal, prompting the question, what if he didn't want to? The woman explained that even an elixir wouldn't completely block the contamination of his vessel. At best, it would only slow its progression. A woman with vibrant purple hair, her expression a mixture of amusement and skepticism, addressed the man before her. "Isn't an elixir much too precious to use for something like that?" He stood with his back to the viewer, gazing out at a sprawling cityscape, lost in thought. The vast expanse of buildings stretched before him, a testament to the world's progress. A brilliant, golden light erupted behind him, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. The intensity of the light suggested a powerful energy surge. From the radiant energy, a sword materialized, its form shimmering with an almost otherworldly luminescence. The weapon seemed to hum with latent power. The man, now clad in shining silver armor, stood resolute. He gripped the newly formed sword, his expression grim but determined. "I guess I have no choice," he muttered to himself. He stood poised, two gleaming swords at his side, ready for whatever lay ahead. A sense of quiet anticipation hung in the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. One was a stern-looking man in a suit, the other a woman with long, dark hair, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A young man, seemingly unaware of the observers, approached the armored figure. He stopped, his gaze fixed on the gleaming swords. The young man's eyes widened slightly as he focused on the details of the swords. A pure white sword. He whispered, a hint of awe in his voice. Kim Kigyu, a young man with intense eyes, held a sword. "Yeah, it's a holy sword," he confirmed, his voice low. His expression shifted, a shadow crossing his features. He admitted, with a hint of grim resignation, "But they've become more powerful than me now." The scene shifted to show a pair of feet in sneakers, facing a pair of armored boots. A woman's voice, sharp and challenging, cut through the air. "You think you can handle it?" The camera angle changed, revealing the woman's face, a striking individual with vibrant purple hair and piercing eyes. She continued, her tone laced with skepticism. "As you are, you won't. You'll have a hard time with both me and Bai." The woman and a figure in shining armor stood amidst the cityscape. The woman stated, her voice heavy with foreboding, "This place will also become a sea of fire." The armored figure, a man with reddish-blonde hair, responded curtly to the woman's ominous prediction. "Didn't you hate killing?" he asked. He continued, his expression grim. "I'm in no position to split hairs." The woman crossed her arms, unimpressed. Meanwhile, a third individual, an older man in a suit and glasses, observed the armored figure from a distance. The woman's voice echoed again. "You never split hairs." Purple energy swirled around the armored figure as the older man watched intently. A woman with vibrant purple hair, a striking contrast to her dark attire, stood confidently amidst the cityscape. She addressed someone unseen, her voice carrying a subtle command. Ball. A pair of hands carefully cradled a small, crystalline vial filled with a shimmering purple liquid. The light emanating from it pulsed gently. The vial, now held aloft by the purple-haired woman, was presented to a man in casual clothing, flanked by two figures in sharp suits. She declared, an elixir. The woman's smirk deepened. What will you give me in exchange for it? The man in casual wear, his face etched with concern, responded, your successor. A man in shining, ornate armor stepped forward. He stated resolutely, I will let everyone here live. The purple-haired woman dismissed his offer with a dismissive wave. Threat, not a trade. You're nothing more than a street thug. The woman made a counterproposal. You won't lay your hands on my disciple for a year. Deal. The armored man, his expression hardening, prepared himself, a surge of energy visibly emanating from his hands. He declared, stand. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, strode purposefully through the rain-slicked city streets. He declared, I will definitely keep my promise. With a final, resolute step, he added, I will take my leave then. He paused, his departure momentarily interrupted by the sight of three individuals standing ahead. A sharply dressed man with striking white hair and red glasses, a young woman with purple hair, and a powerfully built man in advanced armor. They watched him intently. The well-dressed man's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. He demanded, swear it on the name of your god. The departing figure's face, partially obscured by shadow, revealed only a steely determination. The purple-haired woman's eye, visible in close-up, held a flicker of something unreadable. Suspicion? Doubt? Perhaps both. A hushed conversation took place between the man in the suit and the armored man. Their words were barely audible whispers. The armored man, however, looked perplexed. A single question mark floated above his head, reflecting his confusion. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of energy erupted in the street, directly in the path of the departing figure. The three observers watched, captivated. The armored man collapsed, groaning in pain. The man in the suit sighed, clearly exasperated. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. He was with his friends, discussing the ongoing threat. Kigyu's gaze was troubled. He acknowledged the ongoing threat of the Demon King. Suddenly, a powerful woman with purple hair and a man in teal intervened, the woman fiercely protecting Kigyu. She declared that she would proceed with her disciple, leaving the others to handle the remaining issues. Kigyu, visibly distressed, could only offer a mumbled apology. A powerful blast of purple energy erupted as a confrontation began. A man in a suit wielding a spear was involved. Kigyu and another man watched the unfolding events with grim expressions. The purple-haired woman and another individual discussed Kigyu's recent actions, impressed by his unexpected power surge. Kim Kigyu stirred in his sleep, a voice echoing in his mind. Wake up! He awoke in his basement to find a man and a woman observing him. The man, holding a thermos, asked, Oh, you're awake? Kigyu sat up, rubbing his eyes, still slightly disoriented. He muttered something unintelligible. His gaze fell upon his surroundings. This place is... He recognized it instantly. His basement. My house's basement. Kigyu's thoughts turned to the woman. The fact that she appeared so suddenly and knew his location troubled him. And she even knows where I live. He recalled the demonic eye, a method of contact they had discussed. The demonic eye, you said it was a way for us to get in contact with each other. The woman responded to Kigyu's question, her expression calm. But were you watching over me through it? She confirmed his suspicions. Yeah, I can see everything that's seen through the demonic eye. Kigyu's jaw dropped in shock. That's Lee Seon-ho, a young man with a determined expression, found himself embroiled in a heated exchange with a woman. He retorted sharply, You should stay out of my personal life. The woman, her purple hair a striking contrast to her amused smirk, responded with a teasing tone. What? Are you getting embarrassed? Aren't you cute? Seon-ho, shifting his weight, changed the subject. Anyway, he began, why have you come all the way to my house? He glanced at a man standing nearby, who winced, muttering about his back. Meanwhile, the woman calmly sipped her tea, seemingly unfazed by the tension. Seon-ho continued, explaining that he felt indebted to her for her past generosity. He mentioned the precious elixir she had given him, and questioned her true identity, given her involvement with even the demonic eye. The woman cut him off, said, Moreover, Lee Seon-ho, stop. She offered a cryptic reassurance. I'll explain everything to you in due time. But there was something more pressing, she added. Besides them, there's something more important. Seon-ho's thoughts turned to the significance of this new development, pondering what could possibly be more important than the elixirs, the demonic eye, and Lee Seon-ho himself. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat warming his hands around a steaming mug. Even after unlocking his ego-linking ability, the path to advancement remained elusive. A young woman with vibrant purple hair leaned in, her expression a mixture of mischief and determination. Let me live here, she declared. Kigyu, startled by the unexpected request, stared at her. He was clearly taken aback. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the manicured lawn of a luxurious home. Laughter echoed from within, a cheerful counterpoint to the fading light. Inside, a woman with vibrant purple hair chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "Ho ho, you have such fair skin, madam." The woman addressed, with dark hair and a gentle smile, blushed slightly. "Oh my, stop flattering me." The purple-haired woman continued, her teasing tone unwavering. She commented on the younger woman's resemblance to her mother, prompting a playful retort. A young man, Kigyu, spoke softly, thanking his yuni. The conversation then shifted to his companion's curiosity about the women present. More laughter filled the room as one of Kigyu's friends jokingly suggested he might prefer male company, prompting a wave of good-natured ribbing. Kigyu, however, looked troubled. A silent question hung in the air. Why did the evening take this unexpected turn? His sisters pressed him for details about the women, their curiosity piqued. He reluctantly agreed to tell them. Kigyu, his face etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow, grappled with a difficult question. He needed a way out of this predicament. His gaze shifted to the young woman across the table. Her cheerful facade masked a warning. He knew that any foolish answer would only complicate matters further. A surge of energy coursed through him, a feeling of cosmic assistance. Kigyu felt a solution forming in his mind, a way to navigate this delicate situation. His eyes glowed with newfound determination, reflecting the intensity of his inner resolve. He turned back to the women, a plan solidifying in his mind. He cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his carefully crafted response. With a dramatic flourish, Kigyu announced his solution. He had adopted a puppy. He bolted from the room, leaving the women speechless in his wake. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows as Kigyu, a man whose shoulders seemed to bear the weight of the world, prepared to leave. His sister's voice, laced with concern, echoed behind him. "Wait, Appa. Where are you going?" Kigyu, his face etched with worry, clutched a glowing blue crystal. He whispered a desperate plea to the small amulet. "Rain, can you transform into a smaller form?" The crystal pulsed with a faint light, mirroring the desperation in Kigyu's heart. A silent plea escaped his lips. "Please, please." A small, vibrant creature materialized from the crystal's energy. It was a puppy, its fur a swirling mix of blues and pinks, its eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light. A happy bark escaped its tiny mouth. Rough. Two young women, startled by the sudden appearance of the magical pup, gasped in unison. "Kayak, a puppy!" one exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. "Oh my, it's so cute." One of the women, impressed by the transformation, commented, "You're lucky." Her friend, equally captivated, asked, "What breed is he?" Kigyu's sister, holding the puppy close, reassured her friend, "His fur isn't dyed, right? Stuff like that's super bad for dogs' health." Kigyu, watching them, simply stated, "It's not dyed. Also, I already named him Rain." His sister, overjoyed, squealed, "Kayak, you're the best, Appa. You actually look cool for once." The late afternoon sun cast long shadows as Kigyu and a woman with striking purple hair stood in a residential area. She commented on his exertion, prompting him to question the reason behind her observation. The scene shifted slightly. Kigyu, the woman, and another individual were now visible, relaxing in the yard of a house. The woman stretched, while a dog barked in the background. She cautioned Kigyu against overexertion. The woman, still stretching, explained that she had intended to rest, but given Kigyu's recent efforts, a conversation was necessary. She continued, stating that someone named Ball had already secured a suitable location for their meeting. The scene changed to a cafe exterior. Kigyu thanked someone named Sunghun. Inside the cafe, Kigyu apologized for leaving first, explaining that he needed to attend to some cleanup. He left the cafe, the sound of a door closing echoing behind him. Kigyu, a young man with a troubled expression, sat alone in a cafe, his gaze fixed on his phone. He appeared weighed down by a heavy burden. His thoughts turned inward. He felt immense guilt over the situation, lamenting the fact that he was leaving the cleanup to others after creating such a mess. Across from him, a group of seasoned professionals observed Kigyu. One of them, a woman with striking purple hair, spoke, her tone inquisitive. She questioned whether he possessed mind-reading abilities, given his intense expression. Another member of the group offered reassurance, explaining that the others were veterans in their field and that Kigyu's presence wouldn't be much help, even if he were there. They attempted to alleviate his worries. Kigyu, however, dismissed their words as insufficient consolation. He pointed out that the current predicament was, in fact, his fault. The conversation shifted to the cafe itself. Kigyu questioned the suitability of such an open space for their sensitive discussion, noting the lack of soundproofing. The purple-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Ball, reassured him. She explained that Bale's barrier was far superior to any cheap soundproofing. Ball elaborated, stating that the barrier would not only prevent eavesdropping, but also prevent anyone from sensing their presence. Kigyu acknowledged her explanation. Ball concluded by stating that such a sophisticated barrier was not easily constructed, and that the long-awaited question-and-answer session could finally begin. A young woman with vibrant purple hair Her expression a curious smirk, sat across the table. She held a mug, her gaze directed at her companion. "What would you like to ask?" she inquired. Her companion, a man with a thoughtful expression, hesitated. "Though I have a lot of things I want to ask," he continued, his thoughts turning to a previous encounter. The sense of difference he felt since their last meeting was undeniable. He couldn't properly sense it before due to the circumstances of their prior encounter. "You think you can handle it?" the woman challenged, her tone sharp. The woman's expression shifted, a hint of warning in her eyes. "Won't you have a hard time with both me and Ball as your opponents?" The man, seemingly unfazed, responded to a different question entirely. "Was it? Are you a player?" "No," he stated, his voice laced with uncertainty. The scene shifted to show the pair seated at a cafe table, a third individual present. "Are you human?" the man asked, his question hanging in the air. Close-ups revealed the intense focus of the man and woman, their expressions unreadable. A low hum escaped the woman's lips. The woman's voice cut through the silence. "That's the first thing you ask." Her gaze lingered on him, assessing. "Your senses are impressive," she finally conceded. A question hung in the air, directed at Kim Kigyu, the level 1 player. "Why don't you ask your sword instead of us?" Kigyu, seated at a table, wearing dark gloves, considered the question. His expression was one of deep thought. His thoughts turned inward. He hadn't said anything due to his uncertain memories, but the man he'd encountered was undeniably a demon. A demon. Kigyu continued his internal monologue, realizing that the man was not just any demon. He was one of the archdemons, an embodiment of atrocity. He recalled a time. The memory was of the almighty king of all demons. A voice echoed in his mind. "I greet the great master who has become the king's master." Suddenly, a figure appeared, kneeling before Kigyu. The newcomer's presence was imposing. The newcomer's face was revealed, a man with striking blue hair and pink sunglasses, dressed in a sharp suit. Meanwhile, at another table, a woman with purple hair observed the scene, a man sitting beside her. The man simply grunted, "Humph." The woman burst into laughter at the man's reaction. Kigyu, still processing the events, looked on, questioning what was happening. A woman with vibrant purple hair chuckled, finding something immensely amusing. She then casually inquired about the man's current name, confirming it was indeed Liu. He simply confirmed. Suddenly, a man with short brown hair appeared, his voice laced with urgency as he called out. The purple-haired woman, still seated, asked if he could hear the egos. The woman explained about the holy sword L and the embedded kid in his chest, to which he vehemently denied being a child. He was surprised to learn that they shared visions. The man, clearly taken aback, questioned the woman's statement. His shock deepened as she confirmed her ability to read his mind, a fact she had already revealed. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, sat across from his enigmatic instructors. His master, a sharply dressed man with silver hair and sunglasses, explained the complexities of his newly discovered ability to link with egos and increase his stats. His instructor, a woman with striking purple hair, added that understanding this power would require patience and focus, a challenge for Kigyu, who was known for his impulsive nature. Kigyu, alone now, leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. He ran a hand through his hair, a clear sign of his frustration. Back with his instructors, Kigyu's master chuckled, commenting on his disciples' struggles to grasp the new concepts. His instructor, however, defended Kigyu, reminding him that he was still learning. The instructor reassured Kigyu that she would explain everything slowly and patiently. The instructor began her explanation, pointing out a misunderstanding in Kigyu's interpretation of a particular event. She clarified that the respect shown was not directed at the person he initially assumed. With a knowing smile, she gestured towards Kigyu, emphasizing her point. Kigyu, surprised, looked up, clearly processing the new information. The master revealed a shocking truth. Ball, the individual involved in the misunderstanding, was someone who had betrayed him in the past. The instructor confirmed the master's statement, adding that Ball was one of those responsible for the chaos that led to the imprisonment of the Demon King. A shadowy figure, wreathed in flames, dominated the scene. Surrounding it were grotesque, demonic beings, their forms contorted and menacing. The figure's true features remained obscured, yet its power was palpable. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast to the fiery hellscape, a man sat calmly in a modern apartment, sipping from a mug. His expression was one of disdain as he muttered, "Fucking bastard." The scene shifted. Night had fallen on a bustling city street. Pedestrians hurried past, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A car idled at the curb. A woman with striking purple hair leaned back, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Let's get back to the main topic," she suggested. "Shall we talk about the demonic eye first?" A young man, his face etched with weariness, sat across from her. He seemed apprehensive. He admitted, "You must have a lot of things you want to ask." The woman continued, "It probably hasn't been long since you awakened it. Even Liu probably won't know much about it." He looked confused, a single question mark escaping his lips. Question mark. The woman's smirk deepened. She was clearly enjoying this. She finally posed her question. "How did you awaken the demonic eye?" Kim Kigyu's eye, reflecting an unsettling purple light, held a vision of a woman. He mused to himself that the demonic eye, the symbol of demons, was indeed a fitting description. The demonic eye, a symbol of the demonic realm, pulsed faintly within Kim Kigyu's iris. He sat across from two individuals in a quiet cafe, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. One of them, a woman with striking purple hair, let out a nervous laugh. The other, an older man with silver hair and sharp features, observed Kigyu with a calculating gaze. Kigyu, noticing the woman's unease, questioned the nature of the power she had given him. He was still struggling to understand its implications. The woman explained that the power wasn't something humans could easily exchange. It was far more complex than he realized. Kigyu touched his eye, a sudden realization dawning on him. Could this power have been with him all along? The older man confirmed Kigyu's suspicions. The power had been dormant, a catalyst planted long ago, but it was Kigyu who had manifested it. The older man's next question was blunt. Was Kigyu a demon descendant? Kigyu vehemently denied it, stating that his mother was a normal human. He was clearly unsettled by the implications of his newfound power. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge. Kim Kigyu, a young man with striking purple eyes, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The weight of the inquiry, "What about your father?" pressed upon him. Kigyu's internal monologue echoed the question, a whisper of disbelief and dawning understanding. "Father." He considered the implications, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features. He murmured, lost in thought. A woman with vibrant purple hair, seated across from him, explained, "I did say it as if it was something special, but a demonic eye isn't an uncommon ability. Any demon above a certain level has it." The conversation continued, focusing on the unique nature of Kigyu's demonic eye. But there are special demonic eyes among them. Your purple demonic eye is one of them. The image of a vibrant purple eye filled the panel, highlighting its unusual intensity. Kigyu, still puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by special?" The woman elaborated, explaining that the color of the demonic eye indicated the demon's rank: green for low rank, red for above mid-rank. The weight of the revelation settled upon Kigyu. His gaze hardened, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. Then a single word echoed in his mind: royalty. A woman with striking purple hair and eyes, her expression a mixture of amusement and something else, harder to define, spoke. "The highest-ranked demons," she stated, her voice smooth yet sharp. The final demonic eye, with nothing above it. The significance of her words hung in the air, a simple statement carrying immense weight. It was a declaration, a fact stated plainly. That purple eye was something extraordinary. The scene shifted to an indoor setting, a cafe, perhaps. The woman with purple hair sat across from a man with brown hair, his expression one of disbelief. He scoffed, muttering, "Don't make me laugh. Even I don't recall using all the demonic eyes, so how can you?" The woman interrupted him, a sly smile playing on her lips. "You were a full demon, weren't you?" she asked, her tone implying she already knew the answer. "Demons have a single demonic eye, but I'm different." A beat of silence hung between them, thick with unspoken implications. The man, clearly intrigued, finally spoke. "Then you." He leaned forward, his question hanging in the air, a simple yet profound query. "Are you human?" The man continued his line of questioning, his tone laced with suspicion. "If the demonic eye is a symbol of demons, doesn't that mean you're a demon as well?" The woman chuckled softly, a knowing glint in her eyes. I'm a special case," she replied, her voice laced with a hint of mystery. "You might be one of those special cases as well." Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips. He recoiled slightly, a clear indication of alarm. The woman let out a small, amused sound. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, clutched his face in frustration. His knuckles were white, his expression one of intense struggle. A woman's voice cut through the air, sharp and questioning. "What are you doing?" Kigyu, his eyes squeezed shut, muttered, "I see. So it's like that." The woman urged him, "Stop making a fuss and take a look." The scene shifted. A woman with long purple hair sat across from Kigyu, a sly smile playing on her lips. She lifted her shirt, revealing a cat-shaped jewel embedded in her abdomen. She pointed to the jewel, stating simply, "A cat-shaped." Kigyu questioned, "Jewel?" The woman explained, "I received a demon transplant." Ball. A close-up of the jewel revealed intricate details, its crimson glow pulsing faintly. The woman continued, explaining Bale's abilities. She addressed Kigyu directly. "I didn't expect you to awaken a demonic eye, but from what I can see, you're special." A woman with vibrant purple hair addressed a man, her hand gesturing emphatically. "You're someone who could possibly grant my wish." The man, taken aback, questioned her. "What's this wish of yours?" She responded, a smirk playing on her lips. "Didn't I tell you? It's why I put up with that disgraceful name of Demon King." Following the individual's actions, public opinion in America gradually subsided. The incident concluded with only slight suspicions and sporadic controversy. Three figures, dressed in somber suits, stood before a memorial. One knelt, offering a silent prayer. A man in a suit walked away from a large house, the setting sun casting long shadows. Despite minimal harm to their side, he felt the weight of unavoidable casualties. Inside, a woman comforted him, stating that it wasn't his fault, the others made their own choices. He agreed, but still felt the burden of his actions. Later, he returned home. His disciple greeted him with a sigh and a bowl of stew. She commented on how he seemed out of sorts. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a perpetually tired look, mumbled something unintelligible with his mouth full. He clearly lacked the energy for a proper conversation. A woman with purple hair, presumably his sister, gently chided him. Please don't talk with your mouth full. Kigyu swallowed his food, then sighed. What can I do? I have nowhere to sleep. His brother, Taeshik, entered the room, his expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. Where have you been living up until now? Taeshik listened intently as Kigyu recounted his recent experiences. In the end, the details remained elusive. Taeshik explained, You still don't have the qualifications to hear this. I'll tell you once you pass the test on the 50th floor. Kigyu was left wondering, what qualifications? Kigyu's sister, watching television, casually mentioned that their mother and younger sister, Young, were out to dinner with someone named Behemoth, and Young had also taken reign with her. Taeshik, seemingly unfazed by the news, began to remove his shirt, revealing a remarkably muscular physique. His impressive build was fully on display. Taeshik, Kigyu's eyes widened in surprise, a single word escaping his lips. Ah. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, gripped the banister, his knuckles white. He muttered to himself, Everything through my demonic eye? A woman with striking purple hair, her expression amused, observed him from the bottom of the staircase. Yeah, you have a nice body, she commented. Kigyu groaned, his frustration evident. He complained, Sigh. Please do something about this. I can't even go to the washroom in peace. I obviously wouldn't look in those situations. The woman responded calmly, explaining her actions. I'm saying this since you might misunderstand, but I'm not doing this because I want to, okay? It was the only way for me to understand the situation while avoiding as much contact with you as possible. He nodded in agreement. I got it, so please do something about it. She questioned him. There's no need for it right now, is there? Kigyu confidently replied. Really? You won't regret it? Of course. Is there a reason I'd regret it? The woman sighed, explaining the difficulty of the process. Energy I infused into you. Infusing is easy, but extracting is a different story. She continued, not only that, since you awakened the demonic eye, to take back my influence at this point, I'll have to. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in an unexpected situation. His feet, entangled with those of a woman, were the first clue. He looked up to see a woman with vibrant purple hair, her face inches from his. She looked flustered, muttering about how embarrassing the situation was. Kigyu, however, felt a different emotion entirely. Suddenly, Kigyu felt a strange sensation in his chest. He recoiled, exclaiming in surprise. The woman, whose name was Elle, watched him with amusement, questioning his reaction to their unexpected kiss. Kigyu pondered the situation, his hand covering his mouth in thought. Elle, still amused, questioned whether his reaction was genuine, given his expression. A flashback revealed that Kigyu's demonic eye, a source of his power, was fading. Elle explained that the color would return to normal. Elle also revealed that she could no longer hear the voices of the egos, a significant development. Kigyu questioned Elle about her apparent lack of anger regarding the situation. Kim Kigyu grimaced, his mind racing. He'd just experienced his first kiss, a rather unexpected one, and his thoughts were far from romantic. He wondered if he should simply end things, but a voice warned him against it. The scene shifted. A woman with long purple hair, Ball, smiled knowingly at Kigyu, who stood tensely nearby. She informed him that Ball had prepared something in a basement. The camera focused on a seemingly ordinary basement door. The implication hung heavy in the air. Something significant awaited them. Kigyu and Ball descended into the basement. He was awestruck by what he saw. The basement was unlike anything Kigyu had ever imagined. A man in a suit stood calmly in the center of a vast, technologically advanced space. Kigyu questioned if this was truly his house's basement. Kigyu's disbelief was palpable. He couldn't comprehend the reality before him. The man in the suit explained that the space was contained within a sophisticated expansion barrier. He also mentioned an impact nullification barrier, highlighting his expertise in this field. The man continued, explaining that even a fight between himself and Kigyu would be contained within the barriers. Ball then suggested a fight, to Kigyu's surprise. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself in an unexpected conversation. His companion, a woman with striking purple hair, questioned the nature of their partnership, her voice laced with confusion. You and me? Kigyu simply replied, Yep. The woman, clearly incredulous, pressed further. Why? The scene shifted. A surge of purple flames erupted around the woman, her expression hardening into a predatory smirk. She addressed Kigyu with a commanding tone. Come at me, disciple. She stood defiantly, a single finger raised, the flames swirling around her head like a halo. Her confidence was palpable. Kigyu, his feet planted firmly on the ground, declared his intention. I'll level you up. A voice, presumably Kigyu's internal monologue, scoffed. Our master dash, he cut himself off abruptly. Shut up. He understood her intentions. His thoughts clarified. I get what she's trying to say. A young woman with purple hair, wielding a sword that crackles with dark purple energy, addressed an unseen individual. To be honest, she stated, there isn't much that I can teach you right now. She continued, her gaze unwavering. It'd be a different story if you passed the 50th floor's test, though. The scene shifted to a stark white room. Two men stood observing the woman from a distance. The 50th floor is the floor of secondary advancement, one of the men explained. It's an especially special floor for unique ability holders. The woman smirked, adding, strengthening of the unique ability itself. The camera angle changed to show three young men, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to the woman's earlier description of a friend. The woman's voice cut through the air. You may also possibly earn a second unique ability, just like your friend. However, she qualified her statement, but it's not like there's absolutely nothing to teach you. The woman raised her sword, purple energy surging around it. She declared, firstly, bring it on, disciple. A woman with long purple hair stood poised, a dark purple blade crackling with energy in her hand. Opposite her, two men stood defensively, one in a suit, the other, younger, wielding a glowing axe. The woman stated her dislike for lengthy explanations. The focus shifted to the younger man's intense gaze, his eyes narrowed in concentration. His foot glowed with a vibrant energy, a prelude to action. He launched himself forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion. The young man's attack was swift and precise. He struck the woman, sending her reeling. His momentum carried him past her, his blade aimed at the man in the suit, who barely managed to evade the blow. He continued his assault, a streak of light across the floor, leaving the man in the suit vulnerable. The man in the suit braced himself for the impact. The young man, having momentarily subdued his opponents, turned to the man in the suit. He asked the man in the suit if he understood what had just happened, referring to his actions as something like this. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, found himself facing a formidable opponent. Her speed was astonishing, a blur of motion that left him breathless. She's fast, he muttered, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The woman moved with uncanny precision, mirroring Kigyu's every attack. She's matching herself to your physical capabilities, a voice observed, the words hanging in the air between them. Kigyu felt the pressure mount. You only feel like that because she got into your blind spot, master. The voice continued, explaining the woman's strategy. Kigyu gritted his teeth. I'm vexed, but she has extraordinary combat ability. A voice, questioned Kigyu's frustration. Vexed? Why? Kigyu silenced him with a curt command. Please be quiet, Lu. The woman, unfazed, prepared for another attack. Her confidence was palpable. Right? She asked, a smirk playing on her lips. She unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a display of raw power. My combat skills and experience, she declared. I'll ram all of it into you. Kigyu met her onslaught with a flurry of his own, his movements precise and deadly. He deflected her attacks with skill born of years spent navigating the tower's lower levels. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the arena. Kigyu's eyes burned with determination, his face contorted in concentration. The woman stumbled back, surprised by Kigyu's unexpected strength. I'm over here, she said, her voice laced with a hint of disbelief. Kim Kigyu found himself in the midst of a fierce magical duel. Lee Xianho, his opponent, unleashed a torrent of dark purple energy, a swirling vortex of power aimed directly at Kigyu. Kigyu braced himself, the force of the attack throwing him back. Xianho's attack sent Kigyu sprawling, but he quickly recovered, his eyes narrowed in determination. Lee Xianho and I are like cats and dogs who can't coexist, Xianho stated, her voice laced with a hint of grim amusement. She continued, of course, since neither of us will walk away fine if we face each other. Xianho paused, her expression shifting slightly. We've been barely keeping the balance, but... She continued, her gaze fixed on Kigyu. The existence of you, my successor, and the interference of Iron Shield broke that balance. Why are you telling me this now? Kigyu asked, his voice tight with apprehension. A new voice cut through the tension. A man in a sharp suit, his face stern, addressed Kigyu directly. I'll just tell it to you straight. You need to become stronger, much more than you are now. The man's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. In that promised 1 year, Kigyu's eyes widened as a terrifying vision flashed before him. A monstrous, shadowy figure loomed, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The chilling words echoed in his mind. You'll die. A surge of dark energy, swirling with violet and crimson hues, filled the air. The very essence of power crackled, announcing the arrival of a unique ability. From the heart of this maelstrom, a figure emerged, a woman with long, dark purple hair, her eyes blazing with an unnatural light. She unleashed a torrent of what appeared to be ink-like flames, a terrifying display of power labeled ink flame. Kim Kigyu, a young man with short purple hair, stood his ground, his sword raised against the onslaught. He grunted, the impact of the attack clearly felt. The ink flame continued its assault, a fiery tempest engulfing him. Kigyu braced himself against the intense heat. The scene shifted, the fiery chaos giving way to a surge of crimson energy. A powerful, destructive force was unleashed. The energy pulsed, radiating outward in waves of destructive power. It was a spectacle of raw, untamed force. Kigyu, battered but not broken, launched a counterattack. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his sword a blur of motion. The woman, momentarily surprised by his resilience, stumbled back, her dark purple hair flowing behind her. The ground beneath the woman cracked, a fissure opening up to swallow her whole. The battle, for now, was over. Kim Kigyu, a man whose ambition far outweighed his capabilities, stood at the precipice of something extraordinary. 5 years he'd spent trapped at level 1, guiding others through the lower floors of the tower, his unique ability player's status a cruel joke. But now, a radiant, swirling vortex of energy crackled behind him, promising a change. He clenched his fist, the energy intensifying. This was it, the culmination of years of relentless effort, the breakthrough he desperately sought. The force of the energy surge was immense. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone floor around him. A moment later, a figure emerged from the dust and debris, her purple hair a stark contrast to the gray surroundings. It was his disciple. She stood over a fallen knight, her expression a mixture of concern and awe. The knight, his armor dented and scratched, lay unconscious. "Phew, your last attack is a lot fiercer in person," she commented, a hint of breathlessness in her voice. The disciple smiled, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "As expected of my disciple. You're the one who's amazing." She paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "I forgot to tell you this, but..." A figure lies prone on the ground, a sword discarded nearby. Another figure, clad in dark clothing and athletic shoes, stands over them, seemingly unconcerned. The standing figure, Kim Kigyu, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and annoyance, questions the events unfolding before him. "Why are you telling me that at a time like this?" The scene shifts to a desolate, dark landscape. A large, heavy stone is shown, bound with rope. A man, Rogers, is shown bound and struggling against the rope. His expression is one of intense strain and desperation. Kigyu is seen pulling the rope attached to the stone, his efforts clearly straining him. Rogers, his face contorted in fear, whispers the name Rogers. A skeletal figure, cloaked and hooded, approaches, offering Rogers a loaf of bread. "Your meal," it states. A gaunt, muscular man with long blonde hair, strained against a rope, his face contorted in a grimace. A small, dark object, possibly a piece of bread, lay on the ground a short distance away. A close-up revealed a pale hand, reaching for the dark object with surprising speed and determination. He snatched it up, his hunger evident in the desperate way he shoved the object into his mouth. He chewed with ferocious intensity. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, appeared behind him. He'd sked, his disapproval clear. "Look at you," he said, his voice laced with disdain. The cloaked figure continued. "It seems someone like you still wants to live, despite deserving to die by having your limbs ripped off." He paused, then added, "Never forget that this is all thanks to the great master's kindness. And finally, it's also thanks to his mercy that your wrists were put back together." The man looked down at his hands, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A skeletal hand, adorned with jeweled rings, gripped a glowing green whip. The air crackled with arcane energy. The whip lashed out, striking a figure identified only as Rogers. "Get back to work, Rogers," a voice commanded, the words echoing with an undercurrent of menace. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, stood opposite a powerful, winged being. The winged being, clearly injured, roared in pain as the cloaked figure launched another attack. The winged being fell, a faint green light emanating from its body as it collapsed near a large, stone cube. A thin, glowing green line connected the cube to the fallen being. The cloaked figure watched impassively. The winged being, struggling to rise, clawed at the earth. His eyes blazed with fury. "I'll kill you. Iron Shield." From a distance, the cloaked figure observed the scene. "I see." The direction of his rage has completely shifted. Rather than simply taking revenge, the cloaked figure realized he was being used as a pawn for a greater scheme. The cloaked figure mused, as expected of the great master. "I cannot dare to judge either his intelligence nor his vessel." A skeletal figure, cloaked and hooded, studied blueprints. The drawings depicted a massive, pyramid-shaped structure, its design intricate and imposing. The figure muttered to himself, commenting on the sheer scale and unusual nature of the building's design. He mused that such an undertaking must have a deeper, more significant purpose than met the eye. The skeletal figure's skull-like face was now fully visible, its expression unreadable. The figure held a piece of parchment, seemingly reviewing further details. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. A voice, seemingly concerned, questioned the skeletal figure's actions, noting that things seemed to be progressing well, but questioning the wisdom of forcing someone to undertake such a task. The skeletal figure, responding to the concern, simply stated that their actions were intended to inflict suffering. The conversation continued. A man with short brown hair and a somewhat apprehensive expression addressed the skeletal figure, using a respectful title. The skeletal figure, in turn, introduced himself simply as Ball. The man, slightly flustered, accepted the introduction. Ball then inquired about the progress of the ongoing task. As they walked, a glowing magical sigil appeared beneath their feet. Ball asked if everything was proceeding as planned. The man, awestruck by the magical display, simply commented on its brilliance. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, approached a powerful figure. He formally requested access to a mysterious gate, a request met with a thoughtful assessment from the Great Master. Inside, a woman, seemingly an expert in demonic arts, discussed Kigyu's prospects with another man. She confidently asserted that a certain individual, despite being a traitor, possessed skills that could prove invaluable to him. Kigyu, however, found the idea unsettling. He reflected on the Demon King's words, noting his unease with this individual. He acknowledged the traitor's skill, but privately considered him to be something other than human. The scene shifted to Kigyu and the Great Master standing before a dark, foreboding gate. A sudden, powerful energy surge emanated from the gate. The energy manifested as a complex magical array on the ground, its activation causing Kigyu to react defensively. The Great Master observed the process, commenting on the gate's inefficient energy consumption, comparing it to an overheating electronic device. The Great Master explained that he had concentrated the excess mana from the gate into a single point. A man in a sharp suit stood amidst a swirling, ethereal blue light, his form almost dissolving into the radiant energy. He spoke, his voice calm yet powerful, to create crystals. The scene shifted to a young man, his expression a mixture of awe and confusion. He questioned crystals? He looked up, his arm outstretched towards the glowing energy, a hint of wonder in his eyes. He murmured, though that's definitely amazing. The young man sat alone, lost in thought. A question formed in his mind. Wouldn't it just return the crystals that Brunhard ate? Two figures in hazmat suits carefully collected glowing fragments from a swirling vortex on the ground. One of them muttered, even if I resell them, it's not like I'm lacking money anymore. The suited man from the first scene appeared again, addressing the young man. He stated, you're correct. If it was only extracting crystals, then it would only amount to a slight increase in efficiency. The suited man continued, his voice low and intense, but what I'm aiming for is, he finished his sentence, something more special. A collection of brilliantly glowing crystals, each facet catching the light, filled the frame. A caption identified one particularly large, clear crystal. Transparent crystal dash? The title card for the player that can't level up blared across the page, promising a story of unlikely heroism. Below, the credits listed the creative team behind this grand adventure. Crystals serve as both materials and fuel for various magical tools. Their colors indicate the type and amount of magic contained within, directly impacting their value. Kim Kigyu, a player who's been stuck at level 1 for 5 years, examines a crystal. He muses that it's quite special, but wonders about its practical use. Holding the crystal, Kigyu is surprised to find it devoid of magical energy. It feels completely empty. The crystal is identified as a transparent crystal of unknown properties. Two other figures, observing from a distance, comment that even an item with seemingly no magical properties can hold significant value due to its rarity. One of the observers suggests that selling the crystal could be lucrative. However, the other cautions that if the true value of the crystal were known, billions of won might not be enough to purchase it. Kigyu, listening intently, inquires about this supposed immense value. The observer dismisses Kigyu's question, stating that it's unnecessary knowledge for now, and that he'll learn its significance when the time comes. Kigyu, left with more questions than answers, silently reflects on the cryptic exchange. The chapter title card appears, indicating the start of Chapter 60. Ball, for the most part, is quite reserved. Despite calling me his liege, he doesn't feel like he's fully cooperating. He feels more like a friend, though he's certainly not a friend of a Demon King, and he refuses to share information unless he feels like it. Perhaps it's because he successfully completed his experiment. Lately, however, he seems to be in a good mood, which allowed me to learn many things. I learned that the gates are actually territories. That's right. To be exact, they are abandoned territories. If they're territories, that means that it's land that someone rules over, correct? Then is that someone demons? Yes and no. Demons aren't the only existences that can own territories. Then who are you talking about? What is the reason why these territories were abandoned? And why did they start appearing on Earth? It seems our conversation has gone on for quite some time. And also, they weren't abandoned because they wanted to be, but because they had to be. Two figures stood before an imposing stone structure. One, a man in casual attire, listened intently as the other, a sharply dressed man with striking silver hair, spoke. Also, there will be territories that weren't abandoned. If you want to know more than that, then climb the tower. The camera pulled back, revealing a colossal tower piercing the clouds, its peak lost in the swirling mist. The silver-haired man's words hung heavy in the air. He continued, his voice calm yet firm. When you obtain a new qualification after surpassing the 50th floor, then I will tell you. A simple, unassuming door stood in stark contrast to the ominous events to come. Suddenly, a violent eruption of dark energy shattered the tranquil scene. The explosion sent debris flying, a chaotic maelstrom of purple and crimson energy engulfing everything in its path. From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous, shadowy figure began to coalesce, its form still indistinct but undeniably menacing. A young man, clad in dark, practical clothing, found himself facing the creature. He braced himself, drawing his weapon. Below him, another figure lay injured on the ground. The monstrous figure, a woman with demonic wings and piercing purple eyes, addressed the young man. To think you'd antagonize a woman like me. How long are you going to run from me? He stood defiant, his expression grim. I think you're talking about something else. And there's nothing else anyone can do in front of the Demon King. A young woman with vibrant purple hair smirked, her expression laced with amusement. That's so mean, she stated, the words dripping with playful malice. The scene shifted abruptly. A man, his face etched with surprise and a hint of fear, found himself facing the woman. Her form pulsed with dark energy, horns of shadow sprouting from her head. He choked out a sound of alarm. He reacted instantly, drawing a sword and engaging her in a whirlwind of motion. The woman's attack, seemingly powerful moments before, was now deflected with surprising ease. He questioned, "Turned down just now?" Their faces were inches apart, a tense standoff. He looked at her intently, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. She responded softly, "Please." The woman launched into a rapid explanation, her words sharp and precise. "It's true that death is a strong skill, but it isn't deadly. What are you going to do if you can't defeat the enemy at once?" He countered, his voice firm and confident. "That's right. That's the basic of basics." The two clashed again, a blur of motion and energy. The man's movements were precise and powerful, countering the woman's attacks with calculated precision. The intensity of their battle escalated dramatically. A powerful energy surge erupted from the clash of their abilities. The resulting explosion sent both combatants reeling, a blinding flash of light and energy engulfing them. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, braced himself. His opponent, a powerful ego, sneered, "Depending only on your strong power only show how simple and clumsy you are." Kigyu, however, remained resolute. He muttered to himself, questioning the efficacy of his strategy. "Do you really think that'll work on Iron Shield?" With a surge of determination, Kigyu unleashed a powerful attack. A wave of energy, imbued with the power of his newly discovered ego-linking ability, shot forth. The attack collided with the Iron Shield, creating a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled through the chamber. The results were immediate. A notification appeared, confirming a significant increase in his assimilation rate. The ego, visibly weakened, was pulled into a vortex of dark energy. The ego, now under Kigyu's control, let out a triumphant laugh. Yawn. Kigyu felt a surge of power, a newfound control over his abilities. He realized this is the control. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, felt an unfamiliar surge. The control of death intensified as he assimilated with something or someone. It was a feeling of overwhelming satisfaction, indescribable. His eyes glowed with an unnatural violet light. It felt as if a woman with purple hair and horns, radiating dark energy, appeared before him. She cursed under her breath, a single word escaping her lips. "Shit." She lunged at Kigyu, her attack swift and brutal. He reacted instinctively, parrying her blow with his sword. Kigyu felt a strange connection, a merging of wills. He urged himself and the mysterious woman to work together. Their combined might unleashed a devastating attack, sending the woman hurtling backwards. The woman crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The impact shook the very foundations of the area. Kigyu, exhausted but alive, collapsed amidst the rubble. He coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips. He was left wondering about the nature of the strange power he had just wielded and the identity of the mysterious woman. He muttered the name, Master Nim. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player, lay on the ground, panting. A woman with purple hair, his mentor, knelt beside him, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked. Kigyu struggled to answer. "Man, I don't know if I should say you're amazing or not." He looked up at her, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and bewilderment. The mentor stood, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "What do you mean what happened?" she pressed, her tone sharp. Kigyu attempted to explain. "My disciple almost lost himself." She leaned closer, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. "So how do you feel?" she asked, her voice laced with a subtle challenge. Her next words were pointed. "How does it feel to almost get eaten up by the darkness?" Kigyu winced, his face contorted in a grimace. "What's with that emo-like expression?" she scoffed. He mumbled in response. "Just like I said," she continued, her voice analytical. "It was probably an irresistible feeling of satisfaction." Kigyu sat up, his gaze distant and reflective. He spoke, his voice low. "Where all humans are mere beings beneath your feet. That is what it means to have a demon sword. And this is why demons are so obsessed with them." The mentor observed him intently, her expression unreadable. A thought crossed her mind. Find a player who has 100 swords. She pondered this, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The question hung in the air. Who? Kigyu, still recovering, looked up at her, confused. The mentor explained, "He's a player that has a special ability which causes him to own many swords." A new scene unfolded, showing a man in dark robes standing amidst a vast field of swords. The mentor's voiceover explained, Iron Shield was able to get his godly sword, Cow Lion, and Roger's 9 from him. A young woman with purple hair addressed a young man, her expression serious. She explained that to strengthen his abilities, he needed to save the godly swords. She continued, emphasizing that his unique strength stemmed from his neutrality. He couldn't favor one side over another. The young man, holding a large sword, nodded in understanding. The woman then playfully chided him for his formal speech, reminding him that they were the same age. He seemed slightly embarrassed by her teasing. He hesitantly questioned if they truly were the same age, prompting her to confirm it, clarifying that she meant according to their time on Earth. She suggested he simply call her Sung. She suggested they go eat, stating that their previous conversation had worked up her appetite. The young man agreed, his mind wandering to whether his family was home. As they walked, he wasn't sure if his parents were home. He attempted to access his storage, only to realize that he wasn't a storage unit himself. He checked his phone, remembering that his family had gone grocery shopping. An incoming call from someone named Old Man Huang Jichul appeared on his phone. He recognized the name and thought it was perfect timing. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a look of concern etched onto his face, stared at his phone. Beside him, an older man with a knowing smile watched him. Kigyu frowned, a question forming in his mind. Was something wrong? He'd received a call, an unusual occurrence. He tried to answer the call, but the connection was poor. He called out, but the voice on the other end was too faint to understand. A young woman could be seen in the background. Deciding on a course of action, Kigyu stated that he would proceed first. Meanwhile, the older man, left behind, struggled to catch his breath. Kigyu checked his phone again, puzzled by the silence from the other end. He wondered why the older man wasn't responding. He considered the possibility of interference from the barrier, but dismissed the idea. Kigyu recalled Bale's modification to the barrier, allowing radio waves to penetrate. He tried again, asking if the older man could hear him. Kigyu's thoughts drifted to work and his shop as he waited for a response. A gruff voice, strained and urgent, crackled through the darkness. "Please come to the workshop right now." The speaker, a man with weathered features and dark sunglasses, lay slumped against a workbench, a shattered phone beside him. His words hung heavy in the air. "There's no time." Meanwhile, a young man named Minsu, his expression grim, answered the call. A sharp click echoed as he ended the connection. Minsu stood in a stark, empty room, his posture tense. He was clearly preparing for something. He held a small, slender object, a knife, its edge glinting faintly in the dim light. His eyes, wide and filled with a grim determination, reflected the urgency of the situation. A close-up revealed a small, intricately carved pendant around his neck, a single, glowing blue stone at its center. The KPA Corporation Tower pierced the sky, a monument to human ambition and technological prowess. Its imposing structure dominated the city skyline, a beacon of power and mystery. From a distance, the building appeared almost ethereal, its glass facade reflecting the vibrant blue of the sky and the fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. Inside the KPA cafeteria, Kim Kigyu, a man of average build and unremarkable appearance, sat alone, quietly eating his lunch. He was a level 1 player, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. He chewed thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the bustling activity around him. The low hum of conversation and the clatter of cutlery formed a dull background to his internal turmoil. His phone buzzed, interrupting his meal. The caller ID read, Ranker Kim Kigyu. He answered, a slight frown etching itself onto his face as he listened to the other party. Kigyu continued his lunch, a thoughtful expression on his face as he spoke on the phone. The voice on the other end belonged to Hyo Sung-hoon, a handsome secretary known for his efficiency and sharp wit. Sung-hoon's voice, though polite, carried an undercurrent of concern. He raised a point about the legality of a player moving about the city without authorization. Kim Kigyu, a man whose sharp features hinted at a life lived on the edge, spoke into his phone. His tone was clipped, impatient. It's dangerous, after all. Why are you asking something so obvious? Studying law. He ended the call abruptly. Kigyu, now outside a modern house, continued. I have someplace I have to get to quickly. Can I be exempted with my mercenary privileges? A calm voice answered from the other end of the line. Of course. You just need to let me know first. Where are you going? Shall I come to you? Kigyu, seated in a cafeteria, looked pensive. He was surrounded by other patrons, but his attention remained focused on his phone. The name Ranker Kim Kigyu appeared in a narration box. He hung up. The image shifted to a clear blue sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Kigyu stood before his home, a sleek, modern house. A bright blue energy signature pulsed on the lawn. A beam of bright blue energy shot upwards from the lawn, arcing across the cityscape. Below, two passers-by looked up in surprise, their faces a mixture of awe and concern. The beam continued its ascent, scattering a flock of birds in its wake. A vibrant, cerulean energy pulsed through the city, weaving between skyscrapers like a restless river. Small birds, startled by the sudden surge of power, scattered in frantic flight. The energy intensified, its trajectory a clear path cutting across the urban landscape. It moved with purpose, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. From a distance, the city appeared to be rushing towards a singular point, the energy's destination. The perspective shifted, the speed increasing dramatically. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood at the heart of the approaching energy. Then, a blur of motion. The world seemed to compress, the city lights streaking past in a dazzling display. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, hurtled through the city streets, propelled by the energy's force. He moved with unnatural speed, a streak of motion against the urban backdrop. He slowed, the energy dissipating around him, leaving him standing alone in a quiet alleyway, breathless but unharmed. Kigyu caught his breath, a faint smile playing on his lips. He heard voices, soft but distinct, whispering near him. "We're here," one voice said. Another followed, "We are." The source of the voices remained unseen, shrouded in the shadows of the alley. Kigyu's adventure had begun. Kim Kigyu, a level 1 player despite 5 years in the tower, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, two swords at his side, one gleaming gold, the other a dark purple. His green jacket billowed around him. Kigyu ascended a staircase, his senses alert. He detected no presence other than his own, though a suspicion lingered that someone might have trespassed. He moved cautiously down a dark corridor, his sword drawn, a voice in his head reminding him to remain vigilant. Despite his heightened senses, Kigyu worried. His detection ability, however sensitive, couldn't guarantee complete safety. His thoughts turned to his father. He wondered aloud if his father, who served Brunhard, was all right. He was reminded that his father was a dad to Brunhard. Kigyu's enhanced abilities, a result of linking with an ego, had significantly increased his sensitivity, making him far more aware of his surroundings. He reflected on the changes since the ego's addition. He stood before a door, his expression grim, the weight of his new power settling upon him. Kigyu lowered his gaze, his thoughts hidden behind his closed eyelids. The scene opens on a dimly lit, debris-strewn room. A metallic grid, reminiscent of a digital overlay, shimmers across the floor, partially obscuring the scattered tools and broken equipment. Kim Kigyu, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, stands before a heavy, dark wooden door. He mutters to himself, "All right, I'm going in." With a decisive movement, he grasps the door handle. A distinct click echoes in the otherwise silent room as he opens the door. He cautiously enters, his expression shifting to one of concern. Peeking into the room, he sees a figure slumped over and calls out, "Mister? What's the matter?" The sight that greets him is jarring. The room is in disarray, and a man sits slumped against the counter, clearly injured. Kigyu's internal alarm bells blare. Kigyu rushes towards the injured man, his concern evident in his frantic movements. He shouts, "Mister!" He reaches the man, kneeling beside him. He asks anxiously, "Mister, are you all right?" Recognizing the man, Kigyu's voice cracks with emotion as he whispers, "Dad." Kim Kigyu's hands were in a terrible state, completely crushed. His equipment was also gone. The scene spoke of a brutal attack. Beside him, an older man with gray hair and a grim expression lay injured. Kigyu, despite his own injuries, looked concerned. The older man wondered aloud who could have inflicted such damage. Kigyu, wincing in pain, called out to the older man. The older man, despite his injuries, managed a weak smile and a brief response. The younger man offered a potion and suggested they go to a hospital, but the older man refused, his eyes conveying a sense of finality. He stated that his life was ending. Kim Kigyu knelt beside the elder, his brow furrowed in concern. The elder's life force was rapidly fading. Even a potion wouldn't help at this stage. Kigyu's whispered, "No way." The elder, his face etched with exhaustion, rasped, "Not much time. Can you listen to my story?" Kigyu nodded, a strange, pulsing energy swirling behind him. The elder continued, "I spoke to you about this last time. One day, when I need you, will you help me, just one time?" Kigyu responded, "I understand." The elder, his voice barely a whisper, explained, "I am one of the pioneers, or if that's what you guys commonly call us." Kigyu's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, "Mr. is?" The elder confirmed, Yes, a pioneer. The elder explained. As you know, we're people who became players on the same day the tower appeared. In the beginning, the tower was a completely unknown area. A flashback showed a group of early players exploring the tower's lower levels, facing unknown dangers. The battle was brutal. Even the simplest task, hunting goblins, proved insurmountable. The losses were staggering. Too many comrades perished. Despite the overwhelming odds, those who remained fought with unwavering resolve to protect humanity. Yet, one soldier, amidst the carnage, harbored a different sentiment. He confessed that, while saddened by the loss of his comrades, he had ceased his ascent of the tower. A younger soldier, Kim Kigyu, listened intently as the older man coughed, his words heavy with unspoken regret. The older soldier continued, explaining that at the time, he was a formidable warrior, his skills unmatched. His strength, however, was unrelated to his role as a player. Before becoming a player, he was a forger, a skilled craftsman who worked with metals. This background proved invaluable. He could create equipment that enhanced his abilities as a player, combining his crafting skills with his unique powers. Though, he admitted, the quality of his creations was far less refined than what he could produce now. The creation of truly exceptional equipment would come later. Kim Kigyu, a young man with a determined yet weary expression, sat alone in a dimly lit room. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He was pondering a significant event. He recounted his experience to an older man with graying hair and a weathered face, his voice laced with frustration. Kigyu explained that his inability to level up had stemmed from a critical moment on the 50th floor of the tower, a setback that had forced him to re-enter the tower for a second attempt at advancement. The older man listened intently, his gaze unwavering. He noted that many players had plateaued in their skill development, hitting an insurmountable wall. A question formed in the older man's mind, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a profound insight. He then posed a critical question to Kigyu. Kigyu's eyes flashed with a newfound intensity as he considered the limitations of his perspective. His expression reflected a dawning realization. He questioned the conventional wisdom of the tower structure, challenging the assumption that progress was solely upward. Kigyu's thoughts turned to the unexplored depths of the tower, questioning the nature of the first floor and the possibility of a basement level. The older man revealed that he had dedicated years to searching for the tower's hidden basement, a testament to his own unconventional thinking. Kim Kigyu, a player who, despite his unique abilities, remained frustratingly stuck at level 1 for 5 years, voiced his determination. He had explored every inch of the first floor. His search extended beyond the familiar areas. He ventured into uncharted territories, places no one had ever dared to tread before. Accompanied by a goblinoid creature, Kigyu pressed onward, his gaze fixed on a shimmering, ethereal portal. He knew the first floor better than anyone. His intimate knowledge was a source of both pride and weariness. Kigyu swallowed hard, a nervous tremor running through him. He felt a knot of anticipation tightening in his stomach. Then, after years of relentless searching, he finally discovered it. The image showed Kigyu and an older man, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air. The older man spoke of a basement door, a place of mystery and potential danger. Kigyu's expression shifted to one of intense curiosity and trepidation as he considered the implications of this revelation. A sudden, violent energy surge erupted, shaking the very foundations of the tower. Kigyu's armored hand landed heavily on the wooden floor, leaving 2 small crimson stains. The impact reverberated through his body. Kim Kigyu, a player who had been stuck at level 1 for 5 long years, found himself on the precipice of something new. He had just passed through a mysterious door, and the anticipation of what lay beyond was palpable. The image of a distorted brain flashed before his eyes, a chaotic swirl of colors and glitches. It was a visual representation of the immense shift in reality he was experiencing. He had entered a completely different world. A warning echoed in his mind. He had obtained information he wasn't supposed to know. Kigyu gasped, a pained expression twisting his features. The transition had taken its toll. A penalty was imminent. He braced himself for the consequences of his unauthorized access. He found himself in a dimly lit room, a man watching him from across the floor. Kigyu groaned, his body aching. A voice, filled with urgency, called out, "Master." The man, seemingly concerned, asked, "Master, what's wrong?" A commanding voice boomed, "Get a hold of yourself." A crimson eye, pulsating with power, appeared before Kigyu. A crystalline shard, pulsing with an inner light, rested in a pool of dark, viscous fluid. Crimson stains marred the surface, hinting at a recent struggle. The air hung heavy with the scent of ozone and something akin to iron. A woman with striking purple eyes and a knowing smirk addressed a silent figure. "You still don't have the qualifications to hear it yet," she stated, her tone laced with subtle amusement. She continued, "I'll tell you after you pass the 50th floor test." A man with short, styled hair and sunglasses responded simply, "I'll tell you then." The image then shifted to show a young man clutching his head in pain, muttering about the 50th floor's qualifications and penalties. The young man, his face contorted in agony, questioned, "Is it something like this?" An older man, his face etched with concern, watched him from across the room. The young man addressed the older man as Master Nim. The older man, concerned, asked, "Are you okay?" The young man, his face pale and strained, replied weakly, please continue." His thoughts, however, revealed a different story. "It almost feels like someone is digging through my brain." Despite the intense pain, a grim determination hardened his features. He muttered to himself, "But this chance may never come again. I need to hear this." The older man, observing the young man's suffering, cautioned, "Don't overdo it." The tower's basement. It wasn't as fantastical as one might imagine. Fiery earth and desolate desert stretched before him. A harsh, inhospitable landscape. It wasn't a good place to live. A gloved hand, bearing a crimson glow, rested on a bloodied surface. A low hum escaped the figure's lips. What's wrong, Rue?" A young man with dark hair, clad in worn armor, knelt nearby. He looked troubled. "That place is probably—" Another voice interrupted. "No, let's just hear what he has to say first." He had wandered and explored the area, but found nothing special. It felt like stepping through a gate that extended endlessly. That's what it felt like. So, he decided to turn around and retrace his steps. And that's when he encountered a monstrous creature. Kim Kigyu, a seasoned guide known throughout the tower's lower levels, found himself in a desperate struggle. Dust and debris swirled around him, the remnants of a fierce battle. His breath hitched in his throat. The monster before him was unlike any he'd encountered in his 5 years guiding others through the tower's treacherous depths. Even Kigyu, renowned among the pioneers for his strength, felt a chilling wave of helplessness wash over him as the creature's power dwarfed his own. Death seemed imminent. Just as he braced for the final blow, a sudden shift in the air heralded a change. A young woman, a fiery presence amidst the chaos, appeared, her arrival a stark contrast to the impending doom. Her emergence was unexpected, a beacon of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. Later, Kigyu, still reeling from the encounter, found himself questioning the events that had transpired. He stared at the woman, a mixture of awe and confusion on his face. An older man, his face etched with concern, observed Kigyu's reaction, his expression a mixture of understanding and weariness. The interrogation continued. A gruff voice, laced with barely suppressed grief, cut through the tense silence of the dimly lit chamber. "Was your wife also—" An elderly man, his face etched with pain and exhaustion, responded weakly. His voice was barely a whisper. "No, she was—" Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed through the room. The old man slumped to the floor, unconscious. Kim Kigyu, his eyes wide with alarm, rushed to his side. Kigyu knelt beside the fallen man, his voice filled with urgent concern. Old man, are you okay?" Another figure appeared, their voice strained with grief. "Master Nim, the grandpa's life is now." The old man, despite his weakened state, managed to rasp out a final instruction. "Take the thing in my pocket." Kigyu reached into the old man's pocket and retrieved a small, tarnished golden hammer and a crumpled piece of parchment. He recognized it immediately. He whispered, barely audible above the old man's shallow breaths. It's the rough map." Minsu, a man of advanced age and weathered appearance, coughed, his voice raspy. He spoke to someone, his words laced with urgency. "This door leads to the basement from the first floor of the tower. If you go there, Minsu—" A younger man, his face etched with worry, knelt beside Minsu, offering support. He spoke softly, "Old man." Minsu's eyes flickered with determination. Despite his failing strength, a resolve hardened his gaze. He whispered, "No, I can't die like this." The younger man, his name Minsu, looked down at the older man with a mixture of grief and determination. "The thought, Dad," echoed in his mind. A sudden, bright light emanated from a pendant around Minsu's neck. He cried out, Master Nim, Master Nim." His voice was filled with a desperate hope. He pleaded, "Can't you make egos out of people? Can't you revive Dad by doing that?" Minsu's face contorted in internal conflict. A silent scream escaped him. The Master Nim's voice, though unseen, resonated with caution. "It's too dangerous, Master Nim. There's no guarantee that it'll be successful. And even if it succeeds, there's no guarantee that you'd be able to revive him completely." Despite the warnings, a grim determination settled on Minsu's face. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. An old man, his face bruised and bloodied, addressed a younger man. He was clearly in distress, but his voice held a grim determination. He insisted that he didn't have much time to explain the details. The scene shifted to a dilapidated room. Kim Kigyu, the younger man, knelt amidst the rubble, his expression thoughtful. He was assessing the situation, a grim determination etched on his face. Kigyu considered a risky plan. He believed there might be a way to save the old man, but it required a drastic measure, collecting the old man's life force. He acknowledged the minuscule chance of success, even suggesting it might be lower than 0.1%. The old man, seemingly resigned to his fate, simply asked what there was to think about if Kigyu was willing to proceed. He explained that if there was another option, he would have sought it out. He then revealed the reason for summoning Kigyu, his trust in the younger man. Kigyu, his face grim, confirmed that he understood the old man's trust in him. A close-up on Kigyu's determined expression showed his resolve. The scene then depicted a surge of intense energy, a violent transfer of power. Kigyu braced himself as the energy coursed through him, the old man lying beside him, seemingly drained. The transfer was clearly painful, but Kigyu persevered. Kigyu, his face contorted in a grimace, strained against the surge of crimson energy coursing through his veins. Sweat beaded on his brow, and blood crusted his lips. The energy crackled and pulsed, a violent storm contained within his body. It was a terrifying, beautiful display of power. The energy subsided, leaving behind only a dark, viscous pool. A single, crimson droplet remained, shimmering faintly. A whispered word escaped Kigyu's lips, "Thank you." A chilling message materialized in the air above the pool. Cannibalism has been activated. Kigyu's request, a desperate plea to save Minsu, was met with a grim, unsettling response. Minsu's fate was sealed, his future as a blacksmith now intertwined with a dark, unsettling power. Kigyu, his voice barely a breath, uttered 2 words, "I leave Minsu to..." The scene shifted. Purple flames licked at a bloodstain on a wall, a stark contrast to the crimson energy that had preceded it. Kigyu stood in a dilapidated room, his back to the viewer, a long sword resting at his side. He surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable. A holographic display flickered to life, revealing a message, failed in transforming Huang, the player, into an ego. "I have absorbed Huang Jichel's fragment." Kigyu muttered to himself, "A fragment? It might not be a complete failure. I'm sure we'll be able to find some kind of solution." His eyes, however, betrayed a flicker of worry. A reassuring voice echoed in his mind. "It'll be okay, Master Nim." Kigyu, a level 1 player, despite 5 years in the tower, reviewed a recent data stream. He muttered, "Yeah, I'm sure it's better than nothing." His companion, Ru, questioned him about the information they had just received. "Ru, is there anything you know about the story we just heard?" he asked. Ru responded, "It felt like you did." Ru hesitated before continuing. It might affect your penalty." Kigyu reacted with a mix of disbelief and weariness. "Penalty? I can't believe I had to experience that kind of headache just by hearing information." Ru explained, "Of course, I don't know whether it's thanks to your demon eye or your strong mentality, but normally it wouldn't be weird for you to die from it." Kigyu, still shaken, asked, "It's that bad?" Ru replied, "Yeah, though I don't think the old man thought about it." Ru continued, explaining that the old man either believed the information was important enough to endure the consequences or simply didn't consider the risks. He then offered, "Well, I'll give you the safe information." The safe information revealed a shocking truth. Just like that old man says, other worlds do exist, and countless ones at that. Kigyu visibly reacted to the weight of this revelation, his face contorted in a grimace. The scene shifted to a different location. Ru, seemingly unfazed, stated, "Let's talk about it next time." A cryptic message, etched in the air, served as a prelude to the events that were about to unfold. "Don't rush. Meet the conditions first." The scene shifted to the first floor of the tower, a tranquil forest bathed in sunlight. The air hummed with an almost imperceptible energy. A hulking figure, cloaked and menacing, addressed a crowd of similarly garbed individuals. His words echoed with a chilling certainty. "The door will open once this ritual is over." The figure continued, his voice dripping with ominous foreboding. "And the gods to punish this world will step forth." He gestured dramatically, his arms outstretched. The weight of his pronouncements hung heavy in the air. His pronouncements were directed at the assembled figures. "You apostles will become the kings of those gods." A collective gasp arose from the crowd as the ritual intensified. The air crackled with anticipation. One of the cloaked figures, seemingly the leader, turned to the hulking figure, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Is there something you are dissatisfied with?" The hulking figure's gaze fell upon the leader, a question forming on his lips. "Apostle?" Kigyu lay still, eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. He was encased within a stone structure, the rough texture of the material a stark contrast to his peaceful demeanor. The scene shifted to a sun-dappled forest clearing. 2 figures in hooded white robes stood before a formation of kneeling soldiers. One of the robed figures, his face obscured, spoke, his voice barely a whisper, "What?" The other figure, his face partially visible, responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Nothing." The robed figure gave a curt nod. "Start the ritual." A blinding flash of light erupted from the clearing, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The robed figures were thrown back violently. The energy continued to surge, forming a chaotic vortex of light and shadow. One of the robed figures, battered but defiant, struggled to his feet. The vortex dissipated, leaving behind only a figure shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow. The air crackled with residual energy. A surge of raw power erupted from Kigyu, the player who couldn't level up. For 5 long years, he'd been trapped at level 1, relegated to guiding others through the lower floors of the tower. But now, something was different. A red aura crackled around him, a stark contrast to the muted grays of the tower's lower levels. His eyes glowed with an intense orange light, reflecting the chaotic energy coursing through his veins. Kigyu's face was contorted in a grimace of exertion, his teeth bared as he struggled to control the overwhelming force. This was it, the manifestation of his newly discovered ability to link with egos and finally break free from his 5-year stagnation.